Welcome to King Manhwa Recap, your go-to spot for diving deep into the vibrant world of manhwa. Whether you're a seasoned fan or just curious about this thrilling form of comics, you found the right place to get your fix. Join us as we explore inspiring manhwa stories where characters rise from humble beginnings to extraordinary success. From tales of overcoming poverty to achieving wealth and power, our videos highlight the most captivating journeys of personal growth and determination. If you love stories of triumph, resilience, and the path from rags to riches, this is the perfect channel for you. Subscribe now for engaging recaps and stay motivated on your own journey to success. So let's get ready, subscribe, sit back and enjoy. I just took a few steps forward unintentionally, but the system said I took my first step in life, resulting in a 400x critical hit and receiving a gold bar. I coughed lightly. The system said I learned to speak and insisted on rewarding me with a lottery ticket for 100 billion industry. All of this is because my system arrived 20 years late. A task that should have been completed when I was 1 year old is now assigned to me. Even so, the system still grants me generous critical hit rewards. At this moment, I was sitting under the banyan tree by the playground, leisurely scrolling through Douyin. Suddenly, a flash of white light crossed my vision, and a translucent screen appeared before me. Congratulations, host. You have turned 1 year old. Baby, you are a rich one. The system has been successfully activated. Please take your first step in life. Looking at the words appearing on the screen, I rubbed my eyes hard, feeling incredibly excited. Father, you finally came. At this moment, it had been 21 years since I crossed over to this world called Blue Star. When I first crossed over, I was just a newborn baby, growing up in an ordinary happy family. During this time, I always hoped to awaken my golden finger. After all, as a bookworm in my past life, I had read at least 8,000 novels and knew very well that a golden finger was essential for any traveler. So I waited year after year, but the essential golden finger for travelers never appeared on me. Fortunately, as a traveler, I retained the memories of my past life, though I was just an ordinary wage slave back then, and some of those memories were nearly faded. With the mindset of an adult, I had earned several titles growing up, such as Prodigy, Wise Beyond My Years, and a Killer of Mature Women. Wait a minute. Looking at the words appearing on the screen, I was completely confused. I was already in college, and today just happened to be my 21st birthday. Why does the system show that I just turned 1 year old? Or is it that the system was supposed to activate when I turned 1? This mute system must have been late, and it was a full 20 years late. Is a system that's 20 years late even useful? With doubts in my mind, I got up from under the banyan tree and walked towards the playground track. Accepting the task, the countdown began, and I decisively started sprinting. Soon, a minute passed. Task completed, triggering a 400x critical hit, and I received a box of gold bars. Do you wish to claim your reward? The system prompt sounded. I was overjoyed. The system was indeed useful. It hadn't lost its function just because it was 20 years late. On the contrary, because it was late, the tasks issued by the system were incredibly simple for me as an adult. I could easily exceed the tasks issued by the system, gaining a reward critical hit. At 1 year old, you not only learned to walk but also sprinted 400 meters in 1 minute. Due to location reasons, this system will upgrade. All functions operated normally during the upgrade, with the duration unknown. The little boy must be dumbfounded. A smile appeared on my face. The system thought I was a 1 year old baby, but in reality, I was a 21-year-old adult. The key was that this system wasn't very smart. Not only was it 20 years late, but it didn't even realize I was an adult. However, that wasn't important. What mattered was that the system upgraded its functions and could be used normally. Just then, the phone rang. I answered it, and a clear, bell-like voice came through the phone. Happy birthday, Big Brother Moo. Thank you for the blessings from the big star. I jokingly replied, Big Brother Moo? Here you are again. The person on the other end of the line was silent for a few seconds, their tone filled with helplessness. I'm just a nobody in the entertainment industry. I'm not a big star. The girl on the phone is named Ling Shuang, and we can say we've grown up together, being childhood sweethearts. Because I have an adult mindset, Ling Shuang has always admired me since we were kids. The little follower only started seeing me less often when we both got into different universities. Big Brother Moo, I'm hanging up now. See you this afternoon. I'll also introduce a beautiful girl to you. Click. Ling Shuang hung up. She hung up the phone directly, and I was left speechless. I couldn't recall Ling Shuang saying she would return to the mountain city today, but I could easily guess. Ling Shuang returned to the mountain city to celebrate my birthday. A person who has learned to walk is meeting their first playmate in life. The baby growth task for Ling Shuang has started again. The task is to play with Ling Shuang in the parent-child amusement park for an hour. The task reward is 10,000 dragon coins. As I think about playing with Ling Shuang at the amusement park, a cool face appears in my mind. I couldn't help but twitch my lips and retracted what I had said earlier. Some tasks are not so easy for me as an adult. It's not that easy to complete. Taking Ling Shuang to the parent-child amusement park is easy, but getting her to play with me for an hour is the challenge. Moreover, if I want to exceed the task and trigger a reward critical hit, I must extend the time Ling Shuang and I spend playing together. This is a task that could make me die of embarrassment, but fortunately, having lived 2 lives, I have cultivated a certain level of thick skin. Moreover, completing the task guarantees at least 10,000 dragon coins. If I exceed the task and trigger dozens or even hundreds of times the critical hit, I would be set for life. As for dying of embarrassment, that's unnecessary. Alright, Kyoto Music Academy dormitory area, you'd better think this through. If you retreat now, all your previous efforts will be in vain. In a simple and cozy dorm room, Zhao Yiren frowned slightly, looking at the girl standing on the balcony with a complex expression. The girl was tall and wore a white dress. Her demeanor was cool and elegant, with willow leaf eyebrows and phoenix eyes, resembling a classical beauty stepping out of a painting. Beneath the long skirt was an astonishingly curvy figure. Her graceful figure added a touch of allure. Sister Yiren, I'm sorry to disappoint you. The girl spoke with a clear, bell-like voice, gazing at Zhao Yiren. The reason I entered the competition is that I love music. I want more people to hear my singing, and no one told me before the competition that I had to sign with a company. The girl was none other than my childhood sweetheart, Ling Shuang. Not long ago, she signed up for a singing program called Tomorrow's Star. She caught the attention of Zhao Yiren during the auditions, and Zhao Yiren is one of the invited singer mentors for the Tomorrow's Star program. Zhao Yiren is also a current pop diva in Long Country. Ling Shuang receiving the favor of the diva Zhao Yiren should have been a good thing, but neither of them expected that. The agency behind Zhao Yiren valued Ling Shuang's looks and talent and wanted to sign her, using the fact that she was still a newcomer in the music industry as an excuse. They attempted to make Ling Shuang sign a contract akin to a slave contract. Naturally, Ling Shuang wasn't foolish and outright rejected them. As a result, Zhao Yiren's agency was one of the investors in the Tomorrow's Star program. After Ling Shuang refused to sign, the program team began to target her in various ways. Think it over, Zhao Yiren sighed. If you withdraw now, you might never have another chance to enter the music industry. Although our contract is a bit excessive, with your abilities, you could definitely become a hit through Tomorrow's Star. At that point, you can negotiate terms with the company. Sister Yiren, you don't need to persuade me anymore, Ling Shuang said firmly. It's better to avoid negotiating with capital out of sheer luck. I would rather stay away from capital. Besides, my mouth is my own, and I can sing wherever I want. It's none of your business. You're still too young, Zhao Yiren said, her eyes drifting. In Ling Shuang, she saw a reflection of her younger self, but unlike Ling Shuang, he bowed to capital for his dream of becoming a singer. Even though he is now a nationwide superstar, the contract with his agency binds him like a shackle, and to squeeze out his profits, the agency fills his schedule almost every day. If Ling Shuang doesn't want to enter the music industry, then refusing to sign won't affect her much. However, as long as Ling Shuang has her dream of being a singer, this refusal will completely cut off her path into the industry. This is because Zhao Yiren's agency is one of the 3 entertainment giants in Longhua, Tianyu. Unless Ling Shuang receives capital support comparable to Tianyu, she will never become a singer in her lifetime. Alright, Sister Yiren, let's not talk about this. Ling Shuang smiled and said, Sister Yiren, haven't you always asked me, who wrote the song The Wind is Rising? Today, I'm going to take you to meet its creator. Zhao Yiren exclaimed with surprise. As Ling Shuang spoke, she dialed a phone number. In the past, I was captivated by the wonders of the world, gazing at the horizon as if it were right before me, willing to brave any challenge to experience it all. At Bayun Community, I sat on the living room sofa, humming a song called The Wind is Rising, which I loved in my past life. It's one of the few songs whose lyrics I remember completely. Whenever I sing this song, it reminds me of a summer from my past life. Claiming the reward from the system, I communicated with it, and it looked at the coffee table in front of me with eager anticipation. The place I am currently in is a community near Mountain City University. After being accepted into college, I chose not to live on campus. Instead, I rented a house outside, and the reward was immediately issued. A system notification sounded, and as I watched, a square wooden box appeared on the coffee table out of thin air. I suppressed my excitement and opened the box, revealing a collection of shiny gold bars before my eyes. Gulping, I swallowed hard as my heart raced. In 2 lifetimes, it was my first time coming so close to so many gold bars. I picked one up to examine it, feeling its smooth texture. Each bar was marked with a weight of 1 kilogram, and there were a total of 10 bars in the box, weighing a combined total of 10,000 grams. According to Longwa's recent gold price of 600 per gram, the value of this box of gold bars is about 6 million long coins. Truly impressive. Indeed, it's impressive. Even though I was mentally prepared, I was still shocked by the value of this box of gold bars. An ordinary person would struggle their whole life to earn 6 million, while I only had to run around the playground once, and I received gold worth 6 million. No wonder everyone wants a system. I worked to calm myself, placed the gold back in the box, and hid it in the wardrobe. I realized that triggering a reward crit would cancel the original reward from the system task. For example, the original reward for this task was a pure gold longevity lock, but because I triggered a reward crit and received a box of gold instead, the longevity lock was cancelled. By the afternoon, at the exit of Mountain City Airport, an old van stood out among the passing vehicles. Inside the van, I was on the phone. Xiaoshuang, I'm at the airport exit. Are you guys out yet? We're waiting at the exit. Brother Mu, where are you? Hearing this, I looked out the window. I spotted 2 graceful figures slowly approaching not far away. One of them was Ling Shuang, while the other was completely wrapped up, making it impossible to see her face. However, judging by her attire, she should also be a girl. I opened the car door and got out, just as Ling Shuang spotted me. Our eyes met, and we both smiled. Meanwhile, the tightly wrapped Zhao Yiren frowned and said, Xiaoshuang, are you sure this person is the one who created The Wind is Rising? He's a top-tier singer. Zhao Yiren had encountered many songwriters and even tried his hand at songwriting himself, but creating a good song is much harder than singing a good one. Looking across Longwa, there are only a few master-level songwriters. Almost every famous song by top-tier artists has the shadow of these music masters. Initially, when Zhao Yiren heard The Wind is Rising, he always thought that The Wind is Rising was created by a master musician. It wasn't until a few hours ago that Zhao Yiren learned from Ling Shuang that the song's creator is actually a third-year student majoring in finance. Someone studying finance created a song that can be called a classic. This was simply unbelievable to Zhao Yiren, who scrutinized me with his gaze. My eyes were equally clear but very deep, even somewhat indifferent, as if I could see through the world. What Zhao Yiren didn't know was that in my past life, I was a wage slave for half my life. After toiling all day in my past life, I've come to terms with things in this life. With the system by my side, I just want to enjoy life. Sister Yiren, Brother Mu is really amazing. Ling Shuang smiled and said, the person I admired most as a child was Brother Mu. I still admire him now. In my eyes, he is the best. You've been brainwashed by him. Zhao Yiren looked at Ling Shuang with a strange expression. Although she was talking to him, her gaze was fixed on me as I approached, with eyes that burned like those of a fervent believer. Xiaoshuang, it's been a few days, and you've gotten even more beautiful. I walked up to Ling Shuang and playfully pinched her cheek. If I had to say who I was closest to in this world, it would be Ling Shuang. Having grown up together, I spoiled Ling Shuang, who has always followed me around since childhood. Brother Mu, this is the stunning beauty I want to introduce you to. Guess who she is? Ling Shuang said mysteriously. If I'm not mistaken, you must be Miss Zhao Yiren. I smiled at Zhao Yiren and said, it's nice to meet you. Zhao Yiren nodded, not surprised that I guessed her identity. Let's find a place to eat first. I glanced at the time, and it was nearly 6 p.m. I planned to take Ling Shuang to dinner first. Then we can go to the parent-child amusement park to complete the system task. Zhao Yiren looked at the old van parked by the roadside. His mask twitched in shock, and he began to doubt that The Wind is Rising was not my creation. A musician capable of creating classic songs would have their work purchased at a high price by entertainment companies. That's impossible. How could someone so broke drive such an old van? Miss Xiao, this van just looks old. It's no worse inside than a Rolls-Royce. Hearing this, Zhao Yiren became a bit curious. He owned a Rolls-Royce, yet here I was claiming that this van, which had seen better days, was just as good. It's no worse than a Rolls-Royce, which piqued his interest. Miss Xiao, I'm not lying to you. Is my van really not as good as a Rolls-Royce? In the van, Zhao Yiren sat expressionlessly in the back seat, his mask making his lips twitch. His gaze swept across the interior, and his expression darkened. But he never expected to see that the storage compartment in the car door had succulent plants growing in it, with a layer of soil on the bottom and various vegetables planted on top. The armrest compartment had even been turned into a fish tank, housing not fish, but 2 turtles. Seeing Zhao Yiren sitting there in a daze, I turned to the front passenger seat and said to Ling Shuang, Xiaoshuang, hand me the wrench under your seat. What do you need the wrench for? Zhao Yiren snapped back to reality, looking at me warily. But then he was completely stunned to see that the key to the van had broken off in the ignition. After taking the wrench from Ling Shuang, I clamped the broken key half in the ignition with the wrench and gave it a hard twist, causing the van to make a series of starting sounds. Meanwhile, on the airport road, passers-by cast strange looks at the van. Zhao Yiren turned beet red, quickly lowering his head, fearing being seen. It was too embarrassing, he swore. In his 28 years of life, he had never felt so humiliated. He wished he could find a hole in the ground to hide. At an old hot pot restaurant, I led Ling Shuang and Zhao Yiren inside. We booked a private room, and soon the waitress brought all the dishes. Once she left the room, Zhao Yiren finally took off his hat and mask. I just glanced at him before focusing on cooking the tripe. Xiaoshuang, eat more. Later, I'll take you to a fun place, I said like a caring father. I kept serving Ling Shuang food, completely ignoring Zhao Yiren. I could easily guess his motive. He wanted to learn from Ling Shuang whether The Wind is Rising was indeed my creation. He wanted to get to know me since, in this world, the entertainment level is not as advanced as on Earth in my past life. The classic songs from my previous life would be considered masterpieces here. They would all be bombshells. I once considered becoming a songwriter, but ultimately I gave up. The songs from my past life, aside from a few memorable ones where I remember all the lyrics, I only remember one or two lines from many others, not to mention that I can't compose music. The Wind is Rising was also a song where I wrote the lyrics and sang it based on the melody in my memory. Then Ling Shuang composed the music based on the melody I sang. Zhao Yiren put down his phone. I heard from Xiaoshuang that The Wind is Rising was created by you, Mr. Liu. I didn't expect you to be so young. I smiled at his words but didn't respond. After a moment, I finally said, Miss Xiao, you're probably going to be disappointed. The Wind is Rising is indeed inspired by me. However, I have only created The Wind is Rising, and I'm not a musician by trade. Inspiration isn't something that can just come on demand, so I might not be able to create a second song in the future. Mr. Liu, you're being modest, Zhao Yiren said with a smile. I believe that with your talent, you'll definitely create more classic songs in the future. I smiled but didn't respond. I had already awakened the system, and as long as I completed the tasks it issued, I could achieve financial freedom. So why would I bother collaborating with Zhao Yiren just for money? Today, I obtained gold worth 6 million through the system, and who knows, one day I might gain something worth 60 million through it. 600 million, 6 billion, or even 60 billion in assets. Xiaoshuang, are you full? If you're full, I'll take you to a fun place. Brother Mu, what kind of fun place? Ling Shuang put down her chopsticks. Just come with me and you'll find out. I stood up from my seat and said to Zhao Yiren, Miss Xiao, I'll take Xiaoshuang to play for a bit. You enjoy your meal, I've already settled the bill. Sister Yiren, take your time eating. Ling Shuang hurriedly followed me as we left the private room, leaving Zhao Yiren looking bewildered behind us. Inside the Hongyun Mall, there was an indoor parent-child amusement park. Ling Shuang sat on the children's slide, her cool expression betraying her disappointment. She had thought I prepared some surprise for her, but I had actually brought her to an amusement park. Come on, isn't a parent-child amusement park for kids? Brother Mu, have you lost your mind? Isn't it fun? I stood by the slide with a smile. Have you forgotten? You loved sliding down slides when you were little. But Brother Mu, I've grown up now. Ling Shuang said, half laughing, half crying. I'm already 20. I'm of legal age to get a marriage license. The system task was counting down. As long as the host and Ling Shuang stayed in the parent-child amusement park for longer than the task duration, it would trigger a reward crit. At that moment, Ling Shuang kept talking excitedly about my exceptional qualities from childhood, her eyes burning with enthusiasm. Is this girl going to become my fervent admirer? I found it a bit amusing, but then I thought about it. Ling Shuang had grown up with me, and I possessed memories from my past life. Every move I made, and every word I spoke impacted her significantly, leaving deep impressions on her. I didn't interrupt her. The more excited she became, the longer we stayed at the amusement park. In the end, the richer the rewards I could obtain. About half an hour later, a figure wrapped up tightly appeared on the first floor of the mall. Just as Zhao Yiren was about to leave the mall, he caught a glimpse of the parent-child amusement park. There, I was sitting on a swing with Ling Shuang, and the two of us were chatting about something. These two must be crazy, going on a date at a parent-child amusement park. Zhao Yiren couldn't help but mutter. It seemed to him that Ling Shuang and I had left him behind to go on a date. Brother Mu, do you remember when we were kids? The nursery rhyme you sang for me? Ling Shuang said nostalgically. The reason I want to be a singer is because of that song you sang. Of course I remember. I closed my eyes, feeling a wave of nostalgia wash over me. I couldn't help but start singing. A little cloud, slowly coming by. Please take a break for a while. The mountain flowers are blooming. I just arrived at the mountain. Listening to my singing, Ling Shuang slowly closed her eyes, memories of childhood flooding her mind. Meanwhile, Zhao Yiren had approached silently, now staring at my back in shock. He had originally intended to greet Ling Shuang. Although I had rejected collaborating with him, he didn't want to miss out on such a promising talent as Ling Shuang. After talking with me, he didn't believe that I created The Wind is Rising. However, he couldn't find the words to describe his shock. The song I was singing was one he had never heard before, and I was clearly a bit off-key, yet the lyrics and melody of this song were enough to rival The Wind is Rising, especially the melody. Zhao Yiren took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. At that moment his thoughts drifted back to childhood. At that time, he was carefree and innocent, always dreaming of growing up. Now, he had finally grown up and even became a superstar, yet he couldn't find happiness. When my song ended, Zhao Yiren asked, "What is the name of this song?" Hearing his voice, Ling Shuang snapped back to reality. "Miss Xiao, have you eaten enough?" I stood up from the swing and turned to Zhao Yiren, who spoke in a very gentle voice. "Mr. Liu, did you also create this song?" "Sort of," I nodded. "Mr. Liu, I apologize for my earlier offense. I shouldn't have questioned your abilities." Zhao Yiren said sincerely, "I truly hope to collaborate with you. It's not that I don't want to work with you, Miss Xiao, it's just that I don't have anything to offer for collaboration." Everything I said earlier was the truth. I'm not a professional music producer. My abilities are limited. Being able to create The Wind is Rising and this song Waves is my limit. "Mr. Liu, here is my business card. You might want to consider it." Zhao Yiren took a business card from his bag and handed it to me. "My studio doors are always open to you. Additionally, I will hold a large concert this month. I can have Ling Shuang as my guest at the concert. Miss Xiao, I can consider a collaboration ceremony, but I must remind you that your studio might not survive." "Don't worry about that, Mr. Liu," Zhao Yiren said confidently. "I've been with Tianyu for nearly 10 years, and given the profits I've generated for them, they wouldn't make things difficult for me." "Alright, then let's discuss collaboration again after Miss Zhao's studio is established." Zhao Yiren nodded. He understood that in order to collaborate with me, he needed to show me his strength. "Then I won't interrupt your date." Zhao Yiren put his sunglasses back on and looked at Ling Shuang, saying, "Xiaoshuang, are you staying at Mr. Liu's place tonight, or will you be with me at the hotel?" Ling Shuang blushed and said, "I'll be staying at the hotel. I have to go back to school tomorrow. I'll send you the hotel location after my date with Mr. Liu. Let Mr. Liu take you to the hotel." "Okay," Ling Shuang shyly nodded. Once Zhao Yiren left, I looked at the shy Ling Shuang and asked, "Xiaoshuang, are you sleepy?" Ling Shuang's cheeks were burning. "Should I be sleepy? What are you thinking? I'm not that easy to pray to. If you're sleepy, just sleep here. I'll keep you company." I looked at her with some anticipation, hoping that Ling Shuang would take a nap at the amusement park. That would guarantee a reward crit. Ling Shuang glanced around, noticing people passing by the parent-child amusement park. They cast us curious looks, even some kids playing in the amusement park. They were even talking about us. "Brother Mu, why don't we find another place to play?" Ling Shuang said a bit uncomfortably. "We're both adults now, and we don't have kids. A parent-child amusement park isn't really suitable for us." "Xiaoshuang, don't mind what others think. Come, sit down, I'll tell you a story about a human and a snake necklace." I placed my hands on Ling Shuang's shoulders and gently pushed her onto the swing. Then I began telling her a story to prolong her stay at the amusement park. The story I told was The Legend of the White Snake, and this was also its first appearance in this world. Thus, with the touching myth of The Legend of the White Snake, I managed to keep Ling Shuang in the amusement park until closing time. I got what I wanted, achieving a reward crit. Task completed. You and your companion Ling Shuang played in the parent-child amusement park for 3 hours, exceeding the task duration by 2 hours. Triggered a 120x crit. Congratulations, you have received 1,200,000 long coins. Since the host is still a minor, the monetary reward will be deposited into the system account, which can be withdrawn to a designated bank card by the host. This system account is completely secure. Please use it with confidence. I actually triggered a 120x crit. I was filled with surprise. This means that for every minute beyond the task duration, I could trigger an additional reward, and the crit would reset. I glanced at the now closed parent-child amusement park, feeling a bit disappointed. If only I could have stayed for the whole night. My assets would easily surpass 10 million. However, I wasn't greedy. Earning 2 million in 3 hours was already very satisfying. It was just that Ling Shuang was too emotional. After hearing my story, she was crying like a blooming pear blossom, lamenting, "Why did Fa Hai have to tear apart by Suzhen and Su Xian?" "Because Fa Hai doesn't understand love," I said, patting Ling Shuang's head and smiling. No one likes Fa Hai. Ling Shuang wiped away her tears, suddenly stopping in her tracks. She looked at me with admiration and said, "Brother Mu, you're amazing. You can even write stories. You're amazing too, Miss Xiao. They say you have the potential to become a top-tier singer. I've come to realize that as long as I can sing, it doesn't matter if I can't enter the music industry." Ling Shuang smiled and said, "To me, no amount of fans can compare to having Brother Mu as my listener. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, there will definitely be a place for you in the music industry and the entire entertainment circle." I extended my hand to Ling Shuang, my eyes filled with confidence. Brother Mu felt the change in me, and Ling Shuang was momentarily stunned. At this moment, I was not a stranger to her. On the contrary, to her, this was the true me. In her memory, before I turned 18, I was outstanding in both social interactions and academic performance. I had always outshined my peers, from kindergarten through high school, and Ling Shuang and I attended the same school. During that time, I was full of confidence and had always been the star of the school. Until I turned 18, when my parents died in a car accident. After that, I felt like I became a different person. My grades started to decline, and I became unwilling to communicate with others, becoming very lazy. Everyone thought I was suffering from the impact of my parents' death, falling into a slump, and lamented the fall of a genius. Snapping back to reality, Ling Shuang tightened her grip on my outstretched hand, her tone excited as she said, "Brother Mu, you figured it out." I didn't respond to Ling Shuang. Instead, I took her hand and left the mall. I understood what she was referring to, but what Ling Shuang didn't know was that it was at the age of 18 when I truly figured things out. After crossing over to this world, I used my past life memories to let my 18-year-old self shine brightly. Even in elementary school, I became famous for solving high school math problems. This led to widespread publicity from the school, earning me the title of child prodigy. Because of this title, I was constantly in the spotlight, and I became absorbed in the praise until my 18th birthday. Upon receiving the news of my parents' car accident and passing, amidst my sadness, I also woke up to reality. Though I graduated with a bachelor's degree in my past life, I wasn't actually a genius. The reason I was called a prodigy was simply that I had lived longer than others. However, the knowledge I learned in my past life has its limits, and in this life, I don't possess any extraordinary abilities. As I aged, my advantages diminished, and the title of child prodigy became a shackle with my growing age. To break free from this shackle and to stop drawing attention from others, I became taciturn after turning 18, avoiding social interactions and no longer showcasing my exceptional skills, maintaining this state for 3 years. After 3 years, I successfully withdrew from the public eye. "Brother Mu, when I have time next, I'll come back to accompany you," Ling Shuang said at the hotel entrance as we said our goodbyes. She had taken a leave from school to come back to Mountain City for my birthday. "Study hard, and I'll come visit you in Kyoto soon," I replied, as Ling Shuang looked obedient. She took out a beautiful box from her bag. "Happy birthday, Brother Mu. This is the gift I prepared for you," Ling Shuang said, handing the box to me, looking at me with anticipation. Seeing this, I understood that Ling Shuang was waiting for me to praise her, so I took the box and displayed a surprised expression. "Wow, Xiaoshuan, you prepared a birthday gift for me. I'm so happy." Seeing my exaggerated expression, Ling Shuang beamed with happiness. "Brother Mu, it's getting late. You should head back. Drive safely. You should go back to the hotel and rest too. Tomorrow, I'll take you and Miss Xiao to the airport." Suddenly, Ling Shuang thought of something and looked at the van parked by the roadside. She laughed and said, "I have no objections, but it seems like Sister Iren doesn't want to ride in your van, Brother Mu." Meanwhile, Ling Shuang resolved in her heart to find ways to earn more money to buy me a nice car. "It doesn't matter if she doesn't like it, as long as you do, that's all that matters. As long as I'm with Brother Mu, I would even enjoy walking," Ling Shuang said earnestly. "All right, go get some rest." I affectionately pinched Ling Shuang's cheek. Ling Shuang was used to it. Since childhood, I had enjoyed pinching her cheeks and rubbing her head, treating her almost like a pet. She only showed her cute side in front of me. Most of the time, Ling Shuang didn't seem easy to approach. Her outstanding beauty, cool demeanor, and excellent singing skills made her a high and mighty goddess in the eyes of many suitors. After Ling Shuang entered the hotel, I drove the van away, disappearing down the road. 10 million was still far from enough. On the city road, I drove the van towards Baiyun community while contemplating how to help Ling Shuang achieve her dreams. According to Zhao Iren, Ling Shuang had rejected a contract with Tianyu and would face being blacklisted, making it impossible for her to enter the music industry as a singer. Tianyu is a giant entertainment company valued at over 50 billion. With my current financial situation, even with the gold bars and all my savings, I barely have 10 million, which is nothing compared to Tianyu. After happily playing with Ling Xuan for 3 hours, a bond of friendship was formed between us. The baby growth task was launched again. Task content: next time you meet Ling Xuan, give her a gift worth no less than 10 yuan. Task reward: a limited edition Lego set. The system is impressive. In less than a day, it has issued 3 tasks. Surprised? Not really. At this rate of task issuance by the system, it won't be long before I can achieve financial freedom. So I decisively made a U-turn. I drove towards a nearby jewelry mall. Since this task could also trigger a reward crit, it was very likely that the more expensive the gift I gave Ling Xuan, the higher the reward crit I would trigger. On Baiyun Walking Street, one of the busiest streets in Mountain City's Baiyun district, lined with various jewelry and specialty shops, I parked my car at the intersection and eagerly entered a Bulgari boutique. "Hello, sir, what would you like to see?" As soon as I entered the store, a friendly female sales associate approached to greet me. "I'll take a look myself first." I hadn't decided on the specific gift for Ling Xuan. Although the more expensive the gift for her, the better for triggering a reward crit, it was important to choose a thoughtful gift. It must be chosen carefully. As a world-class luxury brand, Bulgari's sales staff are professionally trained and wouldn't belittle me just because I was dressed casually. Even if there were a few snobbish salespeople, they would only privately criticize customers in their minds. I scanned the display counter for bags, focusing on the price tags. The most expensive bag was only over 200,000. That didn't even come close to my standards. "Excuse me, I'm not very knowledgeable about jewelry. Could you help recommend a few pieces?" I approached a few female sales associates and smiled at them. "I'm not sure if you're buying jewelry for family or a girlfriend. Or maybe for a girlfriend?" The first sales associate who greeted me asked. "If it's for a girlfriend, I recommend this bracelet. It's Bulgari's latest piece. It's made of 18K rose gold, set with red chalcedony, and shaped like a lucky 4-leaf clover, making it perfect for young women." I glanced at the bracelet the saleswoman recommended. The price tag read 14,400, not even 20,000. "I prefer something more expensive. The pricier, the better," I emphasized. The saleswoman seemed a bit taken aback. "May I ask what your budget is?" "About 1 million, I thought for a moment before replying. 1 million? The saleswoman's mouth dropped open in shock. The other sales associates were equally stunned. "Sir, we only have one piece of jewelry available at the 1 million price point. If you're not satisfied, I can reserve other pieces at the million price point from our headquarters, but it will take a few days." The saleswoman regained her composure. Her gaze was filled with intensity. "Young, handsome, and wealthy, definitely a classic rich boy. Show me that available piece in your store." "I don't have time to order anything. I need to get this gift to Ling Xuan before she leaves Mountain City tomorrow." "All right, sir. Please hold on." The saleswoman nodded. She quickly walked to a safe, and the other sales associate snapped back to reality, enthusiastically attending to me. "Sir, your water has cooled down. Let me refill that with hot water for you. Here, sir, are some snacks from our store. Please try them. You must be tired of standing. Why not sit on my lap and rest a bit?" No. I meant to say, why not sit on the sofa and take a proper rest?" A stunning saleswoman blushed at my gaze, regretting having let her thoughts slip. "Thank you." I took the water cup and snacks, leisurely sitting on the sofa. Meanwhile, the saleswoman who went to get the jewelry returned with it. "This is the most expensive piece in our store, called Tears of the Deep Sea." The saleswoman placed an exquisite box on the coffee table in front of me. She had donned gloves without me noticing, and carefully opened the box, revealing a dazzling teardrop-shaped necklace. It caught my eye, and I was captivated by the tears of the deep sea. The main color of the necklace was blue, and under the lights, the gems and diamonds sparkled in harmony, showcasing a mysterious elegance. "How much is it?" I interrupted the saleswoman, who was still giving her explanation. "Sir, the price of Tears of the Deep Sea is 1,150,000. Wrap it up, please." I nodded in satisfaction. The price of Tears of the Deep Sea matched my expectations perfectly. "All right, sir." The saleswoman carefully closed the box and quickly went to fetch a Bulgari shopping bag, wrapping it right in front of me. I communicated with the system and transferred the 1.2 million from my system account to my bank card. "Sir, everything is packed." "Okay, let's do the card swipe." I took the shopping bag and handed my bank card to the saleswoman. With the payment successful, the saleswomen in the store looked at me as if they could eat me alive. "Here is the receipt for Tears of the Deep Sea. Please keep it safe." The saleswoman respectfully handed me the receipt and escorted me to the door. As I walked away, the saleswoman continued to watch me. "I can't believe this handsome guy is actually a rich second generation. I wonder which of my friends is lucky enough to snag him. Yeah, I'm so envious." Over 1 million in jewelry, and this handsome guy didn't even blink when he swiped his card. Oh god, I would trade 10 pounds off my body for a rich second-generation boyfriend. What is this? Lu Chen returned to the van and suddenly found a note tucked inside the invoice given by the female salesperson. Opening the note, he saw a string of numbers written on it. Lu Chen shook his head and smiled. Having money really makes a difference. Women come knocking at your door. This string of numbers was clearly the female salesperson's contact number. As for the reason she wanted to call him, it was obvious she was after his money. Lu Chen knew that if he dialed the number now, she would soon be lying in front of him, completely bare. The key was that her figure and looks surpassed those of most women. So, wealthy people never lack for women, nor for beautiful women. He crumpled the note into a ball and tossed it into a trash bin by the roadside. Lu Chen suddenly remembered that he hadn't had the chance to open the gift Ling Shuang had sent him. I wonder how long this silly girl saved her pocket money to buy me a gift this time. Lu Chen opened the exquisite box Ling Shuang had given him. Inside, there was a watch. Lu Chen recognized the brand at a glance. Langyin's master, not overly luxurious, with an official price of around 15,000. But for Ling Shuang, a college student, 15,000 was not a small sum. She must have saved her pocket money for a long time to buy it. Having a girlfriend is best when nurtured from a young age. Lu Chen put the watch on his wrist, feeling both touched and sentimental. Almost every year on his birthday, Ling Shuang never missed it. When they were in middle and high school, if Ling Shuang had no money, she would make gifts for Lu Chen by hand. Once Ling Shuang went to college, she would take leave to come back to Mountain City to celebrate his birthday, saving every penny to buy him a birthday gift. As for Ling Shuang's birthday, Lu Chen would only transfer money, but each time, she never accepted it. The more he thought about Ling Shuang's kindness, the stronger his desire to help her achieve her dreams became. The next day, Lu Chen asked his counselor for a morning off and drove early to the Hanyun Hotel. The van stood in stark contrast to the luxury cars entering and exiting the hotel garage. Passers-by cast strange glances at Lu Chen. He didn't care about the looks from strangers. He was busy replying to his counselor's WeChat message. Counselor Son, another day off? What do you think this school is? How many times have you taken leave this month? No, in these past few years? Why don't you just skip this semester? Lu Chen, Teacher Son, please don't be angry. I have urgent matters this time, just for the morning. Counselor Son, when have you ever taken leave without saying it's urgent? Do you think I'm your mom, that I'm easy to talk to? Lu Chen, Teacher Son, you know my parents died in a car accident. Counselor Son, Lu Chen, I know losing your parents has hit you hard, but it's been 3 years, you should have moved on. You still have a long life ahead, and I don't want to see you continue to fall. Lu Chen, okay, Teacher Son, when I return to school in the afternoon, I'll study hard and won't let you down. Counselor Son, you brat, remember to come to my office when you get back, I need to talk to you. Lu Chen, got it. Looking at the chat history on his phone, a smile appeared on Lu Chen's face. His university counselor, named Song Qingwan, was a top student who earned a master's degree in finance from MIT at the age of 25. That same year, she returned to China and was invited by Mountain City University to become a teacher in the finance department, as well as the counselor for Lu Chen's class. Now, Song Qingwan had been teaching at Mountain City University for 3 years, and Lu Chen was the student who gave her the most headaches. Brother Mu. Just then, Ling Shuang and Zhao Yiren walked out of the hotel. Zhao Yiren still wrapped herself tightly, and when she saw Lu Chen's van, even though she was mentally prepared, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but twitch. However, in order to cooperate with Lu Chen, Zhao Yiren, despite her inner resistance to getting into his van, did not show it. Mr. Lu, thank you for coming to pick me and Xiaoshuang up so early. It's no trouble, the fare is 20. Lu Chen replied with a smile. Fair? Zhao Yiren was momentarily taken aback, and when she realized, she understood Lu Chen was joking. If Mr. Lu is willing to cooperate with me, I can give you a car worth $1 million. Let's discuss the cooperation after Miss Zhao's studio is established. Lu Chen changed the subject. I only took half a day off, and after I drop you off at the airport, I have to return to school. In that case, I won't take up Mr. Lu's time. Once I finalize the contract with Tianyu in the next few days, I'll contact you again. Good luck. Half an hour later, Lu Chen successfully dropped Zhao Yiren and Ling Shuang off at the airport. Brother Mu, then we'll go in first. At the airport entrance, Ling Shuang looked at Lu Chen reluctantly. Xiaoshuan, wait a moment. Lu Chen walked to the back of the car and took out a shopping bag from the trunk. To avoid Ling Shuang feeling the gift was too expensive to accept, Lu Chen specially replaced the Bulgari custom shopping bag with a regular one. Here, take this. Brother Mu, what is this? Ling Shuang took the shopping bag and was about to open it. It's a gift I prepared for you, you can look at it after you enter the airport. Brother Mu, you didn't go and spend money recklessly again, did you? Ling Shuang said seriously. No, this gift isn't expensive. I just thought it suited you, so I bought it. Lu Chen urged, you should go in with Miss Xiao quickly, otherwise, it will be troublesome if her fans recognize her. Xiaoshuan, let's go to the waiting room first. Zhao Yiren lowered her hat, also worried about being recognized by fans. Okay, Brother Mu, drive slowly on your way back and be safe. I'll be careful. Task completed. You have gifted Ling Shuang a present worth 1,150,000 yuan, exceeding the task amount by 1,149,990 yuan, triggering a 114,999-fold critical hit. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a riverside view apartment in Shanshang Huajiang Yingyue. Would you like to claim the reward-related items? The system prompt sounded, and Lu Chen hurried back to the car, searching for Huajiang Yingyue on his phone. Huajiang Yingyue is a high-end community developed by the domestic trillion-dollar group, Longtong Group. The community is located in the most prosperous area of Baiyun District and is close to Huajiang, with all residential units uniformly designed as finely decorated riverview apartments, averaging a selling price of up to 10 million each. 10 million luxury homes, this is it. Lu Chen was momentarily dazed. Since obtaining the system, it had been less than 24 hours, and he already owned a luxury home worth 10 million and gold bars worth 6 million. Such a terrifying speed of wealth growth was simply exhilarating. Airport VIP waiting room. Zhao Yiren and Ling Shuang found a corner to sit down. Xiaoshuan, when we get to Kyoto, I'll speak to the company for you and see if I can get you back to tomorrow's star. Sister Yiren, no need. Ling Shuang shook her head. I've already thought it through. After graduation, I'll go back to Shancheng to find a school to apply as a music teacher or start a music training institution. You're not going to be a singer anymore? Zhao Yiren frowned. Are you planning to give up your dream? Ling Shuang remained silent upon hearing this. Naturally, she didn't want to give up her dream, but Tianyu was going to blacklist her, and as an ordinary person, she had no way to fight back. Ling Shuang, things aren't as bad as you think. Zhao Yiren said with a serious expression, I will help you plead your case with Tianyu. Once my studio is established, you can sign with my studio, and I will give you a contract for a top-tier singer. But Sister Yiren, what if Tianyu doesn't let you leave? Ling Shuang said earnestly, Brother Mu said yesterday that capital is only interested in profit, and you are Tianyu's cash cow. They won't let you go easily. Don't worry about that. The contract states it expires in 10 years, and as long as I don't want to renew it, Tianyu has no way to stop me. As for what Mr. Lu said, just listen to it. After all, he's just a college student with no social experience, and since you like him, you should hold on to your dreams. Once you sign with my studio, I will give you a signing fee, and you can buy him a nicer car then. Sister Yiren, isn't that inappropriate? Ling Shuang said, I don't have any fame. How can I take a signing fee? Just think of it as my investment in you. Zhao Yiren smiled, and I really don't want to ride in his van anymore. By the way, didn't he give you a gift? You should open it and see. Zhao Yiren looked at the shopping bag in Ling Shuang's hand. I'm curious about what he got you. As long as it's from Brother Mu, I like it, Ling Shuang said, her face lighting up with happiness as she opened the shopping bag. Inside was a beautiful crocodile-patterned leather suitcase, with the Bulgari logo embossed in the center. A Bulgari custom packaging box. This gift he gave you isn't cheap. Zhao Yiren, a music industry diva worth over 100 million, naturally recognized the Bulgari logo. She had even endorsed Bulgari before. As a top luxury brand, different flagship stores use various packaging based on the price of the sold items. The crocodile-patterned suitcase is only used for items valued over 500,000. The suitcase itself is worth over 10,000. Brother Mu is wasting money again, Ling Shuang said, but her face was filled with smiles. This was actually the first physical gift she received from Lu Chen. In the past, whether it was her birthday or various holidays, Lu Chen would directly transfer money to her, but she never accepted it. Compared to direct transfers, she preferred Lu Chen to give her meaningful gifts. She didn't need the gifts to be expensive, even something worth a few dozen or even a few dollars would make her happy. Now that Lu Chen finally understood and gave her a physical gift, she couldn't express how happy she was. What a beautiful necklace. The moment Ling Shuang opened the suitcase, she was stunned. The light in the waiting room shone on the deep sea tear, with its mysterious sapphire and star-like sparkling diamonds reflecting a dazzling glow, creating a dreamlike feeling. Even Zhao Yiren was captivated by the deep sea tear. This is the deep sea tear, Zhao Yiren said in shock. Isn't he broke? How could he give you such an expensive necklace? In Zhao Yiren's view, Lu Chen drove a dilapidated van, so he certainly wasn't wealthy. Some rich people may be low-key, but for them, a car is not just a means of transportation, it's also a social tool. No matter how low-key a wealthy person is, they would never drive a used van to meet business partners. Although she wasn't exactly Lu Chen's business partner, She was a music industry diva and a beautiful woman. Normally, a guy would give her a luxury car as a standard gift, unlike Lu Chen, who made her ride in a van twice. Sister Erin, how much is this necklace? Ling Shuang's breathing quickened. Even though she didn't understand jewelry, she could tell that the deep-sea tear was not just any ordinary expensive piece. If I remember correctly, the deep-sea tear is a limited edition jewel under Bulgari, priced at nearly 1,200,000. How much? How much? Ling Shuang's voice trembled. 1,200,000. Where did Brother Mu get so much money? No, I have to call Brother Mu. Ling Shuang felt no joy at the expensive price of the tears of the deep sea. Instead, she began to worry about what Lu Chen might have done. Soon, the call connected, and Ling Shuang spoke anxiously. Brother Mu, did you do something foolish? The necklace you sent me is too expensive. I can't accept it. Where are you now? I'll bring the necklace back to you, and you can return it. Xiao Xuan, don't worry. Lu Chen's gentle voice came from the other end of the line. Did you wear the necklace? Do you like it? Brother Mu. Ling Xuan was almost in tears from worry. Alright, you don't need to worry. I didn't do anything foolish. The money for the necklace is what I've earned over the years. I'm driving, so I'll hang up for now. Beep 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 earned? Looking at the disconnected call, Ling Xuan was lost in thought. It should be the money Mr. Lu earned from selling songs, Zhao Yiren said. Mr. Lu's creative level is comparable to that of master music producers in the industry. If he sold a classic song like The Wind Rises or Treading Waves, selling it for 500,000 wouldn't be difficult. No, Brother Mu has never sold a song. Ling Shuang had grown up with Lu Chen and knew him well. Lu Chen's creative ability was indeed strong, but he couldn't compose music at all. Moreover, Lu Chen hadn't created many complete songs. Most were just fragments with a few lines of lyrics. Xiao Shuang, over 1 million is not a small amount. If it wasn't from selling songs, what other way could a college student like him earn so much money? I don't know. Ling Shuang took a deep breath and said, but I suspect Brother Mu is starting a business. You mean, he's still in college and has earned 1 million through entrepreneurship? Zhao Yiren frowned. Starting a business isn't child's play. Even if he's studying finance, money isn't that easy to make. Sister Erin, you don't understand Brother Mu. Ling Shuang fell into her memories, her face full of admiration. Brother Mu is different from us, he's a genius. Genius? Zhao Yiren looked at Ling Shuang with a strange expression, hesitating to speak. She had thought Ling Shuang was just infatuated. But now, she felt that infatuation was an understatement. Ling Shuang seemed completely brainwashed by Lu Chen. After leaving the airport, Lu Chen didn't rush back to school but went home to catch up on sleep. He slept until noon, then had a bowl of beef noodles at a noodle shop downstairs in his community before taking a taxi to school. 5 minutes later, he successfully entered the campus. At the same time he entered the school gate, Song Qingwan sent him a WeChat message. Counselor Song, it's noon, have you come back? I'm at school now, Lu Chen replied. Counselor Song, wait for me at the parking space south of the library. Lu Chen, got it. Putting away his phone, Lu Chen leisurely walked to the place Song Qingwan mentioned. 10 minutes later, Lu Chen arrived at the parking space south of the library. He saw several faculty vehicles parked there. One brand new Audi A8 caught his attention. This car is nice. Lu Chen walked up to the Audi A8 and examined it. In his previous life, he had dreamed of buying an Audi A8, but unfortunately, as a corporate slave, his monthly salary, including overtime, was less than 10,000. After deducting the mortgage and daily expenses, he simply couldn't afford a luxury car like the Audi A8. If you like it, study hard. After graduation, you can find a good job, and with a good job, you can earn a high salary. And then you can buy the car you like. A pleasant voice sounded behind Lu Chen. He turned around to see a woman exuding a scholarly aura. She wore a plain long dress, carried an LV horn bag, and held several books in her arms. Peach blossom eyes, willow leaf brows, though not adorned with powder and rouge, she is already a rare beauty in the world. Her long, black hair is styled up, revealing a slender, fair neck, and her skin is so delicate it seems it could break with a touch. She has a tall figure. Although her chest is not full, it has a certain curve. The woman is none other than Lu Chen's counselor, Song Qingwan. Teacher Song is right. I will definitely study hard, Lu Chen said with a smile. Don't come with that, I've heard it too many times. Song Qingwan shot Lu Chen a glance and handed him the books in her hand, saying, these are a few books I borrowed for you from the library. Take them home and read them well. I will check later. Teacher Song, you are too kind, Lu Chen said, feeling a bit helpless. I haven't even finished the books you gave me last time. So, are you really planning to study hard? Song Qingwan's expression instantly turned serious. Lu Chen, you are already in your 3rd year. You don't have much time left. If you continue to slack off like this, don't even think about finding a good job. You might not even graduate. You are right. I will go back and read these books carefully. Lu Chen hurriedly took the books and was about to leave. "Stop," Song Qingwan said expressionlessly, "I still have something for you to do." Lu Chen really didn't want to stay with Song Qingwan for long. It wasn't that he was afraid of her. On the contrary, he respected her very much. Over the past few years in college, she had taken great care of him. Moreover, he could see that she genuinely wanted to save him. But the problem was, his declining grades were not due to a lack of willingness to learn, but rather his limits. However, because Song Qingwan knew of his past as a prodigy, in her eyes, he was simply wallowing in self-pity. "Teacher Song, what else is there?" Lu Chen asked helplessly. "Help me move," Song Qingwan said, taking the car keys from her bag. Beep beep. The lights of the Audi A8 lit up as Song Qingwan opened the driver's door and got in. "Get in." Song Qingwan pressed down the window and said to the motionless Lu Chen. Coming, Lu Chen felt a headache coming on. He was not surprised that the Audi A8 was Song Qingwan's car. He was well aware that someone like her, a highly educated financial talent, must have other side businesses besides being a teacher, and often those side businesses were the most profitable. "Teacher Song, where is your home? Is it far?" Lu Chen asked as he sat in the passenger seat. "Huajiang Yingyue, a new development that just opened," Song Qingwan replied casually. Lu Chen was stunned upon hearing this. Huajiang Yingyue. Although it was a new development, it had already been sold out before it even opened for sale. When Lu Chen rode in Song Qingwan's Audi A8 into the underground parking lot of Huajiang Yingyue, what greeted his eyes were luxury cars. The entire underground parking lot resembled a car exhibition. Various brands of luxury cars were present, and compared to these luxury cars, Song Qingwan's Audi A8 seemed quite low-key. The Dragon Country never lacks wealthy people. For the rich, luxury cars are the most ordinary toys. Isn't it quite emotional? Song Qingwan turned to look at Lu Chen. Seeing him dazed at a Ferrari sports car, she said, "This world is like this. If you don't work hard, you can only watch others drive luxury cars and live in mansions. Does hard work really matter?" Lu Chen withdrew his gaze, shook his head, and smiled. "Isn't this something that's predetermined from birth?" "Lu Chen, this idea of yours is very dangerous." Song Qingwan stopped the vehicle and said seriously, "We cannot decide our birth, but hard work can change our fate. There are plenty of self-made successful people in this world. Teacher Song, how much value is there in the success stories of successful people? I think you should know better than I do." Lu Chen said, "I don't deny that some people have changed their fate through hard work, but the reality is that for most people, no matter how hard they work, they can only barely make ends meet. So, if you don't work hard, you won't even be able to maintain your life in the future." Song Qingwan tried to stir Lu Chen's fighting spirit, pointing at the Ferrari Lu Chen had just been looking at. "You boys should all have a dream of owning a sports car. Seeing this Ferrari, don't you want to have one?" "Not really," Lu Chen replied. "I don't like white Ferraris. I think red is more classic, and compared to this 458, I prefer the SF90. "You're just being stubborn," Song Qingwan said irritably. "If you don't want it, how come you know so much about Ferrari models?" "I know because I plan to buy an SF90. Lu Chen replied honestly. "With what? Your joy beans from the game?" Song Qingwan's face darkened. Lu Chen's self-indulgence was one thing, but to be so unrealistic as to want a Ferrari was another. Although she wasn't familiar with the SF90 model Lu Chen mentioned, she knew enough about Ferraris to understand that there were no cheap models among world-class luxury cars. "Teacher Song, aren't you moving? Where are the things you need to move?" Lu Chen changed the subject. He was afraid that if they continued talking, Song Qingwan would get angry. And once she got angry, she liked to bring up old grievances, at which point Lu Chen's absences, playing cards in class, and other matters from the past few years would all be brought up again. In the trunk, Song Qingwan was trying to calm her emotions. "Teacher Song, you don't have much stuff, do you?" Lu Chen followed behind Song Qingwan as they walked toward the elevator. He was dragging 2 suitcases, with Song Qingwan's books on top of them. He had thought moving would involve a lot more things. "I had the moving company take the other things yesterday. These 2 suitcases contain jewelry, stock documents, and other valuables. Teacher Song, I seriously suspect you're showing off your wealth." Lu Chen's mouth twitched. He didn't know whether to say that Song Qingwan trusted him too much or that she really had no guard up at all. Still the same thing, as long as you study hard, what I have, you will have too. It's just a matter of time. "So, what Teacher Song means is that as long as I study hard, you'll give me your inheritance?" Lu Chen said with a surprised expression. "Teacher Song, you're too kind. Having a teacher like you is truly a blessing." As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, Song Qingwan stopped, turned to look at Lu Chen, and hesitated to say anything. She was genuinely speechless at Lu Chen's audacity. "You, forget it." Song Qingwan opened her mouth. There were some things she, as a teacher, really couldn't say. The reason she asked Lu Chen to help her move was partly to inspire his fighting spirit, and partly to offer him some compensation through the move. thereby alleviating his financial pressure. In her view, Lu Chen's parents had died in a car accident, and he was living alone without any source of income, so life must be difficult for him. But Lu Chen had disappointed her too much. Self-indulgent and unrealistic was one thing, but now he even wanted to reap without sowing. Teacher Song, the elevator has arrived, Lu Chen reminded her. Song Qingwan nodded, her expression becoming a bit colder. Once inside the elevator, neither Lu Chen nor Song Qingwan spoke, and the air became very quiet. Lu Chen looked around the elevator. It was very spacious and luxuriously decorated. Unlike ordinary elevators, the elevator in Huajiang Yingyue required residents to swipe a card to use it. Moreover, the residential area had 4 elevators serving 2 households. Moments later, the elevator stopped on the 16th floor. Song Qingwan spoke first. "We're here. After you help me move the things inside, you can go back to school for class." "Teacher Song, I want to go home first." Lu Chen smiled and said, "I plan to take these books you gave me home to read carefully." "Lu Chen," Song Qingwan said coldly, "don't go too far. I've been quite tolerant of you already. You want me to give you a demerit before you're satisfied, right?" "My home is nearby, very close," Lu Chen said, unfazed by Song Qingwan's anger. For him, even being expelled from Mountain City University didn't matter. It wouldn't affect his future life at all. "How close? An hour? Or an afternoon? Do you want me to approve your afternoon off as well?" "Just a minute." Lu Chen reached into his pocket, pulled out a key, and pointed outside the elevator, saying, "If nothing unexpected happens, we should be neighbors." Lu Chen didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. Song Qingwan's new home was right across from the house awarded by the system. As her gaze fell on the key in Lu Chen's hand, Song Qingwan instinctively looked at her right hand. In her right hand, she held a key identical to Lu Chen's. It was called a key, but it was actually a metal access card, also known as a homeowner card. Only the homeowners of Huajiang Yingyue received this card from the property management when they took possession of their homes. "Where did you find that?" Song Qingwan frowned. She even thought at first that Lu Chen had picked up the homeowner card in the underground parking lot. It was no wonder Song Qingwan found it hard to believe. The houses in Huajiang Yingyue were priced at tens of millions, and Lu Chen, whom she saw as a struggling student, actually owned a mansion worth millions. Anyone would find it unbelievable. Lu Chen, hearing this, didn't explain much. He dragged Song Qingwan's 2 suitcases and walked out of the elevator. Seeing this, Song Qingwan hurriedly followed Lu Chen. However, her gaze towards Lu Chen gradually became more complex, until Lu Chen opened the door. Song Qingwan was completely stunned. The poor student in her eyes actually owned a mansion worth tens of millions, and he was her neighbor. "Teacher Song, I'm laying my cards on the table. I'm actually a billionaire." Seeing the expression on Song Qingwan's face, Lu Chen's lips curled slightly. He had never thought of being low-key. From the moment he awakened the system, his life was destined to be anything but low-key. The mansion worth tens of millions was just the beginning. "Billionaire? Are you serious?" Song Qingwan's breath quickened. In her 28 years of life, she had never been as shocked as she was today. As a graduate of MIT with a master's in finance, aside from being a teacher in Mountain City, she had made quite a few investments over the years, and the money she earned could barely qualify her as a billionaire. But the reason her investments were profitable was not just her unique insight, her connections were key. For ordinary people, no matter how strong their investment skills, without powerful connections to bring them into that circle, it was impossible to earn over 100 million in just 3 years. And how old was Lu Chen? 21, a junior in college, not even graduated, yet he possessed wealth comparable to hers. More importantly, Lu Chen had no connections at all. Thinking of this, Song Qingwan looked at Lu Chen with some skepticism. "If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do." Lu Chen didn't explain much, picked up the books on the suitcase, and entered the room. "This house isn't your relative's, is it?" Song Qingwan followed Lu Chen, her gaze scanning the room, trying to find traces of other people's presence. However, after a thorough look, Song Qingwan was disappointed. The house awarded by the system was new, even Lu Chen was entering for the first time, so how could there be traces of anyone else? Suddenly, Song Qingwan's gaze caught a glimpse of red. She saw a red booklet placed on the sofa in the living room. "Can I see your property certificate?" Song Qingwan said to Lu Chen, who was sitting on the sofa. "What's wrong with that?" Lu Chen smiled and casually picked up the property certificate beside him, handing it to Song Qingwan. He had extracted this property certificate from the system space while Song Qingwan wasn't paying attention. It is worth mentioning that currently, the system space can only extract reward-related items and cannot store items. Looking at the property certificate Lu Chen handed over, Song Qingwan could almost confirm that Lu Chen was the owner of this apartment. For a moment, Song Qingwan's feelings were very complicated. Since Lu Chen could afford a house worth tens of millions, then his net worth of over 100 million must also be true. However, she still opened the property certificate to take a look. When she saw the name Lu Chen prominently listed in the rights holder section, Song Qingwan fell silent. After a long while, she took a deep breath and said, "So, in these 3 years, you didn't just let yourself go, but instead, you were secretly starting a business and became a billionaire?" "You can understand it that way," Lu Chen replied with a smile. "Of course, I owe a lot of my current achievements to teacher Song." "Don't flatter yourself." Song Qingwan returned the property certificate to Lu Chen, saying irritably, "What do you owe me? Owing me for giving you time off?" "Exactly," Lu Chen said seriously. "If you hadn't given me time off, I wouldn't have had the time to start a business." "Do you even believe that?" Song Qingwan looked at Lu Chen and said, "I won't say I know you well, but are you really the kind of person who would give up on starting a business if I didn't give you time off? For you, it probably doesn't matter whether you go to university or not. You still have to go to school. I can't bear to part with teacher Song," Lu Chen said with a big smile. "You brat. You must be feeling great inside right now," Song Qingwan said with a face full of frustration. "I wanted to take you out to see the world and ignite your fighting spirit, but look what happened, you ended up showing off. But hey, you achieving such success makes me genuinely happy as your teacher," Song Qingwan said with a smile. "Now I have something to brag about. My student became a billionaire before even graduating from university." "By the way," Song Qingwan suddenly thought of something and asked, "What does your company do?" "My company mainly operates in the entertainment business," Lu Chen replied without changing his expression. "What specific industry are you involved in?" Song Qingwan asked. "Let me see if I have any friends in related industries who can introduce you." "Teacher Song, I appreciate your kindness, but you've already helped me enough, so I won't trouble you anymore." Lu Chen changed the subject. "It's getting late. I should head back to school." "What, afraid of owing me a favor?" Song Qingwan said, "It's just introducing you to friends. It doesn't count as a favor, and I can't guarantee that any of my friends are in the same industry as you." Half a month has passed, and you have mastered walking skills and entered the language explosion period. The baby growth task has been triggered again. Task content: within half a month, learn to speak and coherently say a sentence of no less than 5 words, with a settlement at the end of the month. Task reward: random brand car model X1, 100,000 yuan toy lottery ticket X1. Note, if the task is completed beyond expectations, a reward crit may be triggered. The system prompt sounded. Lu Chen was a bit stunned. The system tasks seemed a bit chaotic. The first task he triggered was walking, the second was going to a parent-child amusement park, the third was giving a gift to Ling Shuang, and now the fourth task was to learn to speak. The corresponding baby ages for each task were clearly mixed up. However, Lu Chen didn't think too much about it. As long as he could receive rewards, that was enough. The rest didn't matter. Coming back to his senses, Lu Chen looked at Song Qingwan and said, "My company has currently signed some artists and internet celebrities, with the main focus on the internet." As Lu Chen spoke, the task began its countdown, which lasted for half a month. "Is it the new media entertainment industry?" Song Qingwan pondered. "I do know a few people in this industry, but our relationship is just average, not friends. However, there is an event coming up, and I wonder if you might be interested." "What event?" Lu Chen asked curiously. "Next month is National Day, and the Cultural Bureau of Shancheng has carefully produced a promotional video to attract tourists, but they lack a song to match it. Since your company has signed artists, you should have singers as well. You can have one of your company's singers record a song, and I can recommend it to the Cultural Bureau. It would be best if the song is original and fits the National Day theme." "Teacher Song, do you know people at the Cultural Bureau?" Lu Chen was a bit surprised. "I have relatives working at the Cultural Bureau," Song Qingwan said seriously, "but I want to make it clear that I can only help with the recommendation. I can't guarantee it will be selected." "I'm already very grateful that Teacher Song can help with the recommendation," Lu Chen smiled. "Just in time, one of our artists sings quite well. I'll contact her right away to have her record the song." "You can contact her now," Song Qingwan said. "There are less than 2 weeks until National Day, and if you wait too long, I fear the Cultural Bureau will have already chosen a song." "Then I'll contact her now." Lu Chen took out his phone, ready to call Ling Shuang. Currently, Ling Shuang had withdrawn from the Rising Star competition and had offended Tianyu, making it very difficult for her to enter the music industry. If she could sing the song for the Shancheng Cultural Bureau's promotional video, it would be a huge opportunity for her. As one of the most famous tourist cities online, Shancheng's promotional videos flood short video platforms during holidays, and the traffic is immense. With the traffic from the Cultural Bureau's promotional video, Ling Shuang might even debut directly. "You go ahead and contact her. I'll go back and tidy up my room." Song Qingwan didn't disturb Lu Chen and said goodbye before heading home. Song Qingwan's willingness to help Lu Chen was also driven by her own motives. She had always had high hopes for Lu Chen. When she joined Shancheng University, the school leaders had specifically emphasized Lu Chen to her. Upon learning that Lu Chen could solve senior high school math problems in the first grade, the word prodigy immediately came to her mind. She even felt nervous about being Lu Chen's counselor, fearing she wouldn't teach him well. However, Lu Chen's performance later disappointed her greatly. His attitude towards learning and his academic results were far from the label of prodigy, leading her to doubt that the title was merely a product of packaging. To clarify, she even visited the schools Lu Chen attended in elementary, middle, and high school. The results astonished her. The teachers at Lu Chen's school spoke of him with fervor, as if they were devoted followers, and the image of Lu Chen in their eyes was unanimously that of a prodigy. Finally, through Lu Chen's senior high school homeroom teacher, she learned that Lu Chen's parents had died in a car accident after his college entrance examination, which made her understand why Lu Chen had fallen. It must have been due to the immense blow from his parents' death. Since then, Song Qingwan had taken great care of Lu Chen and tried to help him overcome the shadow of his parents' passing. Now, 3 years had passed, and she still hadn't given up. She firmly believed that as long as Lu Chen could move on, with his talent and her guidance, he would surely become a top financial talent in Manhwa. But she never expected that Lu Chen had already moved on and even started his own business during school, becoming a billionaire. This shocked her and made her understand why Lu Chen's elementary, middle, and high school teachers spoke of him with such passion. Lu Chen truly deserved the title of prodigy. At just 21, Lu Chen's future achievements are limitless, so Song Qingwan naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity to build a good relationship with him. After Song Qingwan left, Lu Chen called Ling Shuang. The result was that the other party's phone was turned off. It was then that Lu Chen remembered Ling Shuang was still on the plane. So, he sent Ling Shuang a WeChat message. Time moved to the afternoon. Kyoto International Airport. As soon as Ling Shuang got off the plane, she immediately turned on her phone. Instantly, various notifications popped up. When she saw Lu Chen's missed call, she hurriedly called him back. A few minutes later, Ling Shuang hung up the phone and said to Zhao Yiren beside her, "Sister Yiren, you don't have to bother giving me a ride later. I can take a taxi myself. It's fine, I'm not busy right now." Buzz. Just as Zhao Yiren finished speaking, her phone rang. After she answered the call, her expression turned very grim. "Sister Yiren, what's wrong?" Ling Shuang asked with concern. "It's nothing." Zhao Yiren took a deep breath and said, "Xiao Shuang, I suddenly have something to attend to, so I won't be able to take you. Be careful when you take a taxi." "Okay, Sister Yiren, you go ahead and take care of your business." Ling Shuang nodded. The next day at noon, Mountain City University Library. Lu Chen sat in a corner, picking up a book and reading aloud. To earn a reward bonus at the end of the month, he decided to spend the remaining days in the library. In his view, the more he spoke and the more coherent sentences he formed, the higher the triggered reward bonus would be. "It seems I've misunderstood you these past 3 years." A pleasant voice rang out. Behind Lu Chen, Song Qingwan appeared without him noticing. Watching Lu Chen focus on his reading, Song Qingwan became even more certain that he hadn't fallen into decline over the past 3 years but had been diligently studying in private. "Teacher Song, you're here." Lu Chen put down the book, looking expectantly. "Is there news from the Cultural Bureau?" "Yes." Song Qingwan sat down across from Lu Chen and said, "Congratulations, the song of the artist under your management has been successfully selected by the Cultural Bureau. I listened to As You Wish, and I must say, it's no surprise you can become a billionaire. Both your company's artists' voices and that song are impeccable. If I remember correctly, the singer of As You Wish is called Ling Shuang, right?" "Yes." Lu Chen smiled. "She is a newcomer my company plans to cultivate vigorously." "Nice, I really like her voice. Introduce her to me when you have time." "No problem." Lu Chen said, "Teacher Song, do you have time tonight? I want to treat you to dinner to express my gratitude." "Let's wait for next time. I haven't had much time these past 2 weeks." "Then we'll talk when you have time, Teacher Song." Lu Chen wasn't disappointed. He invited Song Qingwan to dinner purely to thank her. As for As You Wish, it was one of the few songs from his past life that he remembered all the lyrics to, aside from The Wind Has Risen. Long before Ling Shuang composed the music for The Wind Has Risen, Lu Chen had asked her to compose music for several songs whose lyrics and melodies he remembered. After composing, Ling Shuang also helped him apply for copyrights for these songs. Therefore, Ling Shuang had recorded the song in the studio last night and sent it to Lu Chen, who then forwarded it to Song Qingwan. However, Lu Chen didn't expect to receive a response from the Cultural Bureau just one night later. This shows that Song Qingwan's relative working in the Cultural Bureau holds a significant position. But thinking about it, it makes sense. Song Qingwan, at such a young age, could afford a mansion worth millions. Her background couldn't be ordinary. Even if Song Ching-won graduated with a finance master's from MIT, without a strong network, no matter how good she was at investing, she would only be working for capital and couldn't earn that much money. As the end of the month approached, Lu Chen had already moved to Huazhang. It was finally time to start the settlement. Lu Chen sat on the sofa in the living room, feeling extremely excited. In front of him, the task countdown had only 10 seconds left. When the clock struck 12 noon, the 10-second countdown also came to an end. Task completed. During the task, you not only learn to speak but also read extensively, mastering both ancient and modern classics, far exceeding the task requirements, triggering 100,000 times critical hit. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Bugatti Night Voice. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a $1 billion industry lottery ticket X1. Would you like to extract the rewards? The Bugatti Night Voice, the $1 billion industry lottery ticket. Listening to the system prompt, Lu Chen was overjoyed. The rewards for this task were simply exhilarating. Lu Chen's mind stirred. A semi-transparent pop-up appeared before him, detailing information about the Bugatti Night Voice and the $1 billion lottery ticket. The Bugatti Night Voice was meticulously crafted by the Bugatti Group to celebrate its 110th anniversary, with only one unit available worldwide. The Night Voice was equipped with an 8.0-liter quad-turbocharged W16 engine, boasting an astonishing 1,500 horsepower, with a price tag of up to 130 million Dragon coins. Just one exhaust pipe could be exchanged for a Porsche Cayenne. As for the $1 billion industry lottery ticket, as the name suggests, once used, Lu Chen could obtain an industry worth no more than $1 billion. Lu Chen suppressed his excitement. He directly extracted and used the $1 billion industry lottery ticket. Instantly, the system prompt sounded again. Successfully used the $1 billion industry lottery ticket. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 100% shares of Starry Sky Entertainment Company, Ltd. Would you like to extract the related items? Starry Sky Entertainment, an internet brokerage company, primarily engaged in live streaming, short videos, and e-commerce, with nearly 100,000 signed streamers and over 5,000 quality artists across the network, boasting numerous popular streamers and celebrities. With a company valuation of $2 billion, signed streamers do not receive salaries, similar to certain media companies. Extract. Lu Chen's mind stirred. A stack of documents appeared out of thin air on the coffee table in front of him, the most important being the equity documents. It was unclear what method the system used, but it allowed Lu Chen to directly own 100% of Starry Sky Entertainment. Lu Chen was not unfamiliar with Starry Sky Entertainment. It was one of the hottest MCN institutions on Douyin, with streamers as numerous as the stars, and Lu Chen often came across female streamers from Starry Sky Entertainment. Indeed, Lu Chen was very satisfied with the Starry Sky Entertainment rewarded by the system. Although its valuation was only $2 billion, which was a huge difference from $1 billion, the potential of Starry Sky Entertainment was far beyond $2 billion. Currently, Long Country was in the era of internet economy, and live streaming, short videos, and e-commerce were undoubtedly the most profitable projects. As a leader among these three projects, as long as it stabilized and found opportunities to go public, its market value could easily double, even tenfold, or more. However, now that all the shares of Starry Sky Entertainment were in Lu Chen's hands, going public was impossible unless Lu Chen was willing to dilute his shares and issue new ones. With his mind collected, Lu Chen took out his phone, opened the contacts, and found a number saved as Li Feng. Li Feng was the current person in charge and general manager of Starry Sky Entertainment. Here, it must be said that the system Lu Chen obtained was very considerate. The rewards not only came with detailed information but also related items. Li Feng's contact information was one of the related items for the Starry Sky Entertainment reward. Kyoto, Starry Sky Entertainment headquarters. Li Feng stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the bustling traffic outside. Buzz. Not far from Li Feng, a wooden desk vibrated with the sound of a phone. Li Feng hurried to the desk and picked up the phone to check. When he saw the caller ID, Li Feng was momentarily stunned, then respectfully answered the call. Manager Lu. Manager Li, you are in Kyoto now, right? A young and gentle voice came from the other end of the phone. Yes, Mr. Lu. I am currently working at the headquarters in Kyoto. I have something I need you to do. Mr. Lu, you are too polite. Please feel free to give me any instructions. Li Feng said, his face filled with anxiety. Prepare a contract immediately and go to the Kyoto Music Academy to sign a girl named Ling Shuang to the company. I will send you her contact number on WeChat shortly. Okay, Mr. Lu, I will prepare it right away. Li Feng's tone was full of respect. After hanging up the phone, Li Feng's emotions were quite complicated. Not long ago, he received the news that the owner of Star Entertainment had changed. Moreover, the shares of Star Entertainment, originally held by more than a dozen shareholders, had all been acquired by one person. He also received the new owner's contact number in WeChat, and added the new owner on WeChat at the first opportunity. He had thought about calling the new owner to greet him, but was afraid of disturbing him. Just as he hesitated, the new owner unexpectedly called him. This scared him quite a bit. Fortunately, the new owner did not blame him, and judging by the voice, he was probably not very old, perhaps a young master from some prominent family. Coming back to his senses, Li Feng dared not waste time and hurried to the HR department to print a contract. The caller was none other than Lu Chen. Lu Chen had originally planned to start an entertainment company, sign Ling Shuang, and help her enter the music industry to fulfill her dreams. Now that he had become the owner of Star Entertainment, there was no need to start another company. As for helping Ling Shuang achieve her dreams, it had become simpler. With this in mind, Lu Chen called Ling Shuang to tell her that he had created an entertainment company and was preparing to sign her. After doing all this, Lu Chen leisurely lay on the sofa and started scrolling through Douyin. I wish you to love the one you love, may your wishes bring you smiles, your hand I stumble in holding, please take me to tomorrow. If you have ever tasted my sweetness, I am willing to live as your wish, may it not be in vain, may it be brave, every day of this prosperous world. The beautiful song filled the air. Lu Chen's phone was playing a video. This video was a promotional piece produced by the Mountain City Cultural Bureau. The video flashed through various scenes, including the Martyrs Cemetery, the Liberation Monument, and the Red Rock Revolutionary Memorial Hall, among other red tourist spots in Mountain City. The combination of red landmarks and ethereal, melodious singing, filled with national sentiment and the warmth of home, made the video garner over 10 million likes, with comments exceeding 100 million. Lu Chen opened the comments section to take a look. Thank you to the martyrs for their sacrifices. How fortunate to be born in this prosperous era of Huaxia. May the country be safe and the people secure, creating a prosperous China. To the heroes who have passed, this prosperity is as you wished. What is the name of this song? It's so beautiful, I want to cry the first time I hear it. I've booked my ticket, Mountain City, wait for me. I finished watching the video, and the ending noted the name of this song and the singer. As wished, Ling Shuang, original song plus newcomer singer? I have a feeling Ling Shuang and this song are going to be a hit. Lu Chen closed the comments section, a smile appearing on his face. Days ago, the Mountain City Cultural Bureau had released the promotional video. After a few days, this video had gone viral on Douyin, topping the hot list for several consecutive days. This made Mountain City the biggest winner of this national day, with train and plane tickets to Mountain City already sold out before the holiday even began. Ling Shuang and Ru Yuan also rode the wave of Mountain City's popularity, frequently appearing on Douyin's hot list. Now the whole internet was inquiring about who Ling Shuang was and who created Ru Yuan. Lu Chen thought that once Ling Shuang signed with Star Entertainment, he would have Li Feng carry out a series of promotions for her immediately, capturing this massive traffic and allowing Ling Shuang to debut at the peak. Lu Chen continued scrolling through Douyin. Suddenly, a video caught his attention. In the video, there was a photo of someone he was not unfamiliar with. It was the pop diva Zhao Yiren. What attracted Lu Chen was the text in the video. For several consecutive days, multiple media outlets have exposed scandalous news about the pop diva Zhao Yiren. It is rumored that Zhao Yiren has a chaotic private life, and reporters have captured her at her villa in the Magic City, frequently having different men and women coming and going. In addition, Zhao Yiren has also been accused of being difficult to work with, bullying her juniors, and lip-syncing, among other negative news. Lu Chen searched for Zhao Yiren, and the results showed that 9 out of 10 videos were negative news about her. The comments section was filled with numerous anonymous accounts commenting, "Am I the only one who thinks she doesn't sing well? This woman looks untrustworthy, who knows how many people she's slept with? I have a video, who wants it? This woman must be panicking now." Lu Chen closed the comments section. He was not surprised by the sudden exposure of Zhao Yiren's scandals. Half a month ago, when Zhao Yiren approached him for collaboration, he had anticipated all of this. The negative news online and the trolls in the comments section were, without a doubt, tactics from Tianyu Entertainment. As Zhao Yiren was a cash cow for Tianyu, now that her contract was expiring and she wanted to establish her own studio, how could Tianyu let her have her way? These scandals were a warning to Zhao Yiren. If she insisted on not renewing her contract with Tianyu, the scandals that would follow would only increase. If Zhao Yiren compromised and chose to continue signing with Tianyu, they would use these scandals as a reason to lower her signing fee and add excessive demands to the contract. Lu Chen, who had worked in a public relations company in his previous life, had seen such tactics many times. Near the Kyoto Music Academy, in a cozy cafe, Ling Shuang and Zhao Yiren sat in a corner. Zhao Yiren looked exhausted, holding a cup of coffee with both hands, staring blankly at the table. "Sister Yiren, Don't let those fake news online affect you. I believe you're not that kind of person, Ling Shuang said with concern. However, Zhao Yiren did not respond to Ling Shuang, still staring blankly at the table. After a long while, Zhao Yiren revealed a bitter smile and said, Mr. Lu is right, I was too naive, thinking too highly of the capital. The events of the past half-month had left Zhao Yiren feeling physically and mentally drained. The scenario she had imagined, where both parties would part amicably after the contract with Tianyu expired and then collaborate in the future, did not happen. The day after she and Tianyu announced they would not renew the contract, various scandals about her appeared online. What infuriated her even more was that some of these scandals were taken out of context, while others were pure fabrications. She immediately clarified on Weibo as soon as the scandals emerged, but it was of no use. There were numerous trolls online slandering her, keeping her scandals trending all day. Subsequently, her previously agreed-upon partners abandoned her, and the connection she had once prided herself on all rejected her calls at this time. Various endorsements and programs terminated their contracts with her, demanding exorbitant compensation for breach of contract. For nearly half a month, there had not been a single day she had slept well. Sister Yiren, why don't you ask Brother Mu for help? Ling Shuang suggested. I think Brother Mu must have anticipated these things long ago. Xiao Shuang, you're thinking too simply. Zhao Yiren shook her head. The ones slandering me are none other than Tianyu. Mr. Lu may have some power, but he cannot compete with Tianyu, and someone as smart as Mr. Lu would never offend Tianyu for my sake. I've already come to terms with it. I'll find a time to announce my withdrawal from the internet and will no longer appear in public. And I've already reported to the police. Let them investigate those who are slandering me online. Sister Yiren, why don't you still ask Brother Mu? Ling Shuang said, you're still so young, and your singing is so beautiful. If you quit the internet, your fans will be heartbroken. I don't want to either, but I really have no choice. Zhao Yiren said self-deprecatingly, what does it matter if I'm a queen? What does it matter if I have many fans? In the eyes of capital, I'm just a tool for making money. Even if this scandal blows over, as long as Tianyu doesn't plan to let me go, there will be no place for me in the music industry. I'm sorry, Xiao Shuang. Zhao Yiren looked at Ling Shuang and said, I actually wanted to sign you to my studio. Sister Yiren, I invited you here today because I wanted to tell you something in person. Ling Shuang said, I'm planning to sign with Brother Mu's company. Mr. Lu's company? Zhao Yiren was taken aback. Mr. Lu has an entertainment company? Yes. Ling Shuang nodded. I just found out that Fanqing Entertainment is run by Brother Mu. Wait, what did you say? Zhao Yiren's pupils contracted, her face filled with shock. Fanqing Entertainment is Mr. Lu's company? Yes, so Sister Yiren, you can go to Brother Mu for help, or you can also sign with Brother Mu's company. Let me take a moment. Zhao Yiren massaged her temples, her heart unable to calm down for a long time. As a queen of the music industry, Zhao Yiren was no stranger to Fanqing Entertainment. With the rise of e-commerce, many stars in the industry had switched to selling products. Fanqing was one of the strongest MCN companies on the internet. They had even collaborated with Tianyu before. When influencers under Fanqing held large events, they had spent a high price to invite Tianyu's artists to perform. Zhao Yiren had been invited before, and the price Fanqing offered was as high as 10 million, just for her to sing one song. But she had refused. To her, the influencers under Fanqing were all just internet celebrities, and collaborating with them could easily affect her reputation. Xiao Shuang, are you sure Mr. Lu is the boss of Fanqing? Zhao Yiren still found it hard to believe. After all, Lu Chen was too young. A college student who hadn't even graduated was the boss of a company valued at 2 billion, and he also had master-level creative abilities. Anyone would find it hard to believe. Brother Mu told me this himself. Ling Shuang said seriously, Sister Yiren, I told you last time, Brother Mu is different from ordinary people. He has been called a prodigy since he was young. It's not surprising that things we find incredible happen to him. Prodigy. Zhao Yiren opened her mouth, wanting to say something but hesitating. Just then, Ling Shuang's phone suddenly rang. It's Manager Li. Ling Shuang glanced at the caller and answered the phone. Not long after, Li Feng, carrying a briefcase, quickly walked into the cafe. You must be Ling Shuang, the one the boss mentioned. Li Feng approached Ling Shuang, his gaze sizing her up. Upon seeing Ling Shuang's appearance, he couldn't help but exclaim, no wonder the boss personally called to sign her. Her looks overshadowed all the hosts in the company. Yes, I am Ling Shuang. Ling Shuang smiled. Manager Li, would you like something to drink? Thank you, but I won't. Li Feng opened the briefcase in his hand and took out a contract. Miss Ling, please take a look at this contract and see if you're satisfied. If there are any unsatisfactory parts, I can have HR make some changes. Manager Li, would you mind if I take a look at that contract? Zhao Yiren couldn't help but speak up. Miss Xiao, you're here too. Li Feng only then noticed Zhao Yiren and suddenly thought of something, saying meaningfully, I heard Miss Xiao's contract with Tianyu has expired. Manager Li, why ask when you already know the answer? Zhao Yiren took a sip of coffee and said slowly, I actually have a question for Manager Li. Is your boss at Fanqing named Lu Chen? Does Miss Zhao know Mr. Lu? Li Feng's tone became noticeably more polite. Sensing the change in Li Feng's tone, Zhao Yiren felt a complex mix of emotions. However, she could also confirm that Ling Shuang was telling the truth. Lu Chen was indeed the boss of Fanqing. I know him, Zhao Yiren nodded. I have discussed a collaboration with him before. I wonder if Miss Zhao is interested in signing with us at Fanqing. Li Feng said with a smile, I've heard about your current situation, and joining Fanqing might be a good choice for you. Aren't you afraid of offending Tianyu, Manager Li? You can rest assured about that. Although both Fanqing and Tianyu are entertainment companies, there are significant differences between them. Fanqing focuses on live streaming, e-commerce, and short video businesses, while Tianyu emphasizes movies, TV dramas, and music projects. Let me think about it. Zhao Yiren could naturally discern the implication in Li Feng's words. The main businesses of Fanqing and Tianyu were different. Fanqing didn't worry about offending Tianyu, but after joining Fanqing, she would not have access to quality music resources. In other words, at Tianyu, she was a queen of the music industry, but at Fanqing, she could only be a singing internet celebrity. This is my business card. Miss Xiao, you can call me when you've made your decision. Of course, you can also contact General Manager Lu directly, and I will personally deliver the contract to you. Okay, I will consider it carefully. Zhao Yiren smiled as she took the business card. She then picked up the contract that Li Feng had prepared for Ling Shuang. After reading the contents of the contract, Zhao Yiren was left dumbfounded. The contract Li Feng had prepared for Ling Shuang was beyond description. The signing fee was 10 million. The profit-sharing ratio was 73 for Ling Shuang, 7 for Fanqing, and 3 for the company. The contract duration was 3 years, with no penalty for early termination. In addition, various resource commitments and welfare promises filled several pages. This kind of high-quality artist contract was unheard of for Zhao Yiren. Even the top-tier S-level artist contracts in the entertainment industry were insignificant compared to Ling Shuang's contract. However, thinking about the feelings between Lu Chen and Ling Shuang, she felt relieved. Putting aside Lu Chen's feelings for Ling Shuang, just Ling Shuang's feelings for Lu Chen meant that she would never leave Fanqing and would spend her life there. As for the money Ling Shuang earned, it would mostly be spent on Lu Chen. But why do I feel so envious? Miss Xiao, rest assured, this contract is fine. Seeing Zhao Yiren's expression, Li Feng smiled. The contents of this contract were requested by General Lu and can be said to be specially prepared for Miss Ling. It wasn't that Lu Chen had specifically prepared it for Ling Shuang. Originally, Li Feng intended to give Ling Shuang an A-level artist contract. After all, Ling Shuang wasn't very famous. An A-level contract was already the highest tier. Only a few internet celebrities under Fanqing had signed A-level contracts. But just as he had the HR department print the contract, he received a WeChat message from Lu Chen, asking him to create a special contract for Ling Shuang. Thus, Zhao Yiren now held this exclusive contract that would make any artist envious, surpassing even the highest level, S-level contracts in the entertainment industry. Manager Li, can I sign such a contract if I join Fanqing? Zhao Yiren asked eagerly. If the contract Fanqing offered her was on par with Ling Shuang's, she wouldn't need to think twice and could agree to join Fanqing right away. Well, Miss Xiao, you would need to ask General Lu about that. Li Feng replied awkwardly. He was just an employee. A contract like the one signed with Ling Shuang could be considered a charitable contract. If all the artists under Fanqing signed such charitable contracts, how would Fanqing make money? Then forget it. Zhao Yiren shook her head and smiled. She had only met Lu Chen once and wasn't even a friend. She didn't believe Lu Chen would treat her the same way he treated Ling Shuang. She still had that self-awareness. Xiao Shuang, hurry up and sign. Zhao Yiren placed the contract back on the table and smiled. With Mr. Lu backing you up, your career path will surely be smooth sailing. Ling Shuang was completely immersed in happiness at that moment. The surprise Lu Chen brought her was overwhelming. Even though she subconsciously believed Lu Chen was capable of anything, she was still shocked to learn that he was the boss of Fanqing. Ling Shuang made an effort to calm her emotions and quickly wrote her name on the contract. Manager Li, Brother Mu asked me to tell you something. Ling Shuang thought of something and looked at Li Feng. Brother Mu said to arrange a time for me to go live on Douyin. That's no problem, Li Feng replied. Miss Ling, when do you want to go live? I can arrange for company artists to collaborate with you on short videos to boost your live stream's popularity. Anytime works for me. Brother Mu is just worried that my popularity might be too high. and there could be various issues during my first livestream. Too high popularity? Li Feng was momentarily taken aback. Zhao Yiren also looked at Ling Shuang with confusion. It's like this, Ru Yuan is a song I sang. What? Li Feng exclaimed in shock. The Ling Shuang that everyone on the internet is looking for is you, Miss Ling? Li Feng's expression changed continuously, and he became visibly excited. He was well aware of how popular Ling Shuang and Ru Yuan were. He had even sent someone to the Cultural Bureau of Shanchang, hoping to find Ling Shuang through them and sign her to Fanqing. However, the person he sent returned empty-handed. The Cultural Bureau of Shanchang was tight-lipped about any information regarding Ling Shuang, to such an extent that Li Feng began to suspect that Ling Shuang might have an official background as a singer. Today, when he heard Ling Shuang's name from Lu Chen, he didn't think much of it, just assuming it was a coincidence. After all, what were the odds of such a thing happening? Yes, Ru Yuan was created by Brother Mu. I just performed it, and it was also Brother Mu who recommended Ru Yuan to the Cultural Bureau of Shanchang. Wow, no wonder it's Mr. Lu. Li Feng couldn't help but swallow hard. The information in Ling Shuang's words was too substantial. Before this, he had always thought Lu Chen was just a wealthy young man. He never expected that Lu Chen could also compose songs. What shocked him even more was that the Cultural Bureau of Shancheng chose a song recommended by Lu Chen. Did this mean that Lu Chen's background was not just about wealth? Thinking of this, Li Feng felt immense respect for Lu Chen, whom he had yet to meet. Coming back to his senses, Li Feng said seriously, Miss Ling, do you have time in the next few days? I can arrange for company artists to collaborate with you on short videos to warm up for your live stream. Although Li Feng said it was to warm up for Ling Shuang, in reality, it was to let the company artists ride on Ling Shuang's popularity. But this kind of popularity boost would only benefit both Ling Shuang and Fanqing. I have time during this national day, Ling Shuang replied. Then I'll go back to the company and contact the artists. Li Feng carefully put away a copy of Ling Shuang's contract and hurriedly left. Before leaving, Li Feng reminded Zhao Yiren to think it over and give him a call. One Ling Shuang, one Zhao Yiren, these were the two hottest figures during this national day. If Zhao Yiren also joined Fanqing, it would be a huge win for them. Sister Yiren, what's wrong? Ling Shuang looked at Zhao Yiren, who was staring at her in a daze. Is there something on my face? Ling Shuang instinctively touched her face. Xiao Shuang, could you help me arrange a meeting with Mr. Lu? Zhao Yiren said, her eyes lost in thought. At that moment, Zhao Yiren was enviously green with jealousy towards Ling Shuang. She had also seen the promotional video from Shanchang. When she first heard the song Ru Yuan, she felt the voice was somewhat familiar, but her attention was focused on the lyrics and melody of Ru Yuan. With various scandals surrounding her, Zhao Yiren felt a bit irritable and did not watch the entire video, instead saving it to her favorites. After that, she was busy clarifying her own scandals and had no time to scroll through Douyin. Even if she did, the videos recommended to her by the algorithm were all related to her scandals. This caused her to miss out on Ling Shuang trending on the charts. Now, upon learning that Ru Yuan was sung by Ling Shuang and that it had become the promotional song for the Mountain City Cultural Bureau, all she could do was feel envious and sigh. It took her 10 years to become a diva, yet Ling Shuang debuted with just one song and reached the peak. Moreover, with Ling Shuang backed by Lu Chen, she had no shortage of classic songs. It wouldn't be long before Ling Shuang completely surpassed her. Of course, Ling Shuang said, I'll call Brother Mu right now. Huajiang Ingyue. Lu Chen hung up the phone, revealing a contemplative expression. Just now, he received a call from Ling Shuang, saying that Zhao Yiren wanted to meet him to discuss signing with Starry Sky. Lu Chen did not refuse. After all, Zhao Yiren was a diva in the music industry, and her commercial value was at the pinnacle of the entertainment world. Although she was currently embroiled in scandals, it was clear that the online rumors were not true. Otherwise, Zhao Yiren's social media accounts would have been banned long ago. Moreover, signing Zhao Yiren would prepare Starry Sky for entering the entertainment industry. There was a difference between internet celebrity companies and star companies. Since Lu Chen had become the boss of Starry Sky, he naturally had to find ways to help it develop better. As for offending Tianyu, he cared even less about that. Ding dong! Just as Lu Chen was contemplating the future development of Starry Sky, the doorbell suddenly rang. Coming back to his senses, Lu Chen walked towards the door. Teacher Song. The person ringing the doorbell was none other than Lu Chen's teacher and neighbor, Song Qingwan. You're home, Song Qingwan said with a beaming smile. So, what are your plans for the National Day holiday? I haven't thought about it yet, Lu Chen replied, glancing at Song Qingwan and smiling. You seem to be in a good mood, Teacher Song. Not bad, just accidentally made a few small goals, Song Qingwan said, her eyes full of pride, looking as if she wanted him to praise her. A few small goals? Lu Chen was taken aback. A few small goals meant several 100 million. What had Song Qingwan done to earn that much in just half a month? Teacher Song, you're not doing anything illegal, are you? Pft, pft, pft. I'm a law-abiding citizen, Song Qingwan said with a smirk. But you can guess how I made so much money. If you guess right, I'll treat you to a meal. Let me think. Lu Chen pinched his chin with his right hand, pretending to ponder. In just half a month, making several small goals at such a terrifying speed could only mean one thing: stocks. Lu Chen thought of something and quickly took out his phone to search. Before long, a news article appeared on his phone. A few days ago, the Eagle country announced a comprehensive interest rate cut. So that's it. Lu Chen suddenly understood. Teacher Song, those small goals of yours must have been made in the stock market, right? You're smart, Song Qingwan said, not surprised that Lu Chen guessed it. After all, Lu Chen was studying finance. It wasn't hard to figure out if he had seen the recent news. In the past few days, the stock market has been rising sharply, and I got lucky and made a bit. But that bit is way too much. It's several small goals. Lu Chen couldn't help but retort. However, he wasn't envious. The stock market was too deep. Song Qingwan making so much money proved that she had lost quite a bit before. When I say a few small goals, I actually made less than 100 million, Song Qingwan said. A few years ago, the stock market was terrible, and I lost quite a bit. Now I can only say I've broken even. 100 million, that's quite a lot. Lu Chen smiled. But I guessed right, Teacher Song, shouldn't you treat me to a meal? Let's tidy up. Song Qingwan said, I'll take you out for a big meal and introduce you to a friend. In the underground parking lot, Lu Chen sat in the passenger seat of Song Qingwan's Audi A8, chatting with her. Aren't you planning to buy a Ferrari SF90? Do you need me to introduce you to a friend who sells cars? Song Qingwan started the vehicle. No need, I've decided not to buy it. Lu Chen's gaze shifted to the empty parking space on the left side of the Audi A8, thinking about when to extract the Bugatti Black Knight that was a reward from the system. What's wrong, having financial difficulties? Song Qingwan laughed. Do you want me to lend you some? Sure, Teacher Song, how much can you lend? Are you serious? Song Qingwan's expression became serious, and after a moment of contemplation, she said, if you're really in financial trouble, I can reluctantly lend you a few tens of millions. But for more, I would need a few days. Just kidding. Lu Chen was taken aback for a moment, then said, I'm fine for now, but Teacher Song, aren't you being a bit too nice to me? Although Song Qingwan had taken good care of him during these 3 years in college, that care and concern had not involved money. Now that Song Qingwan was actually willing to lend him such a huge sum, it made him think twice. You're my student. Helping you is what I should do. Song Qingwan said earnestly. Is that all? Lu Chen smiled. I thought you had some thoughts about me. What? Do you think I like you? Song Qingwan's lips curled up. Speaking of which, we're only 7 years apart. Yeah, Teacher Song, you're too old. I prefer the young. Squeak. Song Qingwan slammed on the brakes, her face filled with fury. What did you say? Say it again if you dare. Gulp. Lu Chen swallowed hard and said softly, I didn't say anything. Poof. Song Qingwan snorted coldly and restarted the vehicle. You brat, just asking for a beating. Yes, yes, yes. Lu Chen didn't dare to retort. Song Qingwan was definitely a fierce one from Sichuan and Chongqing. He couldn't afford to provoke her. Once the Audi A8 drove out of the parking lot, Song Qingwan asked, how's that singer named Ling Shuang from your company doing lately? Very well. Lu Chen replied, puzzled. Why did you suddenly bring her up? A relative of mine who works in the Cultural Bureau told me that in the past few days, several entertainment companies have been inquiring about Ling Shuang, including the 3 major entertainment giants, Tianyu, Huasheng, and Blu-ray, as well as several rising MCN agencies like Fanqing. I think I should remind you to keep an eye on her, so she doesn't get poached. You can rest assured about that. I can't guarantee the other artists in my company, but Ling Shuang will definitely not be poached. You're that confident? Or do you have her signed to some kind of slave contract, where breaching it would leave you bankrupt? Do you think I'm that kind of unscrupulous businessman? Lu Chen said, exasperated. That's not certain. You became a billionaire at such a young age. Who knows what shady methods you might be using? Lu Chen. Alright, I was just joking with you. Song Qingwan laughed. By the way, I forgot to ask you earlier, is your company based in Shancheng or another city? Our company headquarters is in Kyoto. Headquarters? You mean you have branches too? Song Qingwan said, surprised. Yes. Lu Chen nodded. In addition to the headquarters in Kyoto, Fanqing has several branches or offices in cities like Hangzhou, Rongqing, and Xincheng. May I ask what your company is called? Song Qingwan parked the car by the roadside, suddenly realizing that Lu Chen's worth might be different from what she had imagined. The full name? Fanqing Entertainment Company, Ltd. Lu Chen replied with a smile, is Fanqing your company? Song Qingwan's beautiful eyes narrowed, her small mouth agape in surprise. Yes, Fanqing is valued at 2 billion. I said I'm a billionaire, and that's not wrong. That's nonsense. Song Qingwan exclaimed excitedly, I thought when you said billionaire, you meant 100 million. She fixed her gaze on Lu Chen, as if trying to see through him. Wait. Suddenly, Song Qingwan thought of something, her brows furrowing. Since Fanqing is your company, why did your people inquire about Ling Shuang's information at the Cultural Bureau? Isn't Ling Shuang an artist from your company? Ling Shuang is indeed an artist from my company, but the contract was only signed today. Before that, only I and Ling Shuang were in contact. The head of my company didn't know about her. That's terrifying. You're really something else. Song Qingwan took a deep breath. I've heard of Fanqing. I can say that as long as there are no major issues, if Fanqing develops steadily for a few years and finds an opportunity to go public, its market value could easily exceed 10 billion, or even higher. I didn't expect that such a promising company as Fanqing would be yours. It's not a big deal. I'm just a low-key person, Lu Chen said humbly. What percentage of shares do you hold in Fanqing? Do you have a say? Song Qingwan asked seriously. 100% shares. Do you think I have a say? Lu Chen dropped another bombshell on Song Qingwan. You're joking, right? Song Qingwan looked incredulous. 100% shares meant Lu Chen had absolute control over Fanqing. It also meant that Fanqing had never accepted any investments from anyone and had developed to this point solely through Lu Chen's efforts. The difficulties faced along the way were unimaginable, even for someone like Song Qingwan, who had a master's degree in finance. Thump, thump. Song Qingwan's heart raced uncontrollably. Oh no, it was the feeling of being moved. Song Qingwan gazed at Lu Chen, somewhat lost in thought. Lu Chen was undoubtedly the most outstanding person of the opposite sex she had ever met. Although she had encountered many young people who had achieved greater success than Lu Chen, those achievements were built on the shoulders of their parents and could not be compared to Lu Chen at all. Teacher Song, if you keep looking at me like that, I have reason to suspect you like me, Lu Chen said, bringing Song Qingwan back to her senses. Instantly, her cheeks flushed, but she did not refute. Golden Mansion. Located in the heart of the Baiyun District commercial area, it is an old establishment with a history of 100 years. In the antique-style private room, Lu Chen looked at the delicacies on the table and asked Song Qingwan beside him, Didn't you say you would introduce a friend to me? Where is she? She had something come up and can't make it, Song Qingwan replied. Then I'll dig in, Lu Chen said without thinking much, picking up his chopsticks to taste the food on the table. At 1 year old, you haven't learned to eat independently and need family to feed you. Baby growth task triggered again. Task content, within half an hour, have someone feed you, and eat a total of no less than 10 grams of food. Task reward, 10,000 dragon coins. The system prompt suddenly sounded, and Lu Chen glanced at the chopsticks in his hand, then at Song Qingwan. What's wrong? Song Qingwan smiled. Why are you looking at me? Eat, Teacher Song, could you do me a favor? Lu Chen said sincerely, I just sprained my hand and can't use the chopsticks. As soon as he finished speaking, the chopsticks in his hand fell directly onto the table. Lu Chen pretended to be in pain. No, it hurts when I use any strength. When did you sprain your hand? How come I didn't know? Song Qingwan looked at Lu Chen's right hand in confusion. I just accidentally sprained it a moment ago, Lu Chen said, covering his right hand, afraid that Song Qingwan would see through his lie. There was no other way. For the system's reward, he could only resort to this method. If only Ling Shuang were here. With Ling Shuang around, he wouldn't need to pretend his hand hurt. He could just say a word, and she would definitely feed him herself. Is it serious? Do you need me to take you to the hospital? Song Qingwan asked with concern. It's not that serious, just can't use much strength with chopsticks, Lu Chen said, looking at Song Qingwan with hope that she would understand his meaning. Then how do you eat? Song Qingwan blushed and said, I can't just feed you, can I? Sure. Lu Chen replied with a smile, thank you, Teacher Song, you're really nice. Lu Chen opened his mouth, giving Song Qingwan no chance to refuse. No, Song Qingwan's cheeks were burning, wanting to explain something, but her head felt dizzy. She had never encountered such a situation in her life. Moreover, Lu Chen was so thick-skinned. Looking at Lu Chen with his mouth open, waiting for her to feed him, Song Qingwan felt both shy and amused. Forget it, who told me I'm his teacher? Song Qingwan found a reason for herself. Then what do you want to eat? I'll feed you. Song Qingwan picked up the chopsticks, her face full of shyness. Anything, I'm not picky, Lu Chen thought to himself, laughing inwardly, thinking the reward was secure now. Half an hour later, Lu Chen was completely stuffed. At the same time, the task countdown ended. Task completed. In this half hour, through being fed by others, the total weight of food consumed reached 1980 grams, exceeding the task requirement of 1970 grams, triggering a 1970-fold critical hit. Congratulations, host, you have received 19,700,000 dragon coins. The reward has been credited to the system account and can be withdrawn at any time. Not bad, not bad. Earning nearly 20 million from one meal was simply delightful. Lu Chen lay back in his chair, rubbing his round belly, looking completely satisfied. Eating so much, aren't you afraid of upsetting your stomach? Song Qingwan looked at Lu Chen with a hint of unusual emotion. In front of him, the plate was filled with shrimp shells and crab shells. Lu Chen was the first man to taste the shrimp and crab meat she had peeled herself. Even her father had never enjoyed such treatment. I'll just digest it, Lu Chen said to Song Qingwan. Teacher Song, you must know magic. Why do I feel like the food you fed me tastes better, making me unable to stop eating so much? Don't flatter yourself, Song Qingwan blushed and said. It's clearly because you were too hungry. He. Lu Chen chuckled, not saying anything more, but instead sizing up Song Qingwan. Perhaps because it was a holiday, Song Qingwan was dressed very casually. A plain short-sleeved shirt on top, high-waisted jeans on the bottom, paired with a pair of white sneakers. Her long, black hair was tied up in a bun, secured with a Chinese hairpin, giving her an aura full of scholarly charm. Due to sitting, her full peach-shaped bottom was taut, looking incredibly round. Her beautiful eyes sparkled like water, captivating the soul. Her snow-white skin was adorned with a rosy glow. Do I look good? Just as Lu Chen was lost in thought, a voice startled him. He saw Song Qingwan staring at him with a blank expression. Yeah, you look good, Lu Chen replied honestly. Song Qingwan's looks were impeccable. The only flaw was that her chest wasn't that full. Do you think it's appropriate to stare at a girl like that? Especially since this girl is your teacher. Are you talking about women? Lu Chen said instinctively. Song Qingwan, Lu Chen. Song Qingwan gritted her teeth and said, what's wrong with me being a girl? Who says a 28-year-old can't be a girl? Yes, you're the youngest, Lu Chen realized, feeling a bit amused. Sure enough, women are very sensitive about age. Is your hand feeling better? Do you need me to take you to the hospital to have a look? After Song Qingwan calmed her emotions, she looked at Lu Chen's right hand with concern. Much better. Lu Chen stood up from his seat and moved his right hand, saying, I think it was just a cramp. A cramp that lasted half an hour? Song Qingwan realized something, her chest rising and falling rapidly. You better not let me find out you're taking advantage of me, or I will make you pay. Song Qingwan shook her little fist at Lu Chen, making a fierce expression. But because her face was too beautiful, even when angry, it had a unique charm. Kyoto, Tianyu headquarters. In a spacious conference room, Zhao Yiren sat on the sofa, her expression gloomy. In front of the floor-to-ceiling window to her right stood a man, his back to Zhao Yiren, holding a cup of coffee. Yiren, I advise you to think it over. The man turned around, smiling as he looked at Zhao Yiren. Given your current situation, you have nowhere to go but Tianyu. Xiaolei, you are despicable. Zhao Yiren's voice was icy. We agreed that when the contract expires, I would part ways amicably with Tianyu, yet you spread rumors and slander me. Do you think I would renew my contract like this? Dream on. Do you have any evidence that I am the one spreading rumors about you? Xiaolei took a sip of coffee, still smiling. If you have no evidence, this could be considered defamation. Whether I have it or not, you know in your heart. Zhao Yiren stood up. As for evidence, I believe the relevant authorities will investigate thoroughly. Why bother? Xiaolei's smile faded, his expression turning serious. The company has treated you well, hasn't it? Over the past 10 years, how many resources has the company invested in you? If it weren't for the company, would you have achieved what you have now? Now that your contract with the company has expired, I won't stop you from leaving, but I doubt any company would take in an ungrateful artist. Treated me well? Zhao Yiren sneered. Only you, Xiaolei, would say such shameless things. What? Tianyu is a philanthropist, and all the resources invested in me are free. Or do you think that if I had no value, Tianyu would invest resources in me? In these 10 years, have I not earned enough money for Tianyu? Has Tianyu not exploited me enough? Zhao Yiren clenched her fists, filled with rage. The reason she wanted to establish her own studio was that she was fed up with Tianyu's exploitation. Even though she had become a queen in the past decade, she had never had a proper day of rest. Every day was filled with endless work. In Tianyu's eyes, she was merely a money-making tool. If Tianyu had treated her like a human being and given her some rest time each year, she wouldn't be so eager to start her own studio. I advise you one last time, don't act impulsively. Xiaolei's expression darkened. You need to understand one thing. Everything you have now is given by the company. Once you leave the company has the ability to take everything back. I don't care. Zhao Yiren said disdainfully. I would rather be an ordinary person than renew my contract with a vampire company. Very well, then let's wait and see. Xiaolei walked towards the desk, slamming the cup of coffee down hard, splattering it everywhere. Seeing this, Zhao Yiren picked up the expired contract from the sofa and left the conference room expressionlessly. Not long after Zhao Yiren left, a middle-aged woman in a suit entered the conference room. Her name was Li Hong, and she had once been Zhao Yiren's manager. Xia, Did Erin agree to renew her contract? What do you think? Xia Lei's eyes were icy. I'm sorry, Xia. Under Xia Lei's gaze, Li Hong immediately lowered her head, too frightened to speak. Notify the PR department to increase the heat. Since this ungrateful wolf doesn't understand gratitude, then don't blame me for ruining her. Doesn't she want to be an ordinary person again? I'm just helping her, but all the money she earned over the years has to be returned to me. At the entrance of Tianyu Group, Zhao Yiren had just stepped out the door when she received a phone call. A few minutes later, Zhao Yiren's face turned pale as she looked up at the Tianyu Group building, her eyes filled with helplessness and anger. Just then, another call came in. After finishing the call, the blood completely drained from Zhao Yiren's already pale face. The caller was none other than the major brands she had endorsed. Due to various online scandals about her, those brands had all proposed to terminate their contracts and demanded she return the endorsement fees as well as compensate for the damage to their brand image. The problem was, she had only received a small portion of the endorsement fees. Most of it had been earned by Tianyu. If the brand sought compensation from her, all the money she had earned over the years wouldn't be enough to cover it. Huajiang Yingyue. After finishing their meal, Lu Chen and Song Qingwan returned to the community. Teacher Song, wait a moment, I have a gift for you. Lu Chen said to Song Qingwan, who was about to enter her house. A gift? Song Qingwan looked at Lu Chen in confusion. I'll be right back. Lu Chen quickly entered the house. Shortly after, he returned carrying a wooden box. Thanks to you, my company's artists have gained such popularity. I originally wanted to treat you to a meal, but today it turned out to be the other way around. This box of gold bars is a small token of my appreciation. Lu Chen opened the box, revealing 10 neatly arranged gold bars inside. These 10 gold bars were the reward Lu Chen received for completing a system task for the first time, worth around 6 million. However, compared to the popularity gained by Ling Shuang through the promotional video in Shanshang, the 6 million worth of gold bars was hardly significant. Moreover, thanks to Song Qingwan today, he was able to complete the system task and earn nearly 20 million. Is this how you usually express your gratitude? Looking at the box of gold bars, Song Qingwan didn't know whether to call Lu Chen extravagant or to criticize him for being a typical guy. Did she look like someone in need of money? Rather than giving her a box of gold bars, it would be better to treat her to a few more meals. Don't you like gold bars? Lu Chen pondered for a moment and said, then I can transfer you the money. No need. Song Qingwan said seriously, how many times do I have to say it? You are my student, helping you is what I should do. If you really want to thank me, then run your company well and strive to create more job opportunities for society. Then help me deliver this box of gold bars to your relative in the Cultural Bureau. Lu Chen said, I can't let people help for free. Forget it, you dare to give it, but they wouldn't dare to accept it. Song Qingwan said, besides, you don't need to thank us. The reason Ru Yuan was selected has little to do with me or my relative. It all depends on the strength of your company's artists and how the song Ru Yuan fits the National Day theme. By the way, there's something I almost forgot. Song Qingwan continued, the Cultural Bureau wants to further collaborate with your artist Ling Shuang. If you have time, you can let her visit the Cultural Bureau in person. Also, there's something else you might consider. Song Qingwan paused for a moment and said, since your company has branches in many cities across the country, why not open one in Shanshang as well? I have a relative who works at the Shanshang Financial Association. I can ask him to give you some policy benefits. Teacher Song, you're not the daughter of some big shot, are you? Lu Chen said meaningfully. Whether it was Song Qingwan's relative in the Cultural Bureau or her relative in the Financial Association, they were definitely not ordinary employees. After sending the recorded Ru Yuan to Song Qingwan, Lu Chen went online to do some research. The Shanshang Cultural Bureau had not announced any recruitment for promotional video songs. This meant that only insiders knew about the lack of suitable songs for the Cultural Bureau's promotional video. Lu Chen sent the recording of Ling Shuang that he had wished for just one night, and it was selected as he had hoped. This was enough to show that Song Qingwan's relative working in the Cultural Bureau held a significant position. Now, Song Qingwan's relative in the Financial Association could actually provide him with policy benefits for the branch company. This alone was enough to prove how powerful this relative in the Financial Association was. As for the Financial Association, it was responsible for managing local enterprises and attracting investment. Don't worry about who I am the daughter of. In any case, if Fanqing opens a branch in Shanshang, it will bring tax revenue and boost local employment. The Financial Association providing your company with policy benefits is legal and compliant. I never said it was illegal, Lu Chen replied with a smile, but opening a branch is not a small matter. I need to think it over. Take your time to consider. I need to take a shower, and I have to go out later. Once Song Qingwan entered the room, Lu Chen immediately took out his phone to search for the current members of the financial association. Soon, a middle-aged man named Song Lijun caught his attention. To his surprise, Song Qingwan bore some resemblance to this man named Song Lijun. Looking at Song Lijun's position, he was the president of the Shancheng Financial Association. Wow, the daughter of the president of the Shancheng Financial Association? Lu Chen fell into deep thought. It seemed necessary to open a branch in Shancheng. This way, if Fancheng opened a branch in Shancheng, increasing local tax revenue and employment, the credit for this achievement would go to the Shancheng Financial Association, which could also be seen as a way to thank Song Qingwan. With this in mind, Lu Chen called Li Feng and handed over the matter of opening a branch in Shancheng to him. As evening fell, Lu Chen appeared in the underground parking lot of the community. System, can I extract the night voice here? Lu Chen stood in front of an empty parking space, trying to communicate with the system. Would you like to extract the Bugatti night voice? A mechanical voice devoid of emotion sounded. Lu Chen twitched his mouth and said, but there are cameras here. What if I'm recorded? Friendly reminder, the host can extract the rewards without any concerns. Then I can relax. Lu Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. The reason he had not extracted the night voice was that he was worried about being caught on camera, which could lead to trouble. After all, a car appearing out of nowhere was beyond the scope of technology in this era. Extract. Lu Chen focused his mind. In an instant, the surrounding space seemed to freeze, and when the space returned to normal, the Bugatti night voice had appeared in the empty parking space in front of Lu Chen, as if it had always been parked there. So cool! Lu Chen's gaze was drawn to the night voice, his eyes filled with excitement. At a glance, the night voice resembled a beast crouching in the parking space. The entire car was made of carbon fiber, and the glossy black paint shone with a mysterious luster under the lights. The Bugatti emblem on the front was a dream that countless car enthusiasts aspired to. When he saw the lower right corner of the front, Lu Chen couldn't help but marvel again at how thoughtful the system was. There, a license plate with 5 consecutive 8s from Shancheng had already been installed. Presumably, this license plate was an accessory of the Bugatti night voice. Lu Chen suppressed his excitement. He opened the driver's door and sat down. On the passenger seat lay various documents for the night voice. Retrieving his attention, Lu Chen pressed the vehicle's start button. Boom! The deep engine roar echoed throughout the underground parking lot. Lu Chen's grip on the steering wheel tightened involuntarily. This was the feeling. Lu Chen felt the blood in his body boiling. All he wanted now was to drive the night voice out and experience the speed and passion. Boom! The roar of the night voice intensified. With a press of the accelerator, the night voice transformed into a black lightning bolt, speeding out of the underground parking lot. The garage exit also served as the garage entrance. Song Qingwan was driving her Audi A8, preparing to enter the garage. Suddenly, a deafening roar of an engine echoed. Who lacks public morals to make such a loud noise? Song Qingwan frowned, as she hated noise the most. It must be some young person, a gentle voice chimed in from the passenger seat of the Audi A8, where a woman with a graceful demeanor sat. The woman leaned lazily against the seat, her long black hair slightly curled, her elegant swan neck smooth as jade, and below that, her astonishing height was accentuated by a skirt wrapped around her. What is the property management doing? Aren't they going to handle the noise disturbance? As Song Qingwan spoke, she was about to call the Huajiang Yingyue Property Management to file a complaint. However, the next second, she stopped her actions, her gaze drawn to a black shadow. Is that the Bugatti La Voiture Noire? Song Qingwan's beautiful eyes widened in shock. Which owner is so powerful to drive such a luxury car? Although Song Qingwan wasn't a car expert, she was familiar with the Bugatti La Voiture Noire. In her circle, she had friends in the automotive industry. Her Audi A8 was purchased from a friend who was part of a luxury car club. She had heard that friend mention more than once that the world's top luxury car brand, Bugatti, had launched a car named La Voiture Noire to commemorate its 110th anniversary. This car was limited to just 1 unit worldwide, priced at over 100 million long coins, making it the pinnacle of luxury sports cars. Once the Bugatti La Voiture Noire was released, it quickly attracted the attention of car enthusiasts worldwide. However, the car eventually vanished from the market, rumored to have been bought by a mysterious big shot. Could it be that the mysterious big shot who bought La Voiture Noire lived in the same community as her? Song Qingwan hurriedly pressed the car window, wanting to see what the rumored mysterious big shot looked like. Teacher Song. The La Voiture Noire suddenly came to a stop. In Song Qingwan's incredulous gaze, the window of the La Voiture Noire rolled down, revealing a familiar face. Lu Chun. Song Qingwan's mouth dropped open in disbelief. How could it be you? What's wrong with me? Lu Chen smiled. He understood that Song Qingwan was shocked by the La Voiture Noire. However, he didn't expect to run into Song Qingwan just as he was leaving the garage, which made him feel a bit smug. "Is this car yours?" Song Chingwan's heart was in turmoil. The Bugatti La Voiture Noire was worth over 100 million long coins. Even if Lu Chen was the boss of a company, it was impossible for him to afford such an expensive sports car. It should be noted that while his company was valued at 2 billion, that didn't mean there was 2 billion in cash in the company's account. Generally speaking, the larger the enterprise, the more investments it involves, leading to less cash in the account, and it might even owe bank loans. Moreover, since there was only one La Voiture Noire in the world, it was bound to attract many powerful figures, celebrities, and tycoons competing for it. This would drive up the price, and the final price would definitely exceed 100 million. Additionally, it involved connections. Only with strong connections and sufficient financial power could one become the owner of La Voiture Noire. Considering all these factors, Song Chingwan absolutely did not believe that La Voiture Noire belonged to Lu Chen. "Yeah." Lu Chen smiled. "Do you want to go for a ride with me? You must be joking." Song Chingwan shot Lu Chen a glance. "I'm not an idiot. This car is something even the billion-dollar group, the young master of Hongyun, Wangui, can't buy. You're only worth 2 billion. How could you afford it?" "Then just consider me bragging," Lu Chen chuckled, not intending to explain. He could easily show Song Chingwan the purchase documents for La Voiture Noire to prove he was the owner, but there was no need. "Who is this beautiful lady?" Lu Chen's attention was drawn to the woman in the passenger seat of the Audi A8. "Hello, I am Chingwan's aunt, nice to meet you." The woman smiled as she looked at Lu Chen, giving off a very friendly vibe. "Aunt?" Lu Chen exclaimed in shock. "You look so young. I thought you were Teacher Song's sister." "Put." The woman laughed at Lu Chen's remark. "Young people really know how to talk." "Lu Chen." Song Chingwan gritted her teeth and said, "What do you mean? Just because my aunt looks young, does that mean I look old? I have something to do, so I'll take my leave now." Lu Chen stepped on the gas and disappeared at the end of the road. "I'm so mad, this guy must be doing it on purpose." Song Chingwan glanced at the rearview mirror and then drove the car into the garage. "I actually think this young man is quite interesting." The woman thought of something and asked, "I heard him call you Teacher Song. What's going on? Could he be your student?" Song Chingwan nodded and said, "He's not simple. He just started first grade and can solve high school math problems, which is why he's called a prodigy. Until he went to college, he was the focus of attention from major institutions and even the authorities. Unfortunately, the year he finished his college entrance examination, his parents died in a car accident, which had a huge impact on him, causing him to be downcast during his college years and fall from grace. In the 3 years he was in college, I talked to him more than once, trying to help him overcome the shadow of his parents' death, but it always ended in failure. I was about to give up, but some recent events made me understand a truth." "What truth?" the woman pondered. "That is, there is a huge gap between people. Some people are destined to be extraordinary from birth. Lu Chen being called a prodigy is not without reason. I thought that after 3 years of college, he had given up on himself, but in reality, he started his own business while studying and became a billionaire entrepreneur. Star Entertainment Company, Ltd. is his company, and the song I recommended to you half a month ago was sung by an artist from his company. This young man is the boss of Star?" The woman's beautiful eyes widened in shock. "Chingwan, are you sure you're not joking?" "Aunt, do I look like I'm joking?" Song Chingwan said, "I was just as surprised when I found out Lu Chen was the boss of Star, and unlike those people in the industry, he has no background and started from scratch." "Really no background at all?" The woman pondered. "As far as I know, the founder of Star is not named Lu Chen, and there are at least a dozen shareholders in this company." "Aunt, are you saying he's lying to me?" Song Chingwan stopped the car, her brows furrowed. "He told me he holds 100% of Star's shares. Whether he lied to you or not, I can find out with a phone call." The woman picked up her phone and dialed a number. A few minutes later, someone sent her a document via WeChat. When she saw the contents of the document, her eyes were filled with shock. "He didn't lie to you, he indeed holds 100% of Star's shares." The woman took a deep breath and said, "But he is definitely not as you said, without any background." "What do you mean?" Song Chingwan looked confused. "Take a look." The woman handed her phone to Song Chingwan. "This document records the recent changes in the shareholding of Star, and it shows that just today, that boy named Lu Chen acquired all the shares from several shareholders of Star, becoming the boss of Star. Star has great potential for the future, and convincing every shareholder to sell their shares is no easy task. And yet he did it, which is enough to show that he has a powerful network and substantial wealth." "How is that possible?" Song Chingwan said incredulously. "His parents were just ordinary workers, and they have already passed away. Where would he get wealth and connections?" "There is one possibility," the woman thought for a moment and said, "Isn't he a prodigy? Perhaps he started a business before going to college and earned far more than 2 billion in wealth. And it's very likely that his business project was not a physical one, but rather virtual currency. In recent years, Bitcoin has surged, creating a large number of billionaires. Are you saying that Lu Chen sensed the Bitcoin surge before going to college and bought a large amount of Bitcoin? That's just my guess, the woman said. In any case, he must have a lot of cash on hand, otherwise, he couldn't possibly spend billions to acquire Fanqing. Night fell. Lu Chen drove the night voice towards the outskirts. The city was crowded with people and cars, and he couldn't properly experience the performance of the night voice. Moreover, because the night voice was too dazzling, when Lu Chen drove it into the city, he was immediately surrounded by passers-by, who took out their phones to take pictures and record videos. Some bold girls even approached to knock on the window, asking for his contact information. After being rejected by Lu Chen, these girls reluctantly followed behind the car. At 1 year and 5 months, you have received your first toy car in life, and the baby growth task has been triggered again. Task content: learn to drive the toy car within an hour and drive it 5 meters. Task reward: children's car driving skills, toy car model times 1. Note, if the task is completed beyond the requirement, a critical reward can be obtained. The system prompt sounded. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. Great, another task. However, when he saw the task content, Lu Chen fell into deep thought. The task required him to learn to drive the toy car. He should be able to complete the task while driving the night voice, right? After all, if he could drive a sports car, driving a toy car should be a piece of cake. With that thought, Lu Chen stepped on the gas and accelerated towards the suburbs. Boom! Suburban mountain city. Wangyue Mountain Road. The low rumble of the engine continued to roar. Lu Chen drove the night voice at full speed. It felt amazing. Watching the scenery rush by outside the window, Lu Chen felt his blood boiling. At this moment, there were still 20 minutes left in the task duration. Boom! Lu Chen pressed the accelerator harder, preparing to return to the city. 10, 9, 8. As Lu Chen entered the city, the task began its countdown. He wondered if he could trigger a critical reward this time. Lu Chen looked forward with anticipation. Suddenly, Lu Chen's whole body jolted, and before he could react, the airbag had already deployed. Damn! He had been careless. Lu Chen felt a wave of soreness all over his body, but fortunately, he wasn't injured. When Lu Chen unbuckled his seatbelt and squeezed out of the driver's seat, the scene before him made him feel a chill of fear. He saw that the front of the night voice had crashed into the roundabout in the middle of the intersection, completely wrecking the front of the car. What a mess! Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. The night voice, worth over 100 million, had only been driven once before being totaled. But if he had to blame someone, it could only be himself for being distracted while driving and focusing on the system's countdown. Fortunately, he had slowed down before entering the city, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Task completed. You drove the sports car for a total distance of 200 kilometers within 1 hour, exceeding the task requirement by 199,995 meters. Due to the increased difficulty of the driving tool, a critical reward of 1 million times has been triggered. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the title of all-around driving master. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a Rolls-Royce Phantom ×1. Would you like to claim the reward? 1 million times critical reward. Lu Chen was overjoyed. He hurriedly sat down on a flower bed to check the reward details. Meanwhile, a passerby captured Lu Chen and posted it online. The moon reflected in the flowers. Song Qingwan lay on the living room sofa, bored, scrolling through Douyin. Her hand kept swiping up, as if she hadn't found any satisfying content. Suddenly, her hand stopped, and she sat up straight, her beautiful eyes fixed on her phone. On the screen was a news article. A billion-dollar supercar crashes at a roundabout, and the owner is seen playing on his phone in a flower bed. The news was accompanied by a photo. In the picture, a man sat beside the wreckage of the supercar, playing on his phone, a smile plastered across his face. The man was none other than Lu Chen. He can still smile? Looking at Lu Chen's beaming face, Song Qingwan was momentarily at a loss for words. It seemed that the car truly belonged to him, otherwise, he wouldn't be acting as if nothing had happened. A globally limited model, worth over $1 billion, just how wealthy was he? Coming back to her senses, Song Qingwan called Lu Chen. The call connected quickly. Teacher Song, is there something wrong so late? Are you okay? I saw the news about your accident. Is it serious? News? Lu Chen sounded a bit confused. I'm fine. I'm just about to take a taxi back. Do you need me to pick you up? No, I can take a taxi myself. At the accident scene, Lu Chen hung up the phone and glanced at the black night voice being towed away. He then opened Douyin and searched for night voice. Soon, a series of related videos appeared. The most popular ones were the news articles featuring photos from his accident scene. Lu Chen clicked on the comments. Holy crap, I can't believe it. the globally limited Bugatti Night Voice. Wasn't this car bought by some mysterious big shot? How did it end up in the Mountain City? Such a great car is totaled. What a shame. Is that the owner next to it? How can he still be smiling? What owner? That's my father. Does anyone know who this guy is? He seems richer than Wang Gui. Lu Chen closed the comments, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. He never expected his accident would make the news. But then again, a globally limited Bugatti Night Voice would attract attention anywhere. Plus, with everyone nowadays having the habit of posting on Douyin, they wouldn't miss the chance to film him. Coming back to reality, Lu Chen scanned his surroundings. He then stepped out from the crowd of onlookers and walked to an empty road. Since he was on the outskirts of the city and it was nearly 10 at night, there were hardly any people on the road. System, summon the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Lu Chen focused his mind. Just like when he summoned the Night Voice, time froze. When the space returned to normal, the Phantom was parked by the roadside, as if it had always been there. Not bad. Although he had totaled a Night Voice, he had also acquired a Phantom. With the title of All-Around Driving Master, it was overall not a loss. All-Around Driving Master, with this title, all modes of transportation are under control. The description is simple. With the title of All-Around Driving Master, Lu Chen can drive any vehicle, whether it's an airplane, tank, ship, car, motorcycle, or tricycle. Basically, any mode of transportation he can operate, and his driving skills reach a master level. Lu Chen opened the door of the Phantom and sat in the driver's seat. He had to admit, as a top-tier luxury car, Rolls-Royce had its reasons for being expensive. The Phantom, as a model under Rolls-Royce, had a starting price of tens of millions. But in terms of comfort, the Phantom surpassed the Bugatti Night Voice by a long shot. After all, one is a sports car, pursuing power and performance, while the other is a luxury sedan, pursuing opulence and comfort. Lu Chen started the vehicle, gripping the steering wheel tightly. Suddenly, a familiar feeling surged up, and various driving techniques floated through Lu Chen's mind. In just a moment, Lu Chen felt as if he had lived through decades, and in those decades, he had been driving the Phantom. Coming back to his senses, Lu Chen pressed the accelerator, and the Phantom merged onto the main road. At the intersection ahead, the seemingly heavy Phantom executed a drift and elegantly sped away. This left a willing car owner waiting at the traffic light with his jaw dropped. Back at the community garage, Lu Chen parked the Phantom next to Song Qingwan's Audi A8. This parking space was part of the house awarded by the system and belonged to him as well. Wow, 5 zeros. Lu Chen was suddenly startled. It was only then that he noticed the Phantom's license plate, like the Night's Voice, was also a consecutive number from Shancheng. The Night's Voice had 5 8s, while the Phantom had 5 zeros. The system is really impressive. Consecutive license plates are not only a symbol of the owner's identity but also quite valuable. License plates like 5 8s or 5 zeros could sell for millions, and the key is that even with money, one might not be able to buy them. The next morning, while Lu Chen was still in a dream, he received a call from Song Qingwan. "Are you home?" A pleasant voice rang out. Lu Chen yawned. "I'm at home sleeping. What's up?" "Nothing, I just called to ask. By the way, is the Phantom parked next to my car yours?" "Yeah." Lu Chen squinted, looking drowsy. "Oh, okay, then you can go back to sleep." In the underground garage, after hanging up, Song Qingwan looked at the Rolls-Royce Phantom in front of her with a complex expression. "Aunt, how can someone so wealthy live in the same community as me? How do you want me to answer that?" A gentle-looking woman beside Song Qingwan smiled. "He likes you. To pursue you, he specifically bought the house next to yours to be your neighbor?" "That's not impossible," Song Qingwan blushed. "It seems you have quite a good impression of him." Noticing Song Qingwan's expression, the woman continued, "Whether he likes you or not is another matter, but it can be confirmed that he owns more than just this property. And I want to remind you that you are in a teacher-student relationship." "So what?" Song Qingwan instinctively replied, "I can just resign. Does your father know?" The woman's brow furrowed slightly. "It's just a resignation. My dad won't say anything. I mean, does your father know you like this young man?" "I never said I liked him." Song Qingwan's gaze flickered. "Oh really?" The woman stared at Song Qingwan, not saying anything more. But it was clear that Song Qingwan was already thinking about resigning, which obviously indicated her feelings for Lu Chen. "Aunt, you must keep this a secret for me." Realizing she had been led into a conversation, Song Qingwan's cheeks flushed as she said, "I really don't like him. I just think he's excellent and admire him." I understand." The woman nodded. Seeing this, Song Qingwan's face turned even redder. "Let's go. I have an appointment with your father to visit him today." "Got it." Song Qingwan weakly sat in the driver's seat, while the woman took a seat in the back. As Song Qingwan started the vehicle, the woman pressed the car window, her gaze fixed on the Phantom's license plate, lost in thought. By noon, Lu Chen was once again awakened by a phone call. When he answered, an ethereal voice came through. "Mr. Lu, I have arrived at your community, please let the security know. At the community entrance, Zhao Yiren sat in a red BMW, talking on the phone, while two uniformed security guards watched her not far away. Yesterday, Ling Shuang had helped her arrange a meeting with Lu Chen and had given her his phone number and WeChat. On WeChat, Lu Chen sent her the community address, and they agreed to meet at noon today to discuss the signing of the contract. Put your phone on speaker. A lazy voice from the phone said. It was Lu Chen. Okay. Zhao Yiren activated the speaker, and one of the burly security guards, seeing this, respectfully said into the phone, "Hello, please provide your residential information for our records." "Alright, sorry to bother you." After the registration was completed, another security guard opened the entrance to the community. Seeing this, Zhao Yiren prepared to drive into the community. "Miss Xiao, can I take a moment of your time?" the burly security guard said somewhat shyly. Zhao Yiren looked at him in confusion. "Actually, I'm a fan of yours. May I ask for your autograph?" The burly security guard pulled out a notebook and a pen from his pocket, looking at Zhao Yiren with anticipation. Of course. A smile appeared on Zhao Yiren's face as she reached out to take the notebook and pen, writing down her artistic signature. "Thank you." The burly security guard looked as if he had received a treasure, sincerely saying, "Miss Xiao, keep it up. I will always support you." "Thank you." Zhao Yiren nodded, then started the vehicle and drove into the community. Once the BMW disappeared from sight, the burly security guard sighed, "What a pity, my goddess ultimately bowed to reality." "Chang-gu, wake up. How many clean female stars are there in the entertainment industry?" Another security guard said, watching the direction Zhao Yiren had left. "There are all sorts of scandals about her online lately. Who knows how open she is in private? In my opinion, she's not far from being blacklisted by the Entertainment Bureau. Those scandals online, just take a look and move on." The burly security guard replied, "If she really was as terrible as those rumors say, the Entertainment Bureau would have blacklisted her long ago. I think she has offended the capital and is being targeted. Come on, she personally delivered herself to the door. How clean can she be?" The other security guard scoffed, "While you're here defending her, she might already be in that Lu owner's bed." After entering the community, Zhao Yiren took several minutes to find the building where Lu Chen lived, following the signs. She parked in an outdoor space, took a deep breath, and tried to calm her restless heart. This morning, the news about her scandals online had been increasing, and brands seeking to terminate contracts and demand compensation were calling one after another. She was on the verge of a breakdown. During this time, two entertainment companies, Huasheng and Blu-ray, had contacted her, offering to help suppress the scandal's heat and mediate her conflict with Tianyu. The price, however, was that she would have to sign a contract that could be considered selling herself. Without a second thought, she had directly refused. The reason she did not agree to renew her contract with Tianyu was to escape exploitation. What difference was there between signing with Huasheng and Blu-ray and jumping from a wolf's den into a tiger's mouth? Refusing Huasheng and Blu-ray meant her situation would become even more dangerous. If the three major entertainment giants joined forces, what awaited her would be a complete ban from the industry. It would be impossible for her to make a comeback afterward. Hopefully, he can help me. At this point, Zhao Yiren could only place all her hopes on Lu Chen, but she did not hold out much hope. Lu Chen's Starry Sky was, after all, just an internet celebrity company, not on the same level as the three leading entertainment companies, Huasheng, Blu-ray, and Tianyu. Moreover, signing her would mean offending all three at once. Lu Chen, as a businessman, surely understood the pros and cons. Knock knock. Just as Zhao Yiren was lost in thought, the car window was suddenly knocked on. Outside the car, Lu Chen was smiling at her. What is this woman daydreaming about? Lu Chen had been waiting downstairs for Zhao Yiren for a long time. After all, the community's elevator couldn't be used by outsiders without a resident card. He had waited for quite a while and still hadn't seen Zhao Yiren. Just as he was about to call Zhao Yiren to ask if she was lost, he suddenly saw her sitting in the car, lost in thought. His gaze lingered on her. As a pop diva, Zhao Yiren was impeccable in terms of looks, figure, and temperament. She was tall and curvy, wearing a loose black short-sleeve shirt on top and denim shorts on the bottom, topped off with a black baseball cap. Her long, jet-black hair was somewhat disheveled, and although her face was adorned with exquisite makeup, her eyes revealed a hint of fatigue. Her snow-white skin was smooth as jade, and her chest was prominent. Her voluptuous legs shimmered under the sunlight, glistening like mutton-fat jade, evoking an impulse to touch. A beauty mark at the corner of her eye added a touch of allure. President Lu. Zhao Yiren came to her senses and hurriedly opened the car door to get out. "Hello, President Lu, nice to see you again," Zhao Yiren said with a bright smile. "If you can't smile, don't force it," Lu Chen said meaningfully. "No, I'm very happy to see President Lu again. It's just that I haven't been resting well lately and I'm a bit tired," she replied. "If you're tired, you should rest well. As long as you have a clear conscience, many things aren't as terrifying as they seem, Lu Chen said gently. He could naturally tell that Zhao Yiren was exhausted, but the reason for her fatigue was largely because she couldn't let go of certain things. However, he could understand. It took Zhao Yiren 10 years to become a pop diva known across the internet. If it were him, he wouldn't want to give up all the honors and wealth to return to being an ordinary person either. Zhao Yiren remained silent at his words, quietly following Lu Chen. It wasn't until they entered Lu Chen's home that she spoke up. President Lu, can we discuss my signing with Starry Sky in detail? There's no rush. You probably haven't had lunch yet, right? Lu Chen said as he walked toward the kitchen. I haven't eaten either, so let's have lunch first and then talk. Lu Chen had slept until noon and his stomach was already growling. As for Zhao Yiren's signing with Starry Sky, there wasn't much to discuss. Although Zhao Yiren had her share of scandals, her commercial value was undeniable. As long as the Entertainment Bureau didn't issue a notice to blacklist her, it wouldn't be a big problem. He didn't care about offending Tianyu or anything like that. He had a system, let alone Tianyu. He wouldn't back down from the entire entertainment industry combined. Are you planning to cook at home, President Lu? Zhao Yiren asked. Though she was anxious, she could only listen to Lu Chen since he had said so, and she was indeed hungry. These past few days, she had lost several pounds because she couldn't eat due to various matters. This morning, she had flown to the mountain city and had only sipped a few mouthfuls of water without eating anything. I usually cook for myself, Lu Chen said as he opened the fridge to take out the ingredients he needed. Ever since his parents passed away, he had been living alone, and to save money, he had developed the habit of buying groceries and cooking for himself. Do you need my help? Zhao Yiren asked. Can you peel this garlic? Lu Chen said, not being polite and handing her a head of garlic. And so, Lu Chen and Zhao Yiren chatted while preparing the ingredients. Gradually, Zhao Yiren's mood calmed down a lot, and a smile appeared on her face. Half an hour later, on the dining table, Lu Chen had prepared 3 dishes and a soup: boiled pork slices, shredded pork with green peppers, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and a cabbage tofu soup, all common home-cooked dishes from Sichuan and Chongqing. These dishes look delicious, Zhao Yiren said, holding a bowl of rice and eyeing the dishes on the table, swallowing her saliva. Perhaps it was due to her hunger or her mood, but her appetite was stronger than ever. Give it a try. I didn't put too many chilies in the boiled pork slices, in case you can't handle it, Lu Chen said, picking up a slice of meat and placing it in Zhao Yiren's bowl. Thank you. Faced with Lu Chen's intimate gesture, Zhao Yiren was momentarily taken aback, and then a blush rose to her cheeks. However, she still picked up a piece of meat from her bowl and put it in her mouth. Delicious. Zhao Yiren's eyes lit up as she praised, President Lu, your cooking skills are good enough to open a restaurant. Is that true? Lu Chen laughed. You're not just trying to flatter me, are you? Absolutely not. Zhao Yiren nodded repeatedly, looking incredibly cute. She indeed had the thought of pleasing Lu Chen. After all, he was related to her future, whether she would retreat from the spotlight to live a normal life or continue her career as a singer. However, Lu Chen's cooking was indeed quite good. Although it couldn't compare to a professional chef, it surpassed that of most ordinary people who only knew how to order takeout. Then you should eat more, Lu Chen said with a smile. Being recognized for his culinary skills made him very happy. At the same time, he continued to serve Zhao Yiren more dishes. Looking at the mountain of food piled in her bowl, Zhao Yiren felt a mix of amusement and helplessness. But she didn't stop him. On the contrary, at that moment, she felt an unprecedented sense of ease, as if she had returned to her childhood, dining with her parents. Her mom and dad would also keep piling food into her bowl, afraid she wouldn't be full. A few minutes later, Zhao Yiren felt drowsy, holding her bowl and chopsticks, her head bobbing up and down. You're acting like a child. Seeing Zhao Yiren asleep, Lu Chen's mouth twitched, unsure of what to say. Falling asleep while eating, one might think he had slipped sleeping pills into her food. You have successfully learned to speak, but that is still far from enough. Baby growth task triggered again. Task content, take care of any small animal for 1 minute. Task reward, 1,000 yuan cashback card. The system prompt suddenly rang out. Lu Chen's eyes brightened as he walked towards Zhao Yiren. The task required him to take care of a small animal, so he decided to take care of Zhao Yiren instead. This way, the difficulty of the care recipient increased, and the rewards would be even greater. With that in mind, Lu Chen picked Zhao Yiren up and headed towards the bedroom. To be fair, Zhao Yiren was sleeping soundly, showing no signs of waking up. By 8 o'clock in the evening, Zhao Yiren had a dream in which she married Lu Chen. After the wedding, Lu Chen took care of her immensely, cooking delicious meals for her, and comforting her in his arms when she was sad. But gradually, Lu Chen's figure became more and more blurred, until it completely disappeared. Suddenly, Zhao Yiren woke up from her dream, and as her eyes adjusted to the dim light, a strong sense of loss surged within her. You're awake. A gentle voice sounded. Lu Chen walked into the bedroom and turned on the light. The dim room was illuminated, and Zhao Yiren hurriedly sat up in bed. When she saw her surroundings clearly, she blushed and said, "I'm sorry, President Lu, I didn't mean to fall asleep." "I know, you were too tired." Lu Chen looked at Zhao Yiren with a somewhat strange expression. How long did I sleep?" Under Lu Chen's gaze, Zhao Yiren quickly lowered her head, the blush spreading rapidly to her neck. "More than 8 hours. Lu Chen smiled. "After sleeping for so long, you should have trouble sleeping tonight. Why didn't you wake me up?" Zhao Yiren asked softly. She hadn't expected to sleep for such a long time. The key was that she and Lu Chen had only met once before. They weren't even friends. Thinking of this, Zhao Yiren felt a wave of fear. If Lu Chen had done something to her, she would have wanted to die. "I saw you were too tired, so I couldn't bear to wake you," Lu Chen said calmly. However, in reality, he had let Zhao Yiren sleep for so long in his house for the sake of the system reward. Task completed. Under your care, Zhao Yiren achieved a deep sleep duration of 8 hours. The difficulty of the care recipient increased, and the care duration exceeded the task requirement by 479 minutes, ultimately triggering a critical hit of 500,000 times. Congratulations, host, you have received a permanent 10 million cashback card times 1. 10 million cashback card, daily cashback limit of 10 million. The system prompt sounded. Lu Chen's eyes immediately lit up. 10 million daily means 300 million a month, 6 billion a year, and 36 billion in 10 years. Not to mention personal consumption, even some large companies do not spend 10 million daily. With just this 10 million cashback card, Lu Chen could live his whole life without worrying about money, even if he did nothing every day. "Mr. Lu, since it's already so late, let's quickly discuss the signing." Zhao Yiren looked up at Lu Chen, but her heart was in a state of panic. A lonely man and woman, alone in a room. Moreover, she didn't know Lu Chen at all. No one could guarantee that he wouldn't do something to her. Over the years in the entertainment industry, she had heard of many female artists being intoxicated by capital and subsequently tarnished. To avoid ending up in the same situation, she never attended any drinking parties, which had offended quite a few people in the industry. "I'll wait for you in the living room." Lu Chen turned and walked toward the living room. Just as he took a step out, he suddenly stopped. Under Zhao Yiren's puzzled gaze, Lu Chen turned his head and asked, "Miss Zhao, may I ask if you were dreaming?" "How did you know?" Zhao Yiren instinctively replied. However, thinking about the content of her dream, her cheeks instantly flushed. Her voice trembled. I was talking in my sleep?" "Yes," Lu Chen said seriously. "You kept calling out husband. You wouldn't have already gotten married, would you?" Zhao Yiren opened her mouth but ultimately lacked the courage to respond. Her head felt like it could bury itself in her body. "It's okay, don't worry, I will keep it a secret for you." Lu Chen's lips curled slightly as he then walked out of the room. "Fortunately, I only called him husband and didn't say his name, otherwise, it would be so embarrassing." After Lu Chen left, Zhao Yiren gently patted her chest, feeling a bit relieved. She didn't even know why she had such a dream, and just thinking about the scenes in the dream made her heart flutter with sweetness. Lu Chen sat on the living room sofa, scrolling through Douyin. He saw that the trending topics featured Ling Shuang and Ru Yuan, while Zhao Yiren's scandals were also gaining traction. However, the news about Lu Chen's car accident didn't even make it to the Douyin trending list. But that was normal. Douyin recommends content based on big data. The more users watch a certain type of video, the more the system will recommend that type. Therefore, the news about Lu Chen's car accident would be seen more by users who liked cars. But car enthusiasts were ultimately just a small portion. Entertainment users were undoubtedly the majority on Douyin. "Mr. Lu." At that moment, Zhao Yiren entered the living room. "Please, have a seat." Lu Chen gestured for Zhao Yiren to sit down while picking up a document from the coffee table. "I assume you came to see me because you are considering signing with my company. Since that's the case, I won't waste time. Here is the contract. Please take a look." Lu Chen handed the document in his hand to Zhao Yiren. This document was sent by Li Feng while Zhao Yiren was sleeping, and then he went downstairs to print it. "Mr. Lu, shouldn't we talk first?" Zhao Yiren took the document, feeling a bit at a loss. "You look at the contract first. If you're not satisfied, we can discuss it further," Lu Chen said calmly. The reason he took the risk of offending Tianyu to sign Zhao Yiren was not only because he valued her commercial potential but also largely to thank her for taking care of Ling Shuang. "Mr. Lu, you don't understand my meaning," Zhao Yiren said sincerely. "The reason I want to talk to you is not to seek benefits for myself, but to tell you the consequences of signing with me. I am almost blacklisted in the entertainment industry now." "Mr. Lu, your company is willing to take me in, and I am very touched. Because of this, I do not want to bring trouble to you and your company. Zhao Yiren had thought this through before meeting Lu Chen. She planned to tell Lu Chen the truth about her being blacklisted in the entertainment industry. If Lu Chen still dared to sign her after knowing this, then as long as the contract he offered was not a slave contract, she would be willing to sign. Conversely, if Lu Chen was scared after hearing this, she would no longer hold any hope and would announce her withdrawal from the internet, living as an ordinary person from then on. Has the Entertainment Bureau issued a statement? Lu Chen asked calmly. No, Zhao Yiren took a deep breath and said, but I have offended the three major entertainment giants, Huasheng, Blu-ray, and Tianyu, and being blacklisted is no different. There is a big difference, Lu Chen replied. If the Entertainment Bureau issues a statement to blacklist you, it proves there is something wrong with you, making it very difficult for you to make a comeback. However, if Huasheng, Blu-ray, and Tianyu blacklist you, it only means they will no longer cooperate with you, but that does not prevent me from signing you into the company. Aren't you afraid of offending people, Mr. Lu? Zhao Yiren looked at Lu Chen. What is there to be afraid of? Lu Chen replied calmly. I understand now. Zhao Yiren's mood became excited. Since Lu Chen was not afraid of offending the three entertainment giants, she naturally had no reason to hesitate. The most important thing was that after signing with Fanqing, even if she could not become a queen, she could still be a singer. Thinking of this, Zhao Yiren hurriedly checked the contract in her hands. After reading the contents of the document, Zhao Yiren stood there in disbelief. What's wrong? Are you not satisfied? Lu Chen asked. Mr. Lu, is this contract really prepared for me? Zhao Yiren came back to her senses, her voice tinged with tears. The contract Lu Chen offered her completely exceeded her expectations. In her view, Lu Chen, as the owner of Fanqing, was essentially a businessman. Given her current scandal, although Lu Chen was willing to sign her, the contract would surely not be favorable. However, Lu Chen not only did not exploit her due to her scandals but instead offered her a contract that was even better than the one she had at Tianyu. Although there was still a certain gap compared to Ling Shuang's contract, there was no doubt that this contract was normal. Moreover, there were several clauses in the contract that she had always dreamed of. The revenue split was 64, with her getting 6 and Fanqing getting 4. During the contract's validity, Fanqing would not force her to participate in any activities or take on any business. Is there anyone else besides you here? Lu Chen replied with a smile. He was very clear about what Zhao Yiren wanted, which was simply respect. Therefore, the content of the contract emphasized this point. However, everything has its pros and cons. Zhao Yiren gained respect, but inevitably there would be financial losses. First of all, Zhao Yiren signed with Fanqing without a signing fee. Normally, for a superstar like Zhao Yiren, the signing fee would be at least in the tens of millions, if not over 100 million. Similarly, if Zhao Yiren wanted to earn more money, she would have to accept the work arranged by the company, although the company would not force her. In other words, after signing with Fanqing, Zhao Yiren could choose to earn money if she wanted to or take a break if she wished. Everything depended on her own choices. Mr. Lu, thank you. Zhao Yiren tried to calm her emotions and directly signed her name on the contract. From now on, I am a member of Fanqing. Zhao Yiren looked at Lu Chen with gratitude. Just as Lu Chen had thought, all she wanted was respect. She didn't want to be treated like a money-making tool, squeezed for every ounce of effort without any time to rest, only endless work. Welcome to Fanqing, Lu Chen said with a bright smile. With Zhao Yiren joining, the two most popular figures online were now both artists under Fanqing. As long as they managed things well, Fanqing would become the hottest MCN organization on the internet, without a doubt. With Zhao Yiren's status as a music queen, Fanqing would have the opportunity to break into the entertainment industry. You must be hungry, right? Lu Chen stood up and walked towards the kitchen. I'm going to make a bowl of noodles. Do you want some? Zhao Yiren instinctively wanted to refuse, but then remembered that Lu Chen was now her boss, so she quickly changed her mind. Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Lu. It's no trouble at all, Lu Chen replied with a smile. Once Lu Chen entered the kitchen, Zhao Yiren took out her phone and checked the time. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening. So late. Zhao Yiren was startled. Oh no! She suddenly thought of something and hurriedly opened her phone to check the hotel booking app. The search results showed that all nearby hotels were fully booked. No way! Zhao Yiren felt a mix of laughter and tears, then opened other booking apps. Unsurprisingly, due to the National Day holiday, all hotel rooms in the urban area of Shanchang were booked out. What to do now? Zhao Yiren furrowed her brows. In the past, she could have stayed at a friend's house in Shanchang. But now, with her reputation in tatters and having offended Tianyu, those so-called friends had long since blacklisted her. Should she ask him if she could stay at his place for a night? Zhao Yiren cautiously glanced towards the kitchen, her heart racing. By the way, how much do you want to eat? Lu Chen suddenly walked out of the kitchen, wearing an apron that said chef. Ah! Zhao Yiren was startled, her cheeks instantly flushed. How many liang do you want, 2 liang or 3 liang? Lu Chen looked at Zhao Yiren in confusion, not understanding why she was blushing. Could it be that she was fantasizing about me again? 2 liang is enough, Zhao Yiren replied, her face still red. A few minutes later, Zhao Yiren looked at the steaming bowl of yangchun noodles in front of her, her expression hesitant. Don't be picky, this is my first time making yangchun noodles, and it definitely can't compare to the authentic ones. Seeing Zhao Yiren's expression, Lu Chen thought she was complaining about his cooking. Mr. Lu, I want to ask you for a favor. Zhao Yiren mustered her courage. Can I stay at your place for one night? Stay at my house? Lu Chen was taken aback for a moment, then asked, didn't you book a hotel? There are too many people in Shancheng during the National Day holiday, and all the hotel rooms in the city are fully booked. Zhao Yiren looked at Lu Chen with a pitiful expression. Then you can stay in the room next to mine, Lu Chen said without asking too many questions. It was just one night, it wasn't a big deal. Thank you, Mr. Lu. Once she confirmed she wouldn't be sleeping on the streets, Zhao Yiren finally breathed a sigh of relief. She had initially kept her guard up, but after thinking it over, if Lu Chen were really that kind of person, she wouldn't have been able to sleep so soundly during the day. Besides, Lu Chen was young, handsome, wealthy, had a good temper, and could cook. He was the perfect man. If he really did something to her, she wouldn't be at a loss. Of course, Zhao Yiren was just joking. She didn't want to have a relationship with someone she had only met twice. Mr. Lu, do you also like yangchun noodles? Zhao Yiren took a bite of the noodles and said, when I was a child, my mom often made me a bowl of yangchun noodles. The ones you made taste exactly like my mom's. Is your mom on Douyin? Lu Chen replied, I followed a tutorial on Douyin to make it. Anyway, it's really delicious, Zhao Yiren said, her face turning red as Lu Chen exposed her. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Zhao Yiren thought of something and looked at Lu Chen with a complex expression in her beautiful eyes. Mr. Lu, you didn't specially learn to make yangchun noodles on Douyin just for me, did you? The reason Zhao Yiren had this thought was that yangchun noodles are a specialty of Magic City, and she is from there. The noodles from our mountain city are quite strong in flavor, you might not be used to it. Lu Chen did not directly answer Zhao Yiren. However, the fact that he made yangchun noodles was indeed related to the fact that they both hailed from Magic City. Whoa, I'm so touched, Zhao Yiren said, her voice choked with emotion. Mr. Lu, rest assured, with this bowl of yangchun noodles, I will be a company person in life and a ghost of the company in death. As long as the company exists, I will never leave. Is that so? Then I'll give you a 20-year contract, Lu Chen joked with a smile. Hee, these noodles are really delicious. Zhao Yiren buried her head in the noodle soup, choosing to play dumb. But the feelings in her heart were genuine. The memories Lu Chen left her with today were too profound. This simple yet warm feeling captivated her. Mr. Lu, let me wash the dishes, Zhao Yiren said to Lu Chen, who was tidying up the bowls and chopsticks after the meal. Okay, Lu Chen replied, placing the bowls and chopsticks into Zhao Yiren's hands and taking off the apron he was wearing, hanging it around her neck. Throughout the process, Zhao Yiren didn't even react. By the time she realized what had happened, Lu Chen had already gone to the living room. No, I was just being polite, Zhao Yiren said, looking bewildered. Normally, when a guest offers to wash the dishes, shouldn't the host refuse? This woman is quite adorable. Lu Chen sat on the sofa in the living room, a smile appearing on his face. Before today, he had always thought Zhao Yiren was a mature and aloof woman, and indeed, her appearance, figure, and temperament all conveyed that. However, after spending the day together, he discovered that Zhao Yiren was actually very cute, even a bit playful. Coming back to his senses, Lu Chen took out his phone and opened Douyin live streaming. It was almost 10 o'clock at night, with 2 hours left until the day ended. He had to spend 10 million within those 2 hours, otherwise, the cashback limit for today would be wasted. Lu Chen usually watched live streams. However, he was the type who didn't spend money on gifts. His account was still a level 0 newbie account. Finding the Douyin coin recharge entry, Lu Chen directly entered 1 million. The maximum amount for a single recharge of Douyin coins was 1 million, and according to a 1:10 ratio, recharging 1 million dragon coins would yield 10 million Douyin coins. The payment link popped up. Lu Chen followed the steps to bind his bank card and entered his payment password. Payment successful. 10 million Douyin coins were credited, and a system prompt sounded. Successfully spent 1 million dragon coins today. Successfully received a cashback of 1 million dragon coins. Remaining cashback limit for today is 9 million. Great! Lu Chen's face lit up with a smile. This way, his 10 million Douyin coins were essentially free. So he continued to recharge, using up the remaining 9 million limit. After the recharge, there was not a single cent less in his bank card balance, and his Douyin account now had an extra 100 million Douyin coins. Returning to the live streaming page, Lu Chen did not start sending gifts as soon as he saw someone. Although his Douyin coins were essentially free, sending them out was real money. Not just any random person or beauty filter monster could receive his gifts. As a result, Lu Chen scrolled through several Douyin recommended live streams but didn't send out a single heart. The streamers he encountered were either beauty filter monsters with distorted backgrounds or sales hosts linked to 123, none of whom were his type. Is Douyin even working? With my 100 million Douyin coins, can't you recommend some beauties? Lu Chen continued to scroll. Suddenly, a catchy melody began to play. In the video livestream, a stylish girl was dancing the trending Douyin dance, Subject 3. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. Unlike the heavily filtered beauties he had seen before, this girl had a normal background, was completely barefaced, and showed no signs of beauty filters. Of course, it was possible she had used some filters, he just couldn't tell. After all, today's beauty technology had reached a terrifying level. To exaggerate a bit, even a 50-year-old woman could turn into a flower-like girl with filters. Welcome to the new babies joining us. If you like sweet things, please hit follow. Join the fan club. Everyone, please help by liking. If we reach 10,000 likes, I'll dance Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss for you. After finishing Subject 3, the girl returned to her phone. A few drops of sweat trickled down her forehead and temples. Lu Chen then noticed that her account name was Wang Tiantian. Clicking into Wang Tiantian's profile, he saw she had 23,000 followers and had posted a dozen videos, all of which were dance performances. The IP address of Wang Tiantian's account showed it was from the same city. A smile appeared on Lu Chen's face as he entered Wang Tiantian's livestream. Let me guess, your sweat must be sweet. Miss, your legs are longer than my life. Brothers, hurry, and like, it's time to show off our speed. I've been single for 20 years, who can be faster than me? Not sending coins is just companionship. There were only a little over 100 people in Wang Tiantian's livestream, but the barrage of comments was flying by, especially from some new accounts, who were particularly active. But then again, who would type when they had money? They would just send gifts and get the host's contact information. Lu Chen didn't waste time and opened the gift list, which was a carnival. Pango sent a carnival ×1. Instantly, the carnival effects filled the entire livestream. However, Lu Chen was stunned. Damn, I forgot to change my name. Lu Chen's mouth twitched. He had been particularly fond of reading ancient mythology novels for a while, so he had used the name of the creator god Pangu as his online name. Ahem, thank you, brother Pangu, for the carnival. In the livestream, Wang Tiantian, who was drinking water, was so excited she almost choked. She was just a college student and had only been live streaming for a few days. This was her first time receiving such an expensive gift. A carnival cost 30,000 Douyin coins, 3,000 dragon coins, equivalent to a month's salary for many service industry workers. Wang Tiantian hadn't signed a contract with a guild, and with Douyin's 55% revenue share, she would take home 1,500, which could rival her living expenses for half a month. Brother, wait for me, I'm going to change my clothes and dance Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss for you, Wang Tiantian said as she left the camera. Was this the magic of money? Lu Chen felt a bit emotional. Originally, Wang Tiantian had set a rule that she would only dance Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss if the livestream reached 10,000 likes. Yet, with just one carnival from him, she completely ignored her own rule. No wonder everyone wanted to be the big brother. In the livestream, because of Lu Chen's carnival, the speed of the barrage increased even more. Wow, where did this wild big shot come from? At Pango, big brother, are you confused? With this money, wouldn't it be better to buy ribs? Bro, listen to my advice, the name Pango carries too much karma, you can't handle it. Tian, come back quickly, we haven't reached 10,000 likes yet, don't dance. Is the person above an idiot? Is liking more important or the carnival? Looking at the comments directed at him, Lu Chen smiled but didn't respond. Ribs were indeed delicious, but how much do ribs cost? Not to mention ribs, as long as he wanted, he could eat even the most high-end ingredients until he wanted to vomit. Wang Tiantian changed her clothes quickly. In less than 2 minutes, she returned to the camera. At that moment, Wang Tiantian was wearing a cute yet sexy maid outfit, paired with a pair of white stockings, a head of jet black hair tied into twin ponytails, crescent-shaped brows, almond-shaped eyes, a cherry-red mouth, and delicate features exuding a strong sense of youth. Especially those legs wrapped in white stockings, long and straight, without an ounce of excess flesh, enough to make any man unable to look away. Pangogij, are you still there? Sorry to keep you waiting. Wang Tiantian's voice was as sweet and melodious as her name, and when she called out Pangogij, Lu Chen's hand trembled. Pango sent a carnival ×1. Thank you, brother, for sending the carnival again, you really shouldn't have. the live stream was once again filled with carnival effects. Wang Tiantian's little face turned red with excitement. "Brother, I'm going to start dancing now." The accompaniment of Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss began to play. Wang Tiantian took a few steps back, her body moving with the music. Influenced by Lu Chen's two carnivals, she danced particularly earnestly, afraid that Lu Chen would be dissatisfied. Lu Chen didn't let her down, occasionally sending out a carnival. Pango sent a carnival times 1. Pango sent a carnival times 1. Pango sent a carnival times 1. Wow, this is a real big brother, sending carnivals like little hearts. With so much money, wouldn't it be better to donate it to those in need? Poverty limits my imagination. In just a few minutes, Brother Pangu has sent the equivalent of a car's worth of money. It's over, Tian Tian is going to fall for him. Whoa, why can't there be one more rich person in the world like me? At Pangu, big brother, I want to take care of you in your old age. Am I dreaming? A few minutes later, after finishing her dance, Wang Tiantian looked at the screen full of gift effects on her phone, her mouth agape in shock. Pango sent a carnival times 99. During the time she danced to Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss, Lu Chen had sent a total of 99 carnivals, plus the previous one, making it a total of 100 carnivals spent in her livestream. 100 carnivals, which converted to dragon coins, amounted to 300,000, and after deducting the platform's commission and personal income tax, she would still receive nearly 100,000. Earning 100,000 in a single livestream was simply too surreal. Thank you for the gifts, Brother Pangu, let me bow to you. Wang Tiantian looked flustered. Although she was live streaming to make money, she had only hoped to earn some pocket money. She never imagined that one day she would earn 100,000 in a day. The sudden influx of wealth made her feel a sense of unreality. After bowing to the live stream camera, her head still felt dizzy. I just joined. Can someone tell me why the host is kneeling and bowing? If a big brother were to send me 100 carnivals, I wouldn't just bow, I'd be willing to marry him. Sister upstairs, I'm peeing yellow, you understand? Tian Tian is so lucky. She met a big brother just a week into her live streaming. Lucky? Do you think big brother's money is that easy to earn? This girl is quite interesting. Lu Chen never expected that Wang Tiantian would bow to him in the livestream to thank him for the gifts. Especially with her dizzy appearance, she looked both cute and funny. However, he understood. A normal person would be happy all day after winning a few hundred or thousand in the lottery, let alone nearly 100,000. In a mountain city, 100,000 could already cover the down payment for a house in the county. At 1 year and 6 months, out of curiosity, you snatched $1 from your family, and the baby growth task is triggered again. Task content: spend the dollar in your hand within 30 minutes. Task reward: a box of toys, vision enhancement. Note: exceeding the task will grant a critical reward. The system prompt suddenly sounded. Lu Chen's face lit up with surprise. This task, in simple terms, was just to make him spend money. And to obtain a critical reward, it was just about spending more money. Thinking of this, Lu Chen opened the gift list again and found the carnival, clicking wildly. He originally wanted to save some dough coins. After all, the cashback card's amount only needed to be withdrawn, and there was no requirement for him to spend it all. But now, in order to reward the critical hits, there was no need to keep the remaining dough coins. Pango sent carnival times 10. Pango sent carnival times 10. The gift effects in the live broadcast room flooded the screen again. Wang Tiantian, who had just stood up from the ground, instinctively rubbed her eyes. What's going on? Is the live broadcast room bugging out? She would rather suspect that the live broadcast room was bugging than believe that someone would send her so many gifts. Not only did she find it hard to believe, but the others in the live broadcast room were also confused. What's happening? Is my phone lagging? Why do the gift effects keep coming? Doesn't anyone think something's off? This person just entered the live broadcast room as a level 0 newbie, and without saying a word, they started sending gifts, and they're still sending them, like a robot. Could it be a script? The host is a newly signed streamer from a certain guild, and that guild is creating hype for the host in this way. It's definitely a script, no doubt about it. A script? How come I don't know? Wang Tiantian looked at the barrage in the live broadcast room, her mind a bit muddled. Just then, a connection request popped up on her phone. Wang Tiantian instinctively clicked to accept. Instantly, the live broadcast interface split in two, and on the other side was a female streamer named Not Eating Cilantro. Hey, beauty, want a PK? As soon as the female streamer finished speaking, her PK health bar disappeared. Looking at Wang Tiantian's PK score, it instantly broke 300,000, and in the blink of an eye, it surpassed 1 million. Sorry to interrupt. The female streamer was dumbfounded, and when she came to her senses, she wisely exited the connection. Instant million points. What kind of PK is this? PK between big Douyin streamers doesn't even have such fierce scores. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. The host didn't say a word, and the other side just ran away. At Pangu, big brother, stop sending, leave some for the kid. Dad +1. Wow, are you all so shameless? Dad, I followed you. Didn't they say it was a script? Why is everyone calling him Dad? I assure everyone, this is definitely not a script. Wang Tiantian said excitedly, I swear, I don't know brother Pangu at all. Please stop sending, I'm scared. Wang Tiantian was almost crying from anxiety. The more gifts Lu Chen sent, the more at a loss she felt. She believed that no one would give a female streamer so many gifts for no reason. He must be interested in this female streamer. As for what kind of interest, adults understand. She had just started her freshman year and had never been in a relationship. What if he asked her to meet? What if he was a greasy middle-aged man? The more Wang Tiantian thought about it, the more scared she became. Lu Chen didn't care what Wang Tiantian thought. He just wanted to quickly spend all the remaining tens of millions of Do coins in his account. President Lu, I'm done washing up. At that moment, Zhao Yiruan came into the living room. You came at the right time. Lu Chen shook his sore hands and said, can you do me a favor? I'm going to take a shower. What does President Lu need my help with? Zhao Yiruan walked in front of Lu Chen, looking at him in confusion. Help me send gifts. Lu Chen handed his phone to Zhao Yiruan. Zhao Yiruan glanced at the phone and, upon seeing the live broadcast screen, was not surprised. After all, many wealthy second-generation heirs now like female internet celebrities, and some even date them. How much to send? Zhao Yiruan took the phone and asked. Spend all the Do coins. Lu Chen left that sentence and went into the bedroom. Spend all? Zhao Yiruan opened the gift list and was instantly dumbfounded when she saw the balance of Do coins. 90 million Do coins, that's over 9 million dragon coins, all given away? Manager Lu, are you sure all the remaining 90 million Do coins are given away? Zhao Yiruan thought she had misheard and hurriedly asked Lu Chen from the bedroom. Yes, all given away. All right. After receiving Lu Chen's affirmative reply, Zhao Yiruan took a deep breath and immediately found the most expensive gift at the carnival, clicking continuously. Brother Pangu, can we connect for a voice chat? Wang Tiantian sent a connection request to Lu Chen, thinking about seeing what he looked like. If Lu Chen turned out to be a greasy middle-aged man, she would refund all the money. If he was around her age, then she wouldn't have to worry, just treat it like dating. Watching the video connection request pop up on her phone, Zhao Yiruan clicked to decline and typed in the live stream. Not convenient for video. That's it must be a greasy uncle for sure. Wang Tiantian sat in her chair, feeling hopeless, ready to end the stream. But at that moment, a barrage from Lu Chen's account appeared in the live stream again. Pangu, you can connect with a voice chat. Voice? That works too. Wang Tiantian's eyes lit up. Although she couldn't see what the other person looked like, at least she could tell their age by their voice. So, Wang Tiantian decisively sent a voice chat request. Soon, the connection was established. However, the voice that came through left her and everyone in the live stream dumbfounded. Manager Lu went to take a shower. I'm helping him send gifts. Are you brother Pangu's? Wang Tiantian asked cautiously. I'm an employee of Manager Lu's company. Female employee? Wang Tiantian instinctively glanced at the time. It was almost 11 o'clock. So late, a female employee was with her boss, and the boss had gone to take a shower. If they weren't up to something, she wouldn't believe it even if you killed her. Damn, brother Pangu is truly a role model for us. Is this the life of the rich? Playing with female employees, watching female streamers. I'm so envious I'm about to grind my teeth. Wait, this woman's voice is so nice, and it sounds so familiar. I also think it sounds familiar, like the voice of the diva Zhao Yiruan. Could it be a voice changer? Are you really brother Pangu's employee? Wang Tiantian scanned the barrage, doubting that the other person was using a voice changer. In reality, how could a boss give gifts to a female streamer and have an employee help? Don't they usually do it secretly, afraid of being seen? If you don't believe me, wait until Manager Lu finishes his shower and ask him yourself. Zhao Yiruan replied calmly. The reason she accepted Wang Tiantian's connection was that, in her view, since Lu Chen had given Wang Tiantian so many gifts, he must have some kind of close relationship with her. And since she was now an employee of Lu Chen's company, she naturally couldn't pretend not to see Wang Tiantian's connection request. Moreover, she was still sending gifts. Sister, I believe you. Can you stop sending gifts? Wang Tiantian looked at the carnival notifications popping up in the livestream, her face tense. I'm just a small streamer who started a few days ago. I can't do anything except dance. I'm not worth your boss sending so many gifts. You said it yourself, it's my boss who wants to send them to you, so do you think it matters what I say? Zhao Yiruan replied, just wait a bit longer, there are still tens of millions of Do coins left, and then it will be done. What? Wang Tiantian's beautiful eyes widened, her voice trembling. Tens of millions of do coins, all sent to me? You heard right, all sent to you. Zhao Yiren smiled. You're lucky, you encountered someone who isn't short on money. Sister, don't scare me. Wang Tiantian's voice trembled with a hint of crying. I'm still young. I'm only 18. I've never been in a relationship. I like handsome guys. I don't like greasy uncles. Haven't you met Manager Lu before? Zhao Yiren was a bit stunned. I don't know any General Lu. Wang Tiantian was genuinely scared. Tens of millions of do coins, that's several million long coins. If she receives millions all at once, how could she handle it? How would she repay it? If she didn't repay, would someone so wealthy come after her? It must be said that college students who haven't entered society are still quite naive. If it were a woman in society, facing gifts worth millions, she wouldn't just be scared, she might even be more proactive than the big brother. Are you saying that you haven't met him, and you don't know him, yet he came to your live stream and showered you with gifts? Zhao Yiren was also dumbfounded. According to her thoughts, Wang Tiantian was either a bed partner of Lu Chen or a web celebrity Lu Chen was preparing to sign. Only in that case would it be somewhat reasonable for Lu Chen to give Wang Tiantian so many gifts. But it turned out that Lu Chen and Wang Tiantian had never met, not even knowing each other. Giving nearly 10 million in gifts to a female internet celebrity with no vested interest and whom he didn't know, was Lu Chen out of his mind? Or did he have so much money he didn't know how to spend it? Wang Tiantian nodded her little head nonstop, looking pitiful as she said, Sister, please talk to your boss. I can't persuade him, it's his money, and he can spend it however he likes. Zhao Yiren replied with a complex tone, but you don't need to be afraid, General Lu is a nice person. Perhaps he just thinks you're beautiful and wants to support you. Can I donate this money? Wang Tiantian's eyes lit up as she thought of a good idea. As long as she donated the money she earned from gifts, she wouldn't feel any psychological pressure. This way, she might even gain some popularity and increase her followers. Of course, that's also your freedom, Zhao Yiren replied with a smile. At the same time, she looked at Wang Tiantian with admiration. Wang Tiantian's approach was undoubtedly very clever. She gained attention and established a persona, which would greatly help her future live streaming career. That's great. Wang Tiantian sighed in relief. Then I'll donate it in the name of Brother Pangu. Miss Xiao, who are you talking to? Just as Wang Tiantian finished speaking, a man's voice suddenly came from the phone. Instantly, Wang Tiantian leaned her little face closer to the phone. The live stream was also quickly flooded with comments. Here he comes, General Lu is out of the shower. What a young voice, this General Lu can't be very old. Isn't this getting more and more like a script? Who cares what he is, as long as he's good looking. New here, may I ask what the host does? Why is the live stream so popular? Upstairs, let me answer you. What you're seeing now is the first person to kneel in a live stream, the first person to cry from being scared by gifts, with an angelic face and a devilish figure, who broke 100,000 in popularity in just a week of broadcasting, known as the Dance Fairy, Wang Tiantian. Oh, I've never heard of her. General Lu, you're done washing up. Zhao Yiren turned to look. She saw Lu Chen walking towards her in a bathrobe, his black hair still damp, with deep-set eyes and a delicate face, resembling a domineering CEO straight out of a novel. However, compared to the overwhelming aura of a CEO, Lu Chen's demeanor was more laid-back and indifferent. Heaven truly favored this guy. Even though Zhao Yiren had been in the entertainment industry for years and was used to handsome young men, she had to admit that Lu Chen was really good-looking, especially that calm demeanor, as if he had experienced life and death and seen through the world. Are you connecting the mic? Lu Chen approached Zhao Yiren, looking at the mic icon on the phone, somewhat stunned. Excuse me, are you Brother Pangu? Wang Tiantian asked in confusion from the phone. Yes, it's me. Lu Chen took the phone and sat down on the sofa. When Lu Chen saw the balance of do coins displayed on the gift list, he looked at Zhao Yiren and said, Miss Xiao, your speed isn't great. You still have so many do coins left to give away. You do it then, Zhao Yiren replied irritably. Did you not see that I got my nails done? Really? I didn't notice. Lu Chen glanced at Zhao Yiren's hands, and indeed, her nails were exquisitely manicured. Brother Pangu, thank you for supporting me. Wang Tiantian's cheeks flushed in the live stream. Lu Chen's voice was more pleasant than she had imagined, youthful. No need to thank me. I'm just a fool with a lot of money, Lu Chen joked, then continued to send gifts. He had to keep sending. There were only a few minutes left in the task. Ha ha ha, you're killing me. A fool with money? Just for this humor, I have to follow you. I said it. The big brother's online name is Pangu. How old can he be? Upstairs, are you trying to say the big brother is childish? Honey, can you send me some too? Host, let Brother Pangu video call in. Let's see what he looks like. What does the big brother look like? Of course, he's a talented person, very approachable, rich and generous. Brother Pangu, Is it convenient for you to video call? Wang Tiantian glanced at the live stream comments. She also wanted to see what Lu Chen looked like. What girl doesn't have a crush? Especially since Lu Chen was so wealthy. It might not be very convenient, Lu Chen replied with a smile. I still have some dough coins left. Once I finish sending them, I'll leave. Lu Chen had no intention of becoming a public figure. The reason he stayed in Wang Tiantian's livestream for so long was just to complete the system task and casually rack up rewards. That's too bad, Wang Tiantian said with disappointment. Can you give me a contact method? After I donate the money, I'll send you the donation receipt. Donate? Lu Chen looked puzzled. It's like this, Tiantian plans to donate the gifts you sent her in your name, Zhao Yiran explained. Really? Lu Chen was somewhat surprised. However, this made him regard Wang Tiantian more highly. In this day and age, few could resist the temptation of money. Looking at the popularity of Wang Tiantian's livestream, it had unknowingly surpassed 100,000 plus. If Wang Tiantian could maintain this popularity, she would be considered a big streamer on Douyin. I'll send you the contact method later. As for the donation, you can do it in your own name or in the name of you and your fans, Lu Chen said. He didn't need to create a charitable persona, so there was no need for Wang Tiantian to donate in his name. That won't do, this money is all yours, brother. Once it's sent, it's yours, Lu Chen replied with a smile. But, just do as Mr. Lu says, donate in your name and that of your fans. Zhao Yiran interrupted Wang Tiantian, who still wanted to say something. Perhaps Wang Tiantian didn't understand, but she was very clear that Lu Chen was helping Wang Tiantian retain her fans. Alright then, Wang Tiantian glanced at the live stream comments and understood Lu Chen's intention. The host is so cool, with so much money, he just says he'll donate. I'm a fan now. Positive energy host, sending my follow. Join the fan club, from now on, I'm a fan of Tiantian. Can't compare to brother Pangu, sending a rocket. I have a feeling Tiantian is going to be famous. May I ask which guild the host belongs to? This script is too amazing. Popularity, energy, positive persona all in one. I would call it the best script on Douyin. Everyone, don't misunderstand. I swear, this is really not a script, Wang Tiantian hurriedly explained when she saw the comments about a script in the livestream. I really don't know brother Pangu, and I'm a new host. I haven't joined any guild. Alright, I'm done sending. Lu Chen frantically tapped away, finally finishing sending all the remaining dough coins. At the same time, the task time ended, and a system prompt sounded. Task completed. You have spent a total of 10 million dragon coins this time, exceeding the task amount by 9,999,999, successfully triggering a 9,999,999 times critical hit. Congratulations, host, you have received a box of antiques. Congratulations, host, you have received the Eye of Data. As the system prompt rang out, Lu Chen felt a warm current enveloping his eyes. In the next moment, a miraculous scene unfolded. Lu Chen saw Wang Tiantian's personal information appearing before him in data form. Looking again at the introduction of the Eye of Data. Eye of Data can probe the target's real body data, effective only for the opposite sex. Name, Wang Tiantian. Age, 18 years. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 58 kilograms. Comprehensive beauty score, 89. 0. Favorability, 20. Ordinary friend. Lu Chen's eyes burned with excitement. This Eye of Data was simply a divine skill. With it, no beauty filter, disease, or green tea bitch could hide. However, this girl was quite honest. Her real name was indeed Wang Tiantian. A comprehensive beauty score of 89, considering a full score of 100, could be regarded as a great beauty. But what was this 0? Was it what he thought? With that in mind, Lu Chen turned his gaze to Zhao Yiran beside him. Name, Zhao Yiran. Age, 28 years. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 53 kilograms. Comprehensive beauty score, 90. 0. Favorability, 50. Ambiguous object, 0. Lu Chen showed a skeptical expression. It wasn't that he looked at people dirty, it was just that the entertainment industry was too dirty, and it was hard for female artists who had been in the industry for a long time to be clean. What new car? Zhao Yiran asked in confusion. Nothing. Lu Chen quickly shifted his gaze away from Zhao Yiran. Although Zhao Yiran's perfect figure surprised him, the system shouldn't be wrong. As for the personal information displayed by the Eye of Data, the favorability was easy to understand. Favorability was divided into 100 points, 0 for strangers, 1 to 10 for passers-by, 11 to 30 for ordinary friends, 31 to 60 for ambiguous objects, 61 to 80 for couples, 81 to 90 for passionate couples, 91 to 99 for true love couples, 100 for soulmates. If a woman had a favorability of 100 towards Lu Chen, she could do anything for him. Brother Pangu, you've spent a lot. Seeing Lu Chen finally stop sending gifts, Wang Tiantian let out a sigh of relief. She subconsciously glanced at the gift contribution leaderboard. Lu Chen, ranked first, had a contribution value of 100 million. One contribution value equals 0. 1 dragon coins, so 100 million contribution value meant Lu Chen had spent tens of millions of dragon coins in her livestream. So much. Even though Wang Tiantian was mentally prepared, she was still shocked by this terrifying number. There was actually someone who would give a female streamer they didn't know gifts worth tens of millions. She felt like she was dreaming. It's not a big deal, just my hands are a bit sore. Lu Chen was in a very good mood. 10 million for a box of antiques and a divine skill like the Eye of Data was simply worth it. Brother Pangu, a streamer wants to connect with me, should I accept? Wang Tiantian suddenly said. If you want to accept, then go ahead, why are you asking me? Lu Chen found it somewhat amusing. There are so many people in the other person's livestream, I'm a bit scared. Wang Tiantian glanced at the connection information, which showed that the other livestream had over 1 million viewers. Isn't there a lot of people in your livestream too? Lu Chen said, you go live, I should log off. As he spoke, Lu Chen was about to hang up the connection. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to the barrage of comments. Streamer, listening to the rain is looking for you. I heard a big brother gave the streamer 10 million in gifts. Streamer, you look too open. Listening to the rain? Lu Chen paused his actions, revealing a contemplative expression. Meanwhile, Wang Tiantian accepted the other party's invitation to connect. Instantly, the live broadcast interface split into two, and a young man wearing glasses with a rather comical appearance appeared on screen. The young man's account name was Listening to the Rain, with nearly 30 million fans. Hello there, girl. Listening to the Rain sat at a desk, smiling. Girl, did you know you've gone viral? Everyone is talking about you receiving 10 million in gifts, insisting I connect with you. Hello, Wang Tiantian said nervously. Thanks to Brother Pangu's generosity, after the broadcast, I will donate all the money I earned. Wow. Are you really that positive? Listening to the Rain sat up straight. If that's the case, I can't joke with you. But girl, I must remind you, we streamers have withdrawal limits. Ordinary streamers can withdraw a maximum of 10,000 yuan per day, while gold medal streamers can withdraw up to 40,000 yuan daily. That 10 million in gifts, after the platform takes half in taxes, won't be easy to withdraw all at once. Ah, Wang Tiantian was dumbfounded. What should I do? Do you have a company? Listening to the Rain asked, if you have a company, you can withdraw to the company account, which means there won't be any limits on the withdrawal amount. No. Wang Tiantian shook her head. I've only been streaming for less than a week, and I've always been alone. Then you can start a company or join a guild, otherwise, you can only withdraw 10,000 a day. Brother Pangu, how about I just return the money to you? Wang Tiantian said helplessly. You don't have to donate it all at once. You can withdraw a little each day and donate that amount, it's the same. Lu Chen spoke up, and that money is yours. No one can say anything about whether you donate or not. Girl, you're too inconsiderate, the big brother is here, and you didn't even remind me. Hearing Lu Chen's voice, Listening to the Rain said enthusiastically, Big brother, little brother Listening to the Rain, I've long admired your name. I've seen your videos. Lu Chen smiled. By the way, I have a few collectibles here. Can you help me take a look? Big brother, you're too polite. Listening to the Rain was flattered. Someone like you, who spends lavishly, must have valuable genuine items. I can only say it's an eye-opener for me. Wait a moment. Lu Chen smiled but did not respond to Listening to the Rain. Instead, he placed his phone on the coffee table and walked towards the bedroom. In the bedroom, Lu Chen took out a box of antiques that he had received as a system reward. The reason he asked Listening to the Rain for help was that the system's description of this box of antiques was too simple. It only had 4 words, worth a lot, but it did not specify the era of the antiques or their value. It's quite heavy. Lu Chen glanced at the box. It contained quite a few items of various shapes. Tian, send me a video call. Lu Chen returned to the living room, holding the box, and spoke to his phone. Okay. Wang Tiantian's eyes lit up at once. She was very curious about what Lu Chen looked like. Soon, Lu Chen received a video call request from Wang Tiantian. He clicked to accept. Instantly, the live broadcast interface split into 3. Lu Chen took up half the screen, while Listening to the Rain and Wang Tiantian shared the other half. Why is it black? Wang Tiantian asked, puzzled. Lu Chen's screen was completely black. Girl, don't worry, Big brother hasn't turned on the camera yet. Listening to the Rain laughed, and I'm not in a hurry. Why are you? I was just asking. Wang Tiantian's cheeks instantly flushed. She couldn't exactly say she was a leg admirer, wanting to see if Lu Chen was handsome or not, right? Alright. Lu Chen switched the camera to the rear view. Instantly, the black screen brightened, revealing a pair of long, straight, beautiful legs in the live stream. Wow, such beautiful legs, what a shame not to ride a tricycle. These are simply dream legs. What's going on? This person's voice is clearly male. How can the legs look so good? They look like a woman's legs. I'm a woman, why don't I have such beautiful legs? Calm down, these must belong to a female employee of Brother Panga's company. Brother is eating too well, I envy his day. The live stream's bullet comments flooded the screen. A group of old perverts were drooling over the beautiful legs on the screen. Miss Zhao, could you move a bit over? Lu Chen looked at Zhao Yiren sitting next to him, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. But to be fair, Zhao Yiren's legs were indeed beautiful, one could play with them for years without getting tired. Just don't shoot my face. Zhao Yiren pulled her legs in a bit, her gaze assessing the box Lu Chen had brought out. Mr. Lu, are there treasures in there? You'd have to ask Tingyu about that. Lu Chen pointed the camera at the box and said, inside are some antiques passed down in my family, but I haven't had them appraised by an expert. Lu Chen claimed the antiques were family heirlooms to avoid unnecessary trouble. After all, the antique business is quite murky. A slight misstep could lead to serious issues. You're too kind, I'm just a little streamer with some knowledge about appraising treasures, nowhere near an expert. Tingyu said seriously, brother, let me clarify, what I say next only represents my personal opinion. You can take it as a reference. As for the value of these family heirlooms, it still needs to be appraised by an authoritative institution. Just say what you think. Lu Chen understood Tingyu's implied meaning. Some things couldn't be said directly online. Especially for a big streamer like Tingyu, every word and action had to be careful. Lu Chen had once seen a comment under Tingyu's video stating that 1/3 of the audience in her livestream were peers, 1/3 were officials, and 1/3 were regular viewers. It might sound exaggerated, but it indicated that the people in Tingyu's livestream were a mixed bag. Brother, could you bring the phone closer to the box? Tingyu leaned closer to the phone. Frowning, she said, the box is old, judging by the material, it should be Wangwali wood. The carving on it is a dragon, symbolizing imperial power. It looks like it should have been crafted by the imperial artisans of the Qing dynasty. Not bad, a glance reveals its worth, and it's well preserved, at least worth this many buns. Tingyu smiled, took out a calculator, and pressed some buttons. Zeroed out. 5 million. Is this for real? A box is worth this much money? It seems my hometown also has such a box, which my grandmother used as firewood. Do you understand what it means to be crafted by the imperial artisans of the Qing dynasty? It proves this box is from the Qing era and was specially made for the royal family. Calm down, don't forget Brother Panga just gave Tian 10 million. This box is only half of that. Brother, how do you plan to handle this box? Tingyu asked with a big smile. Lu Chen had watched Tingyu's live stream and knew she was inquiring if he intended to sell it. I'll keep it, after all, it's a family heirloom. Lu Chen replied with a smile. Ha, that's right, things passed down from the older generation should be well preserved. Tingyu said this, but her face fell. Lu Chen noticed and wasn't angry, knowing the other party was just putting on a show. There are some other things, take a look together, Lu Chen said as he opened the box. Inside the box, there were several pieces of porcelain, a pile of copper coins, and a wooden box. Big brother, may I ask what our ancestors did? Tingyu pushed up his glasses with his hand, his expression clearly becoming serious. Our ancestors indeed had their glory days. Lu Chen did not directly answer Tingyu's question. Big brother, your ancestors were not just glorious, they must have been officials, and of a significant rank too. Tingyu leaned closer to the phone, speaking urgently, can you bring the camera closer to that pile of copper coins? Alright, stop, turn a few coins over. Tingyu directed Lu Chen. After a moment, Tingyu took a deep breath and said, Big brother, wait a moment, I'll play a song. In the courtyard, the pear blossoms had withered for another year. The clear night, moonlight spilled on the empty steps. In dreams, the Shang and Xiao played old tunes. Waking from dreams, tears stained the rouge face. Here it comes, the BGM spring courtyard snow is on. I'm new here, may I ask what this song means? Let me explain for the newcomers. When brother you plays this song in the livestream, it means he has identified something particularly valuable. Opening the door indicates that the item is genuine and has certain value. Then why didn't the previous box play this song? Don't ask, just say brother you forgot. Big brother, I've looked at the items. These copper coins are all Kangxi Tongbao, Manchu, and Han. The size and condition are very good. Currently, one coin is worth about this many steamed buns. Note, that's one coin. Tingyu pressed the calculator again, resetting it. 100,000. Wow, one coin is worth 100,000. Everyone quickly count how many coins are in this box. How do we count? It's piled up to half a box, at least over 1,000 coins, right? My god, over 1,000 coins. Doesn't that mean it's worth over 100 million? Big brother, I've followed you. Tingyu smiled broadly. Today, I feel like I've known Big Brother for ages. If you don't mind, I'd like to treat you to a meal sometime. Getting anxious, Tingyu is getting anxious. Tingyu is envious that Big Brother has so many well-preserved Manchu and Han coins. Who wouldn't be envious? 1 copper coin could buy a car. I'm tired of saying it. Why can't there be one more rich person in this world? Is this the world of the rich? Wang Tiantian was completely bewildered. She was born into an ordinary family and had never seen much of the world. Every year when she returned home for the new year, relatives would discuss nothing more than who earned how much in a month, who bought a new house, who bought a new car, and so on. But compared to wealthy people like Lu Chen, her relatives who boasted about salaries, buying houses, and cars seemed like clowns. For the rich, even the most trivial items were dreams unattainable for ordinary people. Alright, I'll give you a few coins then, Lu Chen replied with a smile. As expected of Big Brother, truly genuine. Tingyu said seriously, but let's be clear, if Big Brother has the idea of passing on a few Manchu and Han coins, I can purchase them at market price. Let's talk about it later. Lu Chen pointed to a few bowl-shaped porcelain pieces in the box. Take a look at these porcelain items. I need to examine these closely. Tingyu took a magnifying glass from the desk drawer, looking comical as he said, Big Brother, turn these porcelain pieces over. Let me see the bottom. This thing, it's a bit hard to say. Tingyu frowned while carefully examining, from the patterns, shapes, craftsmanship, and colors of these porcelain pieces, they resemble Northern Song blue and white porcelain, and it seems to be from an official kiln. But since it's through the phone, I can't make an accurate judgment. I suggest Big Brother take it to an authoritative institution for appraisal. Tingyu put down the magnifying glass, his expression serious. If it's genuine, how much is it worth? Lu Chen asked. If it's genuine, then the value could be shocking. Listening to the rain took out a calculator, thought for a moment, and pressed the buttons. Reset, 5 million, equals, 50 million. All of it? Wrong, it's one piece. Listening to the rain said, in our ancient porcelain, the blue and white porcelain from the Northern Song dynasty's official kiln is very valuable, and currently, the market has very few pieces of it. The price I gave is the average price of these 4 pieces of porcelain. If these 4 pieces of porcelain are genuine, then at the auction, the final total price will definitely not be lower than this much. Listening to the rain pressed the calculator again. Reset, 250 million. Okay, thank you. Lu Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart. These 4 pieces of porcelain were rewards from the system, so they couldn't possibly be fakes. This means that these 4 pieces of porcelain are 100% blue and white porcelain from the Northern Song dynasty. 250 million, that's a huge sum. Did I hear that right? 250 million? Even if I won the lottery and got 5 million, I'd have to win 50 times to get that much money. Who is this Big Brother? Just the antiques in one box add up to almost 300 million. What 300 million? Didn't you hear listening to the rain say? Whether these 4 pieces of porcelain are genuine still needs to be authenticated by an authoritative institution, which means these 4 pieces of porcelain could very well be fakes. Come on, this person is so rich, he can give a female streamer gifts worth tens of millions. Would the things he collects be fake? And you can tell from his tone that hearing 250 million didn't even faze him. Clearly, for him, hundreds of millions of money is already a common occurrence. The live stream's bullet comments were going crazy. The 4 pieces of porcelain, valued at over 100 million, undoubtedly brought great shock to many. Miss Xiao, please help me take these bowls to the kitchen. Lu Chen took out the 4 bowl-shaped porcelain pieces from the box and handed them to Zhao Yiran, saying, just in time, I need a few rice bowls at home. Zhao Yiran? Mr. Lu, are you serious? Zhao Yiran's beautiful eyes widened. Such precious porcelain, and you're using it for eating? What else? Lu Chen smiled. Aren't they just tools for eating in ancient times? Forget it. You take them to the kitchen yourself. Zhao Yiran shook her head vigorously. I'm afraid if I break them, I won't be able to afford it. Using antiques worth over 100 million as rice bowls? Only Lu Chen could do that. Zhao Yiran had seen wealthy people before. She had interacted with many entrepreneurs worth over 100 million, even billions, in the entertainment industry. But those wealthy people she had met were like little brothers compared to Lu Chen. It's not an exaggeration to say that Lu Chen made Zhao Yiran redefine the term wealthy. In fact, Lu Chen could no longer be described as just wealthy. Using internet slang, super rich would be more fitting. Big Brother, could you please take out the wooden box from the chest for me to see? Listening to the rain's voice came from the phone. With a shocked expression, he said, the material of this box seems to be rosewood. No, the color of rosewood isn't this yellow. Wait, this seems to be a jade seal box made of both rosewood and golden silk nanmu. Could it be that there's a jade seal inside? Listening to the rain made a joke. However, the next second, listening to the rain's pupils constricted, and he sat there like a statue, motionless. Lu Chen opened the wooden box, and inside lay a square object. The shape of the object was exactly like a jade seal, entirely snow white, with 5 dragons intertwined carved on the seal's knob, exuding an ancient and profound aura. And in one corner of the jade seal, it wasn't jade but gold, as if one corner had been broken and then repaired with gold. Gold inlaid with jade. Lu Chen's heart tightened. Ah, Big Brother really knows how to joke. Coming back to his senses, listening to the rain, laughed heartily. You've even brought out the Imperial Jade Seal, which is a national treasure lost by our country. To this day, no one knows its whereabouts. But there are quite a few on Pinduoduo, and it's only 9. 9 with free shipping. Big Brother, you didn't buy it on Pinduoduo, did you? As Tingyu's words fell, the phone on his desk suddenly rang. He instinctively picked it up to check. After reading, he stood there in a daze once again. However, this time he quickly regained his composure. Big Brother, could you please take out that jade seal for me to see? Remember, be careful with your movements, and it's best to put something on the ground. What's going on? What does Tingyu mean by that? Could it be that the Imperial Jade Seal is real? What a joke! The Imperial Jade Seal is undoubtedly a national treasure. In front of the Imperial Jade Seal, all the artifacts in our country's museums have to step aside. It represents legitimacy. How could it be real? The Imperial Jade Seal has been missing for a long time. Then why is Tingyu being so cautious all of a sudden? And someone as wealthy as Brother Pango can't really have bought an Imperial Jade Seal for 9 with free shipping, right? It's over. I was careless. At this moment, Lu Chen truly felt like crying without tears. If he had known that the antique rewarded by the system included the Imperial Jade Seal, he would never have asked Tingyu for help in appraising it. What the Imperial Jade Seal represents, as a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, he couldn't possibly be unaware. There was no doubt that the moment the Imperial Jade Seal appeared in the live broadcast room, regardless of its authenticity, he was being monitored by the authorities. Ding, supplement the detailed introduction of the antique and related items. Wanwali Lidragon Gold Pattern Cabinet, Kanchi Tongbao Manhangxi, Northern Song Dynasty Official Kiln Flower Mouth Bowl X4, Imperial Jade Seal, Lu Chun. Now you give the introduction. What good is that? Lu Chen seriously suspected that the system was doing this on purpose. If it had sent him the antique information earlier, he wouldn't have been curious enough to ask Tingyu for help, and he wouldn't have exposed the existence of the Imperial Jade Seal. Now it's good. Once the authorities confirm that the Imperial Jade Seal is real, he would definitely be taken away for investigation. How would he explain the origin of the Imperial Jade Seal? Friendly reminder, among the antique-related items, there are items related to explaining the origin, as well as a fake-to-real voucher. Really? Lu Chen's mind stirred, and the system's light screen appeared before him. On the light screen was a bamboo slip and something resembling a lottery ticket. The bamboo slip was inscribed with obscure characters, and after the system translated it, the content roughly stated that Lu Chen's family was the inheriting family of the Imperial Jade Seal, and Lu Chen's lineage was a descendant of Lu Bang, the founder of the Han Dynasty. As for the fake-to-real voucher, it was even more impressive. According to the system, using the fake-to-real voucher would clone a fake Imperial Jade Seal. Although it would be fake, it would look exactly like the real one, achieving the level of indistinguishability. 666. System Daddy, please accept my knee. With this proof of the inheriting family, Lu Chen immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Although in this era, the identity of a descendant of the emperor is not very useful, as long as it allows him to explain the origin of the Imperial Jade Seal, that would be enough. More importantly, he could keep the Imperial Jade Seal. System, oh system, how can I say you are good? Big Brother, are you sure this thing is your family's heirloom? Tingyu frowned, and upon closer inspection, one could even see beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Just now, Tingyu received a message from a senior in the antique world, informing him that the Imperial Jade Seal in Lu Chen's hand is very likely genuine. This news left Tingyu both shocked and delighted. Shocked because the Imperial Jade Seal is too sensitive. If he accidentally says the wrong thing, it could very well ruin his live streaming career and even bring him great trouble. Delighted because if the Imperial Jade Seal in Lu Chen's hand is real, then with the hype surrounding it, he would completely explode online and gain massive traffic. Of course, if the origin is not legitimate, I wouldn't be able to bring it online for appraisal. Lu Chen took a deep breath and said, the reason I brought this item online for appraisal is to have everyone witness it together. If it turns out to be genuine, I will contact the relevant departments and donate it for free. To my brothers who read quickly, remember to pay attention in the last chapter. The Jade Seal hasn't been donated, it will be of great use later. Although Lu Chen had the bamboo slips from the system rewards to prove the origin of the Imperial Jade Seal, times had changed. In modern society, sensitive cultural relics like the Imperial Jade Seal, which represent orthodoxy and imperial power, can only be donated to the authorities. It is impossible for individuals to collect or sell them. Therefore, donating it is the only way. However, Lu Chen had a counterfeit that could pass for the real thing, which made things different. Just as Lu Chen finished speaking, the phone screen suddenly went black. A prompt appeared, indicating that the account had been banned. At the same time, the Tingyu live broadcast room also showed that it had been banned. What's going on? Wang Tian looked confused. She was engrossed in the broadcast, and now she was the only one left. Meanwhile, the number of viewers in her live room was skyrocketing. In the blink of an eye, the popularity had surpassed 2 million. Quick, look, both Tingyu and Brother Pangu's accounts have been banned. That's strange, they didn't violate any rules. Could it be that the Imperial Jade Seal is real? There's a high probability it's real, otherwise, the authorities wouldn't ban their accounts for no reason. This is bad. Pangu might be in trouble. Why would he be in trouble? Even if the Imperial Jade Seal is real, it's his family heirloom. Now that he has voluntarily offered to donate it, the authorities would be too busy rewarding him to arrest him. Family heirloom? Do you really believe that? I think it's more likely that it was dug up from underground. It can't be a family heirloom. According to historical records, the Imperial Jade Seal went missing at the end of the Tang dynasty. If it had been in someone's or some family's possession all these years, there wouldn't be no news about it. The live room's bullet comments were flooding the screen. The vast majority of people did not believe that the Imperial Jade Seal was a family heirloom of Lu Chen. They speculated that Lu Chen would end up in trouble because of the Imperial Jade Seal. On the other side, Zhao Yiren withdrew her gaze from Lu Chen's phone and looked at the Imperial Jade Seal in his hand, her face filled with shock. Mr. Lu, is this real? What do you think? Lu Chen did not answer Zhao Yiren's question but instead stood up and walked toward the bedroom. If all went as expected, the relevant departments should be on their way. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Lu Chen entered the bedroom, there was a knock on the front door. Seeing this, Zhao Yiren got up and walked toward the door. When she saw the surveillance footage outside the door, she immediately became nervous. The monitor showed that the doorway was filled with uniformed police officers. What are you standing there for? Open the door. Lu Chen appeared behind Zhao Yiren. At this moment, he had changed into a different outfit, holding the wooden box containing the Imperial Jade Seal in his left hand and a roll of bamboo slips in his right. Zhao Yiren finally snapped back to reality and hurriedly opened the door. As a group of police officers surged into the room, both Lu Chen and Zhao Yiren were taken away for questioning. Name? Lu Chen. Place of origin? Huangdi Village, Yunjiang County, Shancheng City. Where did the Jade Seal come from? It's a family heirloom. Shancheng Police Station. In the interrogation room, the police officer was questioning Lu Chen. After the questioning ended, the officer took the registration form and left, leaving Lu Chen alone in the interrogation room. How long until the people from the Kyoto Cultural Relics Bureau arrive? In the director's office, a middle-aged man stood by the window, arms crossed, his gaze sharp and imposing. The middle-aged man was named Gui Jun, the director of the Shancheng Police Station. Behind Gui Jun stood a young police officer. The experts from the Kyoto Cultural Relics Bureau set out 2 hours ago. They should arrive in about half an hour. Have someone wait at the front door. As soon as they arrive, bring them to me immediately. Gui Jun turned around, his expression extremely serious. Yes. The officer saluted Gui Jun and then hurriedly left the office. Once the officer was gone, Gui Jun's gaze shifted to the corner of the office. There, a desk was set up, and in the center of the desk lay a wooden box, a roll of bamboo slips, and a document. Not simple at all. Gui Jun took a deep breath and walked towards the desk, picking up the document to read. His eyes were filled with shock. The content of the document was none other than the information about Lu Chen and his relatives that Gui Jun had asked to be compiled. Parents and relatives are ordinary people, yet he is the owner of a company worth 2 billion. A prodigy. Gui Jun stared at the document, his brow furrowed, deep in thought. Half an hour later, an official vehicle drove into the Shancheng police station. 3 elderly men, led by an officer, quickly made their way to the director's office. Old Zhu, we finally waited for you. Gui Jun had been waiting at the office door. Upon seeing the 3 elderly men approaching quickly, he hurried forward to greet them. Director Gua, you've worked hard. The leading elder said with a serious expression, there haven't been any accidents, have there? The elder's name was Zhu Guowen, the director of the Beijing Cultural Relics Bureau. Rest assured, old Zhu, the items are in my office. I've been keeping an eye on them, with full surveillance recording. I didn't dare touch them, fearing I might accidentally damage the relics. The authenticity of the imperial seal of the state still needs to be confirmed by Old Li and Old Wang. As Zhu Guowen spoke, the group entered the office. Upon seeing the wooden box on the desk, the 2 elderly men who followed Zhu Guowen were visibly excited, their eyes shining. One of the elderly men had a goatee, while the other had a full head of white hair, each carrying a toolbox. The goateed elder was named Li Xuechang, and the white-haired elder was named Wang Zhong. Both were renowned appraisal masters in Longwa, at the top level in the field of relic appraisal. Most of the relics unearthed in Longwa were appraised by these two. Old Li, Old Wang, let's get started, Zhu Guowen said with a serious expression. The significance of the imperial seal of the state is extraordinary. You must not be careless. Rest assured, we have been dealing with relics for decades and have never made a mistake. Although the imperial seal of the state has a long history, its essence is ancient jade, and the difficulty of appraisal is not high. Li Xuechang said that the appraisal difficulty was not high, but his movements as he opened the wooden box were extremely careful. As the box opened, the imperial seal of the state came into view. Li Xuechang and Wang Zhong both took a deep breath. Although the appraisal difficulty was not high, its significance was profound, so they dared not be the slightest bit careless. Old Wang, take out the seal. Li Xuechang opened the toolbox and took out a pair of gloves made of special material, handing them to Wang Zhong. He then picked up a small flashlight to illuminate the bottom of the seal. Half an hour later, Wang Zhong carefully placed the seal back into the wooden box, his emotions running high. Indeed, this is the imperial seal of the state recorded in our ancient texts. Whether it's the material, the pattern, or the inscriptions, everything matches. Ha, I never expected to see the imperial seal of the state in my lifetime. I have no regrets at all. Li Xuechang suddenly laughed heartily. Very good, very good. Zhu Guowen was also extremely excited at this moment. As the director of the Beijing Cultural Relics Bureau, his duty was to protect and promote Longwa's cultural relics. However, due to modern historical reasons, many of Longwa's relics have been lost overseas, and the number of relics that can be showcased domestically is very few. Now that the imperial seal of the state has been found, it will undoubtedly attract global attention. At that time, it will be possible to use the imperial seal of the state to promote our culture to the world and take this opportunity to bring back as many relics lost overseas as possible. Director Gua, has the investigation into the person who collected the imperial seal of the state been clarified? Zhu Guowen thought of something and said with a serious expression, hiding important cultural relics of our country has already violated our laws, and a strict investigation must be conducted. Once any illegal activities are found, they must be dealt with according to the law. Old Zhu, after our investigation, the identity of the other party is fine, and there are no activities such as tomb raiding or smuggling of cultural relics, Wu Jun replied truthfully. If it's not tomb raiding or smuggling, how could the imperial seal of the nation appear in his hands? Could it really be a family heirloom? Zhu Guowen frowned tightly. Old Zhu, there are no signs of excavation on the imperial seal, Li Xuechang interjected. From the luster of the seal, it must have been carefully protected, otherwise, after so many years, its condition couldn't possibly be so pristine. Descendants of Emperor Gaozu of Han. Suddenly, a gasp was heard. Wang Zhong had opened the bamboo slips on the desk without anyone noticing. What is this? Zhu Guowen's attention was drawn to the bamboo slips, looking at Gui Jun with confusion. This was given to us by the other party, claiming it can prove why the imperial seal is in his possession, Gui Jun explained. This bamboo slip should also be a cultural relic. To avoid damage, no one touched it before you and the two experts arrived. Old Zhu. Old Wang, what do you mean by descendants of Emperor Gaozu? The other party is a descendant of Liu Bang, Emperor Gaozu of Han, Wang Zhong said in shock. This is a roll of bamboo slips from the Western Han period, and the content on it was written by Emperor Gaozu himself, roughly stating that he instructed his descendants to protect the imperial seal. But according to historical records, didn't the imperial seal go missing at the end of the Tang dynasty? Zhu Guowen asked in confusion. Could it be that the seals in the hands of later dynasties are all fake? But what about the gold inlaid jade on the imperial seal? That needs to be asked of the other party, Wang Zhong said. As a descendant of Emperor Gaozu and the inheritor of the imperial seal, he must know the reasons behind it. Hurry, Director Gua, please take us to meet that person, Zhu Guowen said anxiously. He had initially thought that the imperial seal was dug up from underground. The emergence of a descendant of Emperor Gaozu was unexpected. Although the identity of the emperor's descendants holds little value in modern times, as the inheritor of the imperial seal, he must know many unknown histories. Interrogation room. Lu Chen was almost dozing off in the chair. By this time, nearly 4 hours had passed since he was brought into the police station for questioning. Although no one in the police station was making things difficult for him, being alone in the interrogation room was indeed a bit boring. Wake up! Suddenly, a rough voice rang out. Lu Chen groggily opened his eyes, and what met his gaze was a resolute square face. Director Gua, have the experts finished their assessment? When can I go back? Lu Chen rubbed his eyes and spoke lazily. During the hours he had been in the police station, besides the officers, Gui Jun had personally interrogated him, so he was not unfamiliar with Gui Jun. The experts have questions for you. Answer truthfully, and once you're done, you can go back, Gui Jun said with a smile. Young man, you are a descendant of Emperor Gaozu? The imperial seal of the nation is a family heirloom? Xu Guowen scrutinized Lu Chen, his eyes filled with skepticism. That's right, Lu Chen replied. The bamboo slips I gave Director Gui can prove the origin of the imperial seal. As for whether I am a descendant of Emperor Gaozu, I believe it wouldn't be difficult to investigate. Then let me ask you, since you are a descendant of Emperor Gaozu and the imperial seal has always been protected by your ancestors, why does historical record state that the last appearance of the imperial seal was at the end of the Tang dynasty? And what about the gold inlaid jade on the imperial seal? The historical records are not false, and the gold inlaid jade on the imperial seal is also not false. Lu Chen said seriously, according to the records of my ancestors, our lineage has always guarded the imperial seal of China, but due to the changes in dynasties, the seal was not always in the hands of my ancestors. Until the end of the Tang dynasty, my ancestor exchanged a large amount of gold, silver, and jewels to retrieve the imperial seal from others. Since then, the seal has continued to be guarded by my ancestors, up to my generation. Who exactly do you refer to as others? Xu Guowen asked with a serious expression. I am not sure about that. My ancestors did not record much on this matter, but I personally speculate it should be people from the royal palace at that time. After all, the last emperor to hold the imperial seal was Li Tsungke, the last emperor of the later Tang of the 5 dynasties, and after Shi Jingtang of later Jin captured Luoyang in 936 AD, he and his consorts committed self-immolation in the palace, throwing all imperial belongings into the fire at the same time. It was after that the imperial seal returned to my ancestors, and it is possible that it was sold to my ancestors by palace maids or eunuchs. Do you have any evidence for what you are saying? No, Lu Chen replied, except for that bamboo slip which can prove the origin of the imperial seal and that I am indeed a descendant of Liu Bang, the founder of the Han dynasty. Other information has been passed down orally from generation to generation. Upon hearing this, Zhu Guowen fell into silence. What Lu Chen said could not be proven true or false, but that was not important. What mattered was that the bamboo slip could prove Lu Chen was the heir of the imperial seal and a descendant of Liu Bang. And that was enough. Young man, let me introduce myself. My name is Zhu Guowen, the director of the Cultural Relics Bureau of the capital. Xu Guowen smiled and said, on behalf of the Cultural Relics Bureau, I thank you and your ancestors for guarding the imperial seal. It is because of you and your ancestors that the imperial seal has been preserved intact through the torrents of history. You are too polite, Zhu Lao, Lu Chen smiled and said. The imperial seal belongs to the country and the people. My ancestors and I are merely custodians on behalf of the country and the people, and now it should be returned to them. Ah, very good, very good. Zhu Guowen laughed heartily while patting Lu Chen on the shoulder. Rest assured, since you choose to trust the country will never let you down. I will personally apply for a reward for you. As a citizen of Longhua, I believe in my country, Lu Chen said with a serious expression. Lu Chen was not very a reward from the country. He was merely donating the hot potato of the imperial seal to avoid trouble. Leave me your contact information, and I will contact you as soon as the reward comes through. Zhu Guowen took out his phone. Lu Chen's eyes lit up at this. He quickly took out his phone and exchanged contact information with Zhu Guowen. Also leave me your number, Gui Jun said, pulling out a business card. If there's anything, you can call me. Young man, here is our business card. If you have any antiques that need appraisal, feel free to contact us. Li Shuicheng and Wang Zhong also pulled out business cards. Seeing this, Lu Chen smiled and accepted them all. You scared me to death. Below the Huajiang Inuit community, Zhao Yiren held her chest, her stunning face faintly showing signs of paleness. Not far away, a police car was driving out of the community. Lu Zone, it's a good thing that the imperial seal is fake, otherwise, you would have been in trouble. Who said it was fake? Lu Chen said with a smile beside Zhao Yiren. For the past few hours, Zhao Yiren, like him, had been interrogated at the police station. After the police confirmed his identity as the heir of the imperial seal, he and Zhao Yiren were sent back by the police. Isn't it? Zhao Yiren was taken aback for a moment, then said, if that thing were real, how could the police let you go? The imperial seal is an important cultural relic of our country, and private collection is illegal. In Zhao Yiren's view, the only reason the police let Lu Chen go was one. The police called in professional appraisers to authenticate the imperial seal of China, and the result was that it was a fake. Lu Chen did not constitute the private possession of important cultural relics, which is why he was released. If the imperial seal were genuine, then even if Lu Chen's claim that it was a family heirloom were true, the police would not have let him go so quickly. After all, the police rely on evidence. Just because you say it's a family heirloom doesn't make it one. You'll know tomorrow. Lu Chen did not elaborate further. As he left the police station, Zhu Guowen, with the imperial seal and the bamboo scroll, was being escorted back to Kyoto by special police, traveling through the night. It was believed that soon, the official website of the Kyoto Cultural Relics Bureau would release a statement regarding the imperial seal. By then, the entire internet would surely be in an uproar. Warning: the Kyoto Cultural Relics Bureau released the same announcement across major social media accounts. Our bureau will hold a live-streamed ceremony for the admission of cultural relics today at noon. At that time, the imperial seal, representing ancient imperial authority, will officially enter the National Museum for exhibition. Less than half an hour after the announcement was made, various entries related to the imperial seal topped the trending searches on all platforms. Hashtag imperial seal revealed. Hashtag mandated by heaven. Everlasting prosperity. Hashtag imperial seal appears in Tingya livestream. Hashtag Pangu donates imperial seal. Hashtag who is Pangu. Under each trending topic, thousands of netizens commented every second. I woke up from a nap, and my imperial seal has been found? The imperial seal has been found. Do you know what that means? It means the imperial seal has been found. Who exactly is Pangu? The imperial seal is actually in his hands. Who is Pangu? If you don't know who Pangu is, I suggest you search for the Tingyu livestream replay, and you'll find out. The Kyoto Cultural Relics Bureau has issued a notice, which means that the imperial seal presented by Brother Pangu yesterday is real. Why is there no announcement about Brother Pangu? Could it be that he really went in? Do we even need to think about it? He definitely went in. Possessing and trading important cultural relics is illegal unless he can prove that the imperial seal is indeed a family heirloom. Otherwise, he will definitely go in. It's actually real. In her bedroom, Zhao Yiren sat at the head of her bed, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on her phone. She had gotten up early and habitually started scrolling through Douyin. What she found were all news related to the imperial seal. Looking at the announcement from the Kyoto Cultural Relics Bureau on her phone, Zhao Yiren's face was filled with disbelief. Could it be that the imperial seal really is a family heirloom? But how can he prove that the imperial seal is a family heirloom? Just then, the Kyoto Cultural Relics Bureau released another announcement. The reason the imperial seal has been preserved intact through the torrents of history is due to the significant contributions of a family, descendants of Emperor Gaozu of Han. They were granted the title of inheritors by Emperor Gaozu and have guarded the imperial seal for generations. Below the announcement was an accompanying image. The image depicted the bamboo scroll that came as a reward from the system. After reading this announcement and the translation of the scroll's content in the image, Zhao Yiren's mouth fell open in shock. Descendants of Emperor Gaozu of Han. Zhao Yiren's gaze turned toward the door, her heart racing uncontrollably. My boss is actually a descendant of an emperor. No wonder he isn't afraid of Tianyu. No wonder he possesses such incredible wealth at such a young age. At that moment, everything clicked for Zhao Yiren. Initially, she had wondered how Lu Chen, a third-year student with no background, became the boss of a thriving business. Now it seemed that Lu Chen was far from an ordinary person. Behind him, there must be a powerful family supporting him. In modern society, being a descendant of an emperor does not confer privileges. In fact, those who have lived to this day typically have ancestors who were prominent figures. However, the descendants of a few prominent figures rely on their ancestors' accumulation and their own insights into the times to strategize in each era. After several generations of effort, they have built a vast family lineage. These families are often not well known to the public, but their industries span various sectors. The entrepreneurs and billionaires familiar to people are mostly spokespersons launched by these families. Zhao Yiren has been in the entertainment industry for 10 years, revered as the queen of the music scene, but she has only heard a little about these families and has never had the qualifications to enter that circle. Thinking of this, Zhao Yiren feels incredibly fortunate to have joined Starry Sky. With a powerful boss like Lu Chen, she believes she will soon be able to shake off the negative rumors online. On the other side, Lu Chen was awakened by a phone call. When the call connected, a deep voice came through. Young man, I am Zhu Guowen. Old Zhu, just call me Xiao Mu. Lu Chen instantly became alert, beginning to speculate on the purpose of Zhu Guowen's call. Ha, good, then I will call you Xiao Mu. Zhu Guowen sounded in a good mood, his tone amiable as he continued. I have reported your situation to the higher-ups. They express their highest respect for your selfless donation of the imperial seal and your family's generations of guardianship over it, and they have arranged for me to commend and reward you. The imperial seal rightfully belongs to the country and the people. It is an honor for me and my ancestors to protect it for the country and the people, Lu Chen replied, not daring to be careless. He feared that he might say something wrong and bring trouble upon himself. After the incident with the imperial seal, he believed that the relevant departments must have conducted a thorough investigation into him. Although he had a system and the rewards he received had legitimate sources, legality aside, one must still be cautious. There are not many young entrepreneurs with such awareness as you, Zhu Guowen remarked with a hint of emotion, continuing, I heard from Director Guo that you run an entertainment company called Starry Sky. I happen to be looking for a promotional ambassador for the museum. If your company has a suitable candidate, you can send them to Kyoto. Thank you, old Zhu. I will contact the artists and the company shortly, Lu Chen said, his face filled with surprise. Zhu Guowen was the director of the Kyoto Cultural Relics Bureau, and the museum that could have Zhu Guowen personally seek a promotional ambassador could only be the National Museum, as Lu Chen could think of no other. The National Museum, as the most authoritative museum in Long Country, has no equal, and any cultural relics collected there are of national treasure status. Most importantly, since the establishment of the National Museum, there has never been a promotional ambassador. Moreover, the National Museum represents the official stance, so any artist fortunate enough to become its spokesperson would be equivalent to receiving official support, making them untouchable in the entertainment industry. As for the recommended candidate, Lu Chen immediately thought of Zhao Erin. Currently, Zhao Erin was at the center of controversy, with endless negative rumors about her online. She was also being suppressed by the three entertainment giants. Even though Lu Chen had signed her to Starry Sky, it would be difficult for Zhao Erin to return to the entertainment industry in the short term. However, if Zhao Erin became the promotional ambassador for the National Museum, then all problems would be easily resolved. He did not believe that the three entertainment giants would dare to slander the promotional ambassador of the Kyoto Museum. I have other matters to attend to, so I will hang up now. I have already sent you the reward from the higher-ups via WeChat. Then old Zhu, you get busy. I won't disturb you any longer. Once Zhu Guowen hung up, Lu Chen hurriedly opened WeChat. It is worth mentioning that last night at the police station, he had exchanged phone numbers and added Zhu Guowen on WeChat. In addition, he also added Gui Jun, Li Shuachang, and Wang Zhong's WeChat. He clicked into the chat window with Zhu Guowen. A few minutes ago, Zhu Guowen sent him a document. He opened the document. Inside was a list of rewards. The contents were as follows. 1. 5 million dragon coins. 2. Award of the Cultural Relic Heritage Badge. 3. Honorary banner. 4. Lifetime free access to national tourist attractions. Not bad. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. He had thought that donating the Imperial Seal would only earn him 500 dragon coins and a banner. However, the rewards listed far exceeded his expectations, especially the award of the Cultural Relic Heritage Badge, which money could not buy. This was equivalent to official recognition of his identity, the benefits of which could not be easily articulated. It seemed that the position of ambassador for the National Museum was not a reward from above, but rather a gift from old Zhu. Lu Chen wore a contemplative expression. He couldn't quite guess Zhu Guowen's intentions in doing this. If it was to befriend him, then given Zhu Guowen's status, he likely mingled with big shots from various fields. Although he was worth billions, compared to the people in Zhu Guowen's circle, he was hardly worth mentioning. However, Lu Chen didn't dwell on it too much. Being on good terms with Zhu Guowen could only benefit him, not harm him. Just like now, with a single word from Zhu Guowen, Zhao Erin could become the ambassador for the National Museum, thus helping her out of her current predicament. Just then, Zhu Guowen sent a voice message. Xiaomu, have your company's artist go directly to the Kyoto Cultural Relics Bureau. There will be staff there to discuss the specific details with him. Okay, old Zhu, when you have time, I'll go to Kyoto to thank you in person, Lu Chen replied in a text. After sending the message, Zhu Guowen did not respond. Lu Chen exited WeChat and started scrolling through Douyin. The videos he came across were mostly related to the Imperial Seal. At the same time, he discovered that Douyin had unblocked his account. His follower count had surged to 500,000. Moreover, every time he refreshed his homepage, his followers increased by several thousand. Before this, his account had only a single-digit follower count. Am I going viral? Lu Chen found it somewhat amusing. He had no doubt that if he went live now, his popularity would overshadow any other streamer online. But he didn't want to be a public figure, so the number of followers didn't affect him at all. His gaze swept over the message interface. What caught his eye were the numerous red dots, all messages from fans following him. Lu Chen casually opened a few unread messages. A user named Love Eating Cilantro, image, can I be your girlfriend? User 952795279527, descendant of Emperor Gaozu Lu Bang, impressive, half a life returned, you're so rich, send me a few $1,000. What is wrong with this society? Lu Chen glanced through dozens of messages before he couldn't bear to look anymore. Some messages were simply unbearable. Requests for money and love confessions were just childish. There were even women sending him suggestive photos. The key was that they were quite eye-catching, and Lu Chen even worried he might have nightmares tonight. Damn it, what bad luck! Lu Chen darkly blocked the woman who sent the suggestive photo. His attention was then drawn to messages from mutual friends. He only followed two people on Douyin, Wang Tiantian and Tingyu. He saw that both Wang Tiantian and Tingyu had sent him several messages. Wang Tiantian, Pangagij, can I add you on WeChat? Wang Tiantian, Gij, are you okay? Wang Tiantian, Pangagij, you're trending. I didn't expect you to be a descendant of Emperor Gaozu. I admire him the most. Wang Tiantian Gij, I see your account IP is also from Shansheng. Are you from Shansheng too? Tingyu Jianbao, big brother, may I have the honor of adding your WeChat? When you have time, I'd like to treat you to a meal. Listening to the rain appraising treasures, the emperor's descendant, big brother is impressive. Listening to the rain appraising treasures, big brother, thanks to you, I've made it to the trending list on Douyin. I will definitely repay you well when I get the chance. Lu Chen sent WeChat messages to Wang Tiantian and listening to the rain, then exited Douyin. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, the bedroom door was knocked on. Lu Chen saw this and got up to open the door. Mr. Lu, I hope I'm not disturbing your rest? Zhao Yiren said cautiously. After the matter of the imperial seal, Zhao Yiren had already regarded Lu Chen as a member of a prominent family. This made her feel an immense pressure when facing Lu Chen, to the point where she didn't dare to be as casual as yesterday. What's wrong? Did a good sleep make you distant? Lu Chen glanced at Zhao Yiren and walked towards the living room, saying, you weren't like this yesterday. Mr. Lu, you misunderstood. I just feel that you are the boss, and I am the employee, so I should maintain respect for you. Zhao Yiren followed Lu Chen, still acting cautiously. Is that so? From your expression, I thought you regarded me as some kind of monster. Lu Chen poured himself a glass of water and laughed. What? Are you afraid of me? A little. Zhao Yiren thought for a moment and nodded. I don't think I've done anything to you, have I? Lu Chen looked at Zhao Yiren in confusion. Zhao Yiren opened her mouth, unsure how to explain. Is it because of my identity? Lu Chen pondered and asked. Yes. Zhao Yiren nodded. In my years in the entertainment industry, I've heard some things about prominent families and their descendants, and I'm very afraid of them. So, you think I'm from a prominent family? And that I'm the same kind of person you're afraid of? Lu Chen said with a wry smile. Then you might be mistaken. I don't have any background. Although my ancestor was Emperor Gaozu of Han, over time, my lineage has become no different from ordinary people. Everything I have now, my family hasn't helped me at all. How is that possible? Zhao Yiren looked at him in disbelief. Although Xiao Shuang told me that you were called a child prodigy when you were young, even if you are a prodigy, how could you possibly have a fortune of billions at such a young age without anyone helping you? If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Lu Chen didn't explain much, nor could he. He couldn't possibly tell Zhao Yiren that everything he had now came from a system, could he? He wasn't that foolish. The system was his biggest secret, and he couldn't tell anyone. Mr. Lu, don't be so modest. Zhao Yiren laughed. How many people dream of becoming a member of a prominent family? Why are you trying to distance yourself from your family? Let's not talk about that. Lu Chen changed the subject. Get ready, we're going to Kyoto. I've got you a job as a promotional ambassador for the National Museum. What? Zhao Yiren exclaimed. Once she came to her senses, her eyes lit up. Mr. Lu, you still say you have no background. Being a promotional ambassador for the National Museum. In the past, Zhao Yiren wouldn't have dared to even think about it. Not to mention that the National Museum had never had a promotional ambassador. Even if it did, it wouldn't be her turn. But now, she had just joined the Star Group for less than a day, and Lu Chen had already given her a huge surprise. Zhao Yiren wasn't foolish. She was very clear about what it meant to become the promotional ambassador for the National Museum at this time. It meant she would shake off the negative online rumors and the suppression from the three giants of the entertainment industry, and return to the entertainment circle. The identity of the National Museum promotional ambassador would make her untouchable in the entertainment industry. Zhao Yiren's favorability plus 20. The system prompt sounded. Lu Chen checked Zhao Yiren's personal information through the data eye. Name, Zhao Yiren. Age, 28. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 53 kilograms. Comprehensive appearance score, 90. 0. Favorability, 70. Couple, I'm hungry, let's order takeout. What do you want to eat? Luchan sat on the sofa, not responding to Zhao Iran. However, he understood that, to be honest, no one would believe him. He even guessed that the reason Zhu Guowan and the others actively proposed exchanging contact information with him was likely because they, like Zhao Iran, regarded him as a member of a prominent family or clan. Mr. Lu, I have a question. Why don't you give this spot to Xiaoshuan? Zhao Iran calmed down and said, Isn't Xiaoshuan your girlfriend? You need this spot more. Lu Chen replied, The reason why the online slander against you is increasing day by day is largely because there is no official voice speaking for you. As long as you become the ambassador for the National Museum, it would be equivalent to an official response on your behalf. After all, the official wouldn't choose a problematic artist as the ambassador for the National Museum. As for Xiaoshuan, she still has collaborations with the Cultural Bureau of Shanchang, and since she is a newcomer, there will be many more opportunities in the future. Many more opportunities? Zhao Iran's mouth twitched. She had been in the entertainment industry for 10 years and had never seen any artist receive such an opportunity. One could only say that the capital in the entertainment industry was on a completely different level from Lu Chen. Mr. Lu, thank you. Zhao Iran said gratefully, I am very glad to be a part of the stars. So, how do you plan to thank me? Lu Chen looked at Zhao Iran, suddenly wanting to tease her. I will work hard to create profits for the company. Do you think I am someone who lacks money? Lu Chen said meaningfully, You should find another way to thank me. What way? Zhao Iran realized something was off, and her pretty face instantly paled a bit. Come sit next to me. Lu Chen patted the sofa beside him. Mr. Lu, if Xiaoshuan knows about this, she will be angry. Zhao Iran took a step back and did not do as Lu Chen said. She won't, Xiaoshuan will support me. Lu Chen looked at Zhao Iran and said, It seems you don't really want to thank me. If your so-called heartfelt gratitude means I should give up my dignity to please you, I don't think I can do that. Zhao Iran took a deep breath and said, Moreover, with your status, what kind of woman can't you have? Why do you have to make things difficult for me? Since Miss Zhao feels it's difficult, then forget it. Lu Chen moved his shoulders. I slept awkwardly last night and my shoulder is a bit sore. I was going to trouble you to help me massage it. Massage? Zhao Iran was momentarily stunned. When she met Lu Chen's clear gaze, her cheeks instantly flushed. I thought you meant something else. So I am that kind of person in Miss Zhao's eyes? I wasted so much effort to help you secure the ambassador position for the National Museum. Lu Chen acted as if he were a top actor, his expression filled with loneliness, self-mockery, sadness, and other emotions. Seeing this scene, Zhao Iran panicked. She hurriedly explained, No, I misunderstood. I'm sorry. Are you still in pain? Let me help you massage. Zhao Iran sat down beside Lu Chen, placing her hands on his shoulders and began to knead. Mr. Lu, next time just tell me directly if you want a massage. Doing it this way is quite scary. Zhao Iran was genuinely grateful to Lu Chen, but to offer her body for this, she couldn't do it. If she were that kind of casual woman, she wouldn't have lasted 10 years in the entertainment industry while still maintaining her purity. Not bad, a bit harder. Lu Chen closed his eyes, showing an expression of enjoyment. This guy must be doing it on purpose. Seeing Lu Chen's expression, Zhao Iran gritted her teeth in anger. But inside, she felt a lot more relaxed. Just as she had said earlier, with Lu Chen's identity, what kind of woman couldn't he have? There was no need to force her at all. Moreover, if Lu Chen really wanted to do something to her, he probably would have acted while she was asleep yesterday. Thinking of this, Zhao Iran completely relaxed her guard. Is this pressure okay? Zhao Iran increased the strength of her hands, her massage technique quite clumsy. It's fine. Miss Xiao, did you spray perfume? A fresh scent wafted from Zhao Iran as Lu Chen breathed in. No, I didn't. Zhao Iran replied, Is there a scent? I didn't notice. Could it be your natural scent? Lu Chen opened his eyes and said, I heard that people who like each other can smell each other's natural scent. That's not right. I don't like you. Lu Chen looked puzzled. Then it must be my natural scent. Zhao Iran's cheeks flushed. You really didn't smell it? Lu Chen sniffed the air seriously. It smells a bit like jasmine. Mr. Lu, I need to use the restroom. Zhao Iran suddenly stood up from the sofa and hurried towards the bathroom. There really is a hint of jasmine. Lu Chen called out to her retreating figure. Instantly, Zhao Iran walked even faster, her ears turning crimson. Inside the bathroom, Zhao Iran looked at her flushed face in the mirror, her heart racing like a startled deer. Is he a dog? His nose is so sensitive. She indeed had a natural scent, and it resembled jasmine. But the scent was very faint, even sitting next to her, one might not notice it. Yet Lu Chen not only smelled it but also mentioned it in front of her. This made her feel embarrassed, while also stirring an indescribable feeling inside her. Mr. Lu, I'm heading back to Kyoto now. Your kindness, I will always remember. After finishing breakfast, Zhao Yiren prepared to return to Kyoto. She couldn't wait to become the ambassador for the National Museum, to slap Xie Lei's face hard. I won't see you off. Lu Chen looked at Zhao Yiren and said, Xiao Shuang likes to sing. If you have time, teach her more. Even if you didn't say it, Mr. Lu, I would do that. Zhao Yiren smiled. Before I even knew of your existence, I had already regarded Xiao Shuang as my successor. I believe her future achievements in the music industry will definitely surpass mine. If you encounter any trouble, you can tell the company will be your strong backing. Okay. Zhao Yiren's voice was a bit choked. She was genuinely moved by Lu Chen's words. From Lu Chen, she not only felt respect but also a sense of security, something she had never felt during her time at Tianyu. Looking at the touched Zhao Yiren, Lu Chen was completely bewildered. Are women really this emotional? I hope I didn't make you laugh, Mr. Lu. Zhao Yiren tried to calm her emotions, smiling as she said, to be honest, I'm starting to envy Xiao Shuang. If only I had such an excellent boyfriend like you, I wouldn't mind having one more girlfriend. Lu Chen said seriously. Zhao Yiren left, departing the community with mixed feelings. Lu Chen's last sentence stirred quite a wave in her heart. She didn't know if Lu Chen was serious or joking, and she didn't dare to ask, but she had to admit, for a moment, her heart fluttered. After that flutter, she felt an overwhelming sense of panic. She was afraid that she would really come to like Lu Chen, and then she wouldn't be able to face Ling Shuang, nor could she face the past 28 years of herself. Lu Chen had no idea what Zhao Yiren was thinking. After she left, he cleaned up the takeout boxes he had finished and then found himself at a loss for what to do. Whether in this life or the last, he had no friends. At 1 year and 7 months, you are full of energy, with endless strength every day, triggering the baby growth task. Task content: play to your heart's content until you are exhausted. Task reward: physical enhancement. Note: exceeding the task can yield a critical reward. The system prompt sounded. Lu Chen hurriedly checked the task content. Play to your heart's content until you are exhausted? Lu Chen began to think about how to exceed the task and obtain the critical reward. Got it. Lu Chen's eyes lit up as he picked up the keys and went out. Community gym. After a simple warm-up, Lu Chen started his workout. He planned to train in the gym until he was exhausted to trigger the critical reward. Half an hour later, Lu Chen was already sweating profusely, but he was still far from being exhausted. The time reached 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Lu Chen had been in the gym for almost 3 hours. After 3 hours of exercise, he was drenched in sweat, his muscles ached all over, and his limbs trembled uncontrollably. But the system prompt still hadn't sounded. There was no choice. Lu Chen could only grit his teeth and continue exercising. Another hour passed. Lu Chen leaned against the wall, weakly sitting on the ground, completely unable to muster any strength. System, can you say something? I'm already exhausted. How about giving me the reward? However, the system still did not respond to Lu Chen. Did I get it wrong? Do I really have to play until I'm exhausted to complete the task? Lu Chen felt like crying without tears. He thought that if he treated working out as playing, the difficulty of the activity would increase, thus raising the probability and multiplier for triggering the critical reward. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to die. Lu Chen tried to stand up, but his body simply wouldn't cooperate. Tired, so tired. Lu Chen had never been this exhausted even when he was a corporate slave in his past life. Lu Chen. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out. At the entrance of the gym, Song Qingwan, dressed in a yoga outfit, was walking briskly towards him. What happened to you? Song Qingwan came to Lu Chen's side, looking at him as if he were on the verge of death, and asked with concern, do you need me to take you to the hospital? Teacher Song, you're here to work out too. Lu Chen struggled to lift his head, managing a smile that looked worse than crying. I'm fine, just overdid it. How long have you been working out? Before Lu Chen could finish his sentence, half of his body leaned towards Song Qingwan. Are you okay? Song Qingwan reacted quickly and caught the falling Lu Chen. Then, a sound of heavy breathing was heard, and Lu Chen, exhausted, fell asleep. Instantly, a crow flew over Song Qingwan's head. Hey, wake up! Song Qingwan tried to wake Lu Chen, but he slept like a log, unresponsive to her calls. With no other option, Song Qingwan could only call the property management. A few minutes later, a burly security guard arrived at the gym. Song Qingwan directed the guard to carry Lu Chen out of the gym. Task completed. This time, you engaged in 4 hours of high-intensity play, with the difficulty of the activity far exceeding the task requirements, triggering a critical reward of 10 million times. Congratulations, host, you have received comprehensive physical enhancement. Enhancement in progress. In a clean and simple bedroom, Song Qingwan sat on the edge of the bed, her gaze fixed on Lu Chen lying on the bed. She was worried something might happen to him, so she had the guard bring Lu Chen to her home. So dirty. Song Qingwan poked at Lu Chen's sweat-soaked clothes with her finger, her brows tightly knitted together. But she didn't help Lu Chen take off his clothes. There's a difference between men and women, and besides, she was still Lu Chen's teacher. Such intimate actions were beyond her. Hot. Suddenly, the sleeping Lu Chen began to twist his body. With a tearing sound. In Song Qingwan's bewildered expression, Lu Chen actually tore off his upper clothing with his bare hands. Gulp! Song Qingwan instinctively swallowed, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Lu Chen's body. Is this too perfect? Song Qingwan's heart raced uncontrollably. Lu Chen, bare-chested, had an unbelievable physique. Song Qingwan swore she had only seen such a body in anime. 8 explosive abs and 2 streamlined mermaid muscles, his entire body radiated a strong male hormone. After tearing off his shirt, Lu Chen did not wake up but turned over, lying face down on the bed. At that moment, as Lu Chen flipped, Song Qingwan's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this really a human body? She rubbed her eyes, feeling as if she were dreaming. Lu Chen's back was equally muscular, all the muscle groups together forming a devilish face. Just a glance sent shivers down her spine. Fortunately, Lu Chen did not stay in that position for long before flipping back over, lying flat. Only then did Song Qingwan breathe a sigh of relief. However, the next second, she was so startled that she fell to the ground, her cheeks flushed to the point of almost dripping water. Time seemed to pass without notice. Lu Chen gradually regained consciousness. When he opened his eyes, a crystal chandelier came into view. Where is this place? Lu Chen's expression was somewhat dazed. This is my home. At that moment, a mournful voice came through. Lu Chen quickly sat up, but then he froze. He realized he was only wearing a pair of underwear. Wait, my body. Lu Chen's gaze fell on his abdomen. Looking at the sculpted abs and feeling the immense power within him, his heart surged with joy. At the same time, a semi-transparent screen popped up in front of Lu Chen. The screen displayed a notification of task completion and reward distribution. Full body enhancement. Lu Chen clenched his fists, feeling that he could now punch a cow to death. Moreover, not just his body, all his organs had been enhanced. No wonder I had that kind of dream. Where are my clothes? Lu Chen came back to his senses, wanting to put on his clothes, but after scanning the area, he found no trace of them. Your clothes are right here. Song Qingwan pointed to the floor. You tore them yourself. Lu Chen looked at the floor and saw his clothes had turned into scraps, leaving him somewhat bewildered. What else? Did I tear them? Do I have that much strength? Song Qingwan replied irritably, I don't know what got into you. I almost thought you were possessed by something dirty. But you hid it well. Usually, you look so thin. I didn't expect your physique to be this good. During the time Lu Chen was asleep, Song Qingwan had been watching over him. Besides worrying about Lu Chen, she also wanted to take a few more glances at his body. Just as men like to look at women with good figures, women also like to look at men with good physiques. And Lu Chen's body could not just be described as good, it was simply perfect. Song Qingwan repeatedly told herself to be reserved, but she couldn't help it and, while Lu Chen was asleep, she secretly poked his abs with her finger. This is what I call looking slim in clothes and having meat when undressed, Lu Chen laughed. Teacher Song, could you please go to my house and bring me a set of clothes? What clothes? This is just fine, Song Qingwan instinctively replied, but she quickly realized she had misspoken. What I mean is, it's just the two of us on this floor. You going back to get dressed won't be seen by anyone else. Song Qingwan stammered, but the blush on her face betrayed her. Oh really? I thought you were coveting my body, Lu Chen teased, then got up and got out of bed. I'm your teacher. How could I possibly be the kind of person you think? Song Qingwan's gaze followed Lu Chen. When she saw the devilish muscles on Lu Chen's back, her legs went weak, and she fell onto the bed in shock. Is this physique really something a human can achieve through training? Song Qingwan's cheeks flushed, and ripples appeared in her eyes. The first time she saw Lu Chen's devilish muscles, she felt a chill run down her spine. But as she looked more often, she gradually became less afraid, even feeling an impulse to hug Lu Chen from behind. This is a devil's back. Lu Chen's attention was drawn to a full-length mirror beside the bed, where his physique was reflected. The muscles on his back formed a devilish face. Wow! Lu Chen was ecstatic. What is a devil's back? It was something he had seen in an anime called Baki in his previous life, possessed by the man known as the strongest creature on Earth, Hanma Yojiro. And Hanma Yojiro had the terrifying power to stop earthquakes with a single punch, making him a walking human nuclear bomb. Could it be that I have gained power comparable to Hanma Yojiro? Lu Chen exerted force in his back, and in an instant, the muscles seemed to come alive. The originally fierce devil face actually broke into a smile. Such a bizarre scene left Song Qingwan behind him stunned. Is this an illusion? Song Qingwan rubbed her eyes hard, but Lu Chen's devil's back had already returned to normal. "Teacher Song, I'm heading back now." Lu Chen's breathing quickened. Just a moment ago, when he activated the devil's back, his entire body's strength had surged wildly, almost exceeding his control. Frightened, he quickly stopped. He looked down at the ground. He saw several cracks appearing in the marble tiles beneath his feet. Song Qingwan nodded, her expression somewhat unnatural. Once Lu Chen left, she lay back, her cheeks flushed, her gaze watery, and her breathing rapid. After returning home, Lu Chen put on a set of clothes. Instantly, his entire demeanor became more approachable. Dressed, he was a sunny, handsome young man. Undressed, he was a human monster. Power is truly fascinating. Lu Chen sat on the sofa, picked up a gold brick, and with both hands, he forcefully broke it in half. Compared to money, he yearned more for strength. As his assets grew, it would inevitably attract the attention of the authorities and various forces. By then, there would definitely be those who couldn't sit still, wanting to explore the secrets he held. And no matter how much money he had, in the face of firearms, assassinations, and other situations, he would still appear passive. Only absolute strength could allow him to disregard all threats. Kyoto, Starry Headquarters, General Manager's Office. Li Feng stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, talking on the phone. "Mr. Xia, what do you mean by that?" Li Feng frowned, his expression very grim. "Not long ago, the Starry official announced the news of Zhao Yiren's joining. Shortly after the news was released, he received a call from the chairman of Tianyu, CLA. What do I mean? I believe Manager Li knows in his heart." CLA's voice was icy. "I'm very curious, who gave Starry the courage to go against the entire entertainment industry?" "Li Feng, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. You'd better immediately expel Zhao Yiren from Starry, or you'll bear the consequences." "Mr. Xia, I'm afraid I can't do that." Li Feng took a deep breath. "Miss Zhao was personally signed by President Liu. No one but President Liu can expel her from Starry. Moreover, Miss Zhao has already terminated her contract with your company. It is her freedom to sign with whichever company she wishes." "Very well, what a good dog. Tell your boss that Zhao Yiren has been banned from the entertainment industry. How to handle it, he can figure it out himself." Xiaolei's voice was filled with fury. After saying that, he hung up the phone directly. Li Feng looked at the hung-up phone, a disdainful expression on his face. He opened WeChat and found the message Lu Chen had sent him today. "Lu Zong, Zhao Yiren will soon become the ambassador for the National Museum. Make sure the publicity department is ready to promote it at the first opportunity. Also, you can release the news about Zhao Yiren signing with our company." "Lu Zong, who exactly are you?" Li Feng was incredibly shocked. Upon receiving this message, he realized that Lu Chen's background was far more terrifying than he had imagined. He even speculated that Lu Chen was not just an ordinary wealthy young master. His background likely involved official connections. Could it be that Lu Zong is a cabinet member's child? Li Feng thought of something, his eyes ablaze with excitement. "Teacher Song, I didn't expect your cooking to be this good. Whoever marries you will definitely be incredibly happy." At Song Qingwan's home, Lu Chen sat at the dining table, eating heartily. He had originally changed his clothes to go out to eat, but then Song Qingwan sent him a message inviting him over for dinner. "What a pity, I'm already an older leftover woman and haven't married yet." Song Qingwan sat across from Lu Chen, reaching up to take off her hair tie, instantly letting her long black hair cascade down, filling the air with a faint fragrance. She then quickly tidied her hair and put it up again. Seeing this, Lu Chen slowed down his eating, his gaze appraising Song Qingwan. Song Qingwan wore a fitted gray long-sleeve top with a lace apron over it. With peach blossom eyes, willow leaf brows, and delicate snow-white skin, she exuded an air of scholarly elegance. Lu Chen's heart stirred as he checked Song Qingwan's feelings towards him. Name, Song Qingwan. Age, 28. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 56 kilograms. Overall appearance rating, 90. 0. Affection level, 79. Couple. Wait a minute, did I read that right? Affection level 79. Lu Chen was shocked. He never expected Song Qingwan's affection for him to be this high. An affection level of 79 was already equivalent to that of a couple. "What are you looking at? Eat your food." Song Qingwan shot Lu Chen a glance, one filled with charm. "Teacher Song, you are truly beautiful." Lu Chen smiled and said, "Just looking at you makes me feel full." "You little brat, stop with the sweet talk." Song Qingwan frowned. "I am your teacher, not your girlfriend. Don't say such things to me." Song Qingwan affection level +1. This woman, I almost believed her. Lu Chen's mouth twitched. Song Qingwan was the typical case of saying one thing and meaning another. She claimed to be his teacher, but who knows how happy she really was inside. However, Lu Chen didn't expose her. After all, there was still plenty of time ahead, and he wasn't afraid of Song Qingwan being stubborn. "Do you have time tomorrow?" Seeing Lu Chen suddenly silent, Song Qingwan spoke gently. I want to ask you for a favor tomorrow. What is it? What do you need help with? Lu Chen became interested. He had known Song Qingwan for 3 years, and during this time, it had always been her helping him. This was the first time she was asking him for help. Accompany me to a charity gala. Do I need to donate money? No need, Song Qingwan replied. You just need to accompany me. That doesn't seem right, Lu Chen said. Although I'm not interested in such events, I can still donate a few million for your sake. No, Song Qingwan said seriously, you can't donate. Why not? Lu Chen asked, confused. We can't let those guys benefit, Song Qingwan explained. They call it a charity gala, but in reality, it's just a bunch of capitalists creating a charitable persona for themselves. If it weren't for my dad's request, I wouldn't participate in such events. Your dad is somewhat unreasonable. If you don't like it, how can he force you? I can't help it. Someone invited my dad, and he couldn't refuse, so I have to go just to make an appearance. Song Qingwan said with a gloomy expression. The key is that once I go, I can't do nothing. I have to give the other party face. You mean donating money, right? Yeah. Song Qingwan continued, donating money isn't a big deal, but the problem is, the money donated might not necessarily reach those who need help. So, what's your purpose in asking me to accompany you? Lu Chen looked at Song Qingwan. It can't just be to have me tag along, right? Well, don't get mad when I say this. Song Qingwan said cautiously, I want you to protect me. Lu Chen, is there a killer after you? No, it's just an annoying guy. Song Qingwan said, that guy will also attend the banquet tomorrow, and he's been pestering me. I thought since you're as strong as an ox, having you with me would make me feel safe. Thanks a lot. Lu Chen looked speechless. So, Song Qingwan wanted to use him as a human shield. And this was just too cliché. Please, just go with me. Song Qingwan looked at Lu Chen with a pitiful expression. However, Lu Chen remained indifferent, continuing to eat his meal. You ate the food I made with my own hands. You should come with me. Song Qingwan got up and sat next to Lu Chen, wrapping her arms around his, starting to change her strategy and acting cute. How about it? I knew it. How could you suddenly be so kind and invite me to dinner? Lu Chen was at a loss for words. Almost 30 years old, and still so childish. As long as you accompany me tomorrow, I'll cook for you every day from now on. Teacher Song, please mind your image. I'm your student. Lu Chen said seriously, don't let people misunderstand that we have some kind of inappropriate relationship. Stop pretending. Song Qingwan was taken aback for a moment, then slapped Lu Chen on the head. I'll count to 3, will you go with me? 3. Wait, why did you change your attitude so quickly? Lu Chen was completely dumbfounded. Song Qingwan's current demeanor was completely different from the understanding, gentle, and kind Song Qingwan he remembered. I've come all the way here. Could this be the real Song Qingwan? 2. Taking advantage of Lu Chen's dazed state, Song Qingwan reached for his waist, wanting to teach him a lesson. But Lu Chen's muscles were rock hard, and her intention to teach him a lesson fell flat. However, she didn't withdraw her hand. Instead, she touched Lu Chen's abs through his clothes. So hard, so reassuring. Song Qingwan lowered her head, her lips involuntarily curling up. 1, 9, 1, 8. Lu Chen, don't go below 1. I'll go with you, Lu Chen said while moving Song Qingwan's hand away from his abs. This shameless woman, taking advantage of him while he was dazed. Xiaomu is the best. Teacher hasn't treated you badly these past 3 years. Song Qingwan returned to her gentle tone, as if the earlier version of her was possessed by a ghost. I can go with you, but I have to make it clear beforehand that if someone at the banquet tries to cause trouble for me, I won't hold back. Don't worry, everyone there is someone of status. They won't randomly cause you trouble. Song Qingwan smiled. If someone really does try to cause you trouble, just teach them a good lesson, and I'll cheer you on from the side. You said it. Lu Chen glanced at his hand. If he slapped down, not to mention a person, even a stone would shatter. Almost forgot. When Lu Chen got home, he suddenly remembered that he hadn't used today's million cashback limit. He looked at the time. Only a few minutes were left until midnight. Lu Chen decisively opened Douyin and loaded his account with 10 million dragon coins. Successfully spent 10 million dragon coins today. Successfully refunded 10 million dragon coins. Remaining refund limit for today, 0. Looking at the 100 million Do coins in his account, Lu Chen revealed a satisfied smile. Here, it must be said that the system is very user-friendly. The only requirement for using the 10 million refund card is that dragon coins must be spent to receive a refund. As for who the spending is for and how it is spent, the system does not impose any restrictions. Unlike some sycophantic systems, where the limit must be spent on women, I actually gained so many followers. Lu Chen clicked into his Douyin homepage, momentarily stunned. There, the follower count showed 2 million. He remembered checking in the morning, and there were only 500,000 followers. Wait a minute, when did my account get verified? Lu Chen's attention was drawn to the small red icon below his account name. Next to the icon, there was a string of text, Cultural Heritage Inheritor. Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh and cry. This red icon was indeed Douyin's personal verification icon. Generally, influential Douyin creators in various fields apply for relevant personal verification, such as creators of funny short videos, quality fitness creators, original singers, actors, and other related certifications. Lu Chen clicked into the message page. Sure enough, Douyin's official account sent him a message. The gist of the content was that Lu Chen's current popularity was high, and the Beijing Cultural Relics Bureau announced that he was granted the title of Cultural Heritage Inheritor, so the official account automatically verified him, hoping he would post quality content on his account and would receive traffic support soon. Post on Douyin? Lu Chen, who didn't even post on his friend circle, let alone Douyin. Wait a minute. Traffic support. Lu Chen's eyes lit up as he thought of something. Not long after, his Douyin account posted his first video in life. In the video, there was a pyramid of ancient bronze coins, specifically the Kangxi Tongba Manhangxi, worth 100,000 each. The caption read, "Recently, I've developed a liking for the songs of the diva Zhao Erin. On a whim, I'm preparing to hold a diva imitation contest. Everyone can post videos of themselves singing any song by Zhao Erin and tag me. Based on the number of likes on the video, there's a chance to win a Kangxi Tongba Manhangxi while supplies last." The background music for the video was Zhao Erin's most popular song, a melancholic love song about love and hate. Lu Chen hadn't planned to post on Douyin, but since Douyin was giving him traffic support, he might as well take advantage of it. And he didn't need the traffic himself, so he used this method to transfer the traffic to Zhao Erin. After posting the video, Lu Chen tried refreshing the page. The result was that the likes instantly surpassed 10,000. And the comments section added thousands of comments. Are these netizens living on Douyin? Lu Chen was somewhat dumbfounded. Coming back to his senses, Lu Chen clicked on the comments. First, Big Brother likes Zhao Erin. I like Zhao Erin too, so I'm equal to Big Brother. Hubby, the kids miss you. I can't believe there are still people who like that low-quality artist Zhao Erin. I heard Zhao Erin has slept with many sugar daddies. Could this person also be Zhao Erin's sugar daddy? To some guys, when you slander others, remember to provide evidence. What do you mean by low-quality artist? Has the official reported Zhao Erin as a low-quality artist? Without a report, on what basis do you say Zhao Erin is a low-quality artist? There's plenty of dirt on that woman online, and videos have leaked out. You brainless fans are still being stubborn. I have the video, those who want it can add me on WeChat. I'm not a fan of Zhao Erin, but I want to say that only fools would believe that video is real. Let's not even talk about whether Zhao Erin has dirt. Even if she does, why didn't it come out before? Why is it all coming out these days? It's still Brother Pangu, 100,000 for each ancient bronze coin, just like that. Adoptive father, please show your face so we can see what the descendant of Han Gaozu looks like. Listening to the Rain live stream. With the popularity boost from the Imperial Seal, his live stream's viewership hit a historic high of 3 million. As usual, Listening to the Rain was appraising treasures for his fans. Suddenly, the barrage of comments in the live stream sped up and became very uniform. Pangu posted a video. Pangu posted a video. Did Big Brother post a video? Listening to the Rain glanced at the comments and quickly picked up his phone to open Douyin. Since he followed Lu Chen, the system directly recommended Lu Chen's posted video to him. Looks like Big Brother and I are kindred spirits. After watching Lu Chen's video, Listening to the Rain smiled and said, I personally really like Zhao Erin's songs, especially that one Love and Hate. I've listened to it no less than 1,000 times. As he spoke, he played Love and Hate in the live stream. The sad melody began to play. The barrage in the live stream went wild. Rain Brother is really a dog. I can guarantee he's just flattering Big Brother Pangu. Isn't that normal? Although Rain Brother is a big streamer, there's still a huge gap compared to Pangu. Come on, what Big Brother Pangu? If he's really that impressive, he should show his face. I didn't expect Listening to the Rain to actually like the songs of a low-quality artist, turning from a fan to a hater. Boycott Zhao Erin, that woman should be banned. Everyone hurry up and make videos tagging Big Brother Pangu. If you get a full hanchi, you can come to me to exchange for steamed buns. I'll buy them back at 30% above market price. Listening to the Rain directly ignored the negative comments in the live stream. Building a good relationship with Lu Chen was more important than losing a few haters. In his view, Lu Chen's background was definitely extraordinary. If he built a good relationship with Lu Chen, perhaps Lu Chen could help him out if anything happened in the future. So, under Listening to the Rain's call, the video posted by Lu Chen began to gain insane popularity. The next day, Lu Chen, who was deep in sleep, was awakened by the ringing of his phone. When he answered, an anxious voice came from the other end. Mr. Lu, something's happened. A large number of artists under the company have been named by the authorities. What's going on? Lu Chen sat up straight, his brow furrowed. The caller was none other than Li Feng. I'm not sure. Early this morning, a whistleblower revealed that our company's live streaming sales host, a fish livestream, was selling multiple products that are suspected of false advertising and failing product testing standards, and then several official media outlets condemned the fish. In addition, the artist with millions of fans, Little Cherry, was exposed for a secret marriage, Wang Zhe was exposed for sleeping with fans, and Teacher Yang was exposed for cheating, along with various negative reports on other artists with millions of fans. Someone is targeting me. Lu Chen's voice was cold. Do you know the dirt on these artists? No, I don't know. Li Feng's voice trembled. Mr. Lu, I'm sorry, it's all my fault for being negligent. You're not their father. Their personal conduct is their own problem. You can't take the blame. According to the contract, terminate the contracts that need to be terminated and claim compensation where it's due. But you can't escape the blame for the problematic products sold by the fish. What were you doing when the company was selecting products? Mr. Lu, you don't know, the problematic products sold by the fish were all sold a month ago. At that time, I wasn't in charge of the company's product selection. Li Feng's voice was filled with grievance. Before Lu Chen acquired Starry Sky, he was the general manager of Starry Sky but had little real power. Some profitable projects, like live stream sales, were managed by the shareholders of Starry Sky. When Lu Chen acquired Starry Sky, all the shareholders left, and he was the only worker left in the upper management, which is when he became the head of Starry Sky. Lu Chen fell silent upon hearing this. He roughly understood what Li Feng meant. A fish sold problematic products, and the higher-ups at Fanqing were aware of it. As for why they continued to sell these problematic products in a fish's livestream despite knowing the issues, it's not hard to guess. The profit from these problematic products was simply too large. Since these problematic products were sold a month ago, why are they only being exposed now? In fact, it's not uncommon for products sold by livestream hosts to have issues. Many large-scale hosts have faced similar problems. However, it's the first time that right after a whistleblower exposes something, official media jumps in, and the whole internet is buzzing about it. Additionally, yesterday, Tianyu's chairman, CLA, called me, threatening me to kick Miss Xiao out of the company, or else I would face the consequences. Have someone tally up how many problematic products were sold in a fish's livestream, and compensate the customers according to the policy of refunding 1 and compensating 3, Lu Chen said before hanging up the phone. Since the incident had already occurred, there was no point in avoiding it. Consumers wouldn't care when the company's product selection had issues, they only cared about their own interests. At this moment, no public relations strategy would work. Admitting the mistake, apologizing, and compensating the customers was the only choice. But just then, Lu Chen's phone rang again. The incoming number was unlisted. When he answered, a deep voice came through. Is this Mr. Lu? Who are you? Lu Chen frowned. You don't need to know who I am. I'm just calling to tell you not to be an outcast. If you don't want your company to go bankrupt, it's best to announce the termination of your contract with Zhao Yiren now. Ha, I thought it was someone important, turns out it's Chairman Xia. Lu Chen sneered. Chairman Xia is quite thoughtful, sending me such a big gift early in the morning. I'll definitely return the favor when I get the chance. From what the other party said, Lu Chen easily guessed their identity. Tianyu's boss, CLA. If Mr. Lu continues to be an outcast, this is just the beginning. There will be more gifts waiting for you. Oh really? I'm quite looking forward to it. Don't drink the toast and refuse the punishment. CLA's voice was filled with anger. Zhao Yiren is not someone you can protect. My people are not something that just anyone can bully. Lu Chen showed no fear of CLA. What could the entire entertainment industry do together? He had a system. Who was he afraid of? Moreover, since CLA had already called to threaten him, there was no need for him to be polite. You're overestimating yourself. CLA cursed Lu Chen darkly. You'd better be prepared for a beating. Lu Chen left a parting remark and hung up the phone. In the following time, Lu Chen received calls from Zhao Yiren and Ling Shuang. Both were very worried after learning about the incident at Fanqing. Zhao Yiren even cried on the phone, feeling that she had harmed Fanqing. Lu Chen comforted her for a while before her emotions stabilized. Time reached noon. Lu Chen sat on the sofa, looking at the compensation amount sent by Li Feng on his phone, his mouth twitching. As one of the hottest livestream hosts on the internet, a fish could generate sales of over 100 million with each livestream. According to Li Feng's statistics, the total number of problematic products sold from a fish's livestream reached 2 million. With an average price of around 100 dragon coins per item, the total compensation amount needed, based on the refund and triple compensation policy, was approximately 200 million dragon coins. In the past, Fanqing would never have been able to come up with such a large sum for compensation. It's important to note that with over a dozen shareholders in Fanqing, they would be happy to share profits, but when it came to losses, no shareholder would be willing to fork out a single coin. And now, although Lu Chen was the only shareholder, the company had no liquid funds available, making it impossible to come up with 200 million for compensation unless they sold off company assets. Fortunately, I have the system's reward of a 10 million refund limit card. Lu Chen sent a message to Li Feng. Tell the customers who purchased the problematic products to take a week to organize their purchase receipts. After a week, they can contact the company's after-sales customer service with their receipts to start the compensation process. In a week, Lu Chen could save 70 million through the cashback card. And starting the compensation a week later did not mean that all compensation would be paid out in one go. As long as he could delay things a bit longer, compensation would not be an issue. Normally, completing compensation for all customers within a month would be considered fast. It was much better than some sales anchors in Lu Chen's previous world, who would act dumb and not respond or compensate, using cold violence against customers when problems arose. Ding dong, the doorbell suddenly rang. Lu Chen put down his phone and got up to open the door. Xiaomu, did something happen at your company? What did you call me? Lu Chen looked at Song Qingwan in front of him, his expression strange. Xiaomu, is that not okay? Song Qingwan said confidently, I am your teacher and older than you, so calling you Xiaomu is quite normal, and it makes our relationship seem closer. You shouldn't call me Teacher Song anymore, just call me Qingwan. Teacher Song. No, Qingwan. Lu Chen smiled and said, I seriously suspect you like me. You just keep being narcissistic. Song Qingwan blushed and said, I like mature men, not someone like you, a little brat. Song Qingwan's favorability +1. I almost believed it again. Lu Chen found it amusing for a moment. Song Qingwan's words were tougher than his fists. You still haven't answered me. Did something happen at your company? Song Qingwan asked with concern, do you need my help? It's not a big problem. I've already got someone handling it. Lu Chen replied. You can't be careless. Song Qingwan said seriously, the internet celebrity group mostly has low cultural levels. Their sudden rise is a reflection of the times, and they lack professional qualities, making them easily susceptible to the temptation of money, leading them to do things that violate moral and legal standards. Some internet celebrities had numerous issues even before their rise, so many of them can't withstand deep digging. Now that a large number of internet celebrities from your company have been exposed for scandals, aside from their own reasons, there must be external factors at play. Think carefully, have you offended anyone recently? Do you know the chairman of Tianyu? Lu Chen asked. Are you talking about CLA? Song Qingwan said, I've heard of him, he's only a few years older than me but is worth hundreds of billions. By the way, Song Qingwan thought of something and continued, he will also attend the charity gala tonight. Really? Lu Chen's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he grinned, great, he's coming right to us. The time came to the afternoon. During this time, Lu Chen kept a close eye on the online public opinion trends on his phone. It was a video report from the official account of Fanqing Douyin announcing a refund in triple compensation. Below the video, netizens were commenting enthusiastically. Support a fish, no sales anchor can avoid problems forever. If they can respond to customers immediately when issues arise and compensate them, we should all forgive them. Refund and triple compensation, is this for real? They wouldn't send us 4 problematic products, would they? The person above clearly didn't read the report. It already stated that the refund and triple compensation would be based on the price of the problematic product. This means if you bought a problematic product worth 50 yuan, you can receive 200 yuan in cash compensation from Fanqing Company with your purchase receipt. How come I haven't encountered such good fortune? Is it still possible to place an order now? I have to say, the boss of Fanqing Company really has guts. If it were any other MCN company, they would definitely not compensate customers and would find every way to evade responsibility. Trash company, its internet celebrities are either spirited young men or spirited young women. Even the low-quality artist Zhao Yiren has been signed by this company, which shows that the artists from this company are not good people. And there's also a Ling Shuang, who has been signed to Fanqing, but hasn't made an appearance yet. She must be very ugly, maybe a tank with a face full of fat. Lu Chen clicked into the profiles of these accounts posting negative comments. As expected, 9 out of 10 were private accounts. No need to guess, it was definitely the water army hired by CLA. However, it wouldn't matter how many water army members CLA hired. Zhao Yiren had successfully signed a contract as a promotional ambassador with the National Museum today and was currently collaborating with the museum to shoot promotional posters and videos. It wouldn't be long before the museum released the promotional materials online. At that time, all the companies and online water army that slandered and defamed Zhao Yiren would be slapped in the face. As for Ling Shuang, Lu Chen was even less worried. Ling Shuang's looks, singing ability, and character were all perfect and beyond reproach. To smear Ling Shuang would only be self-defeating. The only thing he was concerned about was the internet celebrities under the company. What Song Qingwan said today reminded him. The explosive popularity of internet celebrities is a reflection of the times, and many of them have significant issues with their character and values. He didn't want to see the company waste a lot of resources cultivating an internet celebrity, only to find out that the celebrity was full of scandals. With that in mind, Lu Chen sent a message to Li Feng. He instructed him to focus on investigating the character of the internet celebrities under the company and whether they had engaged in any immoral or illegal behavior before becoming popular. If any were found, they should be terminated immediately. After sending the message, Lu Chen opened Douyin and clicked on the video posted last night. He saw that the video had surpassed 5 million likes and 2 million comments overnight. In the comments section, Lu Chen saw a few familiar names. Tingyu, Big Brother, don't give it all away, leave a few for your little brother, crying. Wang Tian, I will dance the love and hate dance, do you want to see it, brother? Zhao Yiren, thank you for the love, playful. Lu Chen didn't think much of Tingyu and Wang Tiantian's comments. It was Zhao Yiren's comment that made him want to laugh. Zhao Yiren knew his Douyin account, yet she had to pretend not to know him. Lu Chen thought for a moment and replied to Zhao Yiren's comment. Wow, the queen herself has arrived, so excited. After replying to Zhao Yiren's comment, Lu Chen checked the back-end messages. Unsurprisingly, it was filled with a dense array of unread messages and mentions of him. Just seeing so many messages gave Lu Chen a headache. The key was that he also had to select some netizens who posted videos singing Zhao Yiren's songs to send them Kanshi Tongbao and Manchu Western gifts. This was no small task. It seemed necessary to hire an assistant. Tasks like these could be handed over to an assistant, and when going out, the assistant could also double as a driver. Ding dong. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Lu Chen glanced at the time. It was already 6 in the afternoon. Xiaomu, it's time to go. The door opened, and standing outside was Song Qingwan, all dressed up. Unlike the rich young ladies on TV who wore custom gowns and expensive jewelry to parties, Song Qingwan was dressed very casually. She wore a black body-hugging long dress, her dark hair styled up, and she carried a classic Hermes bag. Her curvy figure, wrapped in the long dress, looked incredibly alluring, exuding a strong aura of a wealthy woman. Teacher Song, you have a great figure. Lu Chen's eyes were filled with heat. He didn't know if it was due to his enhanced physique, but seeing the enchanting Song Qingwan made a wave of heat rise uncontrollably within him. Call me Qingwan. Song Qingwan straightened her chest, not feeling shy under Lu Chen's gaze, but instead generously showcasing her figure. Qingwan. Lu Chen's eyes lingered on her towering form, his heated gaze seeming to want to melt her. Wait, don't look at me like that. I'm scared. Song Qingwan had initially thought to display her charm in front of Lu Chen. However, Lu Chen's gaze was too intense, making her feel flushed all over. At the same time, images of Lu Chen's physique flashed in her mind, his long swan neck causing her to swallow instinctively. What are you afraid of? Afraid I'll eat you. Lu Chen stepped forward, closing the distance between them to less than 10 centimeters. He lowered his head, gazing deeply at Song Qingwan and said, Qingwan, you are truly beautiful. Upon hearing this, Song Qingwan's beautiful eyes widened, and she froze in place. Seeing this, Lu Chen leaned in to kiss her cherry lips. Just as Lu Chen was about to succeed, Song Qingwan suddenly snapped back to reality and punched him in the stomach. Ouch! Song Qingwan let out a cry of pain, blowing on her small hand repeatedly. Hoo, it hurts, it hurts. Why did you hit me? Lu Chen looked bewildered. You wanted to take advantage of me, shouldn't I hit you? Tears shimmered in Song Qingwan's eyes as she said, did you hide steel plates in your clothes? That hurts so much. Are you okay? Lu Chen said, half laughing, half crying, if you want to hit me next time, just give me a heads up, or I might hurt you. Lu Chen certainly didn't have steel plates hidden in his clothes, but given his current physical strength, it wouldn't be an exaggeration. Moreover, he had tried it. When his body was attacked, his muscles would automatically tense up, and even a kitchen knife couldn't hurt him, let alone Zhao Yiren's small fists. Are you really human? Song Qingwan looked at Lu Chen as if he were a monster. How could a human possibly train their body to such an extreme? You don't understand, I've been training since I was young. No matter the weather, I would train intensely for several hours every day, pushing my body to its limits time and again. That's why I have this powerful body now, Lu Chen said seriously. I really don't know whether to praise your incredible perseverance or to complain about your good fortune. Song Qingwan didn't doubt Lu Chen's words. After all, she had seen him fall asleep from exhaustion in the gym just yesterday. This made her feel a sense of respect for him. Sticking to a workout routine is not an easy task. Song Qingwan had seen many people get gym memberships only to go once or twice before quitting. Not to mention someone like Lu Chen, who had been training since childhood and aimed to push his physical limits every time. Song Qingwan could even understand why Lu Chen would succeed. With astonishing perseverance, a strong physique, and a wisdom that earned him the title of prodigy, he was undoubtedly the destined protagonist. It would be hard not to succeed. Let's go, let's set off. Lu Chen changed the subject. Where is the banquet being held? Lin's villa, Song Qingwan replied. The charity banquet is hosted by the daughter of the richest man in the mountain city, Lin Ji. The richest man's daughter, is she pretty? Lu Chen asked casually. Pretty, she looks like a fairy, Song Qingwan said through gritted teeth. What kind of tone is that? Lu Chen asked in confusion. You aren't jealous, are you? Shut up. Song Qingwan was instantly furious, instinctively reaching out to teach Lu Chen a lesson. But thinking of Lu Chen's hard body, she quickly withdrew her hand. Look at you, getting angry again. Lu Chen laughed. I never noticed before how easily you get angry. If you didn't make me angry, would I be? Song Qingwan shot him a glare. I'm not some delicate little girl. If you provoke me, I'll bite you to death. Song Qingwan made a toothy expression at Lu Chen, looking both cute and funny. You aren't jealous, are you? Lu Chen squinted slightly, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Could it be that you really like me? You bad guy, stay away. I don't like you at all. Song Qingwan's cheeks instantly flushed, and she quickly walked towards the elevator, saying, how could I possibly like a little brat like you? It's really funny. Song Qingwan's favorability +1. Women. Lu Chen watched Song Qingwan's back and checked her personal information. Name, Song Qingwan. Age, 28 years. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 56 kilograms. Overall attractiveness rating, 90. 0. Favorability, 82. In a passionate relationship. Favorability is already at 82, yet she's still being stubborn. Lu Chen pondered. He was curious, at this level of favorability, would Song Qingwan resist if he made some intimate moves? Lin's Manor, located on the Baiyun Mountain in the suburbs of the mountain city. Lu Chen drove the Phantom along the main road of the manor, with tall sycamore trees lining both sides. In the back seat of the Phantom, Song Qingwan directed Lu Chen, turn right at the end ahead, and you'll reach the hall where the banquet is held. This place is really big, like a park. Lu Chen had been driving in the manor for several minutes, and he had hardly seen any buildings. If he didn't know this was Lin's manor, he would have thought he had wandered into a park. Valued at several hundred million, it wouldn't be small. Song Qingwan said, to build this manor, Lin Nantian contracted the entire Baiyun Mountain. Looking at it this way, Lin the Rich is enjoying life more than I am. Although Lu Chen was worth several billion, he had not made any significant expenditures so far. Whether it was the house in Jiangyue or the Bugatti Chiron, or the Rolls-Royce Phantom he was driving now, they were all rewards from the system. Lin Nantian is famously frugal. Song Qingwan shot Lu Chen a glance. Unlike you, with a sports car worth over 100 million. Are you calling a several hundred million manor frugal? Lu Chen said speechlessly. Your definition of frugality might be problematic. You don't understand, Lin Nantian is frugal with himself, but very generous to his family. This manor was a birthday gift for his daughter's 18th birthday. Every year on her birthday, he prepares a valuable gift, and almost every year, the younger generation in the circle envies his daughter, including me. Why didn't your dad give you a birthday gift? My dad? Song Qingwan shook her head and laughed. He's just an old fossil, he earns less than I do. Every year on my birthday, instead of giving me a gift, he solemnly lectures me about how I've grown a year older and need to learn to be independent and self-reliant. Lu Chen quietly listened to Song Qingwan complain about her dad, but from her tone and the smile on her face, it was clear she respected her father very much. We've arrived. Amidst Song Qingwan's complaints, Lu Chen drove off the main road. Instantly, a large fountain came into view, and behind it stood a magnificent building. Surrounding the building were several towering pine trees and a variety of seasonal flowers. Drive the car over there, someone should come to greet us. Song Qingwan adjusted her clothes. Although she wasn't dressed very formally, she still needed to pay attention to etiquette, at least to give a clean and tidy impression. Lu Chen drove the car to the front of the building. Sure enough, a young man in a suit quickly approached. Qingwan Jia, you're here. The young man walked straight to the back seat and opened the door for Song Qingwan. Xiao Yu, long time no see. Song Qingwan got out of the car with a smile. You've become more handsome. Hee hee, you're too kind, Xingwan Jia. Lin Yu scratched his head, looking honest. You're the one who's getting more and more beautiful. Where's your sister? Song Qingwan said, my father has something to attend to at this dinner, so he asked me to replace him. My sister is inside, Xingwan, you should go in quickly. Lin Yu looked at Lu Chen and said, just have your driver park the car in the empty space in front. Put. Song Qingwan followed Lin Yu's gaze and saw Lu Chen, who was looking very displeased in the car. Unable to help but laugh, she said, Xiaoyu, he's not the driver, this car is his. Not the driver? Lin Yu was confused. Then who is he? Let me introduce him. His name is Lu Chen, my good friend. I invited him to join me for the dinner. Qingwan, I think he's your boyfriend, right? Lin Yu had a knowing expression. Hello, Qingwan's boyfriend. Lin Yu greeted Lu Chen. I'm Lin Yu, Qingwan's younger brother. You can also call me Xiaoyu. I didn't mean what I said earlier. Please forgive me. No problem, you weren't wrong either. Today, my role is Qingwan's driver and bodyguard, Lu Chen replied with a smile. He wasn't a sensitive person and wouldn't hold a grudge over a title from Lin Yu. Moreover, with Lin Yu's attitude, he couldn't even get angry if he wanted to. I'll call you Brother Mu, Lin Yu said with a smile. Brother Mu, you and Qingwan go in first. I'll move the car to the front for you. That would be great. I'm not very familiar with this place. Lu Chen handed the car keys to Lin Yu. He and Song Qingwan watched as Lin Yu drove away. So, what do you think? Isn't Xiaoyu very polite? Song Qingwan asked. Isn't he? Lu Chen countered. Lin Yu's current impression on him was that of a very polite and well-mannered person. The son of a tycoon isn't polite to everyone, Song Qingwan said. This kid is quite arrogant at heart. Since we've known each other since childhood, he respects me, but for others, he doesn't even bother. So, you have a good relationship with the Lin siblings? Stop right there. My relationship with that crazy girl is not good at all. Song Qingwan turned to look at the entrance of the banquet hall, her brows furrowing. If it weren't for my dad asking, I wouldn't even want to see that crazy girl, let alone attend the banquet she's hosting. Crazy girl? Lu Chen asked curiously. Could it be that the daughter of the richest man is actually a lunatic? When I say she's a crazy girl, I don't mean she has some mental defect, but rather that some of her actions seem very crazy and incomprehensible to me. Which is why I call her that. Song Qingwan took a deep breath. In any case, when you see her later, don't be fooled by her appearance. It's best to keep a certain distance from her. Is she really that scary? Lu Chen asked, looking doubtful. He seriously suspected that Song Qingwan was trying to scare him on purpose. The more she said this, the more curious he became about Lin Ji. Entering the banquet hall, the first thing that caught Lu Chen's attention was a high platform in the center of the hall. On the platform sat a beautifully crafted piano. As a melodious tune began to play, the entire hall seemed to transform into a sea of music. And in front of the piano sat a woman dressed in a white crystal gown. The woman exuded elegance, her fingers dancing over the keys like butterflies, radiating confidence. Is this the daughter of the richest man? Lu Chen observed the woman, noting that her looks and figure were outstanding, but not breathtaking. Even Song Qingwan was a few points prettier than her. I don't know her, Song Qingwan shook her head. Seeing this, Lu Chen stepped a little closer to the woman and used his data eye to check her personal information. Name, Zhou Yun. Age, 26 years. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. Overall appearance score, 88. 10. Favorability, 0. Stranger. You don't know until you look, and once you do, it's shocking. This woman named Zhou Yun looks glamorous, but her private life is surprisingly chaotic. Ha ha ha, not bad. Suddenly, the music stopped, and from Lu Chen's right side came a hearty laugh. A man dressed in a white tailored suit, with slicked back hair and the appearance of a successful person, was clapping and cheering. As the man clapped, applause echoed throughout the hall. I embarrassed myself. Zhou Yun stood up from her seat and slightly bowed to the applauding crowd, exuding elegance in her every gesture. Yun Yun is indeed a student of the Royal Music Academy of the Lion Kingdom. Her piano skills are so exquisite that in the entire entertainment industry, no one can compare. That voice sounds a bit familiar. Lu Chen turned his gaze to the man speaking, showing a thoughtful expression. That person is CLA, Song Qingwan whispered beside Lu Chen. I guessed it. Lu Chen replied. He had spoken with CLA before, so he was not unfamiliar with his voice. Xiezong is right. Someone echoed. Zhou Tianhou, whether in looks or professional ability, can be called the ceiling of female singers in the music industry. Even compared to Zhao Yiren, they are on par. That's not right. How can you compare a subpar artist with Zhou Tianhou? I say, even 10 Zhao Yirens can't match one Zhou Tianhou. Zhao Yiren and Zhou Tianhou are like fireflies in the bright moon. Who are these people? Lu Chen scanned the few who echoed CLA with an expressionless face, frowning. They all look decent, but what they say is worse than farting. I don't know them, But they shouldn't be important figures, Song Qingwan said. Anyone with status wouldn't act like clowns, flattering others. You flatter me. Zhou stepped down from the high platform, smiling. I can become a queen thanks to Xiezong's support behind the scenes. I feel very honored that Xiezong brought me to attend Miss Lin's banquet. Bang bang bang. As Zhou finished speaking, the spotlights on the ceiling of the hall turned on one after another. Everyone followed the lights and saw a graceful figure slowly walking down from the second floor of the hall. So beautiful, someone murmured, lost in thought. This guy is surprisingly calm. Song Qingwan's attention was not on the graceful figure but on Lu Chen beside her. Unlike the other men who were mesmerized, Lu Chen's face was calm, his eyes showing no ripples. Seeing this scene, Song Qingwan breathed a sigh of relief and said, "She is Lin Ji, isn't she beautiful?" Indeed very beautiful. Lu Chen's gaze scrutinized Lin Ji. As the host of the banquet, Lin Ji was not wearing an extravagant gown but a simple, elegant long dress. However, this did not diminish her as the most dazzling presence at the banquet. Her snow-white skin, illuminated by the spotlight, radiated a jade-like glow, and her dark hair was casually tied up with a lotus wood hairpin, exuding a clean and pure aura. Her exquisite features were lightly adorned with makeup, her facial features seemingly sculpted by the goddess Nuwa herself. The moment Lin Ji appeared, Lu Chen felt as if he were seeing a fairy stepping out of a painting. However, despite Lin Ji's beauty, it could not shake Lu Chen's heart. This was simply because Lu Chen had seen someone equally beautiful, and that was Ling Shuang. Compared to Lin Ji, Ling Shuang was not lacking in figure or looks. The only difficult aspect to judge was their temperaments. Ling Shuang's temperament was quiet and cool, like a classical beauty. Lin Ji's temperament was ethereal and transcendent, like a fairy in a painting. Compared to Ling Shuang, Lin Ji's aura might evoke a man's desire to conquer even more. Lu Chen's mind stirred as he checked Lin Ji's personal information. Name, Lin Ji. Age, 23 years old. Height, 172. Weight, 60 kilograms. Overall appearance score, 98. 0. Favorability, 0, stranger. Not a perfect score. Lu Chen was somewhat surprised. In his eyes, Lin Ji was as beautiful as a fairy, and her overall appearance score should have reached full marks. Yet, Lin Ji's overall appearance score was 98, just 2 points shy of perfection. Lu Chen couldn't imagine how beautiful a woman with a perfect score would be. Xiao Ji, you look well. Just as everyone was captivated by Lin Ji's beauty, Lin Yu and a young man walked into the hall. The young man had his hands in his pockets, appearing very casual, his gaze searching for something in the hall. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he quickly walked towards Lu Chen. Xiao Mu, it's this guy. Song Qingwan took a step back behind Lu Chen, her brows furrowed. This person is named Qin Feng, and he has been pestering me for almost a year. Qingwan, you really came. Qin Feng soon stood in front of Song Qingwan, smiling. Since we parted at your house last time, I have been thinking about you all the time. How have you been lately? I told you, Brother Feng, you have no chance anymore. Lin Yu followed up. Sister Qingwan already has a boyfriend. Mu Gu, the key. Lin Yu handed the phantom key to Lu Chen. What? Qin Feng's expression darkened upon hearing this, and he turned to look at Lu Chen. You look unfamiliar. Are you from Shancheng? Lu Chen did not respond to Qin Feng but took the key from Lin Yu's hand, saying, Sorry for the trouble. Mu Gu, you should answer Brother Feng's question. Lin Yu laughed. Brother Feng has been pursuing Sister Qingwan for almost a year, and now Sister Qingwan has been taken by you. He must be feeling aggrieved. Xiao Yu, shut up. Song Qingwan shot Lin Yu a glare. Stop fanning the flames. And you, Qin Feng. Song Qingwan's voice turned icy. I have already said, I don't like you. Qin Xiao, who are these two? Xia Lei walked up to Qin Feng, his gaze sizing up Song Qingwan and Lu Chen. However, Qin Feng completely ignored Xia Lei. Qingwan, I am sincere about you. Qin Feng took a deep breath. This person is not your boyfriend at all. You brought him here to provoke me, right? Lin Xiao, who are these two? Facing Qin Feng's disregard, Xia Lei didn't feel awkward and turned to ask Lin Yu, Did you not hear me? This is my sister and my brother-in-law. Lin Yu's lips curled up slightly, wearing a look of amusement. As soon as Lin Yu said, my sister and my brother-in-law, Qin Feng's expression clearly darkened further. Xia Lei looked bewildered. He wanted to complain but was afraid of offending Lin Yu. Who knows who your sister and brother-in-law are? Xiezong, this is President Song's daughter. Someone whispered in Xia Lei's ear. Song Lijun, President Song? Xia Lei's expression changed in surprise, and his gaze towards Song Qingwan became fervent. Stop being so self-righteous. Song Qingwan said, looking exasperated. I'll say it one last time, I don't like you, so please don't bother me anymore. Qingwan, are you really going to be like this? Qin Feng gritted his teeth. How can this guy compare to me? If you want to provoke me, you should find someone decent. Brother Feng, Mugu is not simple. Lin Yu spoke up. Mu Ji's car is a phantom, license plate Shan'e, 6 zeros. Heh, what does that prove? Qin Feng sneered, who knows if that car is his or Qingwan's? I misjudged you. Lu Chen looked at Lin Yu expressionlessly. You are quite insidious. Lu Chen had thought Lin Yu was a polite and cultured person, but now it seemed that Lin Yu was nothing but a petty person. Although he called him Mugu, every word he said was stoking the fire between him and Qin Feng. Brother Mu, don't misunderstand. Lin Yu was not angry at Lu Chen's words. He still wore a smile and said, you are Changwan's boyfriend, and Brother Feng is my friend. I would feel bad helping either of you, and besides, Brother Feng has been pursuing Qingwan for almost a year. If you want Brother Feng to give up, you must show him some convincing strength. Brother Feng, am I right? A guy who doesn't even dare to reveal his identity. What strength do you expect him to have? Qin Feng said disdainfully. In my opinion, this guy is just an actor hired by Changwan. Qin Feng, Lin Yu, don't go too far. Song Changwan stood protectively behind Lu Chen and said, you just have good fathers. You think you can compare with Lu Chen? So your name is Lu Chen. Qin Feng smirked. I thought you were some big shot, but it turns out you're just an unknown little person. I haven't heard of that name either. Lin Yu laughed. Qingwan, could it be that Brother Mu is from another province? Where I'm from doesn't matter. Didn't you ask me to show my strength? Lu Chen stepped forward, raised his hands, and before Lin Yu and Qin Feng could react, he slapped each of them across the face. Slap, slap. The crisp sound of the slaps echoed through the hall, and the air instantly turned silent. Everyone wore expressions of disbelief. Behind Lu Chen, Song Changwan's mouth dropped open, looking completely stunned. How about that? Do these two slaps prove my strength? If not, I can continue. Lu Chen smiled as he looked at Lin Yu and Qin Feng, whose faces were swelling from the slaps. Although he hadn't used much force, with his current physical strength, those two slaps were enough to make Lin Yu and Qin Feng question their lives. You dare hit me? Lin Yu was the first to regain his senses. Feeling the burning pain on his face, his eyes turned fierce. Ah, I'm going to kill you. Qin Feng suddenly let out a piercing scream. His expression twisted as he picked up a wine bottle from a nearby moving table, ready to smash it over Lu Chen's head. Stop! At that moment, an ethereal voice rang out. Hearing this voice, Qin Feng's body trembled uncontrollably, and he slowly lowered the wine bottle. Sister! The fierce look in Lin Yu's eyes instantly vanished as he obediently looked at the owner of the voice. I don't want anyone causing trouble at my banquet, even if you are my brother. Lin Ji calmly scanned Lin Yu and Qin Feng, her gaze finally resting on Lu Chen. Since you are Changwan's boyfriend, then behave yourself and don't make things difficult for her. Sorry, I have a bad temper. When some idiot provokes me, I can't help but fight back. Apologize. Lin Ji's tone was gentle, but it carried an undeniable authority. It seems you also deserve a beating. Lu Chen's expression darkened, thinking Lin Ji was asking him to apologize, and a surge of anger rose in him. I'm sorry. Lin Yu clenched his fists, feeling unwilling, but still apologized to Lu Chen as Lin Ji instructed. I'm sorry. Qin Feng gritted his teeth as he spat out those three words. Lu Chen's raised hand had nowhere to go, and for a moment, he was at a loss. Are you planning to slap me? Lin Ji looked momentarily stunned. Little Mu, don't be impulsive. Song Changwan hurriedly pressed Lu Chen's hand back down, but inside, she was bursting with laughter. Crazy girl, are you dumbfounded? My little Mu won't spoil you. If you provoke him, he really will slap you. I only slap idiots. Lu Chen replied, then fell silent. Hearing this, Lin Yu and Qin Feng looked at Lu Chen with eyes that seemed to want to tear him apart. This person's voice sounds a bit familiar. Xia Lei scrutinized Lu Chen, his brows furrowing. It seems that President Xia's memory isn't very good. Just during the day, you called me to say you were going to bring me a big gift. Lu Chen had extraordinary hearing. Although Xia Lei's voice was low, he heard it clearly. It's you. Xia Lei's pupils trembled, and he said in a deep voice, Boss Fanching. I wonder how President Xia's big gift is coming along. Lu Chen said expressionlessly. Poof. Xia Lei snorted coldly. I wonder how President Lu feels about the big gift of bankrupting Fanching? What's going on? Does this person have a grudge against President Xie? This guy really seems to think he hasn't offended enough people. I wonder which rich young master he is. What kind of eyesight does President Son's daughter have? How could she choose such a troublemaker as her boyfriend? Doesn't she fear President Son getting angry when he finds out? Stay away from this guy. We don't want to be misunderstood as having any relation to him. The crowd was abuzz with discussion, and some who were closer to Lu Chen even distanced themselves from him as if avoiding a plague. Seeing this scene, Xia Lei sneered. It seems that President Lu and Zhao Yiren are both not very popular. In my opinion, it would be better for President Lu to kick Zhao Yiren out of the company. For Miss Song's sake, I might consider being lenient with Fanqing. A true strong person never deigns to associate with others. Xiaomu, let's go. Song Qingwan took Lu Chen's hand, wanting to distance themselves from Xia Lei and the others. I'm curious, what makes President Xia hold such a grudge against an employee who dedicated 10 years of youth to Tianyu? Is it really just because she refused to renew her contract with Tianyu that he is willing to go to such lengths to completely blacklist her? As Lu Chen's words fell, a flicker of fear flashed in Xia Lei's eyes. An artist full of scandals deserves to be blacklisted. Xia Lei's gaze was icy. Next to him, Zhou Yun trembled uncontrollably upon hearing this. Witnessing this scene, Lu Chen showed a contemplative expression. I hope when President Xia gets slapped in the face in a few days, he can still be as tough as he is now. Lu Chen left this remark and then distanced himself from Xia Lei and the others with Song Qingwan. Slapped in the face? Xia Lei looked at Lu Chen's back with disdain. Before he saw Lu Chen, he was somewhat wary of his background. But now, in his eyes, Lu Chen was just a soft man who relied on women to rise to power. If Lu Chen really had a powerful background, then Lin Yu and Qin Feng wouldn't dare to offend him. The various celebrities present also couldn't possibly not know him. Xiaomu, I'm sorry for making you suffer. In a corner of the hall, Song Qingwan said with a face full of guilt, if I had known, I wouldn't have let you accompany me. Now you've offended both Qin Feng and Lin Yu. So, how do you plan to compensate me? Lu Chen reached out and pulled Song Qingwan into his arms, leaning down to whisper in her ear, how about you give me a kiss? Just a kiss isn't enough. Song Qingwan was taken aback for a moment, then wrapped her arms around Lu Chen's waist and said, how about we do something more exciting? Sure. Lu Chen's eyes lit up, quickly scanning the surroundings. He finally locked onto a safe passage not far away. Let's go there. It's dark and no one is around. Are you serious? Song Qingwan's cheeks flushed. I was joking with you. I was joking too, but if you want to think about it, it's not impossible. Lu Chen said with a smile. He certainly wouldn't be open enough to do intimate things in such a setting. He just wanted to tease Song Qingwan a bit. I don't want to. Song Qingwan's pretty face darkened, and she opened her mouth to bite Lu Chen's arm. However, this time she was smart and didn't use much force. Suddenly, Song Qingwan felt a strange sensation in her waist. Looking down, she saw Lu Chen's big hand was very unruly. Instantly, she felt both angry and embarrassed. You can hold me, but don't move around. Song Qingwan said this, but her body leaned a little closer to Lu Chen. For some reason, the closer she got to Lu Chen, the more she felt a sense of security. Song Qingwan's favorability +1. What a reckless guy. Not far from Lu Chen, Lin Ji stood with an elderly man, just in time to witness Lu Chen's actions. This made her furrow her brows slightly and say, how could Uncle Song, such a traditional person, allow Qingwan to date someone like him? Perhaps, Song Lijun is unaware, the deep voice replied. The old man withdrew his gaze from Lu Chen, playing with a pair of antique walnuts in his hands. But this young man's good days are numbered. The Qin family probably won't let him off easily. Old Zhang, that can't be true, right? Lin Ji relaxed her brows and calmly said, although this person offended Qin Feng, he is still Qingwan's boyfriend. Even if Uncle Song is unaware, the Qin family should not make things too difficult for him out of respect for Uncle Song. Do you really think so? Zhang Shangwa said meaningfully, why is Qin Feng, a spoiled rich kid, turned over a new leaf in the past year? Not only has he become more ambitious, but he has also gone to great lengths to pursue Song Lijun's daughter. Could it really be because he likes her? What you said makes some sense, old Zhang, Lin Ji pondered. From what I know of Qin Feng, he definitely can't genuinely like Qingwan. You girl, just pretend to be confused. Zhang Shangwa laughed. Among you little ones, you're the only one who catches my eye. But you have one flaw, you're too good at hiding things. You probably have many secrets that even your father doesn't know about, right? Old Zhang, you're overpraising me. My father has always respected me and wouldn't pry into my personal secrets. Are you complaining that I don't respect you? Zhang Shangwa said irritably, I came all this way to support you, and the ride almost broke my old bones. Your kindness, I will always remember, old sir. Lin Ji smiled and said, I happen to have a string of top-quality agarwood bracelets at home. I'll go get them for you later. You are thoughtful, it's worth my affection for you. But honestly, rather than giving me gifts, I hope you and Xiao Tian can be together. Zhang Shangwa looked at Lin Ji with a kind expression. Xiao Tian, as he referred to him, is his grandson, Zhang Tian. Old Zhang, it's getting late. We shouldn't keep the guests waiting too long. Lin Ji said slowly, as for matters of the heart, I personally think it's better to let things happen naturally. Well, fine. Zhang Shangwa shook his head and smiled. Although Xiao Tian is quite excellent, compared to you, he is nothing to mention. It's normal that you don't look at him. Let's go, I'm a bit tired. After I help you start, I should rest. Thank you for your hard work. Lin Ji quietly followed behind Zhang Shangwa, knowing that he was somewhat dissatisfied with her response, but she wouldn't change her mind because of that. Just as Zhang Shangwa said, his grandson, while excellent, was still not in Lin Ji's eyes. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming from afar to attend the charity dinner held by Lin Ji. At the deepest part of the hall, Zhang Shangwa stood at a podium, holding a microphone and saying, I believe everyone is already aware of the purpose of this charity dinner. I came here this time for no other reason than to set an example for everyone. This pair of walnuts in my hand has been with me for nearly 10 years, and now I am preparing to auction them off. The proceeds from the auction will be entirely donated to the charity foundation established by Lin Ji. Who is this old man? Below the podium, Lu Chen looked speechless at the auction paddle handed to him by the staff and complained, this old man is really hypocritical. He talks about giving people a demonstration, but in reality, he doesn't donate a single cent and brings out a pair of broken walnuts for auction. Does he think everyone here is a fool who would buy his pair of broken walnuts? I bid 100,000, 200,000, 500,000. As Lu Chen's words fell, people began to raise their paddles to bid. Lu Chen was instantly dumbfounded. Wait, there really are fools. Lu Chen's gaze was fixed on the pair of polished walnuts in Zhang Shangwa's hands. Although he didn't understand antiques, he could guarantee that the pair of walnuts in Zhang Shangwa's hands was definitely not worth that much money. Moreover, with antique walnuts, one must personally polish them to feel a sense of accomplishment. Who would be sick enough to buy a pair that someone else had polished? They are not fools, on the contrary, these people are quite shrewd. Song Qingwan spoke up, the old man you call hypocritical has a significant identity. Don't say he's auctioning a pair of decorative walnuts, even if it were a piece of scrap paper, these people would still bid. What identity does this old man have? Lu Chen asked curiously. President of the Southwest Chamber of Commerce, founder of Qianlu Group, Zhang Shangwa, Old Zhang. Qianlu Group. Lu Chen's expression changed in surprise. Blue Star is a parallel world similar to Earth in his previous life. Although there are certain similarities in history and technological development, many things are different. For example, Qianlu Group is a giant enterprise with a market value of trillions, and it is also the only trillion-scale liquor company in Long Country. Qianlu Liquor is one of the high-end brand liquors in Long Country and is the most well-known liquor brand among the public. Its fame and scale in Blue Star are comparable to Mutai on Earth in Lu Chen's previous life. Now you understand why everyone is eager to bid for Old Zhang's pair of decorative walnuts, right? Song Qingwan said, not to mention Old Zhang's identity as the founder of Qianlu Group. Just his position as president of the Southwest Chamber of Commerce is enough for these people to do everything they can to please him. After all, in business, connections are the most important, and the Southwest Chamber of Commerce gathers all the famous enterprises in the entire Southwest region. It's no exaggeration to say that if a company wants to achieve certain results in the Southwest region, it cannot do without dealing with the Southwest Chamber of Commerce. I was shallow. Lu Chen took a deep breath and said, what price do you expect this pair of walnuts to finally sell for? It will definitely not be low. Song Qingwan said, Old Zhang's identity is there. With him setting the example, everyone would feel embarrassed to come empty-handed, but they also have to consider Old Zhang's face and cannot overshadow his old glory. Therefore, this pair of decorative walnuts from Old Zhang is very likely to fetch a sky-high price. I bid 5 million. As soon as Song Qingwan's words fell, someone called out the astronomical price of 5 million. Instantly, everyone turned to look at the bidder. The one who called out the 5 million was none other than CLA. Facing everyone's gaze, CLA smiled and said, Old Zhang, both my father and I admire you greatly. When the opportunity arises, I will visit you in your province with my father. Who are you? Zhang Shangwa scrutinized CLA, he did not know him. I'm CLA, my father is Xie Changkuan. Last year, my father and I met you at the Immortal Pavilion. So it's young friend Xia. Zhang Shangwa's pupils slightly constricted, and he smiled, not bad, at such a young age, you are quite talented and a rare young talent. Old Zhang is overpraising me. Xia Lei's lips curled slightly, revealing a mysterious smile. This person is not simple. Song Qingwan's brows suddenly furrowed. Who? The one with the surname Xie? Yes. Song Qingwan whispered, I can guarantee that Old Zhang definitely doesn't remember who he is. Then why is that old man suddenly so enthusiastic about someone with the surname Xie? Because of the Immortal Pavilion. Song Qingwan said seriously, I once heard my dad mention that in our country, the aristocratic families hold a gathering every year, and the place where they hold the gathering is called the Immortal Pavilion. Are you saying that the Xie family is an aristocratic family? Lu Chen frowned. 100-year family, 1,000-year aristocracy. Aristocratic families are hidden financial tycoons. Their wealth is not known to the public, but their assets span various industries. If CLA is a member of an aristocratic family, then Lu Chen would have no way to deal with him in a short time. Unless one day he gets incredibly lucky, completes a task, and gains wealth that can crush aristocratic families, or acquires supernatural powers that can destroy everything. It shouldn't be. Song Qingwan said, if CLA were a member of an aristocratic family, then old Zhang would definitely know him, but he has been to the Immortal Pavilion, so there is only one possibility. He is a spokesperson for some aristocratic family in this society. A spokesperson? Lu Chen fell into thought upon hearing this. He recalled not long ago when he asked CLA why he would go to such lengths to suppress Zhao Yiren, and he saw a flash of fear in CLA's eyes. Could it be that he was afraid of the person behind him? But what connection does that person have with Zhao Yiren? Don't worry too much. Even if CLA has someone backing him, this is a society governed by law. They wouldn't dare to do anything to you. Seeing Lu Chen's heavy expression, Song Qingwan comforted him. When I have time, I'll take you to meet my dad. With your abilities, I believe my dad will definitely support you, and then they shouldn't make things difficult for you out of respect for my dad. I'm actually looking forward to what they might do to me. Lu Chen returned to his lazy demeanor. My life right now is indeed a bit dull. If they could bring me some fun, I would welcome it. Aristocratic families are indeed impressive, but no matter how impressive they are, can they compare to the system? Relying on the system, Lu Chen could fear no one. Life and death were trivial. If someone didn't comply, he wouldn't mind letting them see what a humanoid monster was like. Once the ghostly back opened, he would ask whether this aristocratic family practiced martial arts or cultivated immortality, and if they could withstand his full-strength punch. At 1 year and 8 months, your temper has become irritable and prone to violence. The baby growth task has been triggered again. Task content: vent your emotions and cause a small amount of physical harm to anyone around you. Task reward: 10,000 dragon coins. Note: exceeding the task can trigger a reward crit. The system prompt sounded. Instantly, Lu Chen felt more confident. According to the speed at which the system issued tasks, he believed it wouldn't be long before his personal wealth reached an astonishing level. What's wrong? With me accompanying you, you still find it boring? Song Qingwan didn't take Lu Chen's words seriously, thinking he was just being stubborn. But to respect Lu Chen's dignity, she didn't expose him. If you accompany me to do something exciting, maybe I wouldn't find it boring. How about you come to my house tonight? Lu Chen leaned his face close to Song Qingwan's ear, his voice gentle. I'll let you touch my abs. Are you crazy? A flush instantly rose on Song Qingwan's face. Lu Chen's breath enveloped her ear, and an unusual feeling surged in her heart, causing her legs to tighten involuntarily. Fortunately, Lu Chen quickly moved his face away, otherwise, she was genuinely worried she would end up agreeing to him. But for some reason, facing Lu Chen's robe-like words and actions, she felt no disgust at all. Instead, she felt a hint of happiness and excitement. Next, I will represent Tianyu to contribute to Miss Lin's charitable cause. After CLA successfully bid on Zhang Shangwa's antique walnut, he became the second person to donate. Yun Yun, come up to the stage, CLA said to Zhou Yun in the audience. I've decided to follow Zhang Lao's example and auction off a live singing opportunity for our company's rising star, Zhou Yun. As soon as CLA finished speaking, the faces of the crowd darkened. However, due to CLA's status, no one dared to speak up. What a shameless bunch, a sudden voice cut through the tension. Instantly, everyone turned to look at the source of the voice. What's wrong? Am I wrong? Lu Chen ignored the gazes directed at him and sneered. For those in the know, this is a charity auction. For those who don't, they might think it's a junk sale. Mr. Xia, instead of auctioning off a singing opportunity for your company's artist, why not auction off her first time? But then again, I guess she probably doesn't have a first time anymore. Ha ha ha. As Lu Chen's words fell, someone couldn't help but laugh out loud. Soon, the crowd erupted in laughter. Most of the attendees at the charity gala were local entrepreneurs and some celebrities from the mountain city. Among them were individuals whose status and wealth surpassed that of CLA, and they certainly wouldn't give him any face. Zhang Shangwa auctioning an antique walnut was a display of his impressive status. Did CLA have the same kind of status to imitate him? Moreover, auctioning off a performer's singing opportunity, what did he take them for? Clowns or fools? Mr. Lu means to say that Zhang Lao auctioning an antique walnut is also a shameless act, right? A cold glint flashed in CLA's eyes. He chose not to respond directly to Lu Chen but instead tried to shift the blame, hoping Lu Chen would offend Zhang Shangwa. In the front row of the audience, Zhang Shangwa, who had just taken his seat, visibly darkened at these words. Poof! Zhang Shangwa snorted coldly, and the crowd, which had been laughing, suddenly turned pale with fear. They weren't afraid of offending CLA, but that didn't mean they weren't afraid of offending Zhang Shangwa. I'll bid 50,000. At that moment, someone raised a sign to place a bid. I'll bid 80,000. 100,000. In the blink of an eye, bids were coming in one after another. Seeing this scene, a smug smile appeared on CLA's face. He knew very well that the crowd was dissatisfied with his auction of Zhou Yun's singing opportunity, but with Zhang Shanghua setting the precedent, questioning him meant questioning Zhang Shanghua. Once the crowd understood this logic, even if they were unhappy, they had to obediently raise their signs to bid. Wanting to establish a charitable persona while being unwilling to spend money, instead thinking of using others' money to build their own charitable image, what else could this behavior be but shameless? Lu Chun understood CLA's intentions all too well, but unfortunately for CLA, he underestimated him. While others feared offending Zhang Shanghua, Lu Chen did not. Moreover, he looked down on Zhang Shanghua from the bottom of his heart. As the president of the Southwest Chamber of Commerce and the founder of a trillion-dollar group, he didn't believe Zhang Shanghua was short on money. If he truly wanted to do charity, donating a few million or even tens of millions would be a piece of cake. Yet here he was, leading a charity auction, trying to establish his charitable persona without spending a dime. Even more disgusting was CLA trying to imitate him. One could imagine that others would soon follow Zhang Shanghua and CLA's lead, bringing out worthless items to auction. So who would end up suffering in the end? It would be the small business owners from the mountain city who were invited. These people couldn't afford to offend big shots like Zhang Guoxiang. They were invited and dared not refuse. Faced with the shameless auction behavior of big figures like Zhang Guoxiang, they could only grit their teeth and bid on these worthless items. The key was that big figures like Zhang Shanghua wouldn't necessarily appreciate the favors of these small fry. Mr. Lu was really young and impetuous, CLA sneered. Since Mr. Lu is so generous, I wonder how much you've prepared for this event? I donated 3 million with Xiaomu. Song Qingwan kept giving Lu Chen meaningful glances, signaling him to stop talking. 3 million is too little. Lu Chen gently patted the back of Song Qingwan's hand, reassuring her not to worry. Then, Lu Chen stood up from his seat and walked toward the podium. Under CLA's furious gaze, Lu Chen snatched the microphone from his hand. At this banquet, I did not receive an invitation from Miss Lin, rather, I came here as a companion with Qingwan. Therefore, I technically do not need to make a donation. Moreover, unlike Elder Zhang and General Manager Xia, I do not possess a charitable heart filled with compassion. However, I do have a bit of money, and since I can't spend it all, I thought I might as well support Miss Lin's charitable cause with a donation of 100 million as a gesture. But just now, I remembered something General Manager Xia once told me: one should be sociable. Since neither Elder Zhang nor General Manager Xia made cash donations, how could I be the odd one out? How about this? I will hold an auction myself. Lu Chen reached into his pants pocket and finally pulled out a piece of toilet paper, saying, I will auction this piece of toilet paper. I originally planned to keep it for using the restroom, but I suddenly feel that its value might not be lower than the items auctioned by Elder Zhang and General Manager Xia. As Lu Chen's words fell, the entire hall fell silent. CLA and Zhang Shanghua's faces darkened to the point of almost dripping water. Mr. Lu, what you just said is a bit too much. Zhou Yun glared at Lu Chen. Ever since Lu Chen mentioned she didn't have a first time, she had harbored dissatisfaction toward him. Now, Lu Chen had actually belittled her to the level of a piece of toilet paper, which completely broke her defenses. Miss Zhou, don't underestimate this piece of toilet paper. Lu Chen unfolded the paper with a smile, saying, look at it, at least it's clean. I haven't used it yet, unlike some things that have been used who knows how many times. You. Zhou Yun's pupils constricted, and her face instantly turned pale. What did he mean by that? How did he know? Zhou Yun was completely stunned, looking at Lu Chen with fear in her eyes. Young man, being young and impetuous is not a bad thing, but speaking without a filter can easily bring trouble upon oneself. A deep voice sounded. Zhang Shanghua could no longer sit still. With his status, he was respected wherever he went. But Lu Chen not only disrespected him but also treated him with cold sarcasm. If he continued to remain indifferent, people might think Zhang Shanghua was afraid of Song Lijun. Indeed, Zhang Shanghua had never regarded Lu Chen highly. Even if Lu Chen mocked him, he still saw Lu Chen as a mere clown. The only thing he needed to consider was Lu Chen's identity as Song Qingwan's boyfriend and that Song Qingwan's father was the president of the Mountain City Financial Association, Song Lijun. Elder Zhang, you may not understand me. Lu Chen said calmly, years ago, my parents passed away in a car accident, and now I can say I am all alone in this world. What's that saying? The barefoot are not afraid of the shoe. Lu Chen was not afraid of Zhang Shanghua's threats at all. It was a joke. He was all alone and had a system. Who was afraid of whom? Threats? Who couldn't do that? Mr. Lu, without family, you must have loved ones or friends. Xia Lei's voice was cold. I advise Mr. Lu to bow to Elder Zhang and admit a mistake. Then this matter can be considered settled. General Manager Xia's knees are soft, and if he wants to bow to someone, that's his business. But if you want me to bow, The other party must be a dead person. Lu Chen said in a deep voice, after all, the deceased should be respected, and bowing is a form of mourning etiquette. Ha ha ha, what a sharp-tongued young man. Zhang Shangwa suddenly stood up from his seat, not angry but laughing. If your parents weren't dead, I really want to ask them how they raised such an arrogant guy like you. You can go ask them right now, Lu Chen replied casually. Instantly, Zhang Shangwa felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his body trembling with anger. Lu Chen's words were equivalent to telling him to go die right now. Mr. Lu, you really shouldn't say anything unrelated to the theme of this dinner, Lin Ji said with a slight frown beside Zhang Shangwa. And I don't think showing off your verbal skills will do you any good. No benefits, but it feels good, Lu Chen replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lin Ji's frown deepened. Seeking attention, courting disaster, Qin Feng said coldly from behind Lin Ji. In his view, Lu Chen offending Zhang Shangwa was no different from being dead. It seems everyone is not satisfied with my piece of toilet paper, Lu Chen said, putting the toilet paper back in his pocket, his lips curling up. Since that's the case, let me change the auction item to a chance to hit me. What does Mr. Lu mean by that? Lin Ji looked at Lu Chen in confusion. Just the literal meaning, Lu Chen replied with a smile. Whoever bids the highest gets to come up and hit me once. I think Mr. Lu is just trying to provoke a reaction, Xia Lei interjected. With Mr. Lu's small frame, I'm afraid one punch from me would leave you in the hospital for 10 days or half a month. It seems Mr. Xia is eager to hit me, Lu Chen said slowly. But I can understand, if it weren't for the law, some people here would probably want to kill me. Lu Chen's gaze swept over Zhang Shangwa, Qin Feng, and Lin Yu. How about this? I'll sign a waiver promising that if I get hurt, I won't hold anyone responsible. Since Mr. Lu is willing to use his body for charity, we have no reason not to support it, Xia Lei said, stepping down from the podium, picking up the auction paddle from his seat, and raising it high. I bid 1. Indeed, Xia Lei was eager to hit Lu Chen to vent his frustration, but he wouldn't be foolish enough to call out a high price. He believed that no one would compete with him for the chance to hit Lu Chen, so 1 was enough. He could both secure the opportunity to hit Lu Chen and insult him in the process. Mr. Xia, look at you, so impatient, Lu Chen said. I haven't finished my sentence yet. The starting bid for the chance to hit me is 1 million, and each subsequent bid must be no less than 100,000. Lu Chen wasn't foolish. If he didn't set a higher starting price, it would be too cheap for Xia Lei. Although he didn't think Xia Lei's punch could hurt him, he also didn't want to be insulted by being hit for just $1. As for why he didn't set the starting price even higher, it was simply because he was afraid that if it was set too high, no one would bid. Does Mr. Lu think that setting such a high price will attract bidders? Xia Lei said with an ugly expression. If no one bids, that's fine. I'm not a masochist begging others to hit me, Lu Chen replied calmly. 1 million, Xia Lei snorted and raised his paddle again. He didn't want to miss this legitimate opportunity to hit Lu Chen, and although Lu Chen's price of 1 million annoyed him, 1 million was not much different from 1 for him. It was just a drop in the bucket from his bank account. Is there anyone else who wants to hit me? Lu Chen looked at Zhang Shangwa and asked, Old Zhang? However, Zhang Shangwa completely ignored him. Hey, you two idiots in the back, don't you want to take revenge? After being ignored by Zhang Shangwa, Lu Chen turned to Qin Feng and Lin Yu behind him. Damn, I can't hold back anymore, Lin Yu gritted his teeth. No matter what, I have to give him a taste of his own medicine today. Lin Yu was about to raise his paddle. Stay put, suddenly, a slender jade hand snatched the paddle from Lin Yu's hand. Lin Ji stared at Lin Yu with a blank expression. Under her gaze, Lin Yu's face turned pale, but he stubbornly said, Sister, are you just going to watch me get bullied by this guy? Hit him once, and then what? Lin Ji's gaze shifted towards the direction of Song Qingwan. After all, he is Qingwan's boyfriend. 5 million. As soon as Lin Ji's words fell, a rough voice suddenly came from the back of the seating area. Instantly, everyone's eyes turned to the back, where a burly middle-aged man in the last row was holding up an auction paddle. The man wore a black suit, had a square face, and his expression was stern. Isn't that Zhang Lao's bodyguard? Lin Yu instinctively said. Hee, someone is going to be in trouble now, Qin Feng said gleefully. If an ordinary person hits him, he might just lie in the hospital for 10 days or half a month, but if Zhang Lao's bodyguard hits him, he might lose half his life. Upon hearing this, Lin Ji looked at Zhang Shangwa. However, Zhang Shangwa did not turn around. He sat silently in his seat, but his eyes revealed a fierce intent. It was clear that Zhang Shangwa did not intend to let Lu Chen off the hook. Xiaomu, come back to your seat with me. At that moment, Song Qingwan quickly walked up to the podium. She had seen Zhang Shangwa's bodyguard before, so she recognized the man in the suit at a glance. Given Zhang Shangwa's status, the bodyguard he hired was definitely not an ordinary person. if Lu Chen were to be hit once, the consequences would be unimaginable. Miss Song, Lu has already spoken. If he goes back on his word now, he will become a joke from now on, Xia Lei said as he put down his paddle. Since someone has offered a higher price than me, I can only give up. Xia Lei also knew the identity of the man in the suit, so he wisely chose not to bid anymore and wore a look of watching a show. What a pity! Seeing Xia Lei give up, Lu Chen felt extremely disappointed. He had hoped that Xia Lei would successfully bid for the chance to hit him, and when Xia Lei made his move, he could take the opportunity to complete the system task. After all, the conflict between him and Xia Lei was the biggest. Xia, why don't you offer $1 million and hit me once together with that big guy who looks like a bodyguard? Lu Chen said unwillingly. Lu, you should take care of yourself. Xia Lei took out his phone and sneered. I will record your miserable state to enjoy later. In that case, Xia, come up to the stage. Get a bit closer so the recording is clearer. You think I won't dare? Xia Lei immediately stood up and walked to the podium. At the same time, the burly man from the back also approached the podium. Xiaomu, you're being too reckless. Song Qingwan glanced at the burly man, who was nearly 2 meters tall, standing there like a small mountain. She couldn't imagine what would happen to Lu Chen if he took a punch from the other man. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Lu Chen leaned down and whispered in Song Qingwan's ear. Didn't you say I have a freakish physique? I'll show you something even freakier later. But, Song Qingwan wanted to say something, but she saw the burly man already raising his fist, aiming for Lu Chen's abdomen. The sudden scene frightened Song Qingwan, turning her face pale. Beside her, Xia Lei excitedly opened his phone to record, his heart roaring. Hit him, hit him. Goodness, he doesn't even care about whether I signed the agreement or not. Lu Chen's expression darkened, and his muscles tensed up. Bang! A loud sound echoed. The burly man's face changed dramatically, his entire right arm shaking violently. Despicable. The burly man glared at Lu Chen, pain evident on his face as he spoke. It hurt too much. He only felt that the bones in his entire right hand had shattered. His punch was like hitting a reinforced concrete wall. Boom! However, the next second, a tremendous force surged from Lu Chen's body, and before the burly man could react, his body flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing precisely onto the focused Shilei, who was recording. Ah! Accompanied by Shilei's scream, he was pinned under the burly man, unable to move. Crack! The sound of a photo being taken echoed. Lu Chen looked at the messy photo of Shilei on his phone with satisfaction and said with a smile, thanks to President Xi's reminder, I will save this photo to enjoy it later. What is going on? In the audience, everyone looked bewildered. Are we filming? How did old Zhang's bodyguard make a move, yet he fell down himself? I heard old Zhang's bodyguard is a champion of some underground boxing match. I don't know if it's true or not. You actually hid something in your clothes. The burly man covered his right arm, painfully standing up, his gaze towards Lu Chen filled with rage. Where is the thing you mentioned? Lu Chen lifted his shirt, revealing his perfect abs, and said, but I have to say, you really can act. You flew back so far, and coincidentally used our President Xi as a cushion. How is that possible? The burly man's pupils constricted violently, looking at Lu Chen in disbelief. At that moment, he was confused. President Xi, are you okay? Just then, Zhou Yun let out a gasp. She tried to help Shilei up, but he had a pained expression on his face. His complexion was pale, and beads of cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Ambulance! Shilei's voice trembled, his whole body stiff on the ground. The moment he was knocked down by the burly man, the bones in his waist broke, and the excruciating pain made it hard for him to speak. Ah, okay, I'll call right now. Zhou Yun looked flustered, fumbling for her phone to dial the ambulance. Xiaoyu, quickly call Dr. Dong over. Lin Ji stood up from her seat and walked quickly to the podium. The Dr. Dong she mentioned was her personal doctor. Yes, I'll call her right away. Lin Yu took out his phone and made a call. President Xi, are you okay? Can you hold on? Lin Ji came to Shilei's side, asking with concern. After all, Shilei was invited by her, and if anything happened to him, it would inevitably affect her reputation. Looking at President Xi's condition, it seems he won't last much longer. Lu Chen appeared beside Lin Ji at some point, saying seriously, in my opinion, Miss Lin, you might as well notify President Xi's family to handle the aftermath. Lin Ji, Lu, saying such things at this time makes you seem rather narrow-minded. Lin Ji frowned slightly. I'm not exactly a magnanimous person. Lu Chen shrugged and smiled. Besides, President Xi's condition isn't caused by me. Don't you think so, big brother bodyguard? Lu Chen turned to look, only to find the burly man still standing there in a daze. Hey, wake up. Lu Chen waved his hand in front of the burly man. The burly man finally came to his senses. How did you do that? The burly man stared intently at Lu Chen. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't understand how Lu Chen could withstand his punch unscathed and even send him flying several meters away. After all, He was the champion of an underground boxing match, and the power of his punch could reach 500 kilograms. An ordinary person hit by him would either die or be severely injured. Moreover, he weighed as much as 200 pounds. It would be difficult for an ordinary person to even push him, let alone send him flying several meters away. He seriously suspected that Lu Chen was not human. "What do you mean, how did I do it? Wasn't it you who flew out?" Lu Chen said with a serious expression. "Do you know you've caused trouble? If President Xie dies, you will be the murderer. I advise you to go to the police station and turn yourself in. It has nothing to do with me." The burly man glanced at the half-dead Xie on the ground and said expressionlessly, "You wanted to harm him." "Nonsense." Lu Chen immediately became furious. "Everyone saw it. It was you who flew out and knocked President Xie down, and you still want to slander me." "Exactly, I can testify," Song Qingwan said indignantly. "Don't think just because you're old Zhang's bodyguard, you can spout nonsense." "So you're old Zhang's bodyguard?" Lu Chen laughed. "Then it's fine. Old Zhang is so powerful. I believe that even if President Xie dies, old Zhang can protect you." "But old Zhang, I have a question." Lu Chen turned his gaze to the seating area, where Zhang Shangwa sat solemnly in his chair. "What grudge do you have against President Xie? How could you let your bodyguard put him in danger?" As Lu Chen's words fell, everyone's gaze turned to Zhang Shangwa. Even Xie, lying on the ground, struggled to lift his head and stared intently at Zhang Shangwa. "Young man, everything must be based on evidence," Zhang Shangwa said in a deep voice. "I don't even know this person. What evidence do you have to prove he is my bodyguard?" "Old Zhang, what do you mean by that? Do you think we're all blind?" Song Qingwan said angrily. "I saw this person protecting you with my own eyes. I believe many others here have seen it too. Is that so? Ask them if they've seen it." Zhang Shangwa's gaze swept over the crowd. Instantly, everyone's faces changed dramatically, not daring to meet Zhang Shangwa's eyes. "No, I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it either. You all." Song Qingwan looked at the people who said they hadn't seen it in disbelief. Suddenly, she clenched her small hands tightly, falling silent. "Song girl, you might as well ask him directly to see if he is my bodyguard," Zhang Shangwa said calmly, his eyes showing no ripples. It was as if everything was under his control. "Humph, I can't be bothered to ask." Song Qingwan understood that since Zhang Shangwa dared to say that, he certainly had ways to distance himself from the burly man. Whether she asked or not, it wouldn't matter much. "Song girl, please convey a message to your father for me. Tell him I overestimated him. His judgment of people is just a so-so." Zhang Shangwa stood up from his seat, looking at Lu Chen. "Young man, I look forward to meeting you again. I believe that day won't be too far off. I hope when we meet next time, you can still be as sharp-tongued as you are today. Old Zhang, don't forget to donate that 5 million to Miss Lin's charity fund when you leave. After all, that's the hard-earned money I exchanged with my body." Lu Chen replied with a smile. "Poof." Zhang Shangwa snorted coldly and left without looking back. "Everyone, please go back." Once Zhang Shangwa left, Linji said helplessly, "This dinner was poorly hosted by me. When I have the chance, I will apologize to everyone." As Linji spoke, she couldn't help but scrutinize Lu Chen seriously. It was this guy who turned her charity dinner into a joke. "Miss Lin, I know I'm very handsome, but you don't need to keep staring at me." "Mr. Lu is really confident." Linji thought for a moment and said, "Does Mr. Lu have nothing to say to me?" In Linji's view, since Lu Chen had messed up her dinner, he should at least apologize to her. "To be honest, I do have something to say to you," Lu Chen said earnestly. "Miss Lin, you are quite familiar with President Xie. If President Xie doesn't make it this time, remember to invite me to the banquet. I love banquets, especially President Xie's." "Not good. President Xie has fainted." As Lu Chen's words fell, a cry of alarm came from Zhou Yun beside them. Xie suddenly fainted, seemingly affected by some kind of shock. "Miss Lin, hasn't the coffin arrived yet? It seems that President Xie really can't hold on any longer." "Coffin?" Lin Ji's lips twitched. "I misspoke, I meant the ambulance," Lu Chen chuckled. "Although I have some grievances with President Xie, I am magnanimous and still hope he can pull through this time." "Magnanimous?" Lin Ji's lips twitched again. Even Song Qingwan couldn't help but roll her eyes at Lu Chen. Just then, Lin Yu and a woman in a white coat hurried over. "So big." Lu Chen's pupils contracted, his gaze uncontrollably following the woman in the white coat. Not just Lu Chen, but all the men present were the same. "Is it pretty?" Song Qingwan stood in front of Lu Chen, her face darkening. Lu Chen actually dared to stare at a woman so openly in front of her. Did he really think she wouldn't get jealous? "It's okay, not even 1/10 of you." Lu Chen, being clever, knew exactly how to respond to a jealous woman without a second thought. "Then you shouldn't keep staring at her," Song Qingwan said, her face full of displeasure. This guy said the other woman was not even 1/10 of her, yet his eyes never left the woman. I was just curious, doesn't she get tired walking like that? Lu Chen retracted his gaze and said seriously, never had it, hard to evaluate. Song Qingwan instinctively looked down at her own chest, only to find a slight curve, which made her unable to help but complain about how unfair life was. Those who had it suffered drought, and those who didn't suffered floods. Dr. Dong, is President Xia alright? Lin Ji asked as she approached the woman in the white coat. He has a fractured spine, but there's no danger to his life. He needs to be sent to the hospital for treatment as soon as possible, Dong Xiaoxiao replied, putting away her tools and standing up. As Dong Xiaoxiao stood, the astonishing wave surged. Gulp! The sound of swallowing echoed. Lin Ji turned to look and saw a group of old lechers in the seating area, all with their mouths agape. Everyone, you can go back now, Lin Ji said with a smile. Cough, cough, no rush, I'm waiting for the driver to come over. President Xie is my friend, I'll stay to keep him company. I'm feeling a bit unwell, I'll rest a while before leaving. The reasons given by everyone were varied, but in the end, they all wanted to stay for a good view. Xiaoxi, if there's nothing else, Xiaomu and I will leave first. Song Qingwan could no longer stand Lu Chen staring at Dong Xiaoxiao in front of her, so she decisively prepared to take Lu Chen away. Please have Sister Qingwan send my regards to Uncle Song. Okay, and please send my regards to Uncle Yi. Song Qingwan nodded in response. Still looking? It's time to go. Song Qingwan turned to Lu Chen, only to find him still fixated on Dong Xiaoxiao, instantly infuriating her. I wasn't looking, Lu Chen replied. What he got in return were disdainful looks from both Song Qingwan and Lin Ji. What kind of look is that? I really wasn't looking. Not looking? Your eyes are about to sink in, Song Qingwan said, her face full of frustration. Lu Chen opened his mouth, truly at a loss for words. He swore he wasn't looking at Dong Xiaoxiao, he was looking at the system rewards. Just a moment ago, a system prompt had popped up in front of him. Task completed. You have caused serious harm to an adult male. Task difficulty increased, successfully triggering a 10 million times reward critical hit. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 40% shares of Hongda Group. Relevant documents and information have been issued to the system space and can be extracted at will. Let's go, Song Qingwan shot Lu Chen a glare. Although she was jealous, she couldn't do anything about it. She couldn't just cut ties with Lu Chen because he glanced at another woman a few times, could she? She wasn't that petty. Besides, she had no intention of leaving Lu Chen. As the saying goes, high-end hunters often appear in the form of their prey. She still dreamed of the day when she could fall asleep touching Lu Chen's abs, and until her goal was achieved, Lu Chen would not escape her grasp. Qingwan, have you heard of Hongda Group? After leaving the banquet hall, Lu Chen couldn't help but ask. The relevant documents and materials from the system rewards were still in the system space and had not been extracted, so he was unaware of the specifics of Hongda Group. However, the name Hongda Group felt somewhat familiar to him. You don't know Hongda Group? Song Changwon stopped in her tracks, annoyed. Where are we right now? At Lin's Manor, Lu Chen replied. Since you know we're at Lin's Manor, how could you not know Hongda Group? What do you mean? Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback. Wait. Suddenly, Lu Chen thought of something and exclaimed in surprise, Hongda, the richest in Shancheng, the company founded by Lin Nantian. You didn't know that? Song Changwon asked, puzzled. Why did you suddenly bring up Hongda? Nothing, I was just asking. Lu Chen didn't tell Song Changwon that he owned 40% of Hongda Group. After all, until he saw the reward introduction, he couldn't be 100% sure that the Hongda shares from the system rewards were the same as the one founded by Lin Nantian. But if it really was the Hongda founded by Lin Nantian, then things would get interesting. As the richest man in Shancheng, Lin Nantian's Hongda Group had a market value of hundreds of billions. Owning 40% of Hongda Group was equivalent to directly possessing hundreds of billions in assets. The key point was, how would Lin Ji and Lin Yu feel when they found out he had become a shareholder of Hongda? Lu Chen glanced back at the banquet hall, a smile creeping onto his lips. Xiaomu, sometimes you shouldn't be so impulsive. Song Changwon's expression turned serious. In business, connections are very important. If you offend everyone, no one will want to work with you, and it will be very difficult to achieve anything later. I understand the reasoning, but the key is I can't tolerate it. Lu Chen walked towards the parking area. I can't just pretend nothing is happening while the other party bullies me and smile at them, saying, let's be friends? I'm talking about old Zhang. Song Changwon followed Lu Chen. I know there's a conflict of interest between Tianyu and Fanqing under CLA, and as for Qin Feng and Lin Yu, they deserve the slap you gave them. But old Zhang hasn't done anything to you, you shouldn't keep provoking him. But am I not speaking the truth? Lu Chen found the phantom parked in the open space and stopped. With his status, if he sincerely wanted to donate, How much money could he not come up with? Yet he insists on doing some charity auction, wanting to build a charitable persona while being reluctant to spend money, even thinking of having others spend it for him. Don't you find that disgusting? And have you thought about it? He's unwilling to part with money to help those in need, yet because I spoke a few truths, he's willing to offer 5 million for his bodyguard to teach me a lesson. If I hadn't been strong, that punch from his bodyguard could have very well cost me my life. Are you okay? After hearing Lu Chen's words, Song Changwon felt a wave of fear and hurriedly lifted Lu Chen's shirt to check his injuries. Of course, I'm not okay. Lu Chen took the opportunity to pull Song Changwon into his embrace. I feel unwell all over. Can you come to my house later and help me check my body? Song Changwon buried her head in Lu Chen's chest, shyly nodding. Hearing this, Lu Chen's eyes lit up. It seemed he would be getting something tonight. I'm sorry, Shamu, I shouldn't have criticized you. Song Changwon lifted her head. You're right, old Zhang isn't a good person. I will always support you. You don't need to apologize to me. I know you mean well. Lu Chen took a deep breath and said, but you don't have to worry about me. Since I dared to offend that old man, I'm not afraid of his revenge. And I wish you the love of those you love, and the smiles of your desires. As Lu Chen's words fell, Song Chingwon's phone suddenly rang. The ringtone was actually Ling Shuang's song As You Wish. It's my dad. Song Chingwon glanced at the caller ID and made a gesture to Lu Chen to be quiet. Then, she answered the call. Hello, Dad. Chingwon, has the banquet ended? I heard that old Zhang was there too. Please send my regards to him. A steady voice came from the other end of the line. Dad, the banquet has already ended, and old Zhang has left. However, he asked me to convey a message to you. Oh, what did he want you to say? You remember Lu Chen, the one I mentioned last time, right? Song Chingwon glanced at Lu Chen, her face turning red. I brought him to the banquet today, and old Zhang met him. He asked me to tell you that Lu Chen is a good young man. You have a great eye. Lu Chen? Big shots, new authors. Please give me a little free gift, thank you. Xinguan, where are you right now? On the other end, Song Lijun was silent for a moment and then said, Your mom misses you. There are still a few days left of the National Day holiday. Come home and spend some time with her. Then I'll come back tomorrow, Song Qingwan replied. Just tonight, I happen to have something I want to discuss with you in person. But Dad, I can't leave tonight. Song Qingwan glanced at Lu Chen, who was shaking his head frantically and whispering, Help me get a checkup. Instantly, Song Qingwan's cheeks burned with embarrassment. It's settled then, I'll hang up now. Come back early. Old Deng must have done it on purpose, Lu Chen said gloomily. Just when he thought he was going to have a good time, Song Lijun suddenly interrupted. Poof. As Lu Chen finished speaking, a cold snort came from Song Qingwan's phone. Dad, didn't you hang up? Song Qingwan was startled and, upon seeing the call still connected, felt a bit flustered. I want to see you in half an hour, otherwise, I'll call the police. After saying this, Song Lijun hung up. I told you not to speak, and now look, the good impression I worked hard to establish in front of my dad has been ruined by your old Deng comment. Song Qingwan glared at Lu Chen, getting angrier the more she thought about it. Sorry, I've been scrolling through Douyin too much, and it just slipped out. Lu Chen scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. But Uncle clearly knows I'm next to you, so he pretended to hang up, just waiting for me to say something. Lu Chen was also feeling frustrated. He was all set for a good evening, but now, thanks to Song Lijun's call, he would be spending the night alone. However, he could understand Song Lijun's feelings. If he were a father, he wouldn't want his carefully raised daughter to be taken away by some punk on a motorcycle. Although he wasn't a punk on a motorcycle. But in a father's eyes, any unfamiliar male who interacts with his daughter is a punk. You still call him old Deng? Song Qingwan shot Lu Chen a glare and turned to get into the car. Now it's settled, you can check yourself tonight. Wait, why do I feel like you're more disappointed than I am? Lu Chen said with a strange look. Qingwan, you wouldn't have been waiting for this day for a long time, would you? What nonsense are you talking about? I haven't. Song Qingwan hurriedly turned her head, stammering, I'm a girl, how could I think about that kind of thing? That's not necessarily true. Lu Chen's lips curled into a smile. He could guarantee 100% that Song Qingwan was definitely interested in him. Or rather, Song Qingwan liked him and wanted to have him. Women are also human. The emotions and desires that men have, women can have too. It's just that men express them more directly, while women tend to be more subtle, that's all. Lu Chen sat in the driver's seat, turned to look at the already flushed Song Qingwan, and smiled. You've endured for almost 30 years. What's a few more days? Ah, Lu Chen, I'm going to kill you. Song Qingwan immediately exploded, leaning over and hugging Lu Chen's head in her arms, delivering a flurry of punches. Woo woo woo, I can't breathe. Lu Chen let out a weak voice. Are you okay? Song Qingwan was startled and quickly released Lu Chen. Hee hee, just kidding. You don't have it in you. Even if my whole face is pressed against you, you can't suffocate me. Lu Chun. Song Qingwan clenched her small fist, gritting her teeth as she glared at Lu Chen. She was really about to explode with anger. This guy Lu Chen was actually beating around the bush to say her chest was small. Boom! Seeing this, Lu Chen hurriedly started the vehicle and pressed the accelerator down. He turned back and said, "Don't be impulsive, I'm driving. If something happens, we'll only meet again in our next life." Upon hearing this, Song Qingwan took a deep breath, trying to calm her emotions. Once she felt a bit more composed, she said in a deep voice, "Drive faster, get me home in half an hour. Don't worry, leave it to me. I'm the all-around driving god." Lu Chen made an okay gesture, and then a song about catching shrimp played, and the phantom truly transformed into a phantom. Slow down, too fast." Song Qingwan gripped the door handle, watching the scenery outside fly by, her small face turning pale with fright. "What? Faster? Okay, no problem." Lu Chen's lips curled up as he pressed the accelerator all the way down. With his all-around driving skills, he was definitely a driving god. Want him to slow down? That would be an insult to a driving god. The only thing that could make him slow down was a traffic light. A few minutes later, Song Qingwan relaxed her mood. She realized that Lu Chen's driving skills were simply extraordinary. The heavy phantom, under Lu Chen's control, not only sped up but also drifted around the bends at Baiyun Mountain. With the exhilarating music, even Song Qingwan, who didn't like driving, felt her blood boil. So impressive. When Lu Chen drifted around another corner, Song Qingwan looked at him with sparkling eyes. "Xiao Mu, faster, even faster." Song Qingwan couldn't help but shout, "I can't go any faster. This is the fastest." Lu Chen panted. This was his first time racing since acquiring all-around driving skills, and only he knew the thrill of it. Half an hour later, the Phantom stopped at the entrance of Maple Leaf Mansion in Baiyun District. Maple Leaf Mansion was a very special community, home to official personnel. "I can't believe it really only took half an hour." Song Qingwan got out of the car, glanced at the time, her eyes filled with shock. It should be noted that from Baiyun Mountain to Maple Leaf Mansion, a normal car ride would take at least an hour and a half, and even longer if there was traffic. "Calm down, half an hour is the limit of the Phantom, not my limit." Lu Chen sat in the driver's seat, still feeling unsatisfied. "If my night voice hadn't broken, I could have gone even faster. Of course, if you gave me an airplane, I could go even faster." "You can fly a plane too?" Song Qingwan looked at him skeptically. "Don't even mention planes. If you gave me a spaceship, I could fly that too," Lu Chen said seriously. "Just kidding, the system rewarded him with all-around driving skills." "Do you know the value of the term all-around?" "Keep dreaming." Song Qingwan rolled her eyes at Lu Chen. "I'm going in first. You drive back slowly. The city isn't like Baiyun Mountain where there aren't many cars. Don't speed again." "Okay, say hi to Uncle for me." Lu Chen smiled and said, "I'll visit him again when I'm ready next time." You should head back now." Song Qingwan's cheeks flushed slightly. Although neither she nor Lu Chen had explicitly stated their relationship, the way they interacted was no different from that of a couple. This made her heart feel very sweet. Song Qingwan's favorability +1. Fanya Mansion, Villa No. 5. In front of the vintage villa door, Song Lijun was pacing back and forth, glancing at his watch from time to time. "Dad!" Just then, a pleasant voice rang out. Song Qingwan appeared from around the corner of the road. Seeing her, Song Lijun visibly breathed a sigh of relief. "Where's that little genius? Didn't he come with you?" Song Lijun asked sternly. "What little genius? Lu Chen is already an adult." Song Qingwan stepped forward and linked her arm with Song Lijun's, acting coyly. "Dad, are you angry with Lu Chen? Do you think I'm that petty in your eyes?" "No, my dad is the most generous." Song Qingwan said, "Dad, let's go inside quickly. Didn't you say Mom missed me? I want to go keep her company. Your mom and Aunt Wu went on a trip early this morning." "What?" Song Qingwan was immediately dumbfounded. "Then why did you say Mom missed me? If I didn't say that, would you come back?" Song Lijun shot her a glare and then walked toward the villa. Seeing this, Song Qingwan pouted and hurried to catch up with him. In the villa's living room, Song Lijun sat on the sofa without saying a word. Noticing this, Song Qingwan poured him a cup of tea and brought it to him. "Dad, have some tea." "Qingwan, I want to ask you, are you serious?" Song Lijun took the teacup but didn't drink, instead looking at her seriously. "He's your student." "Dad, I know what you want to say." Song Qingwan sat beside him, her expression earnest. "I've already thought it through. After the National Day holiday, I'll submit my resignation, so it won't cause any bad influence." "But have you thought about it? There's a 7-year age gap between you, and he's still an undergraduate." Song Lijun looked at her, seeing her serious expression, and sighed helplessly. "Dad doesn't want to interfere with your dating, but you really aren't suited for this young man. Being together with him brings no benefits to either of you." "Dad, what era is this?" You're still stuck in old-fashioned thinking. Song Chingwon frowned. So what if there's a 7-year gap? Who says two people with a 7-year difference can't be together? Am I talking about age? Song Lijun said in a deep voice. Did that young man offend Qin Feng today? You know and still ask me. Song Chingwon looked guilty. Xinwan, how many times have I told you? Before making any decision, you need to think it through. You know very well that Qin Feng has been pursuing you, yet you brought that young man along. What's the difference between that and putting him in danger? I admit that I was wrong in this matter, but does that mean I can't be with other males when Qin Feng is around? Why should it be like that? Song Chingwon's voice turned cold, and I don't understand. I've said many times that I don't like him, so why does he keep pestering me? Can't you understand such a simple reason? What do you mean? Song Chingwon looked at him in confusion. Because you are my daughter. Song Lijun stood up, his brow furrowed. The reason Qin Feng pursues you is to use you to gain benefits for his Qin family from me. But Dad, your reputation is well known in your circle. Don't they know that doing this will only backfire? Song Chingwon asked curiously. And what does the Qin family want from you? A week ago, an announcement was made regarding the demolition and reconstruction of the urban villages in Baiyun district. This project is under my responsibility for investment attraction, and what the Qin family wants is to qualify for undertaking the demolition and reconstruction project of the urban villages. Dad, are you saying that the Qin family knew about the demolition of the urban villages a year ago? Song Chingwon asked, her face filled with shock. With the Qin family's connections, it's not surprising they got this news. Moreover, it's not just the Qin family. In the past year, many companies have been trying to curry favor with me, hoping that when the official announcement for the demolition and reconstruction project is made, I would consider them first. So, Dad, what are you thinking? Song Chingwon had a hesitant expression. Seeing her expression, Song Lijun frowned and said, You want to fight for an opportunity for that young man, right? Dad, I think Lu Chen is capable. Song Chingwon replied, You should know more about Lu Chen's career than I do. The fact that he has earned billions at such a young age is proof of his ability. I believe that as long as he is given enough opportunities, the achievements he can attain in the future will far exceed our imagination. So, you intend for me to give him a backdoor opportunity? Song Lijun said in a deep voice, Don't you know that this is the kind of behavior I despise the most? I just want you to give him a chance, Dad. Song Chingwon said, and as long as Lu Chen has the capability to undertake this project and do it well, what harm is there in giving him some convenience? He can't take on this project. Song Lijun turned away, not to mention that his company is currently facing huge troubles. Even if I give him a chance, he wouldn't be able to come up with that much capital to contract the project. What do you mean? Song Chingwon's face changed dramatically. What happened to his company? Starry Sky has become the common enemy of all major companies in the entertainment industry. Now, the artists under that company are being exposed for scandals, and the negative impact from signing Zhao Yiren has already determined that the only outcome for this company is bankruptcy. Buzz. As soon as Song Lijun finished speaking, his phone suddenly rang. When the call connected, a respectful voice came from the other end. Chairman Song, the company Starry Sky that you asked me to pay attention to has new developments. Just now, the major platform accounts of Starry Sky reposted a poster released by the National Museum. The poster's content indicates that the newly signed artist, Zhao Yiren, has become the promotional ambassador for the National Museum. Are you sure it was released by the National Museum? Song Lijun's face changed dramatically, filled with shock. I specifically checked the official account of the National Museum, and it is indeed true. Okay, I understand. Song Lijun hung up the phone, his heart unable to calm down for a long time. Dad, what did you just say? Xiao Mu's company is going to go bankrupt? Song Chingwon's face lit up with a smile. This was the first time she had seen Song Lijun at a loss. However, she was also very shocked inside. How did Zhao Yiren become the promotional ambassador for the National Museum? I misjudged the situation. Song Lijun took a deep breath. Tell him that if he is interested in the demolition and reconstruction project of the urban villages, he can prepare a bidding document. Dad, he's not an outsider, so there's no need to go through all that trouble, right? Song Chingwon said, I just want to ask him if he's interested and if he has enough funds. No, the necessary procedures must be followed. Song Lijun said seriously, what you're doing is not helping him, it's harming him. Got it. Song Chingwon stuck out her tongue, realizing she had misspoken. Then I'll go find him now and tell him about this in person. As she spoke, Song Chingwon eagerly walked towards the living room door. Stop. Song Lijun said with a dark expression, call him and tell him. Also, pack your things tomorrow and come with me to visit your grandparents. Oh, got it. Song Chingwon instantly deflated like a punctured balloon, weakly drifting back to the sofa. Seeing this, Song Lijun gritted his teeth in anger. But he wasn't angry at Song Chingwon, he was furious at Lu Chen. His precious daughter had just been pushed around like this. Shancheng Hospital. VIP ward. Xia lay on the hospital bed, his waist in a cast. Mr. Xia, have a banana. In front of the bed, Zhou Yun handed a peeled banana to Xia Lei. However, Xia Lei did not respond. Instead, he stared intently at his phone. On his phone was a poster of Zhao Yiren, the promotional ambassador poster released by the National Museum. Who is it? Who is really against me? Song Lijun, it must be Song Lijun. Xia Lei's expression twisted in rage. It must be him helping that Lu Huajiang Ingyue community. The moment Lu Chun got home, he took out the relevant items and documents about Hongda from the system space. It really was the Hongda group founded by Lin Nantian. Lu Chen held a document in his hand. It detailed the specific situation of the Hongda group, including but not limited to its equity structure, development history, company financial reports, and senior personnel. The current market value of the Hongda group reached 180 billion, with its industries covering various sectors, the main business being food and beverages. Hongda beer was well known in Shancheng, with a market share as high as 80%. In Shancheng supermarkets and barbecue stalls, the most sold beer was Hongda beer. This was why Lu Chen felt familiar when he heard about Hongda. Unfortunately, he only had shares, not decision-making power. Currently, the Hongda group had only two shareholders, Lu Chen and Lin Nantian. Lu Chen held 40% of the shares, while Lin Nantian held 60%, meaning Lu Chen only enjoyed rights like dividends and could only offer opinions on the company, with decision-making power resting in Lin Nantian's hands. However, Lu Chen was not greedy. Having 40% of the Hongda Group's shares, the value of the shares and the annual dividends were enough for him to live comfortably for the rest of his life. Moreover, although he lacked decision-making power, even Lin Nantian had to treat him politely when they met. After all, no company founder would be foolish enough to offend a shareholder who owned 40% of their company. But at that moment, Lu Chen's phone rang. The caller was Song Qingwan. A few minutes later, Lu Chen hung up, his expression turning serious. A demolition and reconstruction project in the urban village. Song Qingwan informed him that the Shancheng Financial Association would be bidding for the demolition and reconstruction project in the urban village of Baiyun district and had secured him a chance to participate in the bidding. They really think highly of me. Lu Chen felt a mix of emotions. He understood that this opportunity was given to him by Song Lijun, but the key was that with his current financial situation, he couldn't possibly take on the project. Not just him, there were hardly any companies in the entire Longwa capable of handling such a project. The urban village in Baiyun district was the largest urban village in all of Shancheng, and if he took on the project, the demolition fees alone would be astronomical. However, Lu Chen was indeed tempted. The geographical location of the urban village was too advantageous, just a bridge away from the center of Shancheng. The most crucial point was that if he missed this opportunity, it would be nearly impossible to obtain the qualification for such a large area of land development later on. He could only wait a few days to see. Lu Chen did not refuse Song Qingwan but told her he needed to think about it. After all, he had the system. Perhaps he would receive a reward that could solve his troubles later. With his mind focused, Lu Chen opened Douyin. Song Qingwan not only informed him about the demolition and reconstruction project in the urban village but also inquired about Zhao Yiren becoming the ambassador for the National Museum. Coincidentally, when Lu Chen opened Douyin, the first video recommended to him by the official account was Zhao Yiren's announcement as the National Museum ambassador. Below the video, there was a trending search term, #trending1, National Museum ambassador, cannot be slandered or defamed. Seeing this trending term, Lu Chen knew it was secure. He clicked into the comments, and sure enough, the presence of paid commenters was almost non-existent, with all comments supporting Zhao Yiren. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that some of these supportive comments were from the paid commenters hired by Li Feng. He had previously told Li Feng to be prepared to notify the publicity department to act as soon as the National Museum officially announced Zhao Yiren as the ambassador. The haters are talking. Who still dares to say Zhao Yiren is a low-quality artist? Zhao Yiren is amazing. She has become the first ambassador in the history of the National Museum. I just searched, several bloggers who slandered Zhao Yiren have had their accounts permanently banned. Supporting Zhao Yiren, I've liked her songs for almost 10 years. Lu Chen closed the comments and continued scrolling through the videos. Suddenly, his expression turned grim. It was true that one wouldn't shed tears until seeing the coffin. He saw a post from an account named Xiaoyu Bo Liao, which published a graphic video. It is rumored that Ling Shuang, an artist under the Fanqing label, has not shown her face because her looks are subpar and she has too many scandals. The comments section of the video was even more chaotic. I was classmates with Ling Shuang in high school. I remember she was very overweight and often bullied other girls. I lived next to Ling Shuang. Even when she was in middle school, she was often with men from the streets. her private life was very messy. My God, how can someone like this not be banned? Boycott the Shancheng Cultural Bureau for collaborating with a bully. I declare I will never go to Shancheng again. Brothers, I found a photo of Ling Shuang. She's so ugly, disgusting. I have a picture of a tank girl. Damn, no wonder she doesn't show her face, looking like that. It's really nauseating. Lu Chen exited Douyin, his gaze icy. He didn't need to guess to know that someone had found it impossible to smear Zhao Yiren and had turned their target to Ling Shuang. As for the person orchestrating all this, apart from the entertainment industry capital led by CLA, he couldn't think of anyone else. Buzz. The phone rang again. Lu Chen answered, and an anxious voice came through. President Lu, there's been another incident. The caller was none other than Li Feng. Just now, news came from the Shudu branch that the local tax bureau, fire department, and other agencies have consecutively conducted investigations at the company. Ultimately, the fire department ordered the company to suspend operations for rectification on the grounds of inadequate fire safety. In addition, several food suppliers that have been cooperating with the company suddenly proposed to stop their partnership, leaving the company's live streaming hosts facing a situation with no goods to sell. Heh, that old man is quite quick to act. Lu Chen glanced at the time. It was already close to 9 in the evening. At this hour, with so many agencies investigating and testing at the Shudu branch, anyone could see it was a deliberate targeting. And since Shudu is located in the southwest region, the only person he had offended who had such power in that area was Zhang Shanghua. Compared to CLA and other entertainment industry capital, Zhang Shanghua's methods were undoubtedly more ruthless. He was racing against time to take him down in one fell swoop. Notify to close the Shudu branch. All employees of that branch will be on paid leave at home waiting for news. Understood. On the other end of the phone, Li Feng's eyes lit up. He knew Lu Chen had a plan, otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to have all Shudu employees on paid leave waiting for news. However, Lu Chen did not take the initiative to speak, nor did he dare to ask casually. After hanging up the phone, Lu Chen put down his mobile and went into the bathroom. Whether it was the entertainment industry starting to smear Ling Shuang or the Shudu branch being required to suspend operations for rectification, it was all within his expectations. Moreover, resolving these issues was not difficult. As long as Ling Shuang made an appearance, the online slander and rumors against her would collapse without a fight. As for the Shudu branch's suspension and the lack of suppliers for the company, that was also easy to solve. He could simply close the Shudu branch and open a new one in Shancheng. No matter how powerful Zhang Shanghua was, he could not surpass Song Lijun in Shancheng. As long as he operated legally and compliantly, creating tax revenue for Shancheng, Song Lijun would not target him, especially since he had that connection with Song Qingwan. The only issue that required some effort was the supplier problem. Currently, the best and most stable solution was to have Hongda become the supplier for Fanqing. Hongda primarily operated in the food and beverage industry, perfectly filling the gap of Fanqing's lack of food suppliers. After finishing his shower, Lu Chen picked up his phone and dialed a number. Lin's Manor. In the resplendent living room, Lin Ji sat on the sofa with a middle-aged man wearing glasses and possessing a gentle demeanor. Father, are you saying that someone has purchased all the shares from the other shareholders except for yours in one go? Lin Shi frowned tightly. Are you mistaken? Not to mention the company's market value, acquiring that 40% of shares would require nearly 100 billion in funds, and who has such power to buy all the stocks from so many shareholders? Some shareholders even rejected your offer to buy back their stocks at the first opportunity. Although it sounds unbelievable, it is the truth, Lin Nantian said with a serious expression. The person acquiring the company's stocks is very likely a member of a certain prominent family or clan. In recent years, major families have approached me more than once, wanting to cooperate, but I have rejected them all. It is possible that my actions have angered them, prompting them to spend heavily to acquire the company's stocks. So, Father, do you know the name of the person acquiring the stocks? Lu Chun. Lin Nantian took a deep breath. This is what the group selling the company stocks told me. Lu Chen? Lin Shi's beautiful eyes narrowed, her expression one of shock. What? Have you heard this name before? It shouldn't be him. Lin Shi's mind flashed with Lu Chen's figure as she slowly said, Tonight, my sister Qingwan brought her boyfriend to a banquet, and her boyfriend's name is Lu Chen. Oh, what a coincidence. Lin Nantian pondered. What kind of person is he? Hard to evaluate. Lin Ji thought for a moment and said, if I had to evaluate, he should be considered a very young and genuine person, though one could also say he is arrogant and reckless. Lin Ji recounted the events of the night to Lin Nantian. If what you say is true, and he dares to offend even Zhang Lao, then he really is incredibly reckless. Lin Nantian couldn't help but gasp. Zhang Shanghua was someone he had to treat with utmost respect. Father, do you think it's possible that the person acquiring the company stocks is the same one? It's unlikely, Lin Nantian pondered for a moment, there is no family with the surname Lu among the prominent families in our country. In my view, he is just a naive young man, relying on his connection to Song's girl's boyfriend, which is why he is so unrestrained. I think so too, Lin Ji nodded. Just then, Lin Nanchan's phone rang. The caller was an unfamiliar number. Seeing this, Lin Nantian frowned slightly. Few people knew his mobile number. When the call connected, a lazy voice came from the other end. President Lin, I hope I'm not disturbing your rest. The moment Lin Ji heard this voice, her pupils trembled, filled with disbelief. May I ask who you are? Lin Nantian inquired. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lu Chen. I believe President Lin has heard of me. So it's President Lu. Lin Nanchan's expression changed continuously, a smile on his face as he said, I just received the news. I didn't expect President Lu to have such high hopes for Hongda, willing to invest heavily in acquiring shares. Does President Lin have time tomorrow? I would like to arrange a meeting and discuss a collaboration. President Lu, how about this? I'll reserve a table at the Golden Building for noon tomorrow, and we can talk then. Alright, see you tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Lin Nantian looked at Lin Ji, his expression serious. Is it the same person? Yes. Lin Ji took a deep breath. The voice is exactly the same. Lu Chen, who exactly is this person? Lin Nantian frowned. Why have I never heard of him before? Father, I'll go with you tomorrow. Lin Ji frowned slightly. I just can't believe they are the same person. That's fine. Let's call Xiaoyu as well. Lin Nantian thought of something, his face darkening. By the way, where is Xiaoyu? I haven't seen him. I made him kneel outside as punishment. Lin Ji replied. That brat needs a good lesson, otherwise, who knows when he'll cause a big disaster. The next day, as Lu Chen just got out of bed, a system prompt rang in his ear. At 1 year and 9 months, you are growing rapidly, and the baby growth task has been triggered again. Task content, within 1 hour, take the cup and drink water by yourself. Task reward, children's literature, earth fairy tales. Note, exceeding the task can trigger a reward crit. Lu Chen instantly woke up and fell into thought. After this period, he had roughly understood the rules for triggering reward crits. Increasing the task difficulty was one of the key factors to significantly trigger reward crits. Taking the cup and drinking water by himself? For him as an adult, this was quite easy. The key was how to increase the difficulty of this task. Drinking water backward? Or perhaps closing his eyes while taking the cup to drink? Lu Chen got out of bed, planning to pour the water first. Getting out of bed counts towards this task. A prompt window popped up in front of him, and Lu Chen's eyes lit up. Could it be that anything he completed by himself would count towards this task? With this thought, Lu Chen decided to leave drinking water for last since there was an hour countdown. Putting on shoes counts towards this task. Brushing teeth counts towards this task. Washing face counts towards this task. The system prompts kept appearing, and in the blink of an eye, only 10 seconds remained until the task ended. In the last second of the countdown, Lu Chen picked up the cup and took a sip of water. Successfully drank water by yourself. Task completed. During the task, you additionally completed getting out of bed, putting on shoes, brushing teeth, washing face, etc. The task difficulty increased, triggering a 100 million times crit. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Spirit of Earth culture. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 100% shares of Strawberry Chinese Network. Related items and materials have been issued to the system space, and the host can extract them at will. Wow, a 100 million times crit. Lu Chen was overjoyed. He couldn't wait to extract the rewards. This is the Spirit of Earth culture? Lu Chen looked at the dazzling light cluster floating in front of him, astonished with his mouth agape. When Lu Chen touched the light cluster, it burst forth with brilliant, colorful light, ultimately flying into Lu Chen's mind. With just a thought, all the cultural content related to songs, television, movies, novels, and anime from his past life on Earth instantly appeared in his mind. The clarity of the memory was as if it were branded in his mind. It was truly a reward after 100 million times of critical hits. The value of the Spirit of Earth's culture could no longer be measured in money. Or rather, with the Spirit of Earth's culture, he could create endless wealth. With his mind collected, Lu Chen focused on another reward. Compared to the Spirit of Earth's culture, the other reward seemed quite ordinary. Strawberry Chinese Network was a novel platform in Longwa that had not yet gone public, valued at around 100 million. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Lu Chen had a bold idea. That was to publish those novels from Earth on Strawberry, thereby creating a large number of phenomenal IPs, and then through Starry, to film and commercialize these IPs, thus earning a vast fortune. Additionally, he could use the created phenomenal IPs in the urban village demolition and reconstruction projects. Song Qingwan asked him to prepare a bidding document, but before that, he hadn't thought about what to do with such a large area after the urban village was demolished to avoid losses. Now, he already had an idea. That was to create a super large cultural theme park comparable to Disney, incorporating characters from myths, animations, and novels. He believed that the classic mythological, animated, and novel characters from his previous life would be enough to bring a shock of billions to this relatively underdeveloped entertainment world. Time reached noon. In Baiyun District, the central area of the commercial street, here stood a retro building, designed like an ancient loft, with 7 floors. Above the entrance of the loft there was a golden plaque inscribed with the 3 large characters Golden Loft. This plaque was made of pure gold. Moreover, not only the plaque, but the entire loft was constructed using a large amount of gold, shining brilliantly under the sunlight. Passers-by stopped to watch, take photos, and check in. The Golden Loft was not just a high-end restaurant, it was also one of the famous check-in spots in the Mountain City. On the 7th floor of the loft, this floor had only one private room. In the resplendent private room, Lin Ji stood by the window, her beautiful eyes gazing downstairs, lost in thought. Sister, did that person really acquire 40% of the company's shares? Lin Yu appeared behind Lin Ji, his brow furrowed. What if they are not the same person at all? We'll know soon enough if it's him, Lin Ji replied with a complex tone. To be honest, I hope it's not him, because that would mean you've offended someone we can't afford to offend, and that person is a madman. Lin Ji recalled Lu Chen's various behaviors at the banquet. It was not an exaggeration to call him a madman. What normal person would continuously offend a distinguished founder of a trillion-dollar group just because they disliked something? What normal person would disregard others' lives, solely focused on enjoying the banquet? The things Lu Chen said, though seemingly jokes, also revealed his character. Vengeful and unrestrained, that was Lin Ji's evaluation of Lu Chen. I don't think it's possible for it to be him. Lin Yu's face turned pale as he spoke. Let's not even mention how old he is. How could he possibly have the capital to acquire company shares worth hundreds of billions? Moreover, I've never heard anyone in our circle mention the name Lu Chen before. If he really had a powerful background, his name would have long echoed through the circle. Have you considered that the other party is not in the same circle as us? A deep voice sounded. Lin Yu turned around to see Lin Nantian staring at him with a blank expression. Dad! Lin Yu was startled, his voice weakening a bit. Are you saying he's from a prominent family, a family member? Poof! Lin Nantian snorted coldly, his gaze at Lin Yu filled with disappointment. Besides prominent families and family members, I can't think of anyone else who has such great power to acquire all the shares from the other shareholders of the company without my knowledge. But there are no prominent families with the surname Lu. Is Zhang Shanghua a royal surname? Lin Nantian said in a deep voice. But does that affect his status as a member of the 5 great families in the royal family? Zhang Shanghua, as a representative of the royal family and society, can also be considered a member of the royal family. The same goes for this person named Lu Chen. Our country has no prominent families with the surname Lu, but as long as a prominent family is willing, they can find anyone with any surname to be their representative. Gulyo Lu, I understand. Lin Yu swallowed hard, his already pale face completely drained of color. He can only pray in his heart that the person coming was not the Lu Chen he knew. Otherwise, he couldn't imagine what awaited him. He's here. At that moment, Lin Ji withdrew her gaze from the window. Xiao Yu, kneel down. Lin Ji took a deep breath, trying to calm her emotions. Meanwhile, on the first floor, Lu Chen handed the key to the phantom car to the staff responsible for parking, and then, under the enthusiastic guidance of the hotel manager, headed towards the top floor of the Golden Building. Before coming, Lu Chen had searched for information about the Golden Building online. The Golden Building is a property under Hongda. It is a high-end restaurant specifically serving the powerful and famous. Lu Chen owns shares in Hongda, so he can also be considered the owner of the Golden Building, with 40% belonging to him. Mr. Lu, this way please. The general manager of the Golden Building was a slightly plump middle-aged man named Feng Tao. He led the way beside Lu Chen, always keeping his body turned slightly, not daring to turn his back on Lu Chen or walk in front of him. His words were filled with respect and flattery. After taking the elevator to the 7th floor, Feng Tao said respectfully, Mr. Lu, President Lin is waiting for you in the private room. I'll go busy myself now. If you need anything, just call for me. Lu Chen nodded and then walked towards the private room's door. Mr. Lu, you're here. Before Lu Chen could knock, the door suddenly opened from the inside, revealing Lin Nantian with a smiling face looking at Lu Chen. Sorry to keep you waiting, President Lin. Lu Chen recognized Lin Nantian's identity at a glance, having done his homework before coming. Mr. Lu, please come in. Lin Nantian gestured for him to enter. As Lu Chen stepped into the private room, he was taken aback. President Lin, what is this? He saw Lin Yu kneeling on the ground, his face completely pale. Next to Lin Yu, Lin Ji stood quietly, not saying a word. Mr. Lu, please allow me to apologize on behalf of Xiaoyu first. Lin Nantian said seriously, I only found out last night that Xiaoyu offended you. His sister and I are usually busy with work, and his mother left early, so we neglected his upbringing, which led to him developing bad habits. I specifically called him over today to let him apologize to you in person. Mr. Lu, I'm sorry. Lin Yu said with a pained expression, what happened yesterday was my fault, and I apologize to you here. Lin Yu was genuinely scared. Although he was Lin Nanchen's son, in front of Lu Chen, he was nothing. Even though Lu Chen looked only slightly older than him, they were not on the same level at all. Even Lin Nantian had to politely address Lu Chen as Mr. Lu, let alone him. Moreover, he had been punished by Lin Ji to kneel until late last night, and his knees were still swollen. Now kneeling again was torture for him every second. President Lin, it's not a big deal. Lu Chen quickly stepped forward to help Lin Yu up, saying, kids make mistakes, it's normal. Who hasn't made mistakes when they were young? Am I right, Xiaoyu? Right, wrong. Lin Yu looked flustered. Xiaoyu, why aren't you thanking Mr. Lu? Lin Shi spoke up at that moment, Mr. Lu, please don't take it to heart if I was a bit negligent yesterday. Thank you, Mr. Lu. Lin Yu hurriedly thanked Lu Chen. Lu Chen released Lin Yu's hand and smiled at Lin Ji, saying, Miss Lin, you're too polite. Mr. Lu, please take a seat. Shoji, inform the waiter to serve the dishes, Lin Nantian said with a smile. Speaking of which, I was quite surprised when I learned that Mr. Lu had acquired so many shares of my company. I didn't expect you to have such confidence in Hongda. Rather than saying I have confidence in Hongda, it's more accurate to say I have confidence in you, Lin Zong, Lu Chen replied, sitting in his chair with a smile. I know a bit about your past. Starting from scratch, in just 20 years, you've built Hongda into a business empire. In the entire Longhua, I doubt there are many who can compare with you. Ha ha, I'm flattered by your praise, Mr. Lu, Lin Nantian laughed. However, compared to you, my achievements are hardly worth mentioning. When you were my age, I was still lost and unsure of what to do in the future, unlike you, who has already achieved such success. I'm just lucky, Lu Chen said. Lin Zong, I won't waste your time. The reason I wanted to meet with you is to discuss a potential collaboration. Mr. Lu is joking. We are both shareholders of the company. It's not just mine, it's yours too, Lin Nantian said, pushing up his glasses. Uncertain about the specifics of the collaboration Lu Chen mentioned, he was not ready to make any commitments. Lu Chen naturally understood Lin Nanchen's thoughts. He continued, I have an internet celebrity MCN company called Fanqing. I want Hongda to become a food supplier for Fanqing, allowing the influencers under Fanqing to sell Hongda's products. Is this what Mr. Lu means by collaboration? Lin Nantian frowned slightly. When he learned over the phone last night that Lu Chen wanted to discuss a collaboration, he was quite excited. In his view, a collaboration that warranted Lu Chen personally meeting him must involve an amount in the hundreds of millions, if not more. Now Lu Chen was telling him that the so-called collaboration was simply for Honda to become a food supplier for an internet celebrity company? What a joke! As a company valued at nearly 200 billion, Honda's products were well known, not to mention that they had no trouble selling. Of course, collaborating with Fanqing could provide an additional sales channel, but even if Lu Chen's company sold 100 million in sales, after deducting the influencers' placement fees, how much could Honda actually earn? I know Lin Zong must have some doubts. Lu Chen observed Lin Nanchen's expression and continued, if it were just a simple collaboration, I could have explained it over the phone last night. The reason I wanted to meet is that I was afraid you might have some concerns. What do you mean by that, Mr. Lu? Lin Nantian pondered for a moment and said, it's just about Hongda becoming your company's supplier. What concerns could I have? Isn't Lin Zong curious about where Fanqing's previous suppliers went? Upon hearing this, Lin Nanchen's pupils slightly constricted as he realized something. Mr. Lu, please just say it directly. I believe Miss Lin has already informed you about what happened at the banquet last night, Lu Chen said slowly. The reason I want to collaborate with Hongda is that someone made my previous suppliers terminate their cooperation with my company, and that person is Zhang Shanghua. As Lu Chen's words fell, he watched Lin Nanchen's expression. He noticed a flicker of apprehension in Lin Nanchen's eyes upon hearing Zhang Shanghua's name, and he fell silent. Lu Chen knew that Lin Nantian was afraid of offending Zhang Shanghua, which was why he had arranged this meeting. Moreover, he was not worried that Lin Nantian would refuse. After a moment, Lin Nantian frowned and said, Manager Lu, I agree to the cooperation between Hongda and Fanqing, and I can offer the highest discount on the products sold by the anchors under Fanqing. However, Zhang Lao is the president of the Southwest Chamber of Commerce and my senior. He has also provided much help to my company, so I cannot easily offend him. How about this? I can act as a middleman and apologize to Zhang Lao on your behalf, asking for his forgiveness, Lu Chen suggested. At this moment, Lin Nantian felt quite troubled. In his view, both Lu Chen and Zhang Shanghua were representatives of their families, and he could not afford to offend either of them. The only solution was to get the two to reconcile. Does Manager Lin think I did something wrong? Does that old man need to forgive me? Lu Chen replied calmly. If Manager Lin finds it difficult, I won't force it. The worst case scenario is that Fanqing goes bankrupt. I can just sell some shares to cover the financial gap for Fanqing. After all, I have plenty of shares. Manager Lu, that's not what I meant. Lin Nantian's face turned pale upon hearing this. He could tell that Lu Chen was threatening him. However, he was genuinely afraid. Lu Chen owned 40% of Hongda's shares, and if he sold all of them, even at a low price, and promoted it widely, then the 60% shares he held would surely depreciate. By that time, if a rival company made a move, he didn't know if Fanqing would collapse, but Hongda would definitely face a crisis. Thinking of this, Lin Nantian gritted his teeth and said, Manager Lu, I agree to cooperate with Fanqing. When I return to the company, I will have someone prepare the contract. Rest assured, Manager Lin, I am not unreasonable, and as a shareholder of Hongda, I naturally hope for its success. After a while, I will send you a big gift, Lu Chen said with a mysterious smile. The big gift he referred to was the demolition and reconstruction project of the urban village. Once he won the bid, the cultural theme park could begin construction. From what he understood, Hongda had been trying to enter the real estate market in recent years but had failed several times. The largest real estate company in the mountain city was Jin Yun Group. The owner of Jin Yun Group, named Qin Wanghong, was the father of Qin Feng. His idea was to hand over the cultural theme park construction project to Hongda Group, thus helping them enter the real estate industry. This way, he could not only reduce the expenses of building the cultural theme park but also, once Hongda Group successfully entered the real estate market, its market value would inevitably soar, and the value of the shares he held would rise accordingly. Perhaps he could even earn back the money spent on building the cultural theme park. Then I thank Manager Lu in advance, Lin Nantian said with a smile that was more painful than crying. He did not expect Lu Chen to give him any big gifts, he just hoped he wouldn't be tricked again. Half an hour later, Lu Chen finished a simple meal and left the Golden Building. Not long ago, he received a call from Song Qingwan, informing him that the Minister of the Cultural Bureau and Tourism Department wanted to meet him to discuss the follow-up cooperation between Ling Shuang and the Cultural Bureau. The Minister of the Cultural Bureau and Tourism Department mentioned by Song Qingwan was the woman who had sat in the passenger seat of Song Qingwan's Audi A8 when Lu Chen drove out of the garage in his night voice a few days ago. Her name was Han Fei, Song Qingwan's aunt. Xiao Ji, what do you think of this person now? After Lu Chen left, Lin Nantian said bitterly, I don't know which family is backing him, but he shows no respect for Zhang Shanghua at all. Doesn't he know that Zhang Shanghua is backed by the royal family? Very despicable, Lin Ji replied. Despicable? It's simply shameless to the extreme, Lin Nantian said through gritted teeth. Lu Chen threatened him with the sale of shares, forcing him to agree to cooperate with Fanqing. The key was that he had no way to deal with Lu Chen. Although it's despicable, I admire him. Lin Shi smiled and said, and father, you don't need to be angry. Although agreeing to cooperate with him will offend old Zhang, didn't he say that he would send you a big gift after a while? This is your first time speaking up for a man, Lin Nantian said meaningfully. You wouldn't have started to like this kid, would you? Father, you don't need to test me. I simply admire him, Lin Ji replied slowly, because he and I are the same kind of people. We're both crazy. Bah, my little Ji is not crazy, Lin Nantian shot her a glance. Don't talk nonsense anymore. However, cooperating with this person isn't necessarily a bad thing, Lin Nantian said with a smile. Over the years, I've repeatedly turned down invitations from the royal family for endorsements. The royal people are somewhat dissatisfied with me now. Since this person has become a shareholder in the company and we are collaborating with his company, it can shift the royal family's attention onto him. At that time, it will be a contest between the forces behind this person and the royal family, and I will have more breathing room. After leaving the Golden Building, Lu Chen followed the location sent by Han Fei and navigated his way to Huajiang Park. After parking the car, Lu Chen got out and called Han Fei. Minister Han, I've arrived at the park. I see you, a mature and gentle voice came from the phone. At the same time, a graceful figure entered Lu Chen's line of sight. Seeing this, Lu Chen put down his phone. President Lu shouldn't mind that I chose this place to meet, right? Han Fei walked up to Lu Chen with a smile. There are flowers and trees here, and the air is good. It's a nice place to relax, Lu Chen replied with a smile. He was also sizing up Han Fei. Wearing a purple traditional long dress, her black hair simply tied up, her skin like jade, her brows and eyes like paintings, her delicate red lips glistening and full, she looked like a ripe peach, making one drool. Lu Chen's heart stirred. Han Fei's personal information appeared before him. Name, Han Fei. Age, 38 years. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 59 kilograms. Overall appearance rating, 92. 1. Favorability, 20, ordinary friend. She was already 38 years old. Lu Chen was somewhat surprised. Just looking at Han Fei's appearance, she and Song Qingwan looked like sisters, with no significant age difference at all. The only noticeable difference between the two was their temperament. Compared to Song Qingwan, Han Fei's temperament was undoubtedly much more mature. Driver 1. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. No wonder her temperament is so mature. It turns out she has been nurtured by time and love. President Lu, let's find a place to sit down and talk, Han Fei said as she walked toward the edge of Huajiang. I originally didn't plan to disturb you during the holiday, but I'm sure you've seen the online discussions. Everyone is quite emotional about your company's artist, Ling Shuang, and since your company has yet to issue a clarification, I had to ask Qingwan to help me arrange this meeting. Minister Han, it was my decision to instruct the company staff not to issue a clarification, Lu Chen said as he walked alongside Han Fei. From a distance, one might think they were a couple on a date. Han Fei looked up at Lu Chen upon hearing this but did not speak, waiting for him to explain. It's like this, Lu Chen smiled and said, first, I can assure you that all the negative news about Ling Shuang online is completely fabricated and baseless. As for why I didn't let the company issue a clarification, the reason is simple. I don't want to fall into a self-justification trap. There are countless negative news articles about Ling Shuang online. If we were to clarify every single one, when would it end? And even if we issued a clarification, would the netizens believe it? Since someone wants to spread rumors and tarnish Ling Shuang's reputation, they should provide evidence instead of us, the victims, having to respond. So, you plan to let things fester like this? Han Fei frowned and said, you must understand that those negative news online not only affect the artists of your company but also impact the image of our city. If you allow public opinion to fester, then for the sake of the city's image, our bureau will have no choice but to temporarily suspend cooperation with your company's artists. Minister Han, don't be so hasty. Lu Chen walked to the riverbank with Han Fei, and the two of them sat on a bench by the river in tacit agreement. Ling Shuang is not just an artist from my company. I grew up with her, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say we are childhood sweethearts. Whether for the sake of company interests or personal feelings, I cannot allow the negative public opinion about her online to continue to fester. But rather than issuing a statement to clarify, it would be better to have Ling Shuang make a personal appearance. At that time, all the rumors will fall apart on their own. That would be best, Han Fei said. Although I have never met her, I really like her singing. As long as her image is acceptable and her values are sound, there will be many opportunities for her to collaborate with our bureau in the future. Minister Han, I have her photos, you might as well take a look. Lu Chen took out his phone, found Ling Shuang's photos in his album, and handed it to Han Fei. Is this her? Han Fei's eyes lit up as she said, this isn't a retouched photo, is it? It's an original camera shot, a pure no-makeup photo. Lu Chen scrolled down the screen, and the phone flashed through several selfies of Ling Shuang. All these photos were taken by Ling Shuang using his phone. As for my other artists, I can't guarantee their values and character, but Ling Shuang and I grew up together. I know her character very well. At her core, she is a kind and optimistic person. Lu Chen felt a sense of accomplishment when talking about Ling Shuang. It is no exaggeration to say that he has shaped the current Ling Shuang. They say one should not encounter two stunning people in youth. A local girl, from birth to adulthood, has always been in the presence of a time traveler, constantly amazed. One can imagine how significant the time traveler's influence would be on this local girl as she grew up. Not bad, Han Fei said with a smile. Once the holiday is over, have her come to the city's cultural bureau. I would like to talk to her in person. Minister Han, there's no need to wait for the holiday to end, Lu Chen said with a smile. I heard that the Cultural Bureau is preparing to sign an artist as the city's tourism ambassador. Qingwan told you, right? Han Fei glanced again at the photos of Ling Shuang on Lu Chen's phone and said, I know you want to recommend her. Her image is fine, but her popularity is a bit lacking. However, since you are Changwan's boyfriend, I can prioritize your company's artist for this opportunity. By the way, isn't the diva Zhao Yiren signed with your company? If it's her, that would be great. Zhao Yiren's popularity is indeed much higher than Ling Shuang's, but she has just become the ambassador for the National Museum and is currently busy shooting promotional videos for cultural relics, so she might not have availability for a while. That's fine, I can wait until she has an opening. As the Minister of the Cultural Bureau and the Tourism Department of Shanchang, Han Fei naturally had to consider the interests of Shanchang. Ling Shuang is indeed impressive. In many aspects, she is on par with Zhao Yiren, and even more attractive. However, Ling Shuang's popularity still has a significant gap compared to Zhao Yiren, who has already become a diva. The key point is that Zhao Yiren has been recognized officially as the ambassador for the National Museum, proving her character and values have received official endorsement. Choosing Zhao Yiren as the tourism ambassador for Shancheng carries less risk and greater benefits. Minister Han, what do you think of the song Wish Fulfilled? Lu Chen naturally understood Han Fei's reasons for choosing Zhao Yiren. Fame is secondary. Zhao Yiren's role as the ambassador for the National Museum is the main focus. However, giving the title of tourism ambassador for the mountain city to Zhao Yiren is merely an embellishment, while bestowing it upon Ling Shuang is like providing timely assistance in a snowstorm. Therefore, he must ensure that Ling Shuang becomes the tourism ambassador for the mountain city. This not only resolves the negative online discourse surrounding Ling Shuang but also serves as a strong rebuttal to CLA and other entertainment industry capitalists. Very good, Han Fei said seriously, although I don't understand music, this song deeply attracts me, especially the lyrics, which move me greatly. Do you think this song could be selected for the National Music Hall? The National Music Hall, established by the Dragon Country Entertainment Bureau, is dedicated to collecting songs that embody positive energy and hold various special meanings. However, since its inception, the total number of songs recorded in the National Music Hall has not exceeded 10. If any singer's song were to be included, it would be an unparalleled honor for that artist. I'm not a professional, so I can't really comment, Han Fei pondered for a moment. But in my personal opinion, the possibility of this song being included in the National Music Hall is quite high. Does Minister Han know who created the song As You Wish? I'm not sure, Han Fei shook her head. When Song Qingwan sent her the song file recorded by Ling Shuang, she did not inform her of the song's creator. She had always thought that As You Wish was written by some music master in the industry. After all, a musician capable of composing such music filled with national sentiment and familial warmth must be quite experienced and not young. To be honest, As You Wish is my original work, Lu Chen said without a hint of embarrassment. If it had been before, he might have felt guilty. After all, he only remembered the lyrics of a couple of songs from his past life, and once he copied them, they were gone. But now it was different. He had gained the essence of Earth's culture, and those classic songs from his past life would appear in his mind with just a thought. There was no way to copy them all. Are you serious? Han Fei's pupils contracted as she looked at Lu Chen in shock. You can write songs? Not only can I write songs, but I've composed more than one song like As You Wish, Lu Chen smiled. Do you think if Ling Shuang were to sing these songs I've created, she could sweep the major music awards in a short time and become the new generation queen of the music industry? Lu, I understand what you're trying to say, Han Fei replied slowly, but I still think Zhao Yiren is more suitable than the newcomer Ling Shuang, and whether it's Ling Shuang or Zhao Yiren, both are artists from your company. Why must you insist on making Ling Shuang the tourism ambassador for our city? Alright then, let me ask Minister Han one last question. Lu Chen hadn't expected Han Fei to be so stubborn. However, he didn't push it. While it would indeed benefit Ling Shuang to become the tourism ambassador for the mountain city, it didn't mean that such opportunities were limited to just this one. With him around in his system, he believed there would be many more chances in the future. What question? Han Fei looked at Lu Chen. Do you think it's better for a person from Magic City to represent the image of the mountain city, or is it more fitting for a local from the mountain city to do so? Upon hearing this, Han Fei was momentarily taken aback, then fell into silence. The city tourism ambassador represents the image of that city and also bears the responsibility of promoting it. Han Fei favored Zhao Yiren, but Zhao Yiren was from Magic City. Having someone from Magic City become the tourism ambassador for the mountain city felt awkward no matter how you looked at it. Is Ling Shuang from the mountain city? Han Fei spoke up. You've indeed reminded me, having an artist from another province become the tourism ambassador for our city does seem a bit unreasonable. I, along with Ling Shuang, are both natives of the mountain city. Lu Chen smiled, knowing that things were stable now. Let me think it over. I will give you a response by tomorrow at the latest, Han Fei said thoughtfully. Alright, Lu Chen nodded with a smile. He knew Han Fei was preparing to investigate Ling Shuang. Although he had the connection with Song Qingwan, Han Fei, as the Minister of Tourism, could not unconditionally trust him just because of that relationship and his word alone. However, he was not worried about what Han Fei might uncover. On the contrary, Ling Shuang had many excellent achievements from childhood, and the more Han Fei investigated, the more satisfied she would be with Ling Shuang. At 1 year and 10 months, during repeated baths, you developed an interest in water, triggering the baby growth task again. Task content: hold your breath underwater for 1 second. Task reward: random toy blocks. Note, if you exceed the task, you can trigger a reward crit. The system prompt sounded. Lu Chen's expression brightened instantly. Holding his breath underwater for 1 second was incredibly easy. However, for the sake of the system reward, Lu Chen needed to think of a way to increase the difficulty of the task. What a big fish! Just as Lu Chen was lost in thought, Han Fei's voice brought him back to reality. Fish? Lu Chen followed Han Fei's gaze and saw something thrashing on the river surface hundreds of meters away, splashing water everywhere. That's a person. Lu Chen's face changed dramatically, and without thinking, he rushed towards the Huajiang River. He then jumped into the water. Person? Han Fei stood frozen in place. Once she regained her senses, she immediately dialed the rescue number. It really is a person. Han Fei's face turned pale. After calling for help, she opened her phone's camera and zoomed in to see clearly what she had referred to as a fish. In the phone, a small head emerged from the river, with a pair of tender little hands struggling desperately in the water, but the more it struggled, the deeper it sank. It's over, he can't be in trouble, right? Han Fei moved her phone's camera, trying to find Lu Chen's figure. However, after searching, Lu Chen seemed to have evaporated into thin air. This made her feel an urgent sense of panic. At the moment Lu Chen jumped into the Huajiang River, the muscles in his back seemed to awaken, and a ghostly grin appeared on his face. At the same time, the power within him surged rapidly. In just a few seconds, he swam out hundreds of meters, resembling an underwater humanoid nuclear submarine. Found it! Lu Chen kept his eyes open underwater, and his vision was unaffected. He can't have sunk to the bottom of the river, can he? Han Fei's body trembled uncontrollably from the shock, but she still did not give up searching for Lu Chen. At the same time, a tremendous sense of helplessness rose within her. Someone was in danger right in front of her, yet aside from calling for help, she could do nothing. Suddenly, Han Fei's pupils shook as if she had seen something unbelievable. She saw a boy suddenly floating up in the center of the river. The boy looked to be around 5 years old, drenched and continuously spitting out river water. The next second, the boy seemed to be riding a speedboat, rushing towards her quickly. I'm not dreaming, am I? Han Fei rubbed her eyes. But when she looked again, the boy was already lying on the shore, and beside him stood a familiar figure, Lu Chen. You're on the shore now, how are you still unconscious? Lu Chen squatted beside the boy, checked him over, and confirmed that his heartbeat was normal. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. The incident had happened so suddenly, he had gone all out to save the person. From the moment he jumped in until he brought the person to shore, the entire process took less than a minute. Task completed. This time, you held your breath for 5 seconds underwater in the Huajiang River, saving a drowning boy, successfully triggering a 5 million times crit. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Huajiang building. Relevant documents and materials have been issued in the system space, and the host can retrieve them at any time. Huajiang building? Lu Chen instinctively turned to look. He saw a towering building behind Huajiang Park, known as the Huajiang Building, one of the tallest buildings in the mountain city. The main height is 470 meters, with a total of 70 floors. Director Lu, are you okay? Han Fei quickly walked towards Lu Chen, her eyes filled with worry and shock. I'm fine. Lu Chen looked at Han Fei and joked, but Minister Han, are you nearsighted? Such a big person, and you actually said it was a fish. Han Fei opened her mouth, unsure of what to say. The boy who fell into the water was hundreds of meters away from her, and his whole body was in the water, with only half his head and struggling hands visible. She had mistaken him for a big fish in that moment. Is the child okay? He's fine, his heartbeat and everything are normal. He just got scared and fainted. Lu Chen glanced at the wet body and said, I need to go back and change clothes, so Minister Han, could you please stay with this child here and wait for the rescue personnel? Okay. Han Fei nodded. I'll give you a response about Ling Shuang tonight. Oh no, my phone got wet. Lu Chen took out his dripping phone from his pocket, feeling both amused and helpless. Minister Han, it seems you won't be able to contact me tonight. Wait a moment. Han Fei said, I have a phone in my car that a friend gave me. The packaging hasn't been opened yet. You can use it for now. Han Fei's favorability plus 30. What's going on? Favorability increased by so much. Wait a minute. Lu Chen's expression became strange. What would it mean for someone like Han Fei, a married woman, to have her favorability increase? Does it mean she would betray her husband? Looking at Han Fei's back and her curvy figure, Lu Chen felt a surge of heat in his heart. Ugh. Lu Chen instantly snapped back to reality, feeling a wave of shame. Although he didn't mind being a scoundrel, it didn't mean he would go so far as to destroy someone else's family. Before long, Han Fei returned with an exquisite box. At the same time, the rescue personnel and ambulance arrived at the riverbank. Then I'll take my leave. Lu Chen took the box from Han Fei's hands and left. Watching Lu Chen's departing figure, Han Fei's eyes sparkled with a strange light. Before this, she didn't know much about Lu Chen. It was because of Song Qingwan that she had taken care of Lu Chen. But now, Lu Chen's act of jumping into the river to save someone not only increased her favorability towards him but also earned her respect. A young man worth billions, with limitless potential for the future, who disregarded his own safety to save someone in distress, such a person was worthy of her admiration. But how did he do it? Han Fei looked at the river. Beneath the calm surface lay a hidden danger. Yet Lu Chen had crossed hundreds of meters in a very short time to rescue the boy from the water. She even suspected Lu Chen was a superhero. No, I must believe in science. Han Fei shook her head, trying to dismiss her wild thoughts. There must be something I don't know. Or perhaps I'm hallucinating. But is it really a hallucination? Han Fei glanced at the boy being lifted into the ambulance, feeling as if her worldview was about to collapse. In the phantom car, Lu Chen was only wearing a pair of underwear, playing with a red foldable phone. It was the Huawei Mate X2, just released, with a starting price of $19,999 on the official website, and the top configuration reaching $29,999. For ordinary people, this price is quite expensive. But the target audience for this phone is not ordinary people, but successful business owners from various fields. For those wealthy bosses, this price might not even be as much as they spend on a meal out. Conversely, the more ordinary people complain about expensive things, the more the rich seem to like them. Take caviar and black truffles, for example. The wealthy care not about money, but about the differences between themselves and ordinary people. Lu Chen is not particular about what kind of phone he uses. For him, as long as the phone can make calls and access the internet, it's fine. However, it must be said that the foldable phone is quite appealing. Lu Chen unfolded his new phone, its huge screen comparable to a tablet, giving him a feeling of traveling back to ancient times as an emperor, with the foldable phone in his hand resembling an imperial edict. After exploring the functions of the new phone, Lu Chen downloaded a software called Strawberry. He wanted to turn the classic novels from his past life on Earth into phenomenon IPs, but first, he had to publish those classic novels on the reading websites of this world. The Dragon Kingdom is very different from Earth in his past life. The reading websites on Earth were generally divided into paid and free models. Readers could choose different reading websites based on their preferences. In contrast, due to the government's strong protection of authors' copyrights, there are almost no pirated or free novels in the Dragon Kingdom. Over time, readers have developed a habit of paying for reading. The largest paid novel website in the Dragon Kingdom is called Ueku, and it is no exaggeration to say that 9 out of 10 famous novel authors in the Dragon Kingdom are signed authors under Ueku. Almost all of the popular novels known to the public today come from Ueku. In the novel industry, Ueku truly stands out as the dominant player. However, in every industry, there are always some pioneers. Strawberry is a pioneer in the novel industry. Unlike paid reading platforms like Ueku, Strawberry focuses on being free. Readers can read novels on the Strawberry app without paying. They just need to watch ads to browse all the novels. In this regard, Strawberry is very similar to the foreign platform on Earth. The only difference is that on Earth, piracy of novels is rampant, and most young readers have not developed a habit of paying for reading. Coupled with the backing of the massive traffic platform Douyin, the foreign platform was able to succeed. With the same business model in the Dragon Kingdom, where copyright awareness is strong and readers have developed a habit of paying for reading, and without Douyin's promotional support, Strawberry is destined to fail. According to the system's rewards and the related information about the company Strawberry, it has only been established for a year, and its current value is only around 100 million. 100 million may sound like a lot, but it should be noted that the original owner of Strawberry invested nearly 1 billion into it. This means that since its establishment, Strawberry has been operating at a loss. Lu Chen opened the Strawberry reading rankings. This list records the novels with the most real-time readers on Strawberry, which can also be understood as the hottest novels under Strawberry at this moment. A few minutes later, Lu Chen fell silent. He began to understand why Strawberry had been losing money. It is no exaggeration to say that the novels on the Strawberry reading rankings cannot even be called novels. They resemble the mundane compositions of elementary school students, plain and uninteresting. Even if there were a cliché novel, it would be somewhat better. After all, some novels, though cliched, can still be enjoyable if read without thinking too much. But there were none. Not a single novel on the entire reading list was worth reading. Looking again at the number of readers for the top-ranked novel, there were only 20,000 people reading it. For a novel platform, having only 20,000 readers for the top-ranked novel is a clear indication of how pitiful the readership is. Lu Chen had also read some novels on Yueku over the years. Although it must be said that the novels in this world, in terms of plot, creativity, and various aspects, cannot compare to those from his past life on Earth. But it certainly isn't as trashy as the novels under Strawberry. The reason why the novels under Strawberry are so terrible is simple. There are too few readers, and the authors can't make money, so they lack the motivation to create properly and instead think about slacking off and just coasting on platform benefits. Lu Chen suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for the readers who read novels on Strawberry. How could they stand it? Your hard days are over. Lu Chen took a deep breath and downloaded the Strawberry Writer Assistant. This is software specifically designed for authors under Strawberry, allowing everyone to publish new books through it. After passing the review and signing, they can become contracted authors under Strawberry, and the novels published can be searched on the Strawberry software. After some contemplation, Lu Chen created his first new book on the Strawberry Writer Assistant, Battle Through the Heavens. Author, De Dao. After setting up the book, Lu Chen didn't rush to publish the main text but started the vehicle and drove home. Time passed to the evening. Lu Chen sat in front of the computer in his study, his hands dancing like phantoms over the keyboard. As he typed the words, "The whole book is complete," he had copied down the entire Battle Through the Heavens. The reason Lu Chen could do this so quickly, aside from not needing to think about the plot, was mainly because his body was exceptionally capable. He had even broken several keyboards. Click, publish. Unlike other authors who updated only 1 or 2 chapters a day like Unix, Lu Chen published an entire book at once, focusing on giving readers a satisfying experience. On the 28th floor of the Huajiang building, the deepest part of this floor was the office space rented by Strawberry Company. Unlike the bustling scenes of other companies on the same floor, the office area of Strawberry Company was eerily quiet, with only the sound of sunflower seeds being cracked. In the entire office area, there were only 2 desks. A man and a woman sat at the desks, bored, cracking seeds. The man was a middle-aged man wearing glasses, looking refined and cultured. The woman was a young girl with short hair, sweet and cute in appearance. "Uncle, do you think I'm a reincarnation of a jinx?" the girl said, feeling hopeless. "In the past year since I graduated, including this company, I've worked at 7 companies, and all of them have gone under. How about I hire a master to take a look for you?" The middle-aged man twitched his mouth. He felt a headache coming on from his niece's track record. "Forget it, it doesn't matter." The girl shook her head. "It's not like I haven't consulted masters before. Some say I have a natural wealth destiny and shouldn't work, while others say I have a money-attracting fate that brings fortune to others, each one more ridiculous than the last. Thinking about it carefully, maybe what they said isn't entirely wrong." The middle-aged man pondered for a moment. "If I were a company boss, I would definitely spend a fortune to hire you to join my competitor's company." "Right." The girl's eyes lit up at his words. "Uncle, do you have the new boss's phone number? Tell him to give me some money, and I'll go apply at Youku tomorrow. With me there, Youku will definitely go bankrupt within a year." "You really believe that?" The middle-aged man shot her a glance, annoyed. "Youku is a company worth hundreds of billions. How could you bring it down? Besides, the company hasn't gone bankrupt yet. The boss has run away, and there are only the 2 of us left as employees. What's the difference from being closed?" The girl took a receipt from the drawer and handed it to the middle-aged man. "Here, this is the property management's notice from today. The company's rent is due, and we need to pay the rent." "Uncle, in my opinion, we should just resign." The woman scanned the computer screen, her brows furrowed. "I'm not saying this lightly, but the company really isn't doing well. Every day, I can count the new book applications for contracts on one hand. I've heard that UEQA signs tens of thousands of new books daily. The gap is just too big. As long as UEQA exists, this company will never see the light of day." "Have you approved the new book applications in the backend?" the middle-aged man asked. "No." The woman clicked the mouse, her face darkening. "Look at these books. The Life of My Little Dog, A Fantasy of Falling in Love Once. If I could replay the game, I would definitely choose Li Bai." Anyone who knows would recognize these as novels, but those who don't would think they're written by some elementary school student's diary. "And this one, Do Pa Tian Xiong." The woman suddenly paused. "What's wrong?" The middle-aged man looked at her computer. "Do Pa Tian Xiong, that's a nice title. Wait, why is the word count so high?" The middle-aged man was taken aback, seeing that the backend showed Do Pa Tian Xiong had a staggering word count of 5.32 million. Buzz just then, the middle-aged man's phone rang. On the other end, after Lu Chen's novel was published, he had yet to receive a contract notification from Strawberry. So, he directly called the person in charge at Strawberry. When the call connected, a respectful voice came through. "Hello, Mr. Lu, I'm the new person in charge at Strawberry. My name is Tang Hai. Manager Tang, I'd like to ask who is currently in charge of the new book contract review at the company? Well, Mr. Lu, the new book contract review was originally handled by the system backend and manually at the same time, but due to the company's financial difficulties, the system review was recently cancelled, and it has now turned into a purely manual review. Currently, the person responsible for the new book contract review is our editor, Tang Meng. Please tell editor Tang Meng that I've published a novel called Dopa Tian Xiong and ask her to approve it. Also, have her feature my novel at the top of the software's homepage for recommendations. Okay, Mr. Lu, I need to tell you something. What is it? The company doesn't have money to pay the rent. Lu Chun, if I remember correctly, the company's office is in Huajiang Building in Shancheng, right? Lu Chen asked. Yes, Mr. Lu, the company is on the 28th floor of Huajiang Building. Then it's fine. Huajiang Building is also mine. Uncle, I didn't hear that wrong, did I? Tang Meng looked at Tang Hai, who had just hung up the phone, in shock, swallowing hard. Huajiang Building belongs to the new boss? Meng, our opportunity has come. Tang Hai said excitedly, do you know how much Huajiang Building cost? Nearly 30 billion. Mr. Lu, being the owner of Huajiang Building means the company will no longer lack funds, which means Strawberry can challenge Yuekui again, and your uncle and I are the new person in charge and general manager of Strawberry. Uncle, your luck is just too good. Tang Meng said instinctively, I thought Mr. Wu suddenly appointed you as the general manager to set you up. The Mr. Wu Tang Meng mentioned was the original owner of Strawberry, Wu Li. After the system acquired shares in Strawberry, Wu Li appointed Tang Hai as the general manager and gave Tang Hai Lu Chen's phone number. Thus, Tang Hai's number became a reward-related item that appeared in Lu Chen's contact list. Quick, hurry up and approve Mr. Lu's new book. Tang Hai's eyes were filled with fervor. I have a feeling that Mr. Lu's appearance will save Strawberry. It's not that easy. While operating the mouse to approve Dopa Tian Xiong and send the contract link, Tang Meng said, Mr. Wu wasn't short on money either, but in the end, he lost everything. I think Lu will end up like Wu, unable to bear the losses any longer and looking for the next fool to take over the company. If you don't want to join the 8th company, you should stop saying such ominous things. Tang Hai shot Tang Meng a glance, then opened Dopa Tian Xiong and started reading. The fighting energy was in 3 stages. When he saw the first line of the novel, Tang Hai was momentarily stunned. It was the first time he had seen such an opening. Half an hour later, a ringtone rang out. Yet both Tang Hai and Tang Meng seemed not to hear it, completely engrossed in front of the computer, watching Dopa Tian Xiong. This book is going to be a hit. Tang Hai snapped back to reality first, his face filled with excitement. Lu is truly a genius, to write such an amazing novel. Breaking off the engagement, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Tang Meng muttered to herself. Her small face was flushed with excitement. For the past half hour, she had been completely immersed in Dopa Tian Xiong. The novel's novel concepts completely overturned her understanding of literature. In the face of Dopa Tian Xiong, all the novels currently on the market seemed like mere children. Tang Meng turned off her work alarm and opened the Strawberry app. On the homepage of the Strawberry app, Dopa Tian Xiong was prominently displayed. Entering the review section, there were already hundreds of reviews, all without exception 5-star ratings. User 356898, whoa, I couldn't wait to comment after just 30 chapters. I just want to say, after reading this book, I realized I had been fed crap by Strawberry all along. Daily dear, when I saw the phrase 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, I got goosebumps. Cake-loving bear, it's so good. I swear, this is the best novel I've ever read, bar none. No, the readership is still too small. In the living room, Lu Chen was checking the real-time readership of Dopa Tian Xiong. The homepage of the novel showed that there were currently 18,000 readers. Since Strawberry had very few readers, if no promotion was done, the number of readers wouldn't increase much in a short time. However, Lu Chen was not lacking in promotional means. He found Li Feng's number and called him, asking him to notify all the artists under the company to post promotional content for Dopa Tian Xiong on their respective social media accounts. Just as Lu Chen hung up, his phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed it was Minister Han. When he answered, he heard Han Fei's voice. Lu, after our discussion, we've decided to make your artist, Ling Shuang, the tourism ambassador for the city. Please inform her to come to our office as soon as possible. Okay, I'll contact her shortly. Lu Chen smiled. Minister Han, you're still busy this late. You must be working hard. It's not hard. I just seem to have a hallucination during the day. Lu, do you think there are humans in this world who possess supernatural powers? Minister Han, I have to lecture you on this. As an officially appointed cabinet member, How can you believe in superstitions? You should believe in science, Lu Chen said seriously. He knew that Han Fei had been shaken in her worldview after witnessing him save someone, but as long as Han Fei couldn't provide substantial evidence, he wouldn't be foolish enough to admit it. It's nothing, I was just asking casually. Maybe I haven't been resting well lately, and my mind is playing tricks on me. Then I won't disturb your rest. After hanging up, Lu Chen sent a WeChat message to Ling Shuang, asking her to return to Mountain City tomorrow. Originally, Lu Chen planned for Ling Shuang to collaborate with the company's internet celebrity to shoot a video and then go live. But since the company's internet celebrities had been falling from grace one after another, the video collaboration was also dropped. These past few days, Ling Shuang had been at the headquarters of the Bright Star in Kyoto, learning various knowledge related to being an artist. Lu Chen opened Douyin, and the rumors about Ling Shuang still lingered at the top of the trending list. One could only wonder how much money the person behind it spent to buy traffic. During this time, Lu Chen had been quite passive, whether it was Zhao Yiren becoming the national promotion ambassador or Ling Shuang becoming the tourism image ambassador for Shanchang. He was merely responding to the repeated attacks from Tianyu and other entertainment capital. But things were about to change. If Tianyu and other entertainment capitals wanted to see Fanqing fail, he would not let them thrive either. From now on, the roles of offense and defense would shift. He would lead Fanqing to forcefully break into the entertainment industry through countless classics from his past life on Earth. Anyone who tried to stop him would perish, and those who didn't would also face doom. Coming back to his senses, Lu Chen refocused on his computer and began transcribing classic songs one after another. The next morning, Lu Chen was awakened by a phone call. When the call connected, a respectful voice came through. Mr. Lu, I hope I'm not disturbing you? Get to the point. Lu Chen glanced at the caller ID, Tang Hai, the head of Strawberry. It's like this, Mr. Lu, I have some great news to report to you. Just last night, the diva Zhao Yiren and several internet celebrities with millions and hundreds of thousands of followers posted videos promoting your work. After just one night, the number of new users for our company's software has surpassed 1 million, and the registration of new users is still on the rise. Currently, the real-time online reading count for your work is 1.5 million. I see. Is there anything else? Lu Chen kept his eyes closed, his expression calm. Also, this morning, the people at Uekue contacted me and editor Tang Meng, inquiring about your contact information. They probably don't know you're the company owner and want to poach you. Ignore them. Lu Chen opened his eyes and sat up, saying, remember, keep my identity confidential. At Huajiang Building, Strawberry Company. Uncle, Mr. Lu is just too lucky, isn't he? Tang Meng looked at Tang Hai after the call, her face filled with shock. His novel was released for less than an hour last night, and so many big internet celebrities promoted it. Even my idol, the diva Zhao Yiren, recorded a video specifically promoting Dopa Tianxiong. Are you stupid? Tang Hai replied irritably, is Mr. Lu's success just luck? It's strength. Do you think Zhao Yiren and those big internet celebrities would promote Dopa Tianxiong for no reason? And they did it right after it was released? Are you saying Mr. Lu paid them? Tang Meng quickly realized, her face turning sheepish as she laughed awkwardly. Hee, I thought Zhao Yiren and those big internet celebrities just like Dopa Tianxiong. You're too young. Looking at the innocent Tang Meng, who had graduated just a year ago, her eyes still revealed the clarity and naivety of a college student. Remember, from now on, if anyone asks you about Mr. Lu, you say you don't know. Otherwise, if Mr. Lu fires you, I can't protect you. Got it. Tang Meng playfully stuck out her tongue. In Modu, Uekue Building. As the headquarters of the billion-dollar Uekue Group, Uekue Building is considered one of the landmark buildings in Modu. In a spacious conference room, a woman dressed in professional attire with a capable demeanor frowned as she looked at a data report. In front of her, a middle-aged man kept his head down, not daring to breathe. The woman's name was Yen Bingyun, the chairwoman of Uekue Group. The middle-aged man was named Huang Kong, the general manager and head of Uekue Group. One author, one book, has brought a nearly bankrupt platform back to life. Yen Bingyun shifted her gaze from the data report, expressionless as she stared at Huang Kong. Manager Huang, I want to ask, what are you doing? Such an outstanding author. Why haven't we signed him to the company? Or rather, if the other party came to our platform, it's because your subordinates are blind. In Yen Bingyun's view, as the most famous novel platform in Longwa, anyone with a normal mindset would choose to write on Ueku, and the author of Dopa Tianxiong, De Dao, was no exception. The reason De Dao ultimately went to Chaomei must be due to the inaction of the editorial department, failing to recognize such an outstanding talent, which led to De Dao's disappointment with the platform and forced him to choose Chaomei. President Yen, you really can't blame the editorial department. the author named Didao has never published a book on our platform, Huang Kong said cautiously. Moreover, I have already sent someone to inquire about Didao's contact information. Once I obtain it, I am confident I can sign him. So, where is he? Yan Bingyun said coldly. Huang Kong, are you really stupid or just pretending to be? The book Dopa Tianxiong was released for less than an hour, and the diva Zhao Erin, along with a bunch of internet celebrities on Douyin, have been promoting it extensively. Do you think someone is operating behind the scenes? President Yan, please calm down. Huang Kong was sweating profusely. I did send someone to inquire about Didao's contact information, but there are only 2 people currently employed at Xiaomei, an editor named Tang Meng and a person in charge named Tang Hai. They both said they didn't know Didao's contact information. I don't care what methods you use, I must contact him today, Yan Bingyun said with an icy expression. You need to understand that the reason Xiaomei is struggling is not that readers don't want to read free novels, but because Xiaomei lacks free novels that can attract readers. If the quality of free novels under Xiaomei is not inferior to those of our company, the impact on the company will be devastating. Yes, I will personally contact the person in charge at Xiaomei right away. Huang Kong dared not say more and left the conference room, quickly calling Tang Hai. Lu Chun. After Huang Kong left, Yan Bingyun walked to his desk. On the desk lay a document recording the equity change information of Xiaomei and Fanqing companies. I hope you are a smart person. By noon, thanks to Zhao Erin and a host of internet celebrities' promotions, along with the high-quality content of Dopa Tianxiong, several trending topics related to it appeared on Douyin's hot list. Hashtag a divine book appears in the web literature world. Dopa Tianxiong hashtag 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Do not bully the young and poor. Hashtag Didao is the pseudonym of Li's 3 young masters. Hashtag Li's 3 young masters refutes rumors. Dopa Tianxiong is not his work. Hashtag Xiaomei, free novels. In the general manager's office of Yueku building, Huang Kang's face was extremely grim. He was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Throughout the morning, he had called Tang Hai countless times, exhausting all means to obtain Didao's contact information, but all ended in failure. As he watched the popularity of Dopa Tianxiong rise, a wave of fear washed over him. If Dopa Tianxiong truly became a phenomenon, it would indeed be as Yan Bingyun said, one author, one book, could revive Xiaomei. And since Xiaomei was a free platform, if it exploded in popularity, Yueku, as a paid platform, would inevitably suffer huge losses. Readers are people, not fools. If a platform has good and free novels, they would never be foolish enough to pay for reading. Thinking of this, Huang Kong called Tang Hai again. Hello, the number you dialed is currently busy. Damn it, how dare you hang up on me? Huang Kang's eyes were filled with rage. At Xiaomei Company, Tang Hai hung up the call from Huang Kong, thought for a moment, and still didn't block him. Uncle, we've hit 5 million. Tang Meng, sitting in front of the computer, said excitedly, the platform's registered users have successfully surpassed 5 million. President Lu is truly a remarkable person. Tang Hai sighed. President Wu spent a year and lost nearly $1 billion, yet couldn't make a splash in the industry. But as soon as President Lu arrived, within less than a day, the company went viral online. At this rate, it won't be long before the novel industry is no longer dominated by Yueku alone. Uncle, isn't that a bit exaggerated? Tang Meng thought for a moment and said, although the current platform's registered users have increased, they all came to read Dopa Tianxiong. After a few days, once they've finished it and can't find other novels to read on the platform, they'll probably leave. President Lu can't possibly create another work that's as good as Dopa Tianxiong, right? Just thinking about it seems impossible. What you said is indeed a problem the company has to face, Tang Hai replied. But since you can think of it, President Lu must know as well. We just need to wait for President Lu's instructions. Downstairs in the community, Lu Chen casually found a restaurant to have lunch before preparing to head to the airport to pick up Ling Shuang. He had been keeping an eye on the trending topic of Dopa Tianxiong online. It must be said that Dopa Tianxiong was a dimensional strike against the novels of this world. And not just Dopa Tianxiong, any relatively famous novel from his past life on Earth was the same. Buzz as Lu Chen just started the vehicle, his phone suddenly rang. The caller was an unfamiliar number. When he answered, a mature and cold female voice came through. Is this President Lu? Who are you? Lu Chen asked, puzzled, as he was not familiar with this voice. Let me introduce myself. My name is Yan Bingyun, chairman of Yueku Group. I wonder what President Yan wants with me. Lu Chen frowned. How did Yan Bingyun get his number? Did Tang Hai or Tang Meng leak his information? President Lu, I'll get straight to the point. I'm calling to discuss acquiring your strawberry company. You can name your price. 100 billion. Lu Chen replied casually. President Lu, Are you joking? On the other end, Yen Bingyun was stunned for a moment. It was President Yen who joked first. Lu Chen said calmly, "If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. President Lu might as well listen to the conditions I'm offering. I'm willing to." Beep beep beep. Lu Chen hung up the phone directly. Sell strawberry? Unless he was crazy. He possessed the spirit of Earth culture, and with the novels from his past life, he alone could sweep through the entire online literature scene of Manhwa. Strawberry was an important platform for him to publish these novels and create phenomenon IPs. Moreover, as his novels became popular online, the value of Strawberry would rise, and it wouldn't be impossible for it to eventually topple Yueku and become a new giant in the novel industry. Therefore, no matter how tempting Yen Bingyun's conditions were, he could never sell Strawberry. Lu Chen opened his contacts and called Tang Hai. A few minutes later, Lu Chen's expression became serious. He initially thought it was Tang Hai who leaked his number, but after calling Tang Hai, he repeatedly assured him that he hadn't disclosed any of his information, and Tang Meng didn't even know his contact details. Could it be someone else? Lu Chen showed a contemplative expression. Yueku Building, Chairman's office. Yen Bingyun looked at the hung-up call, her pretty face cold as ice. Knock knock knock. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Yen Bingyun suppressed her anger. President Yen. Huang Kong entered, and upon seeing Yen Bingyun's frosty expression, his face turned pale. Have you contacted the Dao? I'm sorry, President Yen. Huang Kong kept wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Although he was the general manager of the reading library, he felt a deep-seated awe in the presence of Yen Bingyun, a powerful businesswoman with a strong background. I have personally contacted the person in charge of Strawberry, Tang Hai, but he simply won't give me any face. No matter how I try to persuade him, he is determined not to tell me Dao's contact information. So I plan to take a trip to Mountain City and try to pry Dao's contact information from him. I wanted to let you know. No need, Yen Bingyun said expressionlessly. Dao is clearly a signed author that Strawberry is heavily promoting. There must be a breach of contract between the two parties. Even if you obtained Dao's contact information, he would never breach the contract to come to our company. What should we do next? Huang Kong asked cautiously. With the explosive popularity of Dopa Tianxiong, it won't be long before it truly becomes a phenomenon. At that time, more people will undoubtedly download Strawberry just to read Dopa Tianxiong. No matter how impressive Dao is, he is just one person. No matter how wonderful Dopa Tianxiong is, it is still just a novel. Our company has 50 platinum authors, thousands of top authors, and tens of thousands of excellent authors. The works they create are countless. What is one Dao and one Dopa Tianxiong to fear? Even if Dopa Tianxiong ultimately becomes a phenomenal work, does Strawberry have any other notable works besides it? When readers finish all the chapters of Dopa Tianxiong and find that there are no other works under Strawberry that they can continue reading, they will naturally uninstall Strawberry. President Yen is right. The current hype around Strawberry is merely a flash in the pan. Huang Kong sighed in relief. A mere Strawberry poses no threat to the company whatsoever. But that is not an excuse for your negligence, Yen Bingyun said coldly. If I find out that Dao has ever published works on our company's platform, then your position as general manager should be replaced. Upon hearing this, Huang Kang's face turned pale again. He had just investigated not long ago, and the reading library's backend showed that there was indeed an author named Dao who had published works, but they were rejected by the editorial department. However, he was not sure if the rejected Dao was the same one who wrote Dopa Tianxiong. Has the copyright for Warrior been sold? Yen Bingyun suddenly asked. Several companies have contacted us so far, wanting to purchase the film rights for Warrior to adapt it into a movie. The highest offers come from 3 entertainment giants, Tianyu, Blu-ray, and Huasheng. Selling the rights for Warrior to Tianyu, I owe President Xie a favor this time, Yen Bingyun said, her gaze shifting to the phone on the table. The phone contained her WeChat chat history with CLA. Among them, Lu Chen's phone number was sent to her by CLA. Xiao Shuang, over here. At the airport exit in Mountain City, Lu Chen had just parked the car by the roadside when he saw Ling Xuan walking out of the airport. Brother Mu. The moment Ling Xuan saw Lu Chen, her face instantly lit up with a smile, and she ran towards him. It is said that when you see someone you like, you must run. Ling Xuan perfectly embodied this saying. Brother Mu, I missed you. Ling Xuan threw herself into Lu Chen's arms, looking up at him with eyes as gentle as water. Weren't we just apart for a few days? Lu Chen teased, while he eagerly checked Ling Xuan's personal information. He wanted to see how much she liked him. Name, Ling Xuan. Age, 20 years. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 60 kilograms. Overall appearance rating, 98. 0. Affection level, 100. Soulmate. As expected. A look of surprise flashed in Lu Chen's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. He and Ling Shuang grew up together, and the bond between them transcended love. It could even be described as familial affection. Influenced by his adult awareness since childhood, it was no surprise that Ling Shuang held him in such high regard, reaching a score of 100. With an overall attractiveness rating of 98, she shared the same score as Lin Ji. Lu Chen's gaze scrutinized Ling Shuang. Her features were delicate and exquisite, with willow-shaped eyebrows and phoenix eyes, exuding a cool and elegant aura, like a classical beauty stepping out of a painting. Her astonishing height and voluptuous peach-shaped hips added a touch of allure. As Ling Shuang nestled closely in his embrace, he could even feel her softness. "I feel uncomfortable if I can't see Brother Mu for even a second," Ling Shuang said, pressing her face against Lu Chen's chest. Her cheeks flushed. "Brother Mu, your heart is beating so strongly. Can I touch it?" "Sure. Can I touch you too?" Lu Chen replied with a smile. The current Ling Shuang was the most authentic version of herself. Clingy and a little flirtatious, these were the nicknames Lu Chen had given her. However, Ling Shuang only displayed her clingy and flirtatious side when it was just the two of them. When others were around, she acted like a well-behaved girl. For instance, when Zhao Yiren was present, Ling Shuang wouldn't dare to say such bold things to Lu Chen. Right now, Ling Shuang glanced around and, upon noticing the strange looks from passers-by, her face turned even redder. "Then be quiet and don't let anyone see. You really are a little flirt." Lu Chen gently tapped her head and said playfully, "You're about to become a big star. Can you pay attention to your image? Is my image really that bad?" Ling Shuang pouted, covering her head with a pitiful expression. "And if Brother Mu wants to touch, I definitely can't refuse." "Stop pretending to be pitiful," Lu Chen gestured with his eyes. "Get in the car, I'm taking you somewhere." He, got it." Ling Shuang made a funny face at Lu Chen and then skipped over to the passenger seat. Encountering playmate Ling Shuang again, the baby growth task is triggered. Task content: make Ling Shuang happy and keep her mood pleasant for 10 seconds. Task reward: a box of colorful children's gemstones. Note, if the task is exceeded, a critical reward may be triggered. Just as Lu Chen sat in the driver's seat, the system notification suddenly sounded. Make Ling Shuang happy? Lu Chen turned to look at Ling Shuang, who was fastening her seatbelt. Since she saw him, the smile on her face hadn't faded. Logically, this task should have been completed directly, right? Task completed. Detected that Ling Shuang's mood is far beyond the task requirement, successfully triggering a 50 million times critical hit. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Tegel oil field. Reward-related items have been issued to the system space and can be retrieved at any time. Tegel oil field, located in the Camel country, with a total oil reserve of about 30 billion barrels and an annual output of over 50 million tons, the oil field is valued at 500 billion dragon coins. Wow! Looking at the information about the Tegel oil field that popped up from the system, Lu Chen was overjoyed. What is oil? It is a strategic energy resource. If we talk about what can be converted into cash the fastest in the world, it would undoubtedly be strategic energy. Even a trillion-dollar corporation needs a lot of time to sell stocks for cash, and it comes with the risk of stock price decline. But oil and gold, unlike strategic energy, can be easily liquidated. Almost every country in the world needs oil. Take the Dragon country, for example. As one of the major countries on Blue Star, it still imports a large amount of oil every year. Additionally, strategic energy has another advantage: it retains its value. In peaceful international conditions, oil prices hardly fluctuate. Conversely, once the international situation becomes grim, oil prices tend to rise. In other words, as long as Lu Chen is willing, he can liquidate the Tegel oil field in a very short time, thus exchanging it for 500 billion in cash. What does 500 billion in cash mean? It means that Lu Chen not only has the complete ability to undertake the demolition and reconstruction projects in the urban villages but also won't have to worry about funding afterwards. Looking across the entire Dragon country, apart from the energy industry giants, he has never heard of any other company having 500 billion in cash flow. And the energy industry giants in the Dragon country, without exception, all belong to the cabinet. In other words, in terms of cash flow, Lu Chen has undoubtedly become the #1 private entrepreneur in the Dragon country. Coming back to his senses, Lu Chen looked at Ling Shuang with fiery eyes. Xiao Shuang, you really are my lucky star. Without Ling Shuang, he wouldn't have been able to trigger this task. More importantly, Ling Shuang's mood must have skyrocketed, which is why the system triggered a 50 million times critical hit after detection. What did I do? Ling Shuang looked confused. Because you are here, I was able to succeed in my business. Lu Chen casually found a reason. That's not true. Ling Shuang said seriously, Brother Mu, your success is because you are very smart and hardworking. Your success is all because of you, and has nothing to do with me. Ah, is that so? You're making me feel embarrassed. Lu Chen smiled awkwardly. Only he knew that everything he has now has nothing to do with being smart or hardworking. It's purely due to good luck and awakening the system. In my heart, Brother Mu is the best, now and in the future, it won't change. Cultural Bureau of the Mountain City, Office of the Minister of Tourism. Lu Chen brought Ling Shuang to meet Han Fei. Minister Han, did you not rest well? He saw Han Fei sitting in her office chair, her beautiful eyes showing faint dark circles. Yeah, I couldn't sleep last night. Han Fei glanced at Lu Chen, then her gaze assessed Ling Shuang, and she brightened up, saying, not bad. You're even more beautiful in person than in the photos. For some reason, Lu Chen always felt that Han Fei's gaze towards him was somewhat resentful. However, he didn't think much of it and introduced Ling Shuang, Xiao Shuang. This is Minister Han from the Tourism Department. Minister Han has decided to make you the tourism ambassador for Mountain City. Ah, me? Ling Shuang pointed at herself, feeling a bit dazed. That's right. After discussions in our bureau, we unanimously believe that your image is very suitable to represent Mountain City. Han Fei smiled, of course. It wouldn't be possible without General Lu's full recommendation of you. Hello, Minister Han. Ling Shuang finally came to her senses and hurriedly greeted Han Fei. You don't need to be nervous, Han Fei said. Just treat this place like your own home. But, can I really do it? Ling Shuang asked cautiously. There are many rumors about me online. If I become the tourism ambassador for Mountain City, will it bring a bad influence to Mountain City? On this point, General Lu has already considered it for you, Han Fei said. I have already contacted colleagues from the publicity department. Later, you will go with them to take some promotional posters, and tonight our bureau will officially announce your identity as the tourism ambassador. Then I'll trouble everyone. Ling Shuang's heart couldn't help but race. Before this, Lu Chen hadn't told her about this matter. Therefore, when she heard that she would become the tourism ambassador for Mountain City, she was at a loss. However, once she calmed down, she felt more surprise and sweetness in her heart. General Lu, have some water. Once Ling Shuang went with the staff to take promotional posters, only Lu Chen and Han Fei were left in the office. Thank you. Lu Chen took the disposable cup of water that Han Fei handed him and asked, Minister Han, do you want to take a break? You don't seem to be in good condition. It's fine, I'll just go to bed early tonight. Han Fei thought for a moment and said, Manager Lu, what do you think is real in this world? What is fake? What do you mean? You say there are no dragons in the world, but why did ancient people write dragons into the 12 zodiac signs? You say the universe is vast, yet why has humanity never discovered extraterrestrial life? You say, Minister Han, what's wrong with you? Lu Chen stared at Han Fei in shock. At that moment, she seemed a bit deranged. Manager Lu, you aren't human, are you? Han Fei took a deep breath. Lu Chen? I thought about it all night last night. It wasn't an illusion. That little boy who fell into the river was hundreds of meters away from us, yet you crossed the river in less than a minute to save him. That's not something a human can do. So if I'm not human, what am I? Lu Chen calmly took a sip of water. He understood why Han Fei looked at him with such resentment. It turned out she hadn't slept all night thinking about his rescue. I don't know, I just feel like it's too incredible. Han Fei stared into Lu Chen's eyes, trying to discern something. Stop looking, no matter how much you stare, I'm still human. Lu Chen said irritably, I've said to believe in science. If I'm not human, what would I be? A dragon? A merman? You could also be the tortoise prime minister. Han Fei said softly. Fine, I'm the tortoise prime minister. Go ahead and call the police to arrest me. Lu Chen said irritably, think about it with your little brain. Isn't what you're saying childish? Alright, I admit it is quite childish. Han Fei rubbed her temples, trying to clear her mind. You must have been scared yesterday, which caused the illusion. Lu Chen thought for a moment and said, but one thing, I've been training since I was young and have continued to this day. My physical fitness is even better than that of the world's top athletes. Let's not talk about that. Han Fei said, I went to see a psychologist this morning, and he told me that I've been under too much mental stress lately. Have some water. Lu Chen handed the cup to Han Fei. Thank you. Han Fei took the cup and took a sip. But suddenly, Han Fei froze. Isn't this the water I poured for you? Han Fei glanced at the rim of the cup, where there were still traces of Lu Chen's drinking. It's fine, I don't mind. You. Han Fei opened her mouth, wanting to say something but hesitating. By the way, Minister Han, how is that little boy doing? Lu Chen changed the subject. The doctor said he's fine, he was just scared. After he woke up, his sister took him home. Oh, I almost forgot. Han Fei walked to her desk, opened her bag, and took out a piece of paper, handing it to Lu Chen. This is the phone number left by that little boy's sister. She asked me to give it to you, saying you should call her when you have time, and she will thank you in person. Xia Ling. Lu Chen took the note, which had a name and a string of numbers written on it. The handwriting was elegant and beautiful, catching the eye. This is the name of the little boy's sister. The little boy's name is Xiaoxing. Han Fei continued. According to the police inquiry, the siblings live in a village in the city. The little boy sneaked out to play by the river and accidentally fell in. What a coincidence, Lu Chen said, somewhat surprised. What do you mean? Han Fei looked at Lu Chen in confusion. I was just about to take on the urban village demolition and reconstruction project, and then I saved a little boy who lives in that village. Isn't that a coincidence? You, taking on the urban village demolition and reconstruction project? Minister Han, what kind of tone is that? Lu Chen's mouth twitched as he said, what's wrong with me? You're very capable, but the urban village demolition and reconstruction project isn't something just any company can take on. Han Fei's expression was serious as she said, this project took a year to get approved from above, and as far as I know, there are no more than 10 companies interested in bidding. Each of them is a well-known domestic real estate company, with a market value of no less than 100 billion. The one with the best chance of winning the bid is the domestic real estate giant, Longting Group, which has a market value of 1 trillion. Do you think you can compete with Longting Group? How would I know if I don't try? Lu Chen replied confidently, although Longting Group has a high market value, the funds they can mobilize may not be more than mine. You might be a bit overconfident. Han Fei shook her head, not intending to say more. Lu Chen's available funds were more than Longting Group's. Only a fool would believe otherwise. In her view, Lu Chen was still too young, unaware of the gap between himself and the giant enterprises. Once he failed to win the bid, he would naturally learn his lesson. Overconfident? Lu Chen smiled, not planning to explain. With the Tegel oil field valued at 500 billion, if he wasn't confident, then he truly had a problem. Evening came. Shancheng Hospital, VIP ward. Xia Lei lay on the hospital bed, his face full of ingratiating smiles. Beside him stood a powerful woman, Yan Bingyun, the chairwoman of Yuk Group. President Yan, what an honor it is to have you come all the way from the Magic City to see me, Xia Lei said, attempting to sit up, but his body couldn't move an inch due to the plaster on his waist. President Xia, you should lie down, Yan Bingyun said as she turned to walk towards the window. I didn't come to Shancheng just to see you. I wanted to meet with the strawberry boss. Ha ha ha. Xia Lei laughed awkwardly and said, whatever you need from me, President Yan, just say the word. I need more detailed information about the strawberry boss. Yan Bingyun opened the window and said, from what I understand, you have had contact with him in reality, and Tianyu has been suppressing Fanqing during this time, so you must know him better than I do. President Yan, I don't even know where that guy came from, Xia Lei frowned and said, he just appeared out of nowhere and used a large amount of capital to acquire Fanqing, but I have yet to find any useful information about where his funds come from or his connections. Buzz. As soon as Xia Lei finished speaking, his phone suddenly rang. Sorry, President Yan, I need to take this call. Xia Lei picked up his phone and pressed the answer button. What? Xia Lei suddenly exclaimed, his face turning extremely ugly. Okay, I understand. Xia Lei hung up the phone, his expression dark enough to drip water. President Yan, I don't know the specifics of his background, but I can confirm one thing, the president of the Shancheng Financial Association must be his backer. Oh, Song Lijun? That's right. Xia Lei gritted his teeth and said, if it weren't for Song Lijun, an artist under his company who has never even shown his face, would never have become the tourism ambassador for Shancheng. And then there's Zhao Yiren. Just a couple of days ago, Zhao Yiren was selected as the ambassador for the National Museum, and Song Lijun's help must have played a part in that. If what you say is true, and Song Lijun is his backer, then he indeed has the capital to refuse my acquisition of his company. Yan Bingyun showed a thoughtful expression, but she always felt that things weren't that simple. What? That guy actually dared to refuse President Yan? It seems he really is tired of living, Xia Lei sneered. But don't worry, President Yan, I can't guarantee anything about his other companies, but he won't be able to establish himself in the entertainment industry with Fanqing. President Xia, I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. Yan Bingyun smiled and said, here, I wish Tianyu great success in remaking The Martial Artist. With such a great IP for martial artists, I am confident I can create a work that will revolutionize the history of cinema, Xia Lei said with a confident expression. After all, this is the largest investment my company has ever made in a film. Hua Jianyingyu. Lu Chen returned home alone. Ling Shuang was supposed to come back with him, but halfway through, Ling Shuang's mother called and asked her to return. Sitting on the living room sofa, Lu Chen opened Douyin to check. When he saw the trending topics related to Ling Shuang, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. As the Mountain City Cultural Bureau released the poster announcing Ling Shuang as the tourism ambassador, the entire internet erupted. The comments from netizens also underwent a dramatic change. Is this Ling Shuang? Such a beautiful girl, Are you telling me she's a meat tank? So beautiful, this is the prettiest girl I've ever seen on the internet, no exceptions. How could such a beautiful girl possibly be a bully? Even if she is, please bully me. May the rumor mongers die with their whole family. Is it true that she sings as you wish? She's beautiful and sings well. I feel she will become the second Zhao Erin. Although I really like Zhao Erin, I have to say Ling Shuang's looks are even better. I haven't posted a single negative comment about her, surpassing 99% of netizens. Woo woo woo, goddess, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have followed the trend to say you're ugly. Looking at these comments, Lu Chen could only say that those who spread rumors were really foolish. Why spread rumors about anything else when they could say Ling Shuang is a meat tank? Now that Ling Shuang's true appearance was revealed, everyone would know the truth. Suddenly, Lu Chen was attracted by a trending topic. #Tianyu will invest 5 billion to remake martial artists in the second half of the year. He clicked on the trending topic. It was filled with various related videos. Minutes later, a smile crept onto Lu Chen's lips, and he immediately got up to head to his study. He opened the author backend of Strawberry and began to create a new book. Book title, Immortal Execution Author. Great Dao, that's right, Lu Chen planned to copy the classic Xianxia IP novel, Immortal Execution, from his previous life. The reason for choosing Immortal Execution was simple. He wanted to strike from a lower dimension. The book Martial Artists, which he had just watched videos about, told the story of a martial arts world. But because the novel industry in Manhwa was relatively backward, the martial arts world described in Martial Artists seemed utterly ordinary to him. Any well-known martial arts novel from his previous life could easily overshadow it, not to mention the masterpieces of famous authors like Jin Yong and Gu Lon. However, Lu Chen did not intend to copy a martial arts masterpiece. He wanted to crush martial artists from the background of the novel's world. Isn't Martial Artists about the martial arts world? He would directly copy a novel about the Xianxia world, Immortal Execution. Most importantly, until now, there had not been a single Xianxia novel in Manhwa. Even the mythological stories in Manhwa's history were few and far between. The only famous myth was the story of Pango creating the world. But that was just Pango creating the world. Stories like the Primordial Chaos, Fengshen, and Journey to the West, which were widely known on Earth in his previous life, did not exist in Manhwa. Hours later, Lu Chen successfully copied Immortal Execution in its entirety. However, he did not rush to publish it. He wanted Tianyu to suffer a heavy loss. Once Tianyu spent a large amount of money to finish filming Martial Artists, he would then publish Immortal Execution. At the same time, he planned to film Immortal Execution in advance, so that it would be released in theaters simultaneously with Martial Artists. The National Day holiday passed in the blink of an eye. During these days, Lu Chen rarely had time to relax. Most of his time was spent at home typing. Now, he had copied no less than 100 novels on his computer, with songs and scripts in abundance. Originally, Lu Chen planned to copy a few comics, but since he couldn't draw, he temporarily gave up. Mr. Lu, according to the backend data, the number of users uninstalling the platform has been increasing day by day. Although new users are still on the rise, this situation may not be sustainable. In front of the computer desk in the study, Lu Chen opened the Strawberry Writer backend, holding a phone that was currently in a call. The entire platform only has Dopa Tianxiong as a readable book. Once readers finish Dopa Tianxiong, they can't find any other novels to read, so naturally, they will uninstall the app, Lu Chen said calmly. So what should we do next? Should we poach a few authors from Yueku? What, Manager Tang? Are you confident you can poach someone? We definitely can't poach the platinum and top authors under Yueku, but getting a few excellent authors should be fine, Tang Hai replied seriously from the other end of the line. No need, Lu Chen said. Rather than spending money to poach a few unknown authors, I'd rather give you and editor Tang a raise. A raise? Yay! As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, an excited voice came from the phone. Sorry, President Lu, editor Tang is quite simple-minded and doesn't speak much. Huajiang Building, Strawberry Company. Tang Hai shot a glare at Tang Mang, who was eavesdropping beside him, causing her to hurriedly cover her mouth. It's fine. Being simple-minded is a blessing. How about this, Manager Tang? Your and editor Tang's salaries will be doubled based on the original amount, and other benefits can be discussed once the company stabilizes. Also, let editor Tang know to remember to approve all the new books I publish later. Yes, thank you, President Lu. Tang Hai breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Once Lu Chen hung up, Tang Hai turned around and said seriously, how many times have I told you, as an employee, you need to act like one? The company is not your home. You can be casual at home, but at work you must be careful and cautious in both speech and action. Do you know that what you just said was undermining President Lu? If President Lu were petty, not only would he not give you a raise, he might just have you pack your things and leave. But it was President Liu himself who said to raise the salary, Tang Meng said softly. Uncle, aren't you happy about the raise? Tang Hai was completely exasperated with Tang Meng. He wanted to give her a good lecture, but when faced with her innocent and foolish gaze, he gave up. He realized that Tang Meng was just a bit dim-witted. But what could he do? She was his own niece. He couldn't bear to scold her, let alone hit her. From now on, you are not allowed to eavesdrop on my calls with President Liu. Tang Hai gritted his teeth. Every time he reported work to Lu Chen over the phone, Tang Meng always appeared behind him without him noticing. He had never seen anyone as gossipy as Tang Meng. Oh, Tang Meng replied weakly. Hurry up and finish the work President Liu assigned you. We'll go eat hot pot for lunch later. Are you treating us, uncle? Tang Meng's eyes lit up at the mention. You little brat, when have I not treated you? Tang Hai said with a dark expression. If you keep talking back, you'll have to pay for your own meals in the future. No, I won't say anything anymore. Tang Meng quickly returned to her workstation and opened the editing back-end software. Uncle, don't worry, when I get rich in the future, I will definitely take good care of you. Tang Meng suddenly turned around, looking serious. Hearing this, Tang Hai smiled. Thankfully, it wasn't in vain to care for this girl. So, uncle, can you lend me some money? I want to buy a bag. Tang Hai, lending money to buy a bag, huh? Tang Hai took a deep breath and pulled out his phone. I'll call your dad right now and have him hit you with a few bags. Hee, just kidding. I'll get serious about work now, so don't call my dad. Save some phone bill. Get serious about work, right now. It's just the two of us in the company, and we must seize this opportunity. Tang Hai put down his phone, his expression serious. Once the company really gets on track, then President Liu will definitely hire new employees. By then, we will be the company's veterans, and our salaries will surely increase. When you start earning your own money, you can buy an expensive bag, and no one will say anything. As soon as Tang Hai finished speaking, he realized that Tang Meng wasn't even listening to him. Instantly, he felt a surge of anger. Uncle, look! Just as Tang Hai was about to give Tang Meng a good lecture, she suddenly waved at him frantically, her eyes filled with disbelief. What's wrong? Tang Hai frowned and quickly walked over to Tang Meng's workstation. But when he saw the editing back end, he was just as incredulous as Tang Meng. Strange blowing lamp. 2 notes. God slaying, I'm in a mental hospital. 100 days of end. At a glance, there were at least a dozen novels, and all these novels were authored by Dao. President Liu, he released 15 novels at once. Tang Meng swallowed hard, and these novels, just like Do Put Sung Shom, are all completed. Quick, click in. Tang Hai thought of something, his eyes filled with excitement. A few minutes later, a voice of shock and excitement rang out in the office area. So amazing! What kind of god, platinum author? Compared to President Liu, they're nothing. President Liu is the only true god in the online literature world. The salary is actually this low. Lu Chen had no idea that Tang Hai regarded him as a true god in the online literature world. At this moment, he was checking the salaries of Tang Hai and Tang Meng. According to the system reward data, Tang Hai was previously the team leader in the Strawberry Editing Department, with a base monthly salary of 3,000, plus team performance commission. Tang Meng was an ordinary editor in the department, with a base monthly salary of 1,500, plus commission from contracted books. However, since Strawberry had little traffic, the two had hardly ever received any commission. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they were working for love. Now that Lu Chen had doubled their salaries, it was still only 6,000, 3,000 a month. It was indeed quite miserable. Lu Chen thought for a moment and decided to wait a while before giving the two a raise and arranging various benefits. In his previous life, he was just another cog in the machine. Now that he had a system and wasn't short on money, he certainly couldn't be like those unscrupulous bosses who only knew how to exploit their employees. Moreover, the amount of salary also determined whether employees would be loyal to the company. One couldn't expect employees to work hard for you while paying them only 2,000 or 3,000 a month, right? Coming back to his senses, Lu Chen glanced at the time. There were still 2 hours until noon, and today he had an important task to do, which was to go to the Financial Association to attend a bidding meeting. This meeting would determine who would ultimately undertake the demolition and reconstruction project in the urban village. Lu Chen opened WeChat on his phone, and the first thing that caught his eye was an unread message from Song Qingwan. Qingwan, I'm about to arrive at the garage, you can come down. Qingwan, don't forget to bring the bidding documents. Longtong Hotel, first floor lobby lounge area. Yan Bingyun was talking with a woman of extraordinary temperament. Xiaoji, I heard that a person named Lu Chen acquired 40% of Honda's shares. Yes, that's true. Lin Shi smiled. Sister Yun, you're looking for me. probably to inquire about President Liu, right? How much do you know about this person? Yan Bingyun looked at Lin Ji and asked. Xia Yong told me that this person has a background with Song Lijun. What do you think? I'm not very familiar with President Liu. If you ask me what I think of him, I can barely give my opinion, but if you ask me about his background, I can't answer that. As for the relationship between President Liu and President Song, in my personal view, it's probably not that good yet. Although President Song's daughter has a somewhat ambiguous relationship with President Liu, given President Song's character, even if President Liu really became his son-in-law, he would still be clear about public and private matters. Then tell me your opinion about this person. Yan Bingyun said slowly, I'm quite curious about what kind of person he is in your eyes. Arrogant, ignorant, not worth fearing. Lin Ji pondered for a moment and replied, that aligns with my view. Yan Bingyun nodded. However, although this person is not likable, his background should be quite complex. So, what does Sister Yun think? Who is supporting him from behind? Hard to say, Yan Bingyun said thoughtfully, but Xia Yong is right, Song Lijun must be one of his backers. Otherwise, his company's artists wouldn't have become ambassadors for the National Museum and representatives for tourism in Shancheng. But I've investigated for a few days regarding the funding sources he used to acquire Hongda and Fanqing, and I haven't found any clues. Most likely, the funds he used come from overseas. If that's the case, it's possible he is a spokesperson arranged by some overseas force in our country. That makes some sense. Lin Ji showed a contemplative expression. Why did Sister Yun suddenly take an interest in General Liu? Lin Ji asked, did he offend you? Offend is not the right word. It's just that he's the first person I've met who doesn't give me face, Yan Bingyun said calmly. A few days ago, he acquired a free novel platform called Strawberry, and on that platform, an author named Dideo published a phenomenal novel, Do Patian Xiong. I'm very interested in that author named Dideo. I thought about acquiring Strawberry to bring Dideo under my company, but when I called that guy, he not only quoted me 100 billion to humiliate me but also hung up before I could finish speaking. That does sound like something he would do, Lin Ji laughed. What happened after that? There was no after, Yan Bingyun said coldly. Since he doesn't give me face, I don't need to be polite with him. The free novel platform will indeed affect my company, but that's only if this free novel platform can survive. He thinks he can save Strawberry with a Dideo and a Do Patian Xiong. I can only say he's dreaming, and the facts prove that Strawberry's recent popularity is just a last flicker before its complete shutdown. Nowadays, as more readers finish Do Patian Xiong, the number of users uninstalling Strawberry is increasing daily. Once the hype around Do Patian Xiong completely dissipates, everything will return to calm, and the free novel platform Strawberry will be forgotten by readers over time. Only Yuekue can remain active in the eyes of countless readers. Buzz. As soon as Yan Bingyun finished speaking, the phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the caller ID, Yan Bingyun answered the call. President Yan, it's bad, something has happened. Just now, Dideo released a new book. So soon? Yan Bingyun frowned and asked, what's the name of the new book? How's the quality? 15 new books, each one a phenomenal masterpiece. What did you say? Yan Bingyun suddenly stood up from the sofa, breathing rapidly. Say that again. How many new books did Dideo release? 15. On the other end of the line, Huang Kong trembled, and all 15 new books are already completed. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Yan Bingyun's face turned pale. How could one person write so many high-quality completed novels in such a short time? He's a human, not a god. There must be something behind this. Find out for me. No matter what method you use, I must see Dideo in person. Yes, I'll go right away. After hanging up the phone, Yan Bingyun immediately opened Strawberry. Entering the app, a link popped up. Dideo's new works, Guichoi Deng, Damu by Ji. Click to read. Yan Bingyun didn't open each book to read but instead clicked on the comments section of these books. Divine book, yet another divine book. Damn, these books are all written by the Great Tao? That's incredible. Including Battle Through the Heavens, the Great Tao has published 16 novels in less than a month, and each one is enough to crush all current works in the online literature world. I declare that the Great Tao is the creator god of the online literature realm. Creator god, no doubt about it. His novels have almost created entirely new systems that have never existed in the online literature world before. I was planning to uninstall Strawberry, but now I won't uninstall anything. From now on, I will only read the Great Tao's novels. I can only say that after reading the Great Tao's novels, I can't even look at other novels. How could this be? Looking at these comments, Yan Bingyun slumped on the sofa. She couldn't understand how there could be a novel author who, in less than a month, published 16 completed works, each one a phenomenal masterpiece. The Great Tao. Yan Bingyun took a deep breath. No matter what method she used, she had to dig the Great Tao from Strawberry to Yueku. Sister Yun, Are you okay? Lin Shi asked with concern. It was the first time she had seen such a strong emotional fluctuation from Yen Bingyun. Sorry to make you laugh. Yen Bingyun calmed her emotions and said, the reason I called you over this time is not only to ask you for information about that person but also to have you accompany me to the financial association. Sister Yun plans to personally attend the bidding meeting? Lin Ji was a bit surprised. Yes. Yen Bingyun nodded. My family places great importance on the demolition and reconstruction project in the urban village of Shanshang, so they specifically asked me to be the person in charge of this project. Then I'll congratulate Sister Yun in advance. Lin Shi smiled. With the strength of Longtum Group, I'm sure the winning bid in this meeting will definitely be Longtum Group. In terms of strength, Longtum Group is indeed the strongest among the bidding companies, but I'm afraid the financial association may favor local enterprises. After all, the largest real estate company in Shanshang, Jin Yun Group, is also participating in the bidding. Time reached noon. Lu Chen arrived at the Financial Association building in Song Qingwan's Audi A8. Don't be nervous later, focus on the reconstruction plan when you speak. As long as your ideas are good enough, it doesn't matter if you can't come up with that much funding for now. Once you take on the project, you can apply for an interest-free loan from my dad. Song Qingwan helped Lu Chen adjust his clothes, like a virtuous wife. Her gaze lingered on Lu Chen, her eyes somewhat dreamy. Lu Chen, dressed in a custom suit for this bidding meeting, appeared even more handsome under the sunlight with his tall figure. His black hair styled into a slick back, his originally casual demeanor now exuded a sense of maturity and steadiness. Yeah, I know. Lu Chen smiled and nodded. Throughout the journey, Song Qingwan had told him more than once not to be nervous. But in reality, he wasn't nervous at all. It was Song Qingwan who was nervous. But thinking about it, it made sense. He was about to meet Song Lijun, and as Song Lijun's daughter, Song Qingwan must have felt a sense of introducing her boyfriend to her father, which was naturally nerve-wracking. This was also why Lu Chen rarely dressed so formally. He could be casual, but he couldn't let his casualness make things difficult for Song Qingwan. Let's go in. Song Qingwan took a deep breath, linked her arm with Lu Chen's, and walked into the Financial Association building. Financial Association Conference Hall. The conference hall was divided into two areas, the leadership seating area at the podium and the corporate representative seating area. On the conference table, the nameplates of the participating bidding companies were arranged in order. Sister Yun, have you heard of this company called Tiangong? Lin Shi asked as she arrived at the conference hall with Yen Bingyun. As they sat in the seating area representing Longting Group, Lin Ji's attention was suddenly drawn to a nameplate of a company on the right. She saw the nameplate printed with the words Tiangong Limited. I've never heard of it. Yen Bingyun glanced at the nameplate of Tiangong Company, frowning as she said, the information I received indicates that there is no real estate company named Tiangong among the enterprises participating in the bidding. President Yen. At that moment, a surprised voice rang out. A middle-aged man and a young man entered the conference hall, guided by the staff. The middle-aged man was tall and sturdy, with a square face that exuded an oppressive aura. The young man looked ordinary, but his eyes revealed a chilling demeanor. President Yen, I didn't expect you to personally represent Longting at the meeting. The middle-aged man quickly walked up to Yen Bingyun, his face full of smiles. This man was none other than Qin Guanghong, the chairman of Jin Yun Group. Beside him was his son, Qin Feng. President Qin, it's an honor to meet you. Qin Feng slightly bowed to Yen Bingyun. President Qin, I assume you won't mind that Longting is participating in the bidding competition this time? Yen Bingyun calmly gazed at Qin Guanghong. With her background, she could easily dismiss Qin Guanghong. Moreover, Jin Yun Group and Longting Group were both real estate companies and had always been competitors in terms of interests. President Yen is joking. Longting, as the largest real estate company in the country, has always been a model for my group to learn from. It is an honor for my group to participate in this bidding competition alongside Longting. Qin Guanghong still wore a smile, but his mood had grown heavy. He was aware that Longting Group was participating in the bidding, but he hadn't expected Yen Bingyun to personally represent Longting at the tender meeting. As a local real estate company in Shanshang, Jin Yun Group had a significant advantage in the urban village demolition project. After all, Jin Yun Group could increase tax revenue for Shanshang. Before this, Qin Guanghong was about 80% confident of winning the bid, but now, his confidence had dropped to less than 50%. The reason for this drastic decrease was simply because Yen Bingyun had come to represent Longting at this bidding meeting. If it had been the chairman of Longting Group, it would have only represented Longting Group. But Yen Bingyun's presence represented not only Longting Group but also the powerful background behind her. Thinking of Yen Bingyun's formidable background, Qin Guanghong felt a surge of helplessness. President Lu. Suddenly, Lin Ji, who was beside Yin Bingyun, exclaimed in surprise. At the entrance of the conference hall, Lu Chen and Song Qingwan were walking towards them, guided by the staff. Xiao Ji, you're here too. Song Qingwan saw Lin Ji and her eyes flashed with confusion. When she noticed Yin Bingyun beside Lin Ji, her expression changed in surprise, and then she smiled, saying, President Yen, I didn't expect to see you here. Xiao Mu, let me introduce you. This is President Yen from Yuekong Group. Song Qingwan signaled Lu Chen with her eyes. Hello, President Yen. I didn't expect to meet you so soon. Lu Chen smiled as he looked at Yin Bingyun, also taking in her appearance. Dressed in a professional OL suit, she had a tall and curvaceous figure. Her pretty face was free of makeup, yet it was captivating enough to draw one's gaze. With brows and eyes like paintings, skin as smooth as jade, and lips as red as fire, her entire demeanor was both charming and cold. Looking down, her impressive fullness stretched the fabric of her clothing, with a waist that could be grasped with one hand and a voluptuous peach-shaped bottom, showcasing a perfect hourglass figure. Lu Chen's heart stirred. Yen Bingyun's personal information appeared before him. Name, Yen Bingyun. Age, 29. Height, 175 centimeters. Weight, 64 kilograms. Overall appearance rating, 96. 0. Favorability, 0. Stranger. At 175 centimeters tall, Yen Bingyun was the tallest girl Lu Chen had ever encountered. With the added height of her high heels, Yen Bingyun's gaze was almost at the same level as Lu Chen's. She stared coldly at Lu Chen, and if looks could kill, he would have been dead countless times by now. How unfortunate, I didn't expect that after just a few days, President Yen has turned into a mute. Seeing Yen Bingyun's continued indifferent gaze, Lu Chen's smile faded. His greeting to Yen Bingyun was merely to show respect to Song Qingwan, not because he was genuinely afraid of her. From the way Song Qingwan had given him a look, it was easy to guess that Yen Bingyun had an extraordinary background. But so what? If Yen Bingyun didn't give him face, why should he give her any? As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, Yen Bingyun's expression grew even colder. Qin Guanghong beside them frowned. Hey, Lu, how are you talking to President Yen? The moment Qin Feng saw Lu Chen, anger surged within him. He had not forgotten the slap Lu Chen had given him at the Lin family estate. Now that Lu Chen dared to call Yen Bingyun a mute, he certainly wouldn't let such a good opportunity slip by. President Yen, this person is Lu Chen, someone who relies on Xiao Feng. Before Qin Feng could finish, Qin Guanghong interrupted him. Song girl, Xiao Feng is just straightforward, don't take it to heart. Qin Guanghong smiled at Song Qingwan. He could overlook Qin Feng offending Lu Chen since Lu Chen had just offended Yen Bingyun, and this could leave a good impression on Yen Bingyun. But he couldn't let Qin Feng offend Song Qingwan as well. Song Qingwan was the only daughter of Song Lijun, offending her was equivalent to offending Song Lijun. And as Jin Yun Group was a local enterprise in Shanshang, they relied on Song Lijun in many ways. Offending him would not benefit the development of Jin Yun Group at all. Uncle Qin, don't worry, I know what kind of person your son is. Song Qingwan replied with a smile. But everyone present could hear her dissatisfaction with Qin Feng. President Lu is indeed quite unique, Yen Bingyun said in a deep voice. I'm curious, how did President Lu end up here? Could it be that President Lu is also here for the bidding meeting? Lin Ji, standing nearby, instinctively glanced at the Tiangong Company nameplate on the right side of the conference table. Faced with Yen Bingyun's inquiry, Lu Chen chose to ignore her. This action made Yen Bingyun clench her fists in anger. Xiao Mu, President Yen is talking to you. Song Qingwan tugged at Lu Chen's sleeve, constantly signaling him with her eyes. At the same time, she felt very worried. When had Lu Chen offended Yen Bingyun? If you can be here, why can't I? Lu Chen said expressionlessly as he walked over to the spot where the Tiangong Company nameplate was placed and sat down. He would not indulge Yen Bingyun. From the moment she saw him, she had kept a straight face and refused to speak, putting on an air of superiority. Even when he greeted her, she deliberately ignored him, clearly wanting to make him lose face. Therefore, he had no intention of giving her a good expression. President Lu has quite the ambition, but I wonder if he has the capability to match it. Yen Bingyun snorted coldly, sitting down and no longer paying attention to Lu Chen. For a moment, the atmosphere in the entire conference hall became quite delicate. The representatives from the other bidding companies looked utterly at a loss. They wanted to approach Yen Bingyun to greet her but were afraid of provoking her while she was in a bad mood. Fortunately, this atmosphere did not last long. Song Lijun and several staff members from the Financial Association entered the conference hall. Is everyone here? Song Lijun sat at the center of the podium, first adjusting the microphone, then scanning the crowd. When his gaze landed on Lu Chen, he instinctively nodded. This action was noticed by both Qin Guanghong and Yen Bingyun, and both frowned. What does your dad's nod mean to me? Lu Chen asked, puzzled. It should mean he's quite satisfied with you, Song Qingwan replied. As the daughter of Song Lijun, she was the one who understood him best in the room. Song Lijun had instinctively nodded just now, clearly a father's first impression of his son-in-law, feeling pleased with him. Oh, I thought he was hinting at giving me a backdoor deal, like assigning the urban village demolition and reconstruction project to me. How could that be? Song Qingwan shot Lu Chen a glance and whispered, with my dad's personality, letting you attend this bidding meeting is already the biggest backdoor deal he's ever given. First of all, on behalf of our bureau, I would like to welcome and thank all the bidding companies present. The meeting officially began. Song Lijun started his speech. Our bureau has decided to put the urban village demolition and reconstruction project out for bidding. Representatives from each company will speak in turn, explaining the compensation conditions they offer for the demolition and their plans for the use of the urban village area. As soon as Song Lijun finished speaking, a staff member said, the representative of Longting Group will speak first, and the representative of Jin Yun Group should be ready. Instantly, all eyes were on Yen Bingyun. Seeing this, Yen Bingyun opened the prepared bidding documents, moved the microphone in front of her, and said, after consideration, our group will offer cash plus property as compensation for the residents of the urban village in Shanchang. We will compensate 4,000 yuan in cash per square meter based on the area of the residents' homes, and additionally, each household will receive a property located in Mingyue community. Moreover, for the urban village area, our group has decided to create a comprehensive large commercial district that integrates residential, entertainment, and shopping. As Yen Bingyun spoke, the faces of Qin Guanghong and other major bidding companies turned grim. Neither the demolition compensation plan proposed by Longtim Group nor the construction plan for the urban village area could be matched by their respective companies. It should be noted that the urban village being demolished this time is not only the largest urban village in Shancheng but also one of the largest in the entire Long country. The area alone reaches an astonishing 5.2 square kilometers, with a permanent population of hundreds of thousands. According to statistics, this urban village has a total of 15,000 self-built houses, covering an area of 4.5 square kilometers. Based on Longten Group's compensation of 4,000 yuan per square meter, it means that the entire urban village demolition will require Longten Group to put out at least 18 billion yuan in cash. This does not even account for the housing space area, and each household must also be compensated with a property. Soon, Yen Bingyun finished her speech. She immediately shot a provocative glance at Lu Chen. She was absolutely confident about this urban village demolition project. Looking across the entire Long country, no private enterprise could come up with over 100 billion yuan in cash at once. Even the trillion yuan valued Longting Group couldn't do it. The trillion refers to the stock value of Longting Group, not the liquid funds in their account. Moreover, no entrepreneur would be foolish enough to keep cash in the bank. The wealthier the entrepreneur, the less cash they tend to have in their accounts, and they might even take loans from banks for various investments. Therefore, she was confident that no company would offer a better demolition compensation plan than Longting. Childish. Faced with Yen Bingyun's provocative gaze, Lu Chen simply turned his head away, too lazy to look at her again. Let's see how long you can keep pretending, Yen Bingyun snorted coldly, crossing her arms. She was eager to see what compensation plan Lu Chen could come up with. Next, the representative of Jin Yun Group will speak, and Tiancheng Group should be ready. Time passed slowly. Almost all the bidding companies had finished speaking, leaving only Lu Chen's Tiangong company. It is worth mentioning that the urban village demolition and reconstruction project was only open for bidding to real estate companies. Therefore, Lu Chen specifically registered a real estate company, named Tiangong Real Estate Company, Ltd. Finally, a representative from Tiangong Real Estate Company, Ltd. will speak. As the staff's words fell, all eyes instantly turned to Lu Chen. Yen Bingyun's gaze remained aloof, while the representatives from other companies looked puzzled. Tiangong, when did such a company appear in the real estate circle? Look at who is sitting next to this young man, and you'll understand why a company we've never heard of can participate in the bidding. Chairman Song's daughter, no wonder, turns out to be someone who got in through the back door. The crowd whispered among themselves, their looks at Lu Chen filled with disdain and contempt. Lu Chen, however, ignored their gazes. Sometimes, being able to take shortcuts is also a skill. Besides, whether he wins the bid depends on his own abilities. If he lacks strength, even if Song Lijun gives him the project, he wouldn't be able to take it on. According to our company's investigation, the average price of properties near the urban village area is 15,000 yuan per square meter. Therefore, our company has decided to offer a demolition compensation of 15,000 yuan per square meter to the residents of the urban village. Additionally, regarding the urban village area, our company has decided to build a theme cultural park comparable to Disneyland, to promote the city's economy and provide a showcase for external publicity. The jobs required for the construction of the themed cultural park will be prioritized for the residents of the urban village. As Lu Chen spoke, the crowd was initially taken aback, and when they came to their senses, their looks at Lu Chen were like that of a clown. On the podium, Song Lijun frowned slightly, but he did not interrupt Lu Chen's speech. Beside Lu Chen, Song Qingwan was completely stunned. Compensation of 15,000 yuan per square meter? She seriously doubted she had heard wrong. Before this, Lu Chen had not mentioned the compensation plan to her, nor had she asked. She was more concerned about Lu Chen's reconstruction plan for the urban village area. After all, a good plan is the key to winning the bid, while the funds for compensating the residents could be resolved through loans and other means. But now, Lu Chen actually proposed a compensation plan of 15,000 yuan per square meter, a price more than 3 times that offered by Longteng Group. Soon, Lu Chen finished his speech. The entire conference hall fell silent. This is absurd. Yan Bingyun stood up from her seat, her voice cold. A real estate company we've never heard of actually offers a compensation price of 15,000 yuan per square meter. I want to ask Mr. Lu, can you take out so much cash at once? Mr. Lu, I see you haven't prepared your bidding documents either. Think carefully, did you perhaps misstate the amount? Qin Guanghong spoke up, if you win the bid, you'll have to undergo capital verification. Don't let everyone laugh at you later when you don't have that much money in your account. 15,000 per square meter, I think you added an extra zero. Participating in the bidding meeting without preparing bidding documents clearly shows you don't take this meeting seriously. In my opinion, Mr. Lu is still too young to distinguish between the importance of things. Young people are often careless, it's normal, they still need more training. The crowd was abuzz with discussion. Out of respect for Song Lijun, they didn't dare to say Lu Chen was being too much, but that didn't stop them from mocking him a bit. Where are your bidding documents? Song Lijun stared at Lu Chen. It seems the meeting didn't specify that paper bidding documents were required, right? Lu Chen pulled out a USB drive from his pocket. I prepared an electronic bidding document. Since you prepared a bidding document, then open it and take a careful look to see if you made any mistakes. A flash of disappointment crossed Song Lijun's eyes. He didn't expect Lu Chen could even misremember such simple data. Compensation of 15,000 yuan per square meter. This price has already exceeded the highest demolition compensation amount in the history of the mountain city. Based on the area of the urban village, if compensated at 15,000 yuan per square meter, he estimates that Lu Chen will have to come up with no less than 70 billion in cash for compensation, and the final compensation amount will only increase, not decrease. Looking at the entire dragon country, even the real estate giant Longteng Group cannot produce that much cash. Not to mention that according to Lu Chen's plan, after the demolition, there will also be a need to build a cultural theme park that can rival Disney, which will be another huge expense. Chairman Song, I haven't misremembered, Lu Chen said with a smile, 15,000 yuan per square meter. This is the compensation plan my company has proposed. Heh, even at this point, President Lu is still being stubborn. Yan Bingyun sneered. Chairman Song, since President Lu says he hasn't misremembered, let's start the capital verification directly. 15,000 per square meter. Our Longteng doesn't have President Lu's extravagance and can't come up with that much money. As long as President Lu can prove that he currently has 50 billion in cash, I will represent Longteng and withdraw from the project competition. If you want to withdraw, then withdraw. Why so much nonsense? Lu Chen looked at Yan Bingyun, his expression unchanged. Your constant need to assert your presence is truly disgusting. I think it's you who is disgusting. Qin Feng suddenly stood up, glaring at Lu Chen. What gives you the right to speak to President Yan like that? With a fool like you, I really don't understand what Qingwan sees in you. Sooner or later, you will pay for your arrogance and ignorance. Shut up. Yan Bingyun shot a glare at Qin Feng. In an instant, Qin Feng froze in place, his face looking worse than if he had eaten feces. He couldn't understand why, when he was clearly helping Yan Bingyun, she told him to shut up. It seems you are used to being a dog, but unfortunately, a dog is just a dog. No one will treat you like a person, Lu Chen said mockingly. Immediately, Qin Feng's face twisted, his inner fury burning wildly. Just as Qin Feng was about to explode, Qin Guanghong spoke up, President Lu, it's better not to engage in a war of words. As President Yan said, as long as you can prove you have sufficient funds, then I will represent Jin Yun Group and withdraw from the project competition along with Longteng. Great, Lu Chen smiled, it would be best if you all withdrew from the competition, that would save a lot of trouble. Chairman Song, how should we verify the funds? Lu Chen looked at Song Lijun, who had been frowning on the podium, and asked, should we directly check the bank card balance or look at the assets under my name? Xiaoli, go help President Lu with the capital verification, Song Lijun said. giving Lu Chen a deep look before addressing a bespectacled man beside him. Okay, Chairman, the man nodded, then walked up to Lu Chen with a smile. President Lu, this way please. Under the man's guidance, Lu Chen arrived at a corner of the conference hall. There was a machine resembling an ATM. President Lu, this is a capital verification machine produced by the bank. Its usage is the same as that of an ATM, except that the verification machine can only check the balance and cannot perform transfers or withdrawals. Lu Chen nodded, then took out a bank card and inserted it. At the same time, the verification machine screen synchronized with the projection screen behind the podium. Instantly, everyone focused intently on the projection screen. As Lu Chen entered his password and pressed the confirm button, a string of numbers appeared on the projection screen. A chorus of gasps filled the room. Everyone present widened their eyes in disbelief. Yan Bingyun slumped in her chair, her gaze vacant. 100 billion. 100 billion. Lu Chen's bank card had a full 100 billion in cash. President Song, this 100 billion in cash should be enough to cover the demolition costs, right? Lu Chen calmly said as he took out his bank card. This 100 billion was the result of his recent negotiations with the head of the Tegel oil field, selling a portion of oil for funds. If he wanted, he could continue selling oil and exchange it for 400 billion in cash. Yan Bingyun's attempt to embarrass him by verifying the funds was simply self-defeating. Lu Chen's gaze turned to Yan Bingyun, who happened to be looking at him as well. From her eyes, he saw a mix of unwillingness, anger, shock, and grievance. This woman was even feeling wronged. Lu Chen looked at her with disdain. After Yan Bingyun's phone call to acquire strawberries and the events of today, his impression of her had plummeted to the extreme. The funds are sufficient, Song Lijun said, trying to calm his emotions. Today's meeting ends here. Later, you will each submit your bidding documents to Shaoli. Our bureau will announce the winning company for this project tomorrow. As Song Lijun's words fell, there was no response from the companies. Everyone understood that Song Lijun's announcement of the winning company tomorrow was merely a formality. The final winning company would definitely be Tiandong. Yet they had no choice but to accept it. The 100 billion cash in Lu Chen's account not only slapped them in the face but also made them fearful of their earlier mockery of him. Anyone could imagine how terrifying the background of someone with 100 billion in cash could be. Coupled with Lu Chen's complete lack of regard for Yan Bingyun, everyone turned pale. Congratulations, General Manager Lu. A business owner hurried over to Lu Chen, wearing a broad smile. General Manager Lu, do you have time tonight? I've arranged a celebration banquet for you at the Golden Building, eagerly awaiting your presence. General Manager Lu, I heard the Red Romance in Shancheng is quite nice. How about I invite you to have a good time there tonight? In the blink of an eye, Lu Chen was surrounded by various business owners. Everyone wore smiles, completely different from their earlier expressions. Congratulations, General Manager Lu. Qin Guanghong laughed heartily. General Manager Lu is indeed young and promising, unlike us who are blind. Please don't hold it against us. Yes, we are blind. General Manager Lu, please don't take it to heart. They all self-deprecated, hoping to ease Lu Chen's anger through this method. However, Lu Chen merely cast a cold glance at them and ignored their attempts. Sister Yun, are you okay? In the outdoor parking lot of the Financial Association building, inside a Tesla, Lin Shi sat in the driver's seat, looking at the silent Yan Bingyun in the passenger seat with concern. Since being scolded by Lu Chen, Yan Bingyun hadn't said a word, appearing as if she had suffered a tremendous blow. I'm fine, Yan Bingyun said, tears glistening in her eyes as she turned her head away from Lin Ji. Drive, take me to the hotel. Sigh. Lin Ji sighed upon seeing this. She had known Yan Bingyun for almost a year and understood her personality. As a member of the Yan family, Yan Bingyun had a very powerful background. Because of this, everyone she interacted with had always been polite to her. Relying on the Yan family, everything she did went smoothly. Over time, this had fostered her haughty demeanor. But now, Lu Chen's appearance had directly trampled her pride underfoot, continuously crushing it. The immense disparity brought by Lu Chen, along with the crisis posed by his companies, Strawberry and Tiangong, had plunged Yan Bingyun into self-doubt. Not far from the Tesla, a Mercedes-Benz van was parked. In the back seat of the car, Xin Feng covered his face, his complexion pale. Beside him, Xin Guanghong said expressionlessly, "Do you know why I hit you?" "Understood." Xin Feng's voice was hoarse. "As long as you understand, it proves you still have a chance." Xin Guanghong looked out the window and happened to see a Tesla driving out of the garage. He said, "It's fine to want to please Yan Bingyun, but you shouldn't speak so carelessly. Behind Yan Bingyun is the Yan family. Threatening Lu Chen will cost him for his arrogance and ignorance. If anything happens to the other party later, everyone will suspect the Yan family first, which is why Yen Bingyun wants you to keep quiet. Dad, who exactly is he? Xin Feng's face darkened. He doesn't even regard Yen Bingyun. Could it be that his background is even stronger than hers? But if he really has a powerful background, why doesn't Yen Bingyun know him? His background is no longer important. Qin Guanghong's eyes were cold. You just need to know one thing. From the moment he took on the urban village project, he became our enemy. Shanchang is the territory of my Jin Yun group. No matter who it is, anyone who dares to touch the real estate cake of Shanchang will pay the price. But the urban village demolition project has already been taken over by him, and he has Song Lijun behind him. What can we do to get the project into our hands? Remember, if you can't solve the trouble, then solve the one who creates the trouble. A flash of killing intent crossed Qin Guanghong's eyes. No matter what, we cannot allow this company, Tiangong, to grow. Otherwise, our interests will suffer huge losses, and Jin Yun Group will become a joke. I understand. Xin Feng's eyes lit up at his words, and he immediately revealed a cruel smile. Shamu, how do you have so much cash? At the exit of the Finance Association building, Song Qingwan stared at Lu Chen, incredulous. That's 100 billion. Even if you're a prodigy, even if you've been making money since birth, you couldn't possibly earn 100 billion. Do you really want to know? Lu Chen said seriously. I can tell you, but you need to pay a price. What price? Song Qingwan's face turned pale. Don't be so serious. I'm scared. It wouldn't be that the money is from an illegal source, would it? You aren't doing anything criminal, are you? A series of terrifying thoughts flashed through Song Qingwan's mind. Hee, just kidding. Lu Chen suddenly laughed. Just give me a kiss, and I'll tell you. Kiss where? Song Qingwan stared at Lu Chen's lips, her face turning red. On the face? What do you think? Lu Chen pulled Song Qingwan close and leaned down to kiss her soft lips. Instantly, Song Qingwan's pupils widened, and she immediately wrapped her arms around Lu Chen's waist. Unbearable to look at, simply unbearable. On the second floor of the building, Song Lijun stood by the window, about to make a phone call. Suddenly, he saw Lu Chen kissing Song Qingwan, which made him furious. A few minutes later, Song Lijun looked at the two still hugging and kissing downstairs, his face completely darkened. He picked up a cup of water from the table and splashed it down. Who is it, so lacking in moral integrity? Lu Chen was startled by the sudden splash of water and looked up to curse the other party's family. But when he looked up, he saw Song Lijun's furious face. Uncle Song, it's you. Lu Chen was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. I thought it was raining. Dad. Song Qingwan met Song Lijun's gaze, her pretty face instantly burning with embarrassment. Dad, don't misunderstand. Shamu got sand in his eyes, and I was helping him blow it out. Did you blow lipstick onto his lips? Song Lijun said with a dark expression. Don't you have a home? Why do you have to be affectionate in public? Song Lijun was genuinely angry. Lu Chen and Song Qingwan could be affectionate anywhere, but they chose to do it at the building's exit, as if afraid others wouldn't see. Uncle Song is right. I'll take Qingwan home to be affectionate now. Lu Chen hurriedly pulled Song Qingwan and quickly left the building's exit. Little brat. Song Lijun watched Lu Chen and Song Qingwan's departing figures, shaking his head helplessly. Although he was not very satisfied with Lu Chen's personality, feeling that he was too ostentatious, he could only support Song Qingwan since she liked Lu Chen. I wonder where this kid came from, to have such astonishing cash. Song Lijun thought for a moment and dialed a number. Xiaomu, you still haven't told me where that 100 billion cash came from. The Audi A8 was driving on the road. In the driver's seat, Song Qingwan said with a serious expression, you must not do anything illegal. That's 100 billion, such a large sum in my bank account. Do you think the bank wouldn't investigate? Lu Chen said earnestly, to be honest, I have an oil field in Camel Country, worth about 500 billion dragon coins. As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, Song Qingwan was so shocked that she slammed on the brakes. Fortunately, there were no cars behind, otherwise, an accident would have definitely occurred. What are you doing? Trying to murder your husband? I'm sorry. Song Qingwan patted her chest repeatedly, taking deep breaths. It's just that what you said is too unbelievable. She restarted the vehicle, her eyes filled with shock and confusion. Aren't the oil fields in Camel Country controlled by the royal family? How could you own an oil field there? That's a long story. Lu Chen thought for a moment and said, did you see the news about the imperial seal of the kingdom recently? Yeah, I heard that the imperial seal has been guarded by the descendants of Liu Bang until a few days ago when they donated it to the country. I am that descendant who donated the imperial seal. The wealth I currently possess has been accumulated by my ancestors over generations, and most of the wealth left by my ancestors is spread across foreign lands. As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, Song Qingwan slammed on the brakes again. Wait, we aren't even married yet. Even if you kill me, you won't get my property. Lu Chen looked speechless. I'm sorry. Song Qingwan's voice trembled. How about you drive instead? What's wrong with you? Lu Chen asked with concern. You aren't scared, are you? I am scared, but I'm scared by what you said. Song Qingwan said in shock. You actually donated the imperial seal, you're a descendant of Liu Bang, and your ancestors left you a huge fortune. This all sounds too unbelievable, but I have to believe it. If Lu Chen had told Song Qingwan this information a few days ago, she would have thought he was joking. But now, Lu Chen had just shown 100 billion cash in his account. This was undoubtedly the best proof of Lu Chen's identity. Lu Chen knew this too, which is why he told Song Qingwan this information. Moreover, he needed an identity to explain the wealth he possessed. The identity of being a descendant of Liu Bang was very fitting. First, this identity could be proven by the bamboo slips rewarded by the system. Second, the imperial seal was donated by him to the country. And since he had the imperial seal and an oil field in Camel Country, what was so strange about that? Doesn't Dragon Country have prominent families? As a descendant of Liu Bang, the guardian of the imperial seal, isn't it normal for him to be stronger than those families? In the community garage, Lu Chen looked resentfully at Song Qingwan driving away in the Audi A8. He had originally planned to check Song Qingwan's health thoroughly, but then she told him that she had something important to do at school. There was no way around it. Lu Chen could only postpone his plan to check her health until the evening. Back at home, Lu Chen immediately opened Douyin to check the trending topics. Looking at the top 10 trending topics, several are related to him or the people around him. Hashtag netizens call Didao the god of web literature. Hashtag Didao releases a new book. Hashtag strawberry user downloads exceed 100 million. Hashtag Ling Shuang shoots a poster. Stunningly beautiful. Hashtag Zhao Yiren films a cultural relic promotional video. Dreaming back to ancient times. Hashtag Fan Xing announces the termination of contracts with several major internet celebrities. In these few days, both Lu Chen and Zhao Yiren, as well as Ling Shuang, have been busy. Zhao Yiren is busy filming the cultural relic promotional video. Ling Shuang runs around various scenic spots in the mountain city with cultural bureau staff every day. It is worth mentioning that Lu Chen recently had Li Feng investigate the signed internet celebrities under his management, statistically analyzing those with questionable character and values, and dismissed all of them. In addition, all streamers on short video platforms like Douyin, who had the Fan Xing certification but were not actually employed by Fan Xing, only having signed electronic contracts online, also had their company label authorization revoked. The homepages of these streamers no longer display the Fan Xing label. Douyin's trending topics show that Fan Xing has dismissed several major internet celebrities, but in reality, the number of streamers dismissed by Fan Xing is in the tens of thousands. However, these tens of thousands are all small streamers, with some even having only 1 or 2 viewers in their live streams. After signing with Fan Xing, the company had never managed them, unless a few streamers had extraordinary luck and suddenly became popular, at which point Fan Xing would invest resources in them and formally sign them into the company. The reason Lu Chen had Li Feng conduct a major reshuffle of the company personnel is simple. He wants to build Fan Xing into the largest entertainment company in Long Country, where the number of artists under its banner does not need to be large, but must be elite. This elite status refers not only to the artist's abilities but also to their values and character. Before learning the craft, one must first learn to be a good person. This is the simplest principle. He does not require every artist under him to be infallible saints, but they must at least abide by the law. On Li Feng's investigation list, there are several internet celebrities who not only have moral issues but some have even crossed legal boundaries. If these individuals are not dismissed, Fan Xing could face another wave of online outrage at any moment because of them. Lu Chen continues to check the trending topics. Hashtag Warrior begins filming. Hashtag Best Actor Wu Kai announces his role in Warrior. Hashtag Best Actress Sun Lan announces her role in Warrior. Hashtag Queen Zhou Yun will sing the theme song for Warrior. Hashtag Warrior will use world-class special effects to create a visual feast for the audience. Seeing these trending topics related to Warrior, Lu Chen smiled. Finally, filming has begun. Now he can start filming Xianzhu as well. He had long since copied the script for Xianzhu. At 1 year and 11 months, you began to show interest in electronic devices, and the baby growth task is triggered again. Task content: watch baby Jiao Jiao for 10 minutes. Task reward: robot model times 1, electric rocking car times 1. Note, if the task is completed beyond expectations, a reward crit can be triggered. The system prompt suddenly sounded. Lu Chen pulled his attention away from his phone and began to think about how to exceed the task requirements. He knew that Baby Jiao Jiao is a children's animated series. The task requires him to watch Baby Jiao Jiao for 10 minutes, which is not difficult for him. However, to trigger a reward crit, he must increase the task difficulty as much as possible. Got it. Lu Chen's eyes lit up as he opened Honor of Kings. He raised the difficulty of watching Baby Jiao Jiao to playing the game, which greatly increases the chances of triggering a reward crit. After all, a 1-year and 11-month-old baby cannot play Honor of Kings. 10 minutes later, when the task prompt did not sound, Lu Chen knew the reward crit was secured. Just like that, Lu Chen played Honor of Kings until the evening. When Lu Chen successfully ranked up from Gold to King, the system prompt sounded. Task completed. This time you played video games for 5 hours, your gaming skills and understanding have reached an extraordinary level, far exceeding the task requirements, successfully triggering a 100 million times critical hit. Congratulations, host, you have received a Strength Type Robot ×1. Congratulations, host, you have received 51% shares of Visual Light Magic. Rewards have been issued to the system space and can be extracted at any time. Strength Type Robot, possesses powerful physical strength and defense, obeys only the host. Visual Light Magic, a world-class special effects company, headquartered in the Eagle Country, with a market value of 80 billion dragon coins. Wow, a robot! Looking at the reward description, Lu Chen was completely stunned. There was no time to think further. He hurriedly extracted the Strength-type robot from the system space. Lu Chen focused his mind. In an instant, a figure as tall as an iron tower appeared before him. Lu Chen couldn't help but gasp. His gaze scrutinized the Strength-type robot. It stood 2 meters tall, its body made of an unknown silver metal, exuding a dreamlike metallic luster. The entire body was filled with a sense of power and was seamless, with no visible wires. When Lu Chen touched the body of the Strength-type robot, a light screen appeared at the point of contact. Immediately after, a system prompt popped up. Please name this robot. Only after naming will it be successfully activated. Name it? Lu Chen thought for a moment and said, since it's a Strength-type robot, let's call it Dolly. Naming successful, the robot Neo Dolly has been activated. Neo Dolly? Lu Chen looked puzzled. Master. Just then, the Strength-type robot radiated brilliant light, and as the light faded, a burly man in a suit appeared before Lu Chen. The man was holding a stack of items resembling cards and documents. Dolly? Lu Chen swallowed hard. The man in the suit looked exactly like a human, showing no signs of being a robot at all. What are your orders, Master? Neo Dolly gazed at Lu Chen with a simple expression. Truly impressive, Lu Chen marveled, then looked at the items in Neo Dolly's hands and asked, what do you have there? Master, this is my ID card, bank card, health insurance card, social security card. Neo Dolly handed the cards one by one for Lu Chen to see. After looking through them, Lu Chen finally understood why the system had assigned a surname to the Strength-type robot. It was to give it a legal identity. This way, it could help him avoid a lot of trouble. Dolly, don't call me Master, call me Boss instead. Lu Chen thought for a moment and said, yes, Boss. Although Neo Dolly looked no different from a human, he was still a robot at heart, lacking emotions, and would unconditionally execute Lu Chen's orders. Not bad. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. He decided to have Neo Dolly serve as his driver and bodyguard, so he wouldn't have to drive himself, and in case of danger, he wouldn't need to take action. As for Neo Dolly not knowing how to drive? Nonsense, the system had arranged for Neo Dolly to have a driver's license. This proved that Neo Dolly could definitely drive a vehicle. Dolly, I'll book you a room at a nearby hotel, you can stay there. Also, I'll transfer some money to your bank card, and later you can buy yourself a phone. From now on, I'll call you when I need you. Since the system space could only extract items and not store them, Lu Chen couldn't put Neo Dolly back into the system space. However, with various legal documents, he wasn't worried about Neo Dolly getting into trouble. Not long after Neo Dolly left, the doorbell suddenly rang. Opening the door, Lu Chen saw Song Qingwan standing outside, holding a cardboard box. I'm back. Did you miss me? Song Qingwan walked into the room and headed for the sofa in the living room. What are you holding? Lu Chen followed behind Song Qingwan, a puzzled expression on his face. Some books and teaching materials, Song Qingwan said as she placed the cardboard box on the coffee table. I've resigned, I'm no longer a teacher. Resigned? Lu Chen was taken aback, then suddenly thought of something. It's fine, I'll support you from now on. Lu Chen sat down next to Song Qingwan and pulled her into his arms. What are you doing? I just got back, and you're taking advantage of me. Song Qingwan's cheeks were burning. Lu Chen's large hand was quite unruly. This was also the reason she decided to resign. Although they were both adults, the relationship between a teacher and a student would ultimately sound bad if it got out. That's why she made the decision to quit. I just missed you, Lu Chen whispered in her ear. How about we go to the bedroom? I'll show you my abs. No way, I need to take a shower. Song Qingwan's face turned red as she said, you should shower too. Together? Lu Chen's eyes lit up. Was there such a good thing? I mean, you should shower too. Song Qingwan punched Lu Chen's chest lightly, annoyed. It's not like I'm not letting you. Why are you in such a hurry? Paid content. After a fierce battle, the system notification sounded. Song Qingwan's affection +6. Lu Chen checked Song Qingwan's personal information. Name, Song Qingwan. Age, 28. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 56 kilograms. Overall attractiveness rating, 90. 1. Affection level, 100. Soulmates. The affection level was maxed out. Lu Chen carefully placed Song Qingwan's head on the pillow, his gaze roaming over her. Her long, black hair was spread out, a few strands damp with sweat. Her snow-white skin was tinged with a faint blush, and there was a hint of mature charm in her eyes. The next morning, Lu Chen and Song Qingwan, still asleep, were awakened by the ringing of a phone. They both opened their eyes at the same time. "Good morning," Song Qingwan said, her cheeks instantly flushed. The scenes from last night flashed through her mind, and she fell into a daze. "Aren't you going to answer the phone?" Seeing Song Qingwan's dazed look, Lu Chen couldn't help but chuckle. "Ah, is it mine?" Song Qingwan snapped back to reality and reached for her phone. Seeing this, Lu Chen got up to prepare breakfast. He was very confident in his combat skills. After their encounter, Song Qingwan wouldn't be going out today. After breakfast, Lu Chen and Song Qingwan sat on the sofa chatting. "Xiaomu, I need to go abroad tomorrow. I might be gone for about half a month." "Abroad?" Lu Chen asked. "What are you going abroad for?" "I opened a financial company in Eagle Country with a friend. She just called me and said the company has run into some problems and needs me to go over." "A female friend," Song Qingwan added. "Do you need my help?" Lu Chen thought for a moment and said, "I happen to have assets in Eagle Country too." "No need," Song Qingwan smiled. "Don't underestimate me. I'm quite capable. Although I'm not as rich as you, I have a few small goals in my account." "Then you really are impressive." Lu Chen was taken aback. A few billion was no small amount. Even some companies worth hundreds of billions couldn't come up with that much cash. "Of course, I'm an investment genius," Song Qingwan said proudly. "I started investing while I was in school and co-founded a financial company with friends the year I graduated. Over the years, thanks to the efforts of me and my friends, although the company hasn't gone public, its ability to make money is no worse than some companies worth hundreds of billions." "Since you've opened a financial company, why did you think of coming back to be a teacher instead of continuing to develop in Eagle Country?" "This is a bit complicated," Song Qingwan thought for a moment and said. "The main reason is that my dad wants me to focus my work domestically. Secondly, I have my own selfish motives, which is that I want to cultivate some financial talents to join my company." "Wait a minute." Suddenly, Lu Chen thought of something. "You've been caring about me for the past 3 years. You're not trying to get me to work for you after I graduate, are you?" "I did have that thought," Song Qingwan replied. "After all, you are known as a prodigy, and I have high expectations for you. Plus, knowing that your parents have passed away, I feel a bit of sympathy for you. I was thinking of nurturing you well and then inviting you to work for me after you graduated, but who knew you were hiding so much?" At this point, Song Qingwan sighed. Looking back over the past 3 years, she had suggested applying for financial aid for Lu Chen more than once, but he had refused each time. She had always thought Lu Chen was just being proud. Now it seemed that he didn't need the aid at all. In fact, compared to Lu Chen, she was the one who needed it. "You're not doing too badly yourself." If Song Qingwan hadn't brought it up today, Lu Chen would never have guessed that she had wanted to be his boss 3 years ago. "By the way, what's the background of that woman named Yen Bingyun? You seem to be quite wary of her." "She is a member of the Yen family. In the entire Dragon Country, aside from the truly big figures, I'm afraid only you would dare to disregard her," Song Qingwan said with a serious expression. "The Yen family has been a powerful lineage in our country for hundreds of years, and their strength and influence far exceed your imagination. The real owners behind our country's real estate giant, the trillion yuan Longteng Group, and the novel industry giant, the 100 billion yuan Yuekue Group, are all from the Yen family, and these are just the tip of the iceberg of their enterprises." Longteng Hotel. Yen Bingyun stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, her gaze icy. Buzz the phone rang. Yen Bingyun answered the call. "I've already contacted the Entertainment Bureau. They will conduct a strict review of the novels under Xiaomei. If any novels are found to have inappropriate content, Xiaomei will be banned. Additionally, I've arranged for someone to report Song Lijun, and people have already been dispatched to investigate him. During this investigation, the Shancheng Urban Village project will be temporarily halted, so you still have a chance." On the other end of the line came a deep and steady voice. "Okay, I understand." Yen Bingyun took a deep breath and said, "Father must be very disappointed in me." "Don't overthink it. The result is what matters most. Secure the Shancheng Urban Village project, and Longteng will belong to you in the future." "But what if I still fail?" Yen Bingyun said with a complex expression. "From the financial strength the other party has shown, he must have a huge force backing him. You must remember, in the Dragon Country, unless those big figures in the cabinet support him from behind, even the three major families can't expect to gain an advantage from us. The real estate pie belongs to Longting, and even more so to the family. Something's happened. While Song Qingwan was chatting with Lu Chen, she received a phone call midway. What's wrong? Lu Chen looked at Song Qingwan, noticing her tightly furrowed brows and extremely serious expression. My dad has been reported. Reported? Lu Chen was taken aback and asked, because of the urban village project? Yes. Song Qingwan nodded. Someone reported my father for embezzlement, bribery, dereliction of duty, and abuse of power. Now my father is under investigation, and the urban village project has also been temporarily halted. That's quite a tactic. Lu Chen's expression darkened. He didn't need to think to know who was behind it. It was none other than Yen Bingyun and the other real estate company bosses. Buzz. Just then, Lu Chen's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID, Tang Hai. Instantly, an ominous premonition rose in his heart. The call connected, and Tang Hai's anxious voice came through. President Lu, something's happened. The platform has been shut down by the Entertainment Bureau. Explain clearly. What was the reason for the shutdown? Lu Chen's face darkened. This sudden series of events was enough to prove that a powerful hand was at work behind the scenes. The Entertainment Bureau's reason is that there are numerous violations among the novels on the platform. I've already sent you the specific titles via WeChat. I understand. Wait for my news. Lu Chen hung up the phone and immediately opened WeChat. He saw that Tang Hai had sent him a document listing thousands of violating novels. Among them, the 16 novels he published were all wiped out, with the Entertainment Bureau citing reasons of inappropriate content and harmful guidance. Is this really a violation? Can't even kiss in a story? Lu Chen suddenly noticed a book that was banned for depicting a kiss. It was a blatant targeting. Lu Chen's anger burned within him. Among the list of violating novels provided by the Entertainment Bureau, only one or two were genuinely problematic. Even if those one or two novels were indeed violations, the worst that could happen would be the platform taking them down, or at most, a fine imposed on the platform. It was completely unreasonable to shut down the entire platform. This is pushing me too far. Lu Chen's gaze turned icy. Indeed, compared to Yen Bingyun, a member of the Yen family, he had a significant gap in connections, but that didn't mean he would swallow this anger. Although he lacked connections, he had strength. Whether it was himself or Niu Dali, the powerhouse robot, they both possessed terrifying strength beyond human comprehension. If he couldn't solve the trouble, then he would deal with the troublemakers. If they really pushed him to the edge, he would have Niu Dali wipe out the entire Yen family. It seems the Yen family is behind this. Song Qingwan, having overheard Lu Chen's conversation with Tang Hai, said with fury, these family forces, relying on their centuries of deep roots, treat competitors without any bottom line. Over time, these forces have nearly monopolized every industry. They will pay the price sooner or later. Lu Chen suppressed his anger and asked, is everything okay on Uncle Song's side? There shouldn't be any problems. Song Qingwan calmed herself and said, my dad is an honest man. During his tenure, he has never taken a penny that doesn't belong to him. Because of this, many people hold grudges against him. Buzz. As soon as Song Qingwan finished speaking, Lu Chen's phone rang again. When he saw the caller ID, a look of confusion flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. The call was from Zhu Guowen, the director of the Kyoto Cultural Relics Bureau. The call connected. A steady and friendly voice came through. Xiaomu, do you have time today? What's up, old Zhu? Lu Chen replied, I haven't had any major matters recently. If you have time today, send me an address. The rewards promised to you have arrived, and I'll have someone deliver them. Also, the bamboo slips passed down from your ancestors, I'll have someone send them to you after the exhibition ends in a few days. That would be troublesome for you. Lu Chen smiled, if you don't mind, I'd like to visit you in Kyoto when you have time. Ha, that sounds great. It's just that we didn't get to chat properly last time. By the way, old Zhu, I wonder if I could trouble you with something? Just say what you need. There's no need to be polite with me. Zhu Guowen chuckled. If you don't mind me being old, you can call me Grandpa Zhu. My grandson is about your age. Please don't say that. It's my honor. Lu Chen's expression brightened. Zhu Guowen's words carried significant implications, but it was certain that Zhu Guowen was signaling his willingness to befriend him. Grandpa Zhu, do you happen to know anyone from the Entertainment Bureau? What's wrong? Did something happen at your company? Zhu Guowen paused for a moment and said, I have a good relationship with Director Yang from the Entertainment Bureau. Grandpa Zhu, it's like this. Just now the Entertainment Bureau sealed off one of my novel platforms, and throughout the process, I didn't even receive a rectification notice. I suspect it might be a mistake by the staff at the Entertainment Bureau, so I wanted to trouble you to ask the leaders there for me. How about this? I'll call and ask for you, Zhu Guowen replied. You don't need to worry. if it really is a mistake by the staff, then the relevant personnel will be punished, and the Entertainment Bureau will publicly apologize to your company. Also, Zhu Guowen fell silent for a moment again. After you receive the Cultural Relics Inheritor badge granted to you from above, remember to keep it safe. It is equivalent to a national gift porcelain.
I will keep it well. Lu Chen took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions. Then I'll hang up first.
After Zhu Guowen hung up the phone, Lu Chen turned to look at Song Qingwan. He saw Song Qingwan staring at him with her mouth agape. Looks like it's all good now, Lu Chen smiled.
With Zhu Guowen stepping in, the Entertainment Bureau would definitely lift the seal on Strawberry.
After all, Strawberry didn't have any serious issues that warranted being sealed off. As for the suspended urban village project, it would ultimately belong to him. He didn't believe that the Yen family, no matter how powerful, could reach into the cabinet. The Cultural Relics Inheritor badge, equivalent to a national gift porcelain, was a tremendous surprise for Lu Chen. This meant that as long as he didn't engage in illegal activities, the cabinet would, to some extent, provide him with the greatest convenience and assistance. But suddenly, Lu Chen's phone rang again. This time, it was Lin Ji calling. Notably, Lu Chen and Lin Ji had exchanged numbers last time at the Golden Building.
How did you get Xiuji's number? Song Qingwan looked at Lu Chen in confusion.
I recently acquired 40% of Hongda's shares, Lu Chen replied.
What? Song Qingwan's expression changed in shock, then she sighed. You really are capable of anything. Song Qingwan knew the market value of Hongda Group.
Acquiring 40% of its shares not only required a large amount of capital but also involved connections. After all, not all shareholders would be willing to sell their shares unless Lu Chen offered a price that they couldn't refuse, or Lu Chen had such strong connections that the shareholders had to give him face. Coupled with the immense wealth left to Lu Chen by his ancestors and the Cultural Relics Inheritor badge granted by the cabinet, Song Qingwan suddenly realized that perhaps Lu Chen's strength was not weaker than the Yen family, and might even be stronger.
The call connected.
Lin Ji's ethereal and pleasant voice came through.
Is President Lu free now?
Lu Chen glanced at Song Qingwan, who was eavesdropping beside him, and replied, Miss Lin, just get to the point.
If President Lu is free, why not come to the Golden Building?
I'll be waiting for you in the private room from last time.
Miss Lin, if there's something, just say it over the phone. I have things to attend to and can't leave right now. President Lu, it would be better if you came.
What I need to discuss with you is related to the Yen family, and it's not convenient to talk about it over the phone.
The Yen family?
Lu Chen and Song Qingwan exchanged glances, both frowning.
In that case, could you please wait for me a moment, Miss Lin? Lu Chen replied. What do you think Lin Ji wants? After hanging up, Lu Chen pondered. Could it be that Yen Bingyun asked her to convey some message to me?
In Lu Chen's view, Yen Bingyun attending the bidding meeting yesterday with Lin Ji proved that their relationship was not ordinary. Therefore, the Yen family might want Lin Ji to act as a messenger. If Xiuji is here to relay a message from Yen Bingyun, she has no need to arrange a meeting with you at the Golden Tower, Song Qingwan said with a serious expression. Moreover, compared to Yen Bingyun, Xiuji is the most dangerous.
Speaking of which, I have a question for you. Lu Chen said, puzzled. Last time you said Lin Ji is a crazy woman, but after my brief encounter with her, I didn't seem to see any madness in her? That's because you don't know her well enough. Song Qingwan fell into her memories. Xiuji appears to be indifferent and unambitious, but in reality, her ambitions are enormous. Shortly after she came of age, she founded a biotechnology company. Do you know what her company was about? What was it about? Researching immortality. Song Qingwan took a deep breath. Tell me, isn't someone who wants to research immortality a madman? And then? Lu Chen swallowed hard. What happened to her company now? Naturally, it went bankrupt. Song Qingwan said, if humanity wants to research immortality, it will inevitably involve projects like genetic modification that are prohibited by the state.
From the moment her company was established, its bankruptcy was destined. After her company went bankrupt, she established a charitable foundation and has been focused on charity all these years. Wait, is there a possibility that her company didn't actually go bankrupt, and she has been secretly conducting genetic modification research? Perhaps she established the charitable foundation because her conscience was uneasy, wanting to alleviate her sins? That's not the case. Song Qingwan shot Lu Chen a glance, annoyed. What do you think the relevant departments are for? If she really did something illegal, she would have been caught long ago. Still, I always feel that Xiuji is hiding some secret. Song Qingwan pondered. Otherwise, how could her connections be so extensive? As far as I know, she not only has close ties with Zhang Shanghua and Yen Bingyun, but also with some second-generation members of the cabinet and other prominent families. You should know,
these connections are hard for even her father to access. Listening to you, I really want to see what she wants to meet me for. Lu Chen stood up from the sofa. Do you want to go with me? Do you think I can go? Song Qingwan said irritably, like a bull, not knowing to be gentler. Lu Chen opened his mouth, unsure how to respond to Song Qingwan. Women, are often contradictory. Lu Chen shook his head helplessly and then called Nyo Dali to come pick him up. Last night, he had given the Phantom car keys to Nyo Dali, letting him drive the Phantom away. Shancheng Financial Association, President's Office. Song Lijun sat in his office chair, and across from him on the sofa sat two middle-aged men in administrative jackets. One had a head full of white hair and a friendly demeanor. The other had a stern face, exuding an intimidating presence. The white-haired man was named Zhou Zhang, and the stern man was named Dong Changliang. Both were deputy directors of the Shancheng Anti-Corruption Bureau. I say, old Zhou, you and old Dong have finished your investigation, so why are you still lingering here? Song Lijun laughed. You're not waiting for mealtime to sneak a free meal, are you? Old Song, that's not fair. Zhou Zhang glanced at the time and said, Old Dong and I have been here for almost an hour, and you haven't even offered us a cup of tea. Aren't you being a bit stingy? You come here to cause me trouble and still want to drink my tea? Song Lijun took a sip from the cup on the table and said, I'll give you 3 words, dream on. Come on. Zhou Zhang said helplessly, Old Dong and I know your character, but we were sent by the higher-ups, and we have no choice. Old Song, don't get angry. Dong Changliang spoke up, although you haven't embezzled or accepted bribes, your involvement of Tiangong in the bidding for the urban village project is indeed against the rules, and the owner of that company happens to be your daughter's boyfriend. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say you are abusing your power for personal gain. Now, not only the Bureau but even higher authorities have received reports against you. The people behind this targeting you are likely not simple. What a good case of abusing power for personal gain. Song Lijun said calmly, if the higher-ups want to punish me, I will accept it, but among the companies participating in the bidding, Tiangong's compensation plan and reconstruction plan are the best options. I have no reason not to choose Tiangong. Moreover, I do not believe I am abusing my power for personal gain. The higher-ups have previously stated that for those who make significant contributions to the country, all units should provide as much convenience as possible within legal limits. Coincidentally, Lu Chen is one of those who has made a significant contribution to the country. Not long ago, he donated the Imperial Seal to the National Museum, and he was awarded the Cultural Relic Inheritor Badge. Compared to the Imperial Seal he donated, I merely gave him a spot to participate in the bidding. Can this also be considered abusing power for personal gain? A smile crept onto Song Lijun's lips. Yesterday, he had contacted a high-ranking cabinet official and learned from him about Lu Chen's donation of the Imperial Seal and the award of the Cultural Relic Inheritor Badge. He had also received news early this morning that the Anti-Corruption Bureau was coming to investigate him. He was not worried at all. In fact, he was ready to watch the show, to see how the Yin family would hit a brick wall. The Imperial Seal was donated by Lu Chen? Zhou Zhang and Dong Changliang exchanged shocked glances. Old Li told me himself, could it be false? As Song Lijun finished speaking, both Zhou Zhang and Dong Changliang were left speechless. The Old Li mentioned by Song Lijun was one of the 5 elders of the cabinet and one of the most distinguished individuals in Longhua. Strawberry Company. Tang Hai and Tang Meng sat at their workstations, both staring intently at the phone Tang Hai had placed on the table. Uncle, why are we so unlucky? We finally got a raise, and now the platform has been shut down by the Entertainment Bureau. The company is really going to go bankrupt now. Sigh, the arm can't twist the thigh. Tang Hai sighed. This time the Entertainment Bureau shutdown of the platform is clearly targeted. Behind this, it seems the Youku Group is pulling strings. That's terrifying. Tang Meng said, the Entertainment Bureau is an official agency, and they actually listen to Youku. You have to understand, Youku's market value is in the hundreds of billions, and their connections are far beyond what you and I can imagine. So what do we do now? President Liu told us to wait for his news, but it's been over an hour, and he hasn't called you. Could it be that he has no way out either? If it really doesn't work, I'll have to take action myself. You? Tang Hai looked at Tang Meng as if she were crazy. That's right, as long as I join Youku, within a year, Youku will definitely go bankrupt. That is indeed a plan. Tang Hai nodded seriously. Uncle, how can you think like that? Tang Meng pouted. So you also think I'm a harbinger of doom? I want to believe in science too, but I can't ignore your track record. Tang Meng. Buzz. The phone vibrated. Tang Hai was quick to answer the call. Hello, Manager Tang, this is Wang Chang, the head of the novel department at the Entertainment Bureau. I'm calling to inform you that due to negligence on the part of my department's staff, Strawberry was mistakenly shut down. That employee has now been dismissed, and Strawberry has returned to normal. On behalf of the Entertainment Bureau, I sincerely apologize to your company, and we will also issue a public apology shortly. A few minutes later, Tang Hai hung up the phone and instinctively swallowed. Uncle, was it really a mistake? What do you think? Tang Hai was shocked and said, the first person to make the Entertainment Bureau issue an apology is General Liu. I can't imagine how powerful his background is. That's great. It seems General Liu has a strong fate. My bad luck doesn't affect him at all, Tang Mang said excitedly. Golden Tower. Lin Ji stood by the window of the private room, just like last time, watching the street entrance. This time, however, she was alone. I wonder how you will choose, Lin Ji murmured to herself, her beautiful eyes deep like a galaxy. Buzz, at that moment, Lin Ji's phone rang. When she answered, a cold voice came from the other end. The plan has changed. The Yen family's threat to him has been eliminated. The sovereign has a new order. Invite him to join us. What? Lin Ji's beautiful eyes narrowed, filled with disbelief. The Yen family is a prestigious family with a history of hundreds of years. How did he eliminate their threat? He has the support of the cabinet. The imperial jade seal that was recently passed down was donated by him. Considering his vast wealth, the sovereign speculates that his true background is not weaker than the 3 major families or the 5 great clans. It might even be stronger. I understand. Lin Ji's breath quickened, and at that moment, a Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped downstairs. He's here. Lin Ji took a deep breath. Remember, even if he refuses to join us, do not provoke him for now. I know what to do. After hanging up, Lin Ji tried to calm her emotions. Moments later, there was a knock on the door. Lin Ji opened the door to find Lu Chen standing there, accompanied by a tall man in a suit. The man stood behind Lu Chen like an iron tower, exuding an immense pressure. General Liu, who is this? Lin Ji frowned, feeling that the man in the suit was very dangerous for some reason. My driver, Niu Dali, Lu Chen smiled. Miss Lin, I hope you don't mind me bringing Dali along? From his demeanor, he doesn't seem like just a driver, Lin Ji assessed Niu Dali. I think he looks more like your bodyguard. Pretty much, they mean the same thing. Lu Chen turned to Niu Dali. Dali, wait for me outside. I need to discuss some matters with Miss Lin. Yes, boss. Niu Dali nodded and stood like a statue at the side of the door. Miss Lin, I'll get straight to the point. Lu Chen entered the private room and sat on the sofa. What exactly do you mean by the matters related to the Yin family? Lu Chen's gaze scrutinized Lin Ji. She was still as beautiful as ever, especially with that ethereal quality that could captivate anyone. But for some reason, he felt that Lin Ji's gaze towards him had changed. Previously, her gaze could be described as calm as water, but now, it seemed to have ripples. I have evidence of violations from several companies under the Yin family. I called General Liu here to present this evidence as a gift to you. Is that so? Lu Chen frowned. If I remember correctly, you seem to have a good relationship with Yin Bingyun, right? I've known Sister Yin for almost a year. We can be considered very good friends, Lin Ji replied calmly. Since you are friends with her, why would you betray her? Being friends with Sister Yin doesn't mean I'm friends with the Yin family. Moreover, although Sister Yin is a member of the Yin family, there are many descendants, and competition exists among them. The owners of these companies with violations are actually Sister Yin's competitors within the family. Don't tell me that this evidence was given to you by that woman. Lu Chen's expression grew serious. If the evidence Lin Ji had came from Yen Bingyun, then Yen Bingyun would be quite formidable. At least it proves one thing, the Yen Bingyun he saw was definitely not the real Yen Bingyun. The real Yen Bingyun must be a woman with deep schemes, cold and ruthless. This evidence indeed comes from Sister Yun, Lin Ji replied, but she didn't ask me to pass it to you, or perhaps she anticipated that I would. So, what are your and her intentions? Lu Chen's mood was extremely unsettled at this moment. He hadn't expected Yen Bingyun to hide so deeply. It was likely that Yen Bingyun's initial goal was not to compete with him for the urban village project, but to use him to deal with her competitors in the Yin family, thereby gaining more resources from the Yin family, or even ultimately taking over the Yin family. But what he couldn't understand was Lin Ji's purpose in doing this. After all, Yen Bingyun hadn't asked Lin Ji to give him this evidence. Instead, Lin Ji had taken the initiative to offer it to him. Damn it! He had truly underestimated these two women. My purpose is simple. I want to be friends with General Liu and also recommend a place to you. What place? Lu Chen frowned. Lin Ji's actions were indeed a bit strange. Has General Liu ever heard of Fenghua? Fenghua? Lu Chen looked bewildered. Are you sure there's such a country on Blue Star? It's not surprising that General Liu doesn't know. After all, this country was established only 10 years ago. Fenghua was founded on a no-man's island in the high seas, and its totem is the phoenix, with its highest authority known as the National Lord. Wait, what exactly are you trying to express? Also, Are you sure the Fenghui you mentioned is a country and not a tribe? Lu Chen swore he had been on Blue Star for 21 years, but he had never heard of Fenghui. Fenghui is indeed a country, and it is recognized internationally. Lin Ji looked at Lu Chen and said, I believe it won't be long before General Lu becomes familiar with the name of this country. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's frown deepened. He then took out his phone to search. When he saw the search results, he was dumbfounded. The search results showed that Fenghui was established in 2014, which was 10 years ago, located in the southern part of Blue Star, on a no-man's island in the Southern Ocean. The island covers an area of about 200,000 square kilometers, equivalent to the size of 2 mountain cities, and the country gained international recognition in 2015. Due to the underdeveloped internet in Longwa 10 years ago, coupled with the fact that this country was not well known and was very far from Longwa, Lu Chen had never heard of it. I really have learned something new. Lu Chen never expected that in this day and age, someone could successfully establish a country. This made him somewhat curious about Fenghui and its national lord. At the same time, Lu Chen vaguely felt that something was off. Why was Lin Ji suddenly introducing Fenghui to him? General Lu, if you have the chance, you might as well visit Fenghui. Are you sure I can go? Lu Chen frowned. Isn't this country closed to outsiders? Lu Chen had just searched for information about Fenghui, which noted that it was a closed country that did not open to the outside world. The reason Fenghui is not open to the outside is that it was established not long ago and is still under construction. Now, 10 years have passed, and Fenghui has completed its basic infrastructure. It will gradually cooperate with various countries, and by then, General Lu, you will be able to enter Fenghui. You know so much about Fenghui, you wouldn't happen to be the national lord of Fenghui, would you? General Lu, I was only 13 10 years ago. Lin Ji's eyes sparkled with fervor. The reason I know so much about Fenghui is that I know the national lord. She is someone capable of changing this world. This woman definitely has issues. Seeing Lin Ji's fervent demeanor like a devotee, Lu Chen frowned, recalling that Lin Ji once attempted to study immortality. The person who could make Lin Ji admire him so much must be an even crazier madman than Lin Ji himself. The phantom drove along the road. In the back seat, Lu Chen furrowed his brows, playing with a USB drive in his hand. This USB contained evidence of multiple companies under Longting's banner violating regulations, a gift from Lin Ji. He and Lin Ji had chatted for nearly half an hour in the Golden Building. During that time, Lin Ji constantly introduced him to the Phone Kingdom. Although Lin Ji didn't say it directly, it was not hard for him to understand the implications behind Lin Ji's words. Lin Ji must have close ties with the Phone Kingdom and an extraordinary relationship with its ruler. By sharing so much information about the Phone Kingdom, Lin Ji was sending him a signal hoping he would join the Phone Kingdom. Quite interesting indeed. Lu Chen opened his phone, trying to search for more information about the Phone Kingdom. However, the online information only recorded the establishment time and location of the Phone Kingdom. Other important details like the country's development level and population were completely absent. Boss, we are being followed. Suddenly, Nyo Dali, the driver, spoke up. Lu Chen turned to look. He saw a black van closely following the phantom drive to a secluded place. Lu Chen withdrew his gaze, his eyes cold. He wanted to see who was so eager to make a move against him. Outside the mountain city, Nyo Dali drove the phantom into an abandoned factory. Not long after, a black van followed in. There are quite a few people. The phantom was blocked by the van, and as the doors opened, several burly men wielding iron rods stepped out. Lu Chen counted. There were 8 of them. Dali, make them reveal who is behind this. Lu Chen had no intention of getting out of the car. Nyo Dali could handle these 8 lackeys alone. Yes. Nyo Dali opened the car door, and as he leaned out, an iron rod struck him hard on the head. Bang! A loud sound, the iron rod bent. Nyo Dali looked up at the person who attacked him. Monster! Monster! Wang Hu, holding the bent iron rod, was so scared he collapsed to the ground. Wang Hu, what are you shouting about? Since Wang Hu had his back to the others, they didn't see the bent iron rod in his hand. Who sent you? Nyo Dali stepped out of the car, his towering figure casting a shadow over Wang Hu. It's none of my business. I'm just a worker. Wang Hu's face turned pale, his feet pushed against the ground as he continuously backed away, trying to escape Nyo Dali. Damn it! What are you doing sitting on the ground? A burly man with a face full of flesh walked up to Wang Hu, and when he saw the bent iron rod in Wang Hu's hand, he frowned and said, "What's wrong with your iron rod?" "Changge, monster, this guy is a monster." Wang Hu's voice trembled. "I just hit him on the head with it, and he was completely unharmed. My iron rod bent directly." "What the hell are you talking about?" Zhou Qiang said fiercely. "I may not have read many books, but I'm not an idiot. If there were monsters in this world, people like us would have died countless times already." "Ha, Changgu is right. There are no monsters in this world, but there are plenty of demons, like us. Wang Hu's words drew laughter from the others. Seeing this, Wang Hu was so anxious he was about to cry. Damn it, he looks pretty strong. Zhou Qian spat out a puff of smoke at Niodali and pressed the iron rod against Niodali's chest, saying, "Are you the driver or the bodyguard? How much does that guy in the back pay you a month to make you not afraid of death?" Niodali's expression remained unchanged. In the next moment, Niodali kicked Zhou Qian, the immense force sending Zhou Qian flying like a cannonball. Bang! A loud bang! A wall 10 meters away collapsed with a roar, burying Zhou Chang's body, leaving only a head that refused to close its eyes. Bang bang bang! The remaining few were so frightened that they stood frozen in place, their iron rods clattering to the ground. Ah, a monster! Suddenly, someone let out a heart-wrenching scream, as if gone mad, and fled towards the factory exit. Just as this person was about to escape the factory, an iron rod pierced through their head. Bang! Another corpse fell to the ground. Niodali remained unfazed. As a robot, he had no emotions. He would only unconditionally execute Lu Chen's orders and protect Lu Chen's safety. Ah! Miserable cries echoed one after another. Niodali, like a demon, crazily harvested the remaining lives. His methods of killing were very simple. A casual punch could add another headless corpse to the ground. Soon, of the 8 who had come down from the van, only Wang Hu was left alive. Who sent you? Niodali looked down at Wang Hu from above, his fist dripping with blood, like a demon from hell. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Wang Hu's eyes were hollow, his pants already soaked. At this moment, he was filled with infinite fear. It was Master Qi sent us. Who is Master Qi? Master Qi is the general manager of Night Paris. We all work under him. Bang! As soon as Wang Hu finished speaking, Niodali directly ended his life. Inside the car, Lu Chen watched the bloody scene outside, his stomach churning, but he did not feel it was cruel. From the iron rods these people were holding, it was clear they had come to take his life. For those who wanted to kill him, he would return the favor with the same means. Dali, dispose of the bodies. Lu Chen suppressed the churn in his stomach and ordered Dali through the car window. Yes. Upon receiving the order, Niodali walked to an open area, clenched his right hand into a fist, and struck the ground with all his might. Bang! A deafening roar echoed. Lu Chen, sitting in the car, could clearly feel the ground shaking. Before Niodali, a giant pit nearly 10 meters in diameter and several meters deep appeared. Seeing this scene, even though Lu Chen was mentally prepared, he was still taken aback. When he came to his senses, a smile crept onto Lu Chen's lips. He suddenly realized that compared to financial power, absolute strength was his greatest trump card. In other words, as long as he wanted, he could completely become a citizen of the homeland on Blue Star. Of course, whether it was him or Niodali, there was still a significant gap compared to the citizens of the homeland. Not to mention nuclear weapons, even some powerful conventional weapons could threaten him and Niodali. However, being in Long Country had one advantage: enemies couldn't obtain large-scale conventional weapons to deal with him. Even if they did, they would probably be dealt with by the relevant departments before they could even act against him. Night Paris, Master Qi? Coming back to his senses, Lu Chen sent a WeChat message to Lin Ji. In his view, with Lin Ji's extensive connections, she might know the identity of this Master Qi. Not long after the message was sent, Lin Ji replied, "Lin Ji, I don't know Master Qi, but Night Paris is an asset of the Qin family." The Qin family. Lu Chen's eyes turned icy, and the image of Qin Feng appeared in his mind. Very good. The ones seeking death have come. Night Paris, located in the bustling area of Baiyun district. It is a large KTV that only operates at night. In a luxurious private room, Qin Feng was half reclining on the sofa, holding a wine glass, with 2 scantily clad women lying in his arms. Beside Qin Feng, a middle-aged man was pouring wine into Qin Feng's glass. "Manager Gua, how did Zhou Qiang and the others do?" "Young Master Feng, don't worry. An hour ago, I received news from Zhou Qiang that the target has gone to the outskirts. They have been following closely, and once they find an opportunity, they will definitely ensure the other party does not see the sun tomorrow." Guo Qi's lips curled into a cruel smile as he said, looking across the entire mountain city, "Anyone who goes against the boss, no matter how noble their status, ultimately disappears from this world. Tell Zhou Qiang to chop that guy's body up and feed it to the dogs." Qin Feng gently swirled his wine glass, his gaze icy as he said, "I want him to die a complete death." Buzz. As soon as Qin Feng finished speaking, Guo Qi's phone suddenly rang. "It's a call from Zhou Qiang." Guo Qi glanced at the caller ID and smiled. It seems the target has been dealt with. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's lips curled into a smile. However, when Guo Qi answered the call, there was a long silence on the other end. "Speak." Guo Qi frowned. "Was the mission completed? Is it you, Qi?" A cold voice suddenly came from the phone. Instantly, Guo Qi's expression changed drastically, a bad premonition rising in his heart. Beside Guo Qi, Qin Feng's pupils constricted violently, his face turning pale in an instant. The voice on the phone was familiar to him. It was Lu Chen's voice. "Who are you? Where is Zhou Qiang?" Guo Qi's voice was low. "Don't worry, it won't be long before you can meet them. Also, please tell Qin Guanghong not to sleep too deeply tonight, or he might not see tomorrow's sun." "Who the hell are you? I don't understand what you're saying." Beep beep beep. The call was disconnected. Guo Qi's brows furrowed tightly, his face extremely grim. Useless, a bunch of useless people. Qin Feng forcefully pushed away the two women sitting beside him, his face filled with rage as he said, "Guo Qi, I don't care what methods you use, that guy must disappear from this world, or you should know what the consequences will be." The two women, seeing Qin Feng's fury, hurriedly fled the private room. "Young Master Feng, don't get too worked up." Guo Qi took a deep breath and said, "The urgent matter is that we must first figure out what happened to Zhou Qiang and the others." Guo Qi opened his contacts and called the other 7 people besides Zhou Qiang. The result was that all 7 phones were turned off. When Guo Qi called Zhou Chang's phone again, it also indicated that it was turned off. Could it be that they were all bought off? Guo Qi's face turned extremely ugly. He did not suspect that the 8 had met with misfortune, because that was simply impossible. Not to mention that Zhou Qiang and the others were all strong, burly men, and they were armed with iron rods. According to Zhou Chang's previous report, there were only Lu Chen and a driver in the phantom car. 8 armed men could easily handle 2 people, but now Zhou Qiang and the others had lost contact. The only possibility was that they had been bought off by Lu Chen. Thinking of this, Guo Qi's gaze turned sinister. Bang! Suddenly, the door of the private room burst open. A towering figure entered the room, and that figure was none other than Niu Dali. "Brat, we meet again." A cold voice rang out. Lu Chen stepped out from behind Niu Dali, and when he saw Qin Feng, a flash of killing intent crossed his eyes. After leaving the abandoned factory, he had Niu Dali drive to Night Paris. After this incident, he understood one thing. Businessmen in this world have no limits when it comes to profit. For their own interests, they can do anything, even kill. At the same time, he also realized, compared to financial power, he now had assets worth hundreds of billions. Compared to strength, he possessed a superhuman body. Therefore, he had no need to act cautiously. If Qin Guanhong could send someone to kill him, then he could also kill Qin Guanhong. It was just that he temporarily did not know Qin Guanhong's residence, so he planned to deal with Guo Qi first. "Dali, kill them." "Yes." Upon receiving Lu Chen's order, Niu Dali instantly charged towards Guo Qi. His massive body resembled that of a raging bull, looking for death. As he watched the charging Niu Dali, Guo Qi's eyes were icy cold. He reached to his waist and quickly pulled out a sharp dagger. "When I was mixing in the underworld, you probably weren't even born yet." The moment Niu Dali got close, Guo Qi thrust the dagger with all his might. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. The dagger struck Niu Dali's chest and broke in half. Guo Qi felt a jolt in his hand, and the half of the dagger fell to the ground. Impossible! Guo Qi's pupils constricted violently, filled with fear and disbelief. Just then, Niu Dali's right fist shot towards Guo Qi like a cannonball. Guo Qi instantly regained his senses and hurriedly crossed his arms, trying to block Niu Dali's attack. But the next second, bang! Blood splattered as Niu Dali's punch pierced through Guo Qi's body. Guo Qi died without ever realizing that what he faced was not even human. Ah! A wretched scream echoed. Guo Qi's blood splattered onto Qin Feng, instantly causing him to collapse in fear. A foul liquid soaked the floor. "Monster, monster!" Qin Feng looked at Niu Dali in terror, only to see Niu Dali's expression was indifferent, with Guo Qi's corpse hanging from his right hand. Bang! Niu Dali casually tossed Guo Qi's body to the ground and turned to walk towards Qin Feng. "No, don't kill me." Qin Feng kept retreating, his voice trembling. "Money, I can give you money, don't kill me, please, don't kill me." However, Niu Dali remained unmoved. Just as Niu Dali was about to end Qin Feng's life, Lu Chen's voice suddenly rang out. "Dali, hold on." Lu Chen stepped in front of Qin Feng, looking down at him. "Take out your phone." I'll get it, just don't kill me, I'll do whatever you want." Qin Feng trembled as he took out his phone and handed it to Lu Chen. "Open the camera, take a picture of that guy, and send it to your dad." Lu Chen did not take Qin Feng's phone. He wanted Qin Feng to capture Guo Qi's tragic state and send it to Qin Guanghong, ensuring he lived in fear until his last moments. "Sent, I sent it." Following Lu Chen's instructions, Qin Feng took a picture of Guo Qi's corpse and sent it to Qin Guanghong. "Next, it's your turn to be photographed." Lu Chen bent down, picked up the half-dagger from the ground, and aimed it at Qin Feng. "Lu Xiao, please, don't kill me." Bang! Before Qin Feng could finish his sentence, Lu Chen threw the dagger with force, piercing through Qin Feng's forehead. In an instant, Qin Feng fell to the ground, lifeless. The reason Lu Chen personally killed Qin Feng was that he had just triggered a system task. At 1 year and 12 months, while playing on the grass, you discovered small insects, and the baby growth task was triggered again. Task content: step on an ant. Task reward: robot model ×1. Note, if the task is exceeded, a critical reward may be triggered. The system required him to step on an ant. He took this opportunity to personally kill Qin Feng, attempting to trigger a critical reward. Task completed. At 1 year and 12 months, you stepped on, killed a person, successfully triggered a 100 million times critical hit. Congratulations, host, you have obtained an assassination type robot ×1. The reward has been issued to the system space and can be extracted at any time. Assassination type robot possesses super speed and transformation ability, capable of killing invisibly. The system prompt sounded. Lu Chen immediately extracted the assassination-type robot. As Lu Chen focused his mind, a beautifully shaped robot made of an unknown green metal appeared before him. Please name this robot. Successful naming is required to activate it. Since it's an assassination-type robot, let's call it Shadow. Naming successful. The robot Qingying has been successfully activated. The system prompt popped up. Immediately, the assassination-type robot burst into a brilliant light. As the light faded, a slender, ordinary-looking young man dressed in black appeared before Lu Chen. The young man held relevant identification in his hand. Lu Chen looked at Qingying and said, "Qingying, show me your transformation ability." "Yes, master." Upon hearing this, Qingying's face and body twisted, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into Lu Chen's likeness. Wow! Lu Chen's expression changed in shock, his gaze fixed on the version of himself that Qingying had become. He saw that in terms of appearance, height, and clothing, it was exactly the same as him. Reporting to master, "I can transform into any human face I have recorded." The Qingying that had taken on Lu Chen's appearance spoke in a voice that was identical to Lu Chen's. No wonder it's an assassination-type robot. Lu Chen's eyes burned with intensity. Compared to Niu Dali, Qingying was the most dangerous. With this transformation ability, the person assassinated by Qingying would probably never know what Qingying's true form looked like until death. However, Qingying's transformation ability was not flawless. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that after changing into his likeness, Qingying's eyes still retained the cold, somewhat hollow look characteristic of a robot. But at that moment, Qin Feng's phone suddenly rang. Lu Chen glanced at the caller ID, which was saved as Dad. Without needing to guess, he knew it was a call from Qin Guanghong. "Qingying, transform into this guy's appearance and answer the phone." Lu Chen pointed at the corpse of Qin Feng on the ground. "Yes." Qingying merely glanced at Qin Feng, then his body and face twisted, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into Qin Feng's likeness. Qingying answered the call. A deep voice came from the other end. "How did Guo Qi die? What does President Qin think? How did he die?" Lu Chen took the phone from Qingying, his voice cold. "President Qin, if you don't want your son to end up like Guo Qi, be at the abandoned factory in the suburbs tonight at 10 o'clock with all your shares in Jin Young Group." After Lu Chen finished speaking, he gave Qingying a knowing look. "Dad, save me." Qingying emitted a pleading voice into the phone. The voice was exactly like Qin Feng's. Without waiting for Qin Guanghong to respond, Lu Chen directly hung up the phone. "Qingying, you will go to the abandoned factory tonight." Lu Chen handed Qin Feng's phone to Qingying. "If that guy shows up, send him on his way." "Yes, master. Call me boss." A smile appeared on Lu Chen's face. With Qingying, he felt that everything had become simpler. Jin Yun Building, Chairman's Office. Qin Guanghong sat in his office chair, his expression extremely grim. On his phone was a photo of Guo Qi's corpse. "Lu Chun." Qin Guanghong clenched his fists, his voice icy. "I underestimated you, but do you think this can scare me? Let's just say you're too naive. If you want my group's shares, let's see if you have the life for it." Qin Guanghong opened his contacts and called someone saved as Qin Long. The call connected, and a hoarse voice came from the other end. "Who do you want me to kill this time?" "Along, you immediately take all your men to ambush at the abandoned factory in the suburbs. I'll meet you there at 10 o'clock tonight." "Okay, I'm back." Lu Chen returned to the community in the afternoon. When he pushed the door open, he saw Song Qingwan sitting on the sofa watching TV. "You finally came back." Song Qingwan paused the TV, stood up, and limped towards Lu Chen, saying, "What were you talking about with Xiaoji? Why did it take so long?" "We just talked about some matters related to the Yin family, chatted for about half an hour, and then I went to do other things." Lu Chen picked up Song Qingwan and joked, "Why do you walk like a penguin? Where are you hurt? Are you trying to kill me?" Song Qingwan shot Lu Chen a glance, her cheeks instantly burning with embarrassment. "Ha ha ha. Seeing Song Qingwan's shy demeanor, Lu Chen felt quite pleased. By the way, I want to ask you something. Lu Chen sat down on the sofa, holding Song Qingwan in his arms, and asked, have you heard of the country of Manhwa? I've heard of it. Song Qingwan replied, when I was studying in Manhwa, I read quite a bit about this country. At that time, there were rumors among the people of Manhwa that the ruler of this country possessed a very advanced technology and gained international recognition by providing this technology free of charge to Manhwa and the other 5 major powers. So do you know what the ruler of Manhwa looks like? Lu Chen continued to inquire. I don't know. Song Qingwan shook her head. Although there are many reports about this country in Manhwa, they are mostly text, and there are no photos of the country. We can't even confirm whether the news reported is true or false. It seems that to learn more about this country, we must go there in person, Lu Chen said thoughtfully. He always felt that Manhwa hid unknown secrets. The mere fact that Manhwa could gain international recognition was, in his view, an incredible thing. Go to Manhwa? Song Qingwan was taken aback. Then her mouth twitched. Manhwa is located in the Southern Ocean. In other words, it's in Antarctica. That place has the most extreme environment in the world. Ordinary people can't survive there at all. I even suspect that Manhwa is made up. Even if such a country really exists, it must be inhabited by primitive people. That makes sense. Lu Chen nodded with a smile. With his physical strength, even if he really went to Antarctica, the extreme environment there wouldn't affect him at all. But to avoid worrying Song Qingwan, he didn't continue the topic. Buzz at that moment, Lu Chen's phone rang. About a minute later, Lu Chen hung up, a smile appearing on his face. The call was from a staff member of the Financial Association, informing him that he had successfully won the bid for the Urban Village project. This meant that there was no longer an issue with Song Lijun's side. The time came to evening. Around the abandoned factory in the suburbs, hundreds of figures hid in the dense jungle. At the forefront was a burly man with a scar on his face. Just then, a Mercedes-Benz drove up and stopped at the factory gate. The car door opened. Qin Guanghong stepped out with a briefcase. Scanning the jungle, a cruel smile crept onto Qin Guanghong's lips. At the same time, a Land Rover followed closely behind. Qin Guanghong immediately recognized it as Qin Feng's car. The Land Rover stopped behind the Mercedes. Under Qin Guanghong's watchful gaze, Qin Feng got out from the driver's seat. Dad! Qin Feng ran towards Qin Guanghong. Xiaofeng, why are you alone? Qin Guanghong frowned, a bad premonition rising in his heart. However, the next second, a cold glint flashed, and a faint line of blood appeared on Qin Guanghong's neck. Xiaofeng, you! Qin Guanghong staggered back a step, his hands reaching for his neck, and when he looked down, his hands were covered in blood. At the same time, Qin Guanghong's life force rapidly dissipated, ultimately collapsing to the ground as a corpse. In the jungle, the scar-faced man's pupils contracted, staring in disbelief at the scene before him. Coming to his senses, the scar-faced man burst out of the jungle, roaring, Qin Feng, you beast, you actually killed your father. Hearing this, Qin Feng turned to look at the scar-faced man, his eyes cold. The real Qin Feng had long since died at Lu Chen's hands. The current Qin Feng was an illusion created by Qingying. Beast, beast! The scar-faced man looked at Qin Guanghong's corpse on the ground, nearly fainting from anger. At the same time, nearly 100 people ambushed in the jungle rushed out, surrounding Qingying. Why do this? The scarred man struggled to suppress the anger within him, gritting his teeth as he said, you are the only child of the elder brother. Everything he has will be inherited by you. Why do you want to kill him? However, Qingying did not respond to the scarred man. Instead, he prepared to turn and leave. His order was to kill Qin Guanghong. Now that Qin Guanghong was dead, his mission was complete, and there was no need to stay any longer. Beast, stop right there. Just as Qingying took a step away, the scarred man suddenly let out a furious roar. Boom! Thunder rumbled, and the sky was shrouded in dark clouds. Qingying turned around, his expressionless gaze fixed on the scarred man. Drip! A drop of rain fell on the scarred man's brow, and he instinctively looked up. At that moment, a cold light flashed. A line of blood appeared on the scarred man's neck. Elder brother. The sudden scene caused the group of younger brothers who had followed the scarred man to change their expressions drastically. Before they could react, the scarred man had already collapsed to the ground, a corpse, his eyes wide open, staring at Qingying, unable to close them. Boom! The thunder continued to rumble, and heavy rain poured down. Qingying, holding a dagger, coldly walked toward the crowd. Kill him, avenge the elder brother. Someone shouted in anger, and instantly dozens of people rushed to attack Qingying. However, before these people could get close to Qingying, a line of blood appeared on their necks. Ah, monster! Miserable screams rang out one after another. Qingying moved like a ghost in the night, silently reaping one life after another. After Qingying killed several people, the remaining crowd began to flee in a frenzy. The next day, Lu Chen sent Song Qingwan to the airport early in the morning. On the way back, he received a WeChat message from Lin Ji. Lin Ji, Qin Guanghong is dead, did you know? When did he die? Lu Chen replied by typing. Not long after the message was sent, Lin Ji responded. Lin Ji, around 10 o'clock last night, he died near an abandoned factory in the suburbs. It is said that he was killed by his son. Also, Qin Long is dead. Who is Qin Long? Lin Ji, Qin Guanghong's brother, the boss of Tianlong Security Company, involved in some shady business. After Qin Long's death, all his subordinates went to surrender. The relevant departments learned from these people that Qin Feng was the one who killed Qin Guanghong and Qin Long. That shouldn't be. Why would he kill his own father and uncle? Lu Chen naturally knew who killed Qin Long and Qin Guanghong. Moreover, Lin Shi sending him this information clearly suggested she had ulterior motives. After all, he had asked Lin Ji about Yi Paris and Guo Qi yesterday. Therefore, Lin Shi must suspect that the deaths of Qin Guanghong and others were related to him, so he pretended to know nothing. However, even if Lin Ji suspected him, he was not afraid. When Qin Long and Qin Guanghong died, he was at home with Song Qingwan. Who would have thought that the one who killed Qin Long and Qin Guanghong was a robot? Lin Ji, I don't know about that. Lin Manor. Lin Ji sat on the sofa in the living room, looking at the messages Lu Chen had sent her, her brows tightly furrowed. Her intuition told her that the deaths of Qin Guanghong and others must be related to Lu Chen. Sister Yun, I advise you not to go against him. He is too terrifying. Lin Shi turned her head to see Yen Bingyun watching her from not far away. Early this morning, Yen Bingyun had come to Lin Manor, and it was Yen Bingyun who informed her of the deaths of Qin Guanghong and others. Isn't it good to be terrifying? Yen Bingyun said with a smile, the more terrifying he is, the greater the chance he will help me gain the family's voice. But Sister Yun, have you considered that if the deaths of Qin Guanghong and others are indeed related to him, he might also turn against you? Do you think I have a choice? Yen Bingyun took a deep breath and said, there are plenty of people who want me to disappear from this world. In my family, which one of them doesn't want me dead? A big family may seem glamorous, but how much darkness and bloodshed is hidden behind it? Sometimes, I wish I could just not fight for anything, but unfortunately, being born into this kind of family means I don't even have the right to choose. Sigh. Lin Ji sighed helplessly upon hearing this. The aristocracy and family indeed have profound heritage and wealth, but when a family has too much wealth, there will always be those who harbor ulterior motives. Just like the ancient royal families, there can only be one crown prince, and how many princes would kill each other for that title? The same goes for today's prominent families. There is only one heir, and everyone wants to be that sole heir. Over the years, she has heard of many family members from prominent families encountering unexpected dangers or being imprisoned. Behind all of this is actually the internal competition among the family members. So what do you plan to do now, Yun Jie? Lin Shi asked, calming her emotions. I have already given him the evidence, but he might not dare to hand it over. After all, once he does, he will completely offend the entire Yin family. Why must he personally hand over the evidence? Yen Bingyun looked at Lin Ji and said, at this time, no matter who hands over the evidence, those people in the family will first suspect him. But Yun Jia, if you do that, you will completely offend him. Lin Ji frowned and said, to deal with those people in your family, is it worth it to offend someone even more terrifying? I don't know if it's worth it, but I don't have time left. Yen Bingyun's eyes were firm. What I need to do now is to send those guys in before they make a move against me. Otherwise, if they get the chance to act, the only outcome waiting for me is death. Huajiang Building. Strawberry Company. Tang Meng sat leisurely in her office chair, eating snacks while watching a TV drama. Although Strawberry had exploded online due to Lu Chen's 16 novels, there weren't many authors writing books for Strawberry. As an editor, she was naturally quite relaxed. It's so nice that the boss isn't here. Tang Meng stuffed her cheeks with snacks like a little hamster. This situation, with no boss supervision and only herself and her uncle in the entire company, was simply wonderful. The work was easy, the salary was decent, and most importantly, the boss was tough and didn't fear her. How nice is it? At that moment, a gentle voice sounded. Tang Meng instinctively replied, super nice. I can watch TV, eat snacks, and do whatever I want. Is it that good? Can I apply to your company? Lu Chen smiled as he looked at Tang Meng, who had her back to him. After leaving the airport, he drove to Huajiang Building. Both Huajiang Building and Strawberry were his properties, but he had never been there before. Moreover, now that the urban village project had been awarded, he planned to take a look at the urban village later. Coincidentally, the urban village was right across from Huajiang Building, separated only by a Huajiang bridge. Apply? Tang Meng was stunned upon hearing this, turning her head in a daze, still not having swallowed the snack in her mouth. Handsome, you must have come to the wrong place. Our company doesn't have any plans to hire new employees at the moment. Is that so? Seeing Tang Meng's dazed expression, Lu Chen directly pulled out a chair and sat down next to her. "Let me have some." Lu Chen reached out his hand to Tang Meng. Seeing this, Tang Meng took a piece from the chip box and placed it in Lu Chen's palm. "One piece? So stingy?" Lu Chen's mouth twitched, and he said irritably, "Give me more." Tang Meng, upon hearing this, carefully placed another piece in Lu Chen's palm. She also hid the chip box behind her, wearing an expression that suggested she wouldn't give any more. "Lu Chen, why is it cucumber flavored?" Lu Chen swallowed the 2 pieces of chips Tang Meng had given him in one bite. To be honest, they weren't tasty at all. "I just like cucumber flavor," Tang Meng said, eyeing Lu Chen warily. "Then you might as well buy a cucumber to eat. It's all natural and healthy." "You don't understand, I'm eating the taste of technology." As she spoke, Tang Meng grabbed a handful of chips and stuffed them into her mouth. "Hee hee, delicious." Tang Meng grinned foolishly at Lu Chen. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen began to doubt his life choices. This not-so-smart person in front of him was actually an employee of his company. "Xiao Meng, pay attention, just now President Lu called me and said he would be arriving at the company soon." At that moment, Tang Hai rushed in from outside. His hands were still wet, clearly just coming out of the restroom. "Xiao Meng, who is this person? Your boyfriend?" Tang Hai suddenly noticed Lu Chen. Since he had never seen Lu Chen before and Lu Chen looked too young, he didn't recognize him at first. Instead, he thought Tang Meng was in a relationship. "What's a boyfriend? Can you eat it?" Tang Meng opened a pack of chicken feet and said seriously, "I don't want a boyfriend. If I had one, I'd have to share my snacks with him, and that would be worse than killing me." "Then who is he?" Tang Hai scrutinized Lu Chen, and suddenly his attention was drawn to Lu Chen's left hand. He saw Lu Chen holding the key to a phantom car. He recognized the large double R logo. "Lu, President Lu?" Tang Hai swallowed hard and whispered, "You can't be President Lu, right?" "What President Lu? He's here for an interview." Tang Meng rolled her eyes at Tang Hai and said, "Besides, how could President Lu be this young?" "Manager Tang, while I don't oppose employees snacking at work, you can't just eat snacks and not work, right?" Lu Chen stood up from his seat. Tang Meng's eyes widened as she followed his movement, still chewing on the chicken feet. Yes, President Lu is right." Upon hearing Lu Chen's voice, Tang Hai's face instantly turned pale. He hurriedly scolded Tang Meng, "Xiao Meng, hurry up and throw the snacks out. How many times have I told you, work needs to look like work. This is a company, not your home." Okay. Tang Meng's mind momentarily went blank as she hurriedly cleaned up a large bag of snacks from her desk. "I'm sorry, President Lu, it's all my fault for not teaching Xiao Meng properly. If you want to punish someone, punish me." Cold sweat dripped from Tang Hai's forehead. Facing Lu Chen, it was impossible for him to say he felt no pressure. When he reported work to Lu Chen earlier, he had guessed from Lu Chen's voice that he was very young, but he never expected Lu Chen to be this young. He looked to be about the same age as Tang Meng, especially since Lu Chen was so young yet possessed incredible wealth and connections. His background was easy to imagine. It's not an exaggeration to say that Lu Chen was the highest-ranking person he had ever encountered in his life. "I'm not here to punish anyone," Lu Chen said, scanning the office area. "Now that the company is on the right track, we can hire a few more employees. Also, I noticed that Tang Meng seems to have nothing to do. Have all the novels in the back end been reviewed?" "President Lu, it's like this," Tang Hai explained. "Although Strawberry has surpassed 100 million registered users under your leadership, not many users have registered as authors to publish books, which is why Xiao Meng has been idle." "Do you know what's going on?" Lu Chen glanced at Tang Meng, who just happened to sneak a look at him. The two exchanged glances, and Tang Meng quickly lowered her head, like a child caught in a mistake. "There are 2 specific reasons," Tang Hai said after a moment of thought. "First, the benefits for our platform's contracted authors are still the same as before. A daily update of 4,000 words for a month can earn a full attendance bonus of 400 yuan. This creates a huge gap compared to the benefits offered to contracted authors by Yueku. Secondly, we are a free novel platform, and the author's earnings mainly come from advertisements inserted into the novels. However, so far, we haven't had many advertisers cooperating with us, which leads to very low earnings for a novel. How about this? You first adjust the author's benefits. As for the lack of advertisers, there's no rush. With the company's large traffic, as long as the advertisers aren't foolish, they will definitely cooperate with us." "Manager Lu, is it really appropriate for me to adjust the author's benefits?" Tang Hai hesitated. Lu Chen wanted him to raise the benefits, but he was worried that if he raised them too much, it would cause losses for the company, and if he raised them too little, it still wouldn't attract people. "Tang Manager, you can't think like that," Lu Chen smiled. "You are the person in charge of the company, you don't need to be overly cautious. Just use the benefits offered by Yueku as a standard, as long as it's not lower than theirs, it's fine. Understood, Manager Lu. Hearing this, Tang Hai finally breathed a sigh of relief. With Lu Chen's words, he had a clearer idea of how much to raise the benefits. By the way, what did editor Tang Meng major in? Lu Chen suddenly thought of something and looked at Tang Meng. I happen to need an assistant. How about you change jobs? So many days had passed. The ancient coin giveaway event Lu Chen organized on Douyin still hadn't distributed any coins. If this continued for a few more days, netizens would probably start calling him a scammer. The reason he chose Tang Meng as an assistant was simple. She seemed like a straightforward person, someone without much scheming, making him feel more at ease having her around. No. Hearing Lu Chen wanted her to be his assistant, Tang Meng shook her head vigorously. Manager Lu, I'm perfectly fine as an editor. I promise I won't snack at work anymore. Tang Meng was determined not to become Lu Chen's assistant. Being an assistant meant working under Lu Chen's watchful eye, and she couldn't slack off then. Being an editor was better. As long as Lu Chen wasn't at the company, her slacking off would go unnoticed. Really not considering it? Lu Chen smiled. Being my assistant pays much more than being an editor. Not considering it. Tang Meng shook her head again. No matter how high the salary, it couldn't compare to her desire to slack off. Base salary of 10,000. Manager Lu, I will definitely be an excellent assistant. Tang Meng's eyes suddenly became resolute. Inside, she was overjoyed. Ha, a base salary of 10,000, this is a fortune. Is that all it takes? Lu Chen found it both amusing and exasperating. He hadn't expected Tang Meng to be so easily satisfied. Although 10,000 wasn't a small amount, given Lu Chen's status, a monthly salary of 10,000 for being his assistant was really not much. However, the more easily satisfied Tang Meng was, the more at ease he felt with her. Of course, as long as Tang Meng's work satisfied him, he wouldn't specify how much he would give her. Even a small gift from him would be enough to ensure she lived comfortably for the rest of her life. Manager Lu, Xiaomeng majored in ancient literature in college. Seeing Lu Chen wanting Tang Meng to be an assistant, Tang Hai's eyes lit up. He wasn't like Tang Meng, a fresh graduate who knew nothing and was only attracted by immediate benefits. Although a base salary of 10,000 was good, it was nothing compared to the other benefits that came with being Lu Chen's assistant. In other words, if Tang Meng really became Lu Chen's assistant, her social status would receive a significant boost. Jobs like being a big shots driver or assistant might not sound appealing, but no one would easily offend them. Instead, they would offer some benefits out of respect for the big shot. That's fine. Lu Chen nodded. He hired an assistant mainly to help him deliver the ancient coins he promised to send to his online friends, and he didn't need the assistant to have a high degree. Moreover, compared to a diploma, he valued the other person's character more. Tang Meng had a simple personality and no scheming, making her very suitable to be his assistant. Can you drive? Lu Chen looked at Tang Meng and said, I plan to go to the urban village later. If you can drive, you can take the wheel. I can. Tang Meng nodded seriously. I've had my driver's license for 5 years. Then let's go. Lu Chen glanced at the time. It was almost noon. After going to the urban village, he had other things to do. Fortunately, before Song Qingwan resigned, she had approved a long vacation for him. Except for some important exams that required his presence, he didn't have to go to school at other times. Xiaomeng, you must seize this opportunity and absolutely cannot mess it up. As Lu Chen walked out of the company, Tang Hai reminded Tang Meng, who was still packing snacks, remember, never tell President Lu that the companies you've worked for have all gone bankrupt. The wealthier people are, the more superstitious they tend to be. If President Lu finds out, he definitely won't let you be his assistant. Also, be a bit perceptive at work, don't say what you shouldn't say, and don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Got it? Got it. Got it. Tang Meng made an okay gesture to Tang Hai and then picked up the big bag of snacks, chasing after Lu Chen. Watching Tang Meng's departing figure, Tang Hai frowned tightly. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that Tang Meng was unreliable. Wait. Suddenly, Tang Hai thought of something, and his pupils widened in shock. He then frantically chased after Tang Meng, but by the time he rushed out of the company, he was still a step too late, just in time to see Lu Chen and Tang Meng taking the elevator down. It's over, how could I forget this? Tang Hai slapped himself, took out his phone, and trembled as he prepared to call Lu Chen. But the next second, he hesitated. No, Xiaomeng has such a good opportunity, I can't ruin her future. And Xiaomeng has a driver's license, which proves she can drive, just not very skillfully. Tang Hai suddenly remembered that since finishing the college entrance examination and getting her driver's license, Tang Meng hadn't even touched a car's steering wheel. Heaven help, please don't let anything go wrong. Tang Hai put away his phone, clasped his hands together, and began to pray. He had intended to call Lu Chen to tell him that Tang Meng wasn't very skilled at driving, but he was afraid that Lu Chen would not let Tang Meng be his assistant for that reason. If that happened, it would be equivalent to him ruining Tang Meng's future with his own hands. After careful consideration, he decided to take a gamble. As long as Tang Meng didn't have an accident driving today, he would find a way to improve her driving skills afterward. Do you really like snacks this much? In the elevator, Lu Chen looked at the large bag of snacks that Tang Meng was struggling to carry, feeling somewhat speechless. He sized her up. It could be said that Tang Meng was the smallest girl he had ever encountered. She was quite pretty, with a sweet and cute style, and a bit of baby fat. Name, Tang Meng. Age, 23 years. Height, 158 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Overall attractiveness score, 89. 0. Favorability, 30. Ordinary friends. Hee, throwing it away would be a waste. Tang Meng looked up at Lu Chen with a silly smile, her eyes crescent-shaped when she smiled. Let me help you. Lu Chen bent down to help Tang Meng lift the large bag of snacks. Thank you, President Lu, you're really strong, Tang Meng said with a naive expression. Lu Chen was somewhat used to this. Tang Meng's way of thinking always surprised him, but it didn't make him feel disgusted. On the contrary, he found it quite interesting to have such a little one as an assistant. Soon, the elevator reached the first floor. Lu Chen walked ahead with a large bag of snacks, while Tang Meng jogged behind him. There was no helping it, Tang Meng was too small. Plus, boys generally walked faster than girls. Lu Chen, not paying attention for a moment, left Tang Meng several meters behind. When Lu Chen reached the phantom car, he realized that Tang Meng had been left behind by more than 10 meters. President Lu, slow down, wait for me. Tang Meng finally caught up with Lu Chen, panting heavily. Your stamina is really poor, Lu Chen said with a frown. It's only this short distance, and you're already this tired? President Lu, my short legs can't compare to yours, Tang Meng replied, her face flushed, speaking weakly. One of your steps is like 2 of mine, and you walk so fast, plus it's so hot. Stop. Seeing Tang Meng making so many excuses without admitting her lack of exercise, Lu Chen said irritably, your little belly is sticking out. It's obvious you usually just eat snacks and watch TV, with no exercise at all. Ah, Tang Meng suddenly gasped, looking down at her belly. She was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt on top and a plaid pleated skirt on the bottom. The shirt, which was originally tucked into the skirt, had come out a bit because she was running, revealing a soft little belly. Instantly, her cheeks burned, and she quickly turned around to tuck her shirt back into her skirt. President Lu, can you pretend you didn't see that? Tang Meng lowered her head, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. Just pretend I didn't see it, Lu Chen said as he opened the car door and sat in the back seat, handing the phantom car keys to Tang Meng. Drive, I have a lot to do today. Okay. Tang Meng took the keys, her eyes sparkling with excitement. When she sat in the driver's seat, she was stunned. She realized she couldn't reach the steering wheel. President Lu. Tang Meng turned her head, looking at Lu Chen in the back seat, nearly in tears. Lu Chen had a dark expression, as if a crow had flown over his head. Since he had driven the car before, he had adjusted the seat to fit him. Tang Meng, who was under 160 centimeters tall, found that not only could she not reach the steering wheel, but her feet also couldn't touch the brake or the accelerator. The scene was hilariously absurd. Are you here to make me laugh? Lu Chen took a deep breath, then got out of the car to adjust the seat for Tang Meng. Is this better? Lu Chen looked at the seat that was now almost touching the steering wheel, shaking his head helplessly. Fortunately, Tang Meng was just his assistant and not his driver, otherwise, he would really worry about being laughed to death one day. Where's the clutch? Tang Meng scratched her head, looking at Lu Chen in confusion. She remembered that the cars in driving school had clutches. Lu Chen? The Phantom drove over the Huajiang Bridge. In the driver's seat, Lu Chen sat silently with a dark expression. When Tang Meng asked where the clutch was, he knew he couldn't let her drive anymore. When he learned from her that the last time she drove was 5 years ago when she got her license, and that her license was about to expire in a few days, he felt like cursing. He looked up at the rearview mirror. In the mirror, Tang Meng sat straight in the back seat, motionless, like a child who had made a mistake. When she saw Lu Chen looking at her, she quickly grinned, revealing a row of neat teeth. Seeing this, Lu Chen shot her a glare. However, when he looked away, a smile unconsciously crept onto his lips. Although Tang Meng was completely unreliable, she wasn't without her merits. At least, if it were most adult women, they wouldn't be able to be so casual in front of a quality man like Lu Chen. They would likely be overly cautious and use all their wits to try to gain something from him. The greatest advantage of Tang Meng is her simplicity. The urban village, also known as Yi Peigu, Lu Chen stopped the car at the entrance of Yipegu. The internal roads of Yipegu are too narrow for the phantom to enter. Yipegu is also known as the nightmare for delivery workers. The complex environment inside can easily confuse them. Mr. Lu, there's a great place for spicy hot pot here. Do you want to eat? It's on me. Lu Chen and Tang Meng got out of the car. To make Lu Chen stop being angry with her, Tang Meng gritted her teeth and decided to spend a fortune treating him to a spicy hot pot. Do you come here often? Lu Chen asked. The food here is delicious and cheap. I used to come here with friends often when I was in school, but after graduation, everyone got busy with serious work, so we rarely came. Really? You don't seem like someone who would take work seriously. I want to work seriously, but every time I try, the company goes under before I can. Tang Meng said with a gloomy expression. She had graduated for a year, and instead of working seriously, most of her time was spent either looking for a job or on her way to find one. By the time she finally joined a company, it went bankrupt before she even completed her probation period. So far, 6 companies she had worked for had closed down. Even Strawberry would have gone under if it weren't for her new boss, Lu Chen. What do you mean the company is gone? Lu Chen looked at Tang Meng in confusion. Nothing. Tang Meng paused for a moment, then hurriedly said, Mr. Lu, let's go eat spicy hot pot. She dared not tell Lu Chen about her impressive track record. Tang Hai had recently warned her that the wealthier the boss, the more superstitious they are. If Lu Chen knew that all the companies she had worked for had gone bankrupt, he would definitely not let her be his assistant. Although she was simple, she wasn't foolish. In this day and age, it was already hard for college students to find jobs, let alone her position with a base salary of 10,000. If she lost this job, she would be heartbroken for several days. Could it be that all the companies you've worked for have gone bankrupt? Lu Chen looked at Tang Meng, testing her. Instantly, Tang Meng's face turned pale, but she still nodded. Then you are quite impressive. Seeing Tang Meng looking helpless and even self-reproachful, Lu Chen did not continue discussing the topic. Although he was curious about the details, he didn't want to rub salt in her wounds. Moreover, he didn't believe that Tang Meng had the ability to cause the companies she joined to go bankrupt. It could only be a coincidence. Let's go, take me to that spicy hot pot place you mentioned. Mr. Lu, you're not going to fire me? Tang Meng's eyes lit up, looking at Lu Chen in surprise. Fire you? It seems you haven't even officially joined yet, have you? Lu Chen smiled at Tang Meng. She had become his assistant, but they hadn't signed any relevant contracts yet. Oh, the surprise in Tang Meng's eyes faded, and she returned to her dejected demeanor. Stop dawdling, hurry and lead the way, Lu Chen said. If you keep stalling, I might deduct your salary. Mr. Lu, please don't deduct my salary. I'll take you there right now. Tang Meng understood the implication in Lu Chen's words, and her whole demeanor instantly brightened as she led him into Yipegu. Mr. Lu, this is the place. Their spicy hot pot is super delicious. On a slope, Tang Meng pointed at an old, shabby little shop, looking very excited. Lingxing spicy hot pot. Lu Chen looked in the direction Tang Meng was pointing, and what first caught his attention was a neon sign that read Lingxing spicy hot pot. This handwriting looks somewhat familiar. Lu Chen examined the elegant and beautiful characters on the sign, feeling like he had seen them somewhere before. Suddenly, a series of sounds came from nearby. Lu Chen took a step back and saw that behind the spicy hot pot shop was a 2-story residential building. At that moment, on the rooftop, a middle-aged man was expanding the house. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen frowned. That seems to be the owner of the hot pot shop. Tang Meng also spotted the middle-aged man on the residential building and said with disappointment, "It looks like we might not be able to eat his hot pot today." "Excuse me, are you two here for hot pot?" Just then, a middle-aged woman with a friendly face and an apron walked out of the shop. "Yes, ma'am." Tang Meng's eyes lit up. "Can we eat now?" Of course, the middle-aged woman smiled. "You can go in and sit down." "Ma'am, is that uncle on the rooftop your husband?" Lu Chen asked with a smile. In this hot weather, he's still expanding the house. The weather in the mountain city is like this, and it's not just my family expanding. Every household in the village is expanding. Why is everyone expanding their houses? Tang Meng asked curiously. It's said that our area is about to be demolished, so everyone is thinking of expanding their houses before the demolition to get more compensation later. They are actually going to demolish this place. Tang Meng was taken aback and then said enviously, "That's great, ma'am. Your family is going to be a demolition household." "Oh, what's so great about it? We don't even know what the specific compensation standards are. If the compensation is low, it's better not to demolish. You could have your uncle expand a few more floors, that way, the compensation would increase." Tang Meng laughed. "If it were me, I would directly expand it to 100 floors. Thud. As soon as Tang Meng finished speaking, Lu Chen couldn't help but tap her on the head. Expand to 100 floors? Did she really think he was a fool? Lu, why did you hit me?
Tang Meng covered her head with both hands, looking at Lu Chen with a wronged expression.
Who told you to speak without thinking? Lu Chen glared at Tang Meng, then turned to the middle-aged woman and asked, Ma'am, how did you find out about the demolition news?
The news about the demolition of the urban village would not be reported by the Financial Association until tomorrow at the earliest. Yet now, all the residents of the urban village knew about the demolition and were expanding their houses to get more compensation. This made him suspect that someone had deliberately leaked the news to set him up.
I'm not sure who spread it,
but suddenly everyone is saying that this place is going to be demolished, and the village chief confirmed that the news is true, so everyone felt safe to expand. So, your village chief seems to be quite well informed, Lu Chen said meaningfully.
You two, please go in and sit down, the middle-aged woman smiled. It's hot outside, and there are electric fans inside. Okay. Lu Chen nodded and then entered the shop with Tang Meng. He glanced around the shop.
It was about 40 square meters, with 4 tables and a pot for boiling hot pot.
What do you want to take from the pot?
Vegetables are 50 cents, and meat is 1 yuan. The middle-aged woman took disposable bowls and chopsticks from the cabinet and placed them on the table, pouring a cup of warm water for both Lu Chen and Tang Meng.
Lu, I'll go get some vegetables, Tang Meng said, her eyes shining at the sight of food. She picked up a plate and went to the pot.
Soon, Tang Meng's plate was piled high with food. However, most of it was vegetables like potatoes, kelp, lotus root slices, and bean curd skin.
Lu, you have to try this, it's super delicious, Tang Meng said, handing Lu Chen a skewer of potatoes, looking at him with anticipation.
Seeing this, Lu Chen took the potatoes and took a bite. The taste wasn't particularly stunning, it was just a spicy flavor. For him, a person from the mountain city, the overall taste was quite good, but for someone from outside, they might not be able to handle this flavor.
How does it taste? Tang Meng stared wide-eyed at Lu Chen, waiting for his evaluation.
Not bad, Lu Chen said with a smile. It really reminds me of the taste of the spicy hot pot I used to have after school.
Mr. Lu, do rich people also sell spicy hot pot at the school gate? Tang Meng looked adorably confused. She thought rich people only ate exotic delicacies.
Rich people are still people. Lu Chen shot her a glance but didn't elaborate. However, it was certain that there wouldn't be any spicy hot pot sold at the gates of elite schools for the wealthy. They would probably be chased away by security before they even got close. But he hadn't attended an elite school in either his past life or this one. He had always gone to regular schools.
Mom, I'm back.
At that moment, a clear and pleasant voice came from outside the shop. Soon after, 2 graceful figures walked in. When Lu Chen saw one of them, he was momentarily stunned.
Ling Ling is back.
A middle-aged woman came out from the kitchen, smiling. Go wash your hands first. You can eat when your dad is done.
Mom, this is my classmate, Wang Tian. Hello, Auntie. The girl named Wang Tian greeted the middle-aged woman. So you're Ling Ling's classmate?
Sorry, I thought you were a customer. The middle-aged woman quickly pulled out a stool and said, Come sit. I'll go call your uncle back for dinner. Ling Ling, pour a glass of water for your classmate.
Auntie, you can just do your thing.
Don't worry about me, Wang Tian said with a smile as she sat on the stool. Mom, you go ahead. I still have 2 classmates coming later. I'm treating them to our family's spicy hot pot.
Alright, make sure to take good care of your classmates. If the pot runs out, just go get more ingredients to cook, the middle-aged woman instructed before returning to the kitchen. Mr.
Lu, look, there are beautiful girls. Tang Meng nudged Lu Chen's shoulder and kept giving him meaningful glances.
I'm not blind, Lu Chen replied irritably. Can you not be so lewd? What's wrong with reminding you to look at beautiful girls?
Tang Meng muttered softly, then buried her head in her food and stopped talking. Lu Chen, however, was focused on Wang Tian sitting at the table in front of him, marveling at how small the world was. Indeed, this girl named Wang Tian was the same one Lu Chen had given 10 million on Douyin. Although he knew she was studying at a university in the mountain city, he hadn't expected to run into her offline.
Lu Chen's mind stirred, and Wang Tian's personal information appeared before him. Name, Wang Tian. Age, 18. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 58 kilograms. Overall attractiveness score, 89. 0. Affection level, 79. Couple. Weight, affection level 79? Lu Chen was bewildered. How could Wang Tian have such a high affection level for him? Moreover, he hadn't received any notifications about an increase in her affection level.
Friendly reminder, when the opposite sex is beyond a certain distance from the host, affection level increases will not be notified in real time.
So that's how it is, Lu Chen suddenly realized. But an affection level of 79 seems a bit exaggerated, doesn't it?
Although he had Wang Tian's WeChat, he hardly ever replied to her messages. Logically,
her affection level shouldn't be this high. Or could it be that his lack of response made her even more curious about him, thus increasing her affection level so much? The more Lu Chen thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. He took out his phone and found the chat history with Wang Tiantian. Almost every day, she would send him messages. Wang Tiantian, Pango brother, good morning. Wang Tiantian, Pango brother, have you eaten yet? Wang Tiantian, Pango brother, I learned a new dance today, do you want to see it? Wang Tiantian, video, Wang Tiantian, Pango Gij, are you busy? Wang Tiantian, Pango Gij, remember to rest well if you're tired from work. Lu Chen flipped through several pages, all filled with messages from Wang Tiantian, none of which he had replied to. When he first received these messages, he felt nothing. Now that he knew Wang Tiantian had feelings for him, looking at these messages again, he suddenly thought that Wang Tiantian might have a tendency for self-harm. How could she have such strong feelings for someone who ignored her? With a 79 affection level, if it rose a few more points, he might just win her over. Tiantian, take whatever you want to eat. Another woman poured a glass of water for Wang Tiantian and glanced at the time, saying, why are Lingyu and Gongwei so slow? Lingling, it's not that I'm slow, but your place is hard to drive into. I had to find a place to park the car before coming in. A bright voice rang out. Two young men walked into the shop. One was dressed in trendy brands, looking sunny and handsome. The other had a wheat-colored complexion and a tall stature. The speaker was the handsome young man. I told you my home is in the urban village, and you still drove over. Who can you blame? Xiaoling glared at Lin Yu and said, in the end, it's because you want to show off your sports car, afraid others don't know you're rich. Lingling, you can't say that. Lin Yu laughed. Once your place is demolished, you'll be rich too. Come on, I don't believe what you say. Xiaoling replied, our place is so run down, if we get 2,000 per square meter for demolition, that would be great. How could it possibly be 15,000 per square meter? Xiaoling, young Master Lin told us it's 15,000 per square meter. Can it be false? Gongwei said with a flattering expression. Don't forget, young Master Lin's father is the richest man in Shancheng. Since young Master Lin said our place will be demolished, it will definitely be demolished. Since young Master Lin said the compensation is 15,000, it must be 15,000. Exactly. Lin Yu raised his head, looking smug. Everything I said is absolutely true. Is it? Suddenly, a voice interrupted. Instantly, everyone's gaze turned to the owner of the voice. Moo, moo goo. Lin Yu's pupils widened, as if he had seen something terrifying. With a thud, Lin Yu dropped to his knees. In an instant, Xiao Ling and the others were all dumbfounded. Young Master Lin, what are you doing? Gongwei glanced at Lu Chen, then at the kneeling Lin Yu, feeling a bit dazed. However, Lin Yu's face turned pale, and his body trembled. It's over, it's really over. At this moment, Lin Yu wished he could die. Hee hee, what a young Master Lin, you really know quite a bit. Lu Chen walked in front of Lin Yu, squatting down and patting Lin Yu's shoulder. When he learned that the demolition information had been leaked, he had suspected many people, staff from the Financial Association, Yan Bingyun, and the bosses of various real estate companies participating in the bidding. But he never expected that the one who leaked the demolition information would be Lin Yu. Muge, I was wrong, please spare me. Lin Yu lowered his head, not daring to look at Lu Chen. Look at me. Lu Chen said in a deep voice, answer me when I ask something. Yes. Lin Yu trembled as he raised his head, but the moment he met Lu Chen's gaze, he instinctively lowered it again. He was truly afraid of Lu Chen. After all, Lu Chen was someone who didn't even regard Zhao Shanghua as a threat. Moreover, Lu Chen held 40% of the shares in Hongda Group. It was no exaggeration to say that as long as Lu Chen wanted, he could easily make Lin Nantian unable to become the richest man in Shancheng. Who told you about the urban village demolition news? I overheard it. Lin Yu whispered, yesterday when I got home, I heard my sister and my dad chatting. They mentioned a real estate company called Tiangong, which successfully won the bid for the demolition and reconstruction project of the urban village at a compensation price of 15,000 per square meter. Why let the news out? Lu Chen said expressionlessly, you better answer truthfully. I just wanted to show off. Lin Yu's face turned pale and then flushed, his head dropping even lower. Show off? Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback. Then he thought of something and glanced back at the dazed Xiao Ling. It was no surprise that Lin Yu seemed to like this girl named Xiao Ling. Coincidentally, her family lived in the urban village, so Lin Yu revealed the news about the demolition, wanting to impress the girl he liked. Brother Mu, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Lin Yu's eyes shimmered with tears. Please spare me, I swear I really had no bad intentions, and I only told Ling Ling, Gong Wei, and Wang Tiantian. Thud. As soon as Lin Yu finished speaking, Gongwei suddenly knelt in front of Lu Chen as well. Lu Chen looked at Gongwei in confusion. Brother Mu. Gongwei's face was pale. I'm sorry. Lu Chen? It's like this, after I learned from Lin Xiao about the urban village demolition, I immediately told my dad. Your dad is? Lu Chen frowned tightly. My dad is the village chief here. Gong Wei lowered his head, his body trembling as well. Damn, Gong Wei, you idiot, are you trying to get me killed? Lin Yu exploded, throwing a punch at Gong Wei. I'm sorry, Lin Xiao, it's all my fault, all my fault. Gong Wei covered his eyes, repeatedly apologizing. Sorry your grandpa, I'll kill you. Lin Yu's anger burned within him. He never expected that his little brother would dare to stab him in the back. Enough! Just as Lin Yu was about to unleash all his anger on Gong Wei, Lu Chen spoke up. Besides fanning the flames, all you know how to do is bully the weak. Yes, Brother Mu is right. Lin Yu suppressed his anger and cautiously said, Brother Mu, how come you're here? However, Lu Chen completely ignored him and returned to his seat to eat spicy hot pot. Although the demolition information was leaked by Lin Yu, it wouldn't actually affect him at all. He just needed to contact the financial association later and have them inform the residents of the urban village that the subsequent expansion area would not be included in the compensation range when announcing the demolition. Moreover, even if Lin Yu hadn't leaked the news, he believed that someone else would eventually do so. Xiao Wei, why are you kneeling on the ground? At that moment, a middle-aged woman walked out from the kitchen, followed by a middle-aged man. I'm fine, I just accidentally fell. Gong Wei first glanced at Lu Chen, confirming that Lu Chen had no intention of making things difficult for him before daring to stand up. Where did you fall? Why are your eyes all swollen? Zhou Honglan hurriedly approached to check Gong Wei's injuries and said to the middle-aged man behind her, Xia Jun, quickly go get some medicinal alcohol for Xiao Wei to apply. Okay, I'll go get it now. Xia Jun nodded and then turned to go back into the kitchen. Brother Mu, I really know I was wrong. Lin Yu gritted his teeth and walked to Lu Chen's side. I didn't know that letting the demolition news out would upset you. If I had known, I would never have told anyone. Then guess why I'm angry? Lu Chen put down his chopsticks and calmly stared at Lin Yu. Although Lin Yu and Lin Ji were siblings, they gave him completely different feelings. Lin Ji gave him a sense of mystery, clearly hiding many secrets. Lin Yu, on the other hand, could only be described as foolish. Even now, Lin Yu still couldn't figure out that the Tiangong real estate company he mentioned was under Lu Chen's ownership. Because Lin Yu's words trailed off suddenly. Gulp. Lin Yu swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he said, the Tiangong real estate company that contracted the demolition project in the urban village is your industry, Brother Mu? As soon as Lin Yu finished speaking, all eyes turned to Lu Chen. Xia Jun, holding a bowl of medicinal wine, stood frozen in place, staring at Lu Chen in shock. Just when everyone was at a loss for words, a childish voice came from outside the shop. Mom, I'm hungry. Following that, a boy about 5 years old walked into the shop. When the boy saw Lu Chen, his mouth dropped open, and his eyes sparkled as he exclaimed, Shark Knight, it's the Shark Knight. Lu Chen. Meanwhile, Xia Ling, who had been silent, became excited. Excuse me, are you Lu Chen? Yes. Lu Chen nodded with a smile. Long before Gong Wei called Xia Ling's name, Lu Chen had already confirmed that this lynching spicy hot pot was run by the parents of the little boy he saved. The words on the neon sign outside and the words on the note Han Fei gave him were clearly written by the same person. Dad, Mom, he's the one who saved Xingxing. What? Xia Jun and Zhou Honglan were taken aback, and Xia Jun hurriedly set down the medicinal wine in his hand and quickly walked up to Lu Chen. He bent his legs and was about to kneel before Lu Chen. Uncle, that's not necessary. Lu Chen reacted quickly, supporting Xia Jun and saying with a wry smile, I came to your house by coincidence today, not specifically to have you thank me. Young man, just let me bow to you. Xia Jun said excitedly, if it weren't for you, my Xingxing would be gone. You not only saved my Xingxing but also saved my whole family. Thud. Zhou Honglan suddenly knelt on the ground and said to Xia Ling and Xia Xing, Lingling, Xingxing, you two quickly kneel down and properly thank this young man. Okay. Xia Ling didn't feel embarrassed at all and directly knelt down, bowing her head to Lu Chen. Seeing this, Lu Chen knew he couldn't stop it, so he let go of Xia Jun. Moreover, since he saved Xia Xing's life, he had to accept this bow. But the next second, Lu Chen's face darkened. He saw that Tang Meng, that fool, for some reason, also knelt down and bowed to him. What are you doing? Lu Chen gritted his teeth. After Xia Jun's family finished bowing, they saw Tang Meng also kneeling and bowing, and their heads were filled with question marks. The key was that Tang Meng had just eaten, and his mouth was still smeared with red oil, looking quite comical. Ah! Tang Meng then realized, his cheeks burning, no, I'm sorry, I got carried away and thought I had to bow too. Having you is truly my blessing. Lu Chen was both angry and amused. He didn't know what was going on with Tang Meng's thought process, he always managed to do things that left him speechless but unable to truly get angry. Should I also kneel? At that moment, Wang Tiantian spoke up softly. There were 8 people in the room, including Lu Chen, and aside from her, the other 7 had all knelt to Lu Chen. If she didn't kneel, wouldn't that be a bit out of place? Lu Chen? Lu Chen looked at Wang Tiantian, but before he could say anything, Wang Tiantian had already knelt down. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen's mouth twitched. At that moment, he didn't even know how to describe his feelings. Anyone who didn't know would think he was about to ascend to the throne. Should he take out the imperial seal to enhance the atmosphere? Tian, what are you doing? Xiaoling stood up, covering her mouth and laughing. This brother is Xingxing's savior. Our family is bowing to him to express our gratitude, but you don't have to. I also want to express my gratitude. Wang Tian stood up, gazing at Lu Chen, her cheeks flushing as she said, Brother Pangu, I've always wanted to thank you in person for giving me so many gifts. Although Wang Tian had never met Lu Chen, she had watched the replay of his live streams where he interacted with fans more than once, so she was very familiar with his voice. She was certain that the Lu Chen in front of her was indeed the generous Pangu who had gifted her millions. Brother Pangu? Now it was Xiaoling and the others who were confused. Tang Meng scratched her head, feeling dizzy from the situation. Pangu, the one who donated the imperial seal? Lin Yu suddenly thought of something, looking at Lu Chen with disbelief. Muge, you are actually Pangu. Big brother is not Pangu, he is the Shark Knight. Xiaoxing walked over to Lu Chen and hugged his leg, saying, that day I almost drowned, and then a big shark emerged from the water and flew me to the shore. That big shark was transformed from Big Brother. Pangu? Shark Knight? Tang Meng mumbled to herself, her hands continuously grasping her head. The more she listened, the more confused she became, even feeling a bit itchy in her head, as if she were about to grow a brain. Xingxing, you can't describe Big Brother like that. Zhou Honglan laughed. Big Brother is so handsome, how could he possibly be a shark? Mom, the Shark Knight is super cool. Xiaoxing said excitedly, I admire the Shark Knight the most. Lingling, what is the Shark Knight? Wang Tian asked, puzzled. It's an animated series that Xingxing really likes, where the main character is a big shark that can transform. Xiaoling said, exasperated, maybe this brother saved Xingxing, so she sees him as her favorite animated character. So your name is Xingxing. Lu Chen squatted down, ruffling Xiaoxing's hair, and smiled, you can't run to the riverbank alone anymore. If something happens, your dad, mom, and sister will be sad. Only Lu Chen knew that Xiaoxing referred to him as the Shark Knight because she truly saw him as a shark, and a flying one at that. But thinking about it, it made sense. His speed swimming to the shore with Xiaoxing was faster than a speedboat. Saying he flew through the water wouldn't be an exaggeration. Having experienced that feeling firsthand, it was hard for Xiaoxing to see him as just a person. Fortunately, Xiaoxing was still young and wasn't scared. Instead, she regarded him as her favorite animated character. Xingxing, did you hear? Big Brother said you shouldn't run to the riverbank alone anymore. Xia Jun said sternly. When he learned from the police about Xiaoxing falling into the river, he and Zhou Honglan were nearly scared to death. Even though the police told them that Xiaoxing had been rescued and was safe, they still felt a lingering fear. They were deeply grateful to Lu Chen, who had saved Xiaoxing. Now that they saw Lu Chen, they wouldn't just bow to him, even if it meant giving him all their savings, they would do it without hesitation. I know. Xiaoxing nodded obediently. After falling into the river, she understood the dangers and wouldn't sneak off to play by the riverbank anymore. Young man, may I ask how to address you? Xia Jun looked at Lu Chen and said, it's clear that you have an extraordinary background. Our family is just ordinary people, and we may not be able to help you much, but you saved Xingxing, so if you ever need anything from our family, just let us know, and we won't refuse. Xia Jun had originally planned to give Lu Chen some cash as a reward, but after hearing what Lin Yu and Wang Tian said, he realized Lu Chen's status was noble, and even if he offered all his savings, Lu Chen might not even care. Still, he wanted to do something for Lu Chen in return. My name is Lu Chen, you can just call me Xiaomu. Lu Chen smiled and said, if you really want to do something for me, why not stop the house expansions? Also, tell the other villagers not to expand either. The demolition and reconstruction project in the urban village has already been contracted to my company. The compensation plan we offer is 15,000 per square meter. This price is already the highest demolition compensation in the history of Shanchang. Gulp. Lin Yu swallowed hard. Although he had just guessed that Tiangong Real Estate Company was under Lu Chen's ownership, hearing Lu Chen say it himself still shocked him immensely. I'm sorry, President Lu, Xia Jun said in a panic. We won't build anymore. We won't build anymore. I'll go find the village chief right away and have him notify the other villagers not to expand. Actually, if you want to expand, that's fine. But in doing so, the only ones who will end up losing are you. Lu Chen said slowly, at best, the expanded part won't be compensated by my company, and you'll waste your materials and labor. At worst, my company will no longer contract this project, and your village will lose the opportunity for demolition. Dad, I told you long ago not to expand, but you just wouldn't listen. Xia Ling spoke up. If everyone thinks they can get more demolition compensation by expanding, which company would dare come here? It's not just the companies, even the official departments would be disappointed in us. It's all Dad's greed. Xia Jun slapped himself, filled with regret. Whether it was him or the other residents of Yepa village, the main reason for the expansion was the fear that the demolition compensation would be too low. They never considered that the expanded part wouldn't be compensated and that their actions could lead Yepa village to lose the opportunity for demolition altogether. Even if Yepa village wasn't demolished, they could still survive. But if given a choice, who wouldn't want to receive 15,000 per square meter in demolition compensation to live in a better place? Yepa village had a decent location, but all other facilities were old and dilapidated, and the environment was dirty and chaotic. No one living in Yepa village wanted to stay there. Uncle Xia, I just saw you expanding your house. You must have worked as a bricklayer, right? Yeah. Xia Jun nodded. Most of the people in our village worked on construction sites in the past, but in recent years, it's been hard to find work on the sites. They only work for a month or two a year, and most of the time, they stay at home. My family is okay. My wife runs a spicy hot pot shop. Although it doesn't make much money, we manage to get by. Plus, Lingling is doing well. Her schooling is covered by her scholarship, and we can even save a little money each year. But some families are struggling. Parents can't find work for a while, and schooling costs money, plus they have elderly to take care of. Under all this pressure, some people have even jumped into the river to commit suicide. No work? That's just perfect. Lin Yu said, after Brother Mu's company demolishes here, not only will you receive 15,000 per square meter in demolition compensation, but a large cultural theme park comparable to Disneyland will be built here. When the theme park is constructed, the jobs needed will be prioritized for you. Brother Mu, am I right? Lin Yu said, trying to please. You know a lot? Lu Chen looked at Lin Yu expressionlessly. Instantly, Lin Yu was so frightened that he lowered his head. Not much, not much. I was just talking nonsense. Gulp. Next to him, Gong Wei swallowed hard, not daring to breathe. He couldn't imagine what kind of terrifying identity Lu Chen must have to make Lin Yu, the son of the richest man in Shanshine, so scared. How about this, Uncle Xia? Lu Chen thought for a moment and said, if you trust me, then organize the people in your village. Once the theme park officially starts construction, I'll arrange some work for you. Trustworthy, trustworthy. Xia Jun was immediately excited upon hearing this. Although he had little education, it didn't mean he was foolish. Lu Chen was clearly giving him an opportunity. If he could really organize people, then when Lu Chen arranged some work for him, he would directly become a contractor, earning far more than he did working for others. Thank you, Mr. Lu, really, thank you so much. As he spoke, Xia Jun knelt down again. Uncle Xia, what are you doing? Lu Chen helped Xia Jun up, feeling both amused and helpless. I'm just a junior, how can you kneel to me like that? It's only right. It's only right. Xia Jun smiled broadly, not feeling at all that it was inappropriate for him to kneel to Lu Chen given their age difference. Lu Chen was not only his son's savior but had also given him a chance to make money. It was perfectly normal for him to kneel. He was very clear that for someone like Lu Chen, there were people who would want to kneel to him but might not even have the chance. Pangu. No, Brother Mu, does your company need streamers? I want to sign with your company. At that moment, Wang Tiantian suddenly spoke up. After connecting with Lu Chen, Wang Tiantian had completely exploded in popularity. Not only had her fan count risen to tens of millions, but she had also become one of the few big streamers on Douyin with a stable audience of over 100,000. During this time, many MCN agencies and entertainment companies had approached her, wanting to sign her, but she had rejected them all. The reason for her refusal was that she felt everything she had now was given by Lu Chen, and she couldn't just turn around and sign with someone else after benefiting. You want to sign with my company? Lu Chen looked at Wang Tiantian and smiled, but my company is in the real estate industry. How about you start an entertainment company, Brother Mu? Wang Tiantian blushed and said, my streaming popularity is stable at 500,000 now. I can earn a lot of money for your company. Wow! Lin Yu's eyes widened as he looked at Wang Tiantian, whispering, is Wang Tiantian crazy? Actively giving money to Brother Mu? Lin Yu knew that Wang Tiantian had become a sensation, but what he couldn't understand was why she would want Lu Chen to start an entertainment company just to share the profits with him. Wasn't that just plain crazy? Love-struck brain, that should count as a sickness, right? Gong Wei replied quietly. He looked at Wang Tiantian and Lu Chen, noticing the way Wang Tiantian gazed at Lu Chen, clearly infatuated. People really do make others feel inferior. Lin Yu was at a loss for words. As the son of the richest man in Shanshang, he had many women who liked him, but not a single one had ever been willing to give him her money. They all wanted to empty his pockets instead. Compared to Lu Chen, he was utterly defeated in every aspect: background, looks, physique, and charm. Gong Wei glanced at Lin Yu, wanting to say something but holding back. He really wanted to scold Lin Yu, saying, "You, the son of the richest man in Shanshang, are still here lamenting." The phrase "people make others feel inferior" should have been said by him, right? "Are you planning to give me money?" Lu Chen was also taken aback by Wang Tiantian's idea. Although he didn't care about her little money, he had to think carefully about her intentions. "If it weren't for Brother Mu, I would just be an ordinary little internet celebrity. The popularity I have now is all thanks to you, Brother Mu, so I want to repay you." Wang Tiantian looked at Lu Chen, gathering her courage to say, "Brother Mu, is that okay? I'm a businessman, and you are now a big internet celebrity. If I say no, wouldn't that make me look foolish?" Lu Chen smiled, "But starting a new entertainment company is out of the question. Coincidentally, Fanqing is one of my subsidiaries, and the headquarters will be moving to Huajiang Building in Shansheng in a few days. I'll have the person in charge of Fanqing contact you, and you can take this time to think it over. Brother Mu, you are actually the boss of Fanqing, which means Zhao Weiren and Ling Shuang are both artists from your company." Wang Tiantian said with a face full of surprise, "That's great, I can be colleagues with my idol. You are also a fan of Zhao Weiren and Ling Shuang." At that moment, Tang Meng spoke up, "Hello, my name is Tang Meng. I am also a fan of Zhao Weiren and Ling Shuang. Well, I started liking Zhao Weiren when I was in college. It's been almost a year now. I recently became a fan of Ling Shuang. Her song Ru Yuan is super beautiful, and she is so pretty. I have liked Zhao Weiren longer than you. I liked her since high school. It's been almost 8 years now. I also became a fan of Ling Shuang after hearing her sing Ru Yuan. I really don't understand why you girls like to chase stars. If you ask me, no matter how popular a star is now, they can't compare to killing gods in the psychiatric hospital." Lin Yu said with fiery eyes, "In the Great Xiao realm, gods are forbidden to walk. Just listen to that, how domineering. By the way, the protagonist of this book shares my surname, Lin. Lin Xiao, you read novels too?" Gong Jun laughed. "I also love reading novels, but I prefer Doputsang Qiong. Ever since I read this book, the saying 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, don't bully the young and poor has become my life motto." "What? Are you threatening me?" Lin Yu crossed his arms and snorted coldly. "I see you are saying don't bully the young and poor, don't bully the middle-aged poor, don't bully the old poor, the dead are the most important." Lin Xiao. Gong Wei looked at Lin Yu with a face full of grievance. He swore he was not threatening Lin Yu. He just wanted to use the saying to motivate himself. "So you two are fans of General Lu?" Tang Meng suddenly smiled. "What do you mean?" Lin Yu and Gong Wei looked at Tang Meng in confusion. "The 2 books you mentioned were written by General Lu. Did Dao is his pen name." Tang Meng said innocently, "Did you not know?" "What?" Lin Yu and Gong Wei exclaimed in unison. Lin Yu even took a step back, looking as if he couldn't accept it. "No way, you must be lying." Lin Yu came to his senses and stared at Tang Meng. "The novels we are talking about are all under Strawberry. What status does Brother Mu have? How could he possibly be an author at Strawberry? So you must be lying to us, right?" Gong Wei nodded. Doputsang Qiong is about a waste materials counterattack. The author must have had similar experiences. A rich person like Brother Mu doesn't need to counterattack. He definitely wouldn't write a novel about a waste materials counterattack. Strawberry is all General Lu's. Isn't it normal for him to write novels in his own company? Tang Meng said, "If you don't believe it, you can ask General Lu yourself." "Brother Mu, is Strawberry also yours?" Lin Yu's voice trembled. "How many industries does Lu Chen actually have? Didn't you know quite a bit?" Lu Chen did not answer Lin Yu. He didn't need to. "Uncle Xia, calculate how much we have eaten." Lu Chen glanced at the time. It was almost 1 in the afternoon, and he had important matters to attend to later. "General Lu, you are being too polite." Xia Jun quickly waved his hand. "With the kindness you have shown to my family, how could I take your money? Besides, it's not worth much. If you don't mind, whenever you want to eat spicy hot pot, I can have Lingling make it for you and deliver it." Lingling's spicy hot pot is better than her mother's. "Oh, really?" Lu Chen looked at Xia Ling and smiled. "You have this skill?" "Actually, it's okay." Xia Ling blushed and said, "The taste of what I make isn't much different from what my mom makes. It's just that my mom is more frugal and doesn't want to use too many seasonings, while I use heavier ingredients, so the spicy hot pot I make might taste a bit better. Then I have the chance to give it a try." Lu Chen's gaze scrutinized Xia Ling. She had a tall figure, wearing a solid-colored short sleeve on top and high-waisted jeans below. Her features were delicate and exquisite, with bright, clear almond-shaped eyes, a small upturned nose, and a cherry-like mouth. Her long, jet-black hair was tied in a ponytail, radiating a strong youthful vibe. Lu Chen's mind stirred. and Xia Ling's personal information appeared before him. Name, Xia Ling. Age, 18 years old. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 45 kilograms. Overall appearance rating, 90. 0. Affection level, 40. Ambiguous object. Xia Ling's height was the same as Wang Tiantian's, but her weight was significantly lighter. He glanced at both of them. Wang Tiantian had a fuller upper body, while Xia Ling's was quite flat. Although Xia Ling's overall appearance rating was 1 point higher than Wang Tiantian's, in terms of size, Wang Tiantian completely outshone her. Even Tang Meng, who was under 160 centimeters, had a more impressive figure than Xia Ling. If you don't mind, brother, when I have the chance, I can make it for you and deliver it. Facing Lu Chen's scrutiny, Xia Ling shyly lowered her head, her small hands nervously fidgeting. Lin Yu, seeing this, felt his heart shatter. He had been pursuing Xia Ling for almost a month, yet she treated him like an ordinary classmate, not even blushing or shy around him. She showed no closeness due to his status as the son of the richest man in Shancheng. Instead, she seemed wary of him. But now, Lu Chen and Xia Ling were meeting for the first time, and Xia Ling not only affectionately called him brother but also displayed a shy demeanor, even offering to deliver spicy hot pot to Lu Chen's home. The more Lin Yu thought about it, the angrier he became, but he had no outlet for his frustration. What could he do? Xia Ling didn't like him. There was nothing he could do about it. If Xia Ling started to like Lu Chen, he would be even more helpless. After all, Lu Chen was someone he couldn't afford to provoke. Alright, I'll have Assistant Tang add you on WeChat. If I want to eat spicy hot pot, I'll have her contact you. Sister Lingling, please scan me. Tang Meng opened the WeChat QR code and held it out to Xia Ling. Instantly, everyone looked at her with strange expressions. They seemed surprised that someone who appeared so unreliable like Tang Meng would be the assistant to someone as significant as Lu Chen. However, despite their doubts, no one dared to voice them. Regardless of whether Tang Meng was Lu Chen's assistant, just the fact that she could be by Lu Chen's side made them wary of offending her. I have something to attend to, so I'll leave first. Lu Chen turned to Wang Tiantian and said, think it over carefully in the next few days. Once you've made up your mind, send me a WeChat message, and I'll have the person in charge of Fanqing contact you. Brother Mu, I've made up my mind, I want to sign with Fanqing. Wang Tiantian said earnestly. Fanqing was Lu Chen's company, and by signing with them, she could become an artist under Lu Chen's management, which would give her more opportunities to interact with him. During this time, she had been watching Douyin, and almost all the videos were replays of her live broadcasts with Lu Chen. Many editing accounts even paired her with Lu Chen as a couple. The more she watched, the more she developed an indescribable feeling for Lu Chen. Sometimes, she even dreamed about him. That's why she persistently messaged Lu Chen every day, partly to sincerely thank him for the many gifts he had sent her, and partly to see if she could win his affection. But lacking any romantic experience, her messages to Lu Chen were just mundane greetings. After receiving so many of those, Lu Chen stopped replying to her. Alright then, I'll have the person in charge of Fanqing contact you later. Lu Chen hadn't expected Wang Tiantian to be so resolute in her decision. But regardless of Wang Tiantian's intentions, it is undeniable that after signing with Fanqing, she will undoubtedly bring a wave of popularity and traffic to the company. And for an entertainment company, popularity and traffic equate to money. Wang Tiantian nodded excitedly. This made Lin Yu, who was standing nearby, shake his head. He couldn't understand how someone as foolish as Wang Tiantian could exist in the world. Clearly, she was giving money to Lu Chen, yet Wang Tiantian seemed even happier than Lu Chen. Wang Tiantian's favorability +5. The system prompt sounded. Lu Chen instinctively checked Wang Tiantian's favorability towards him. Favorability, 84, loving couple, this girl is truly a gift to him. Lu Chen felt a bit complicated. With Wang Tiantian's current favorability towards him, he could definitely win her over with just a word. Coming back to his senses, Lu Chen didn't linger any longer and left the urban village with Tang Meng. Golden Building. Still in the private room on the 7th floor. When Lu Chen arrived at the private room with Tang Meng, Lin Nantian and Lin Ji were already waiting inside. After leaving the urban village, Lu Chen immediately contacted Lin Nantian to arrange a meeting in the urban village. It seems that President Lin is preparing to cultivate Miss Lin as an heir, bringing her along wherever he goes, Lu Chen joked. President Lu is joking. Shoji heard that I was coming to meet you, so she specially came along, Lin Nantian laughed. Speaking of which, I've never seen Shoji so attentive to anyone of the opposite sex. Is that so? Then I feel quite honored, Lu Chen said. Looking at Lin Ji, I appreciate Miss Lin's regard for me. That should be something I say, Lin Ji said as she picked up the teapot and walked in front of Lu Chen, bending down to pour him a cup of hot tea, smiling as she said, I appreciate President Lu's regard for my father and me. Oh, what do you mean by that, Miss Lin? Lu Chen raised the teacup and took a sip, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. Could it be that you guessed my purpose in inviting your father? Upon hearing this, Lin Ji did not respond immediately but glanced at Tang Meng behind Lu Chen. Assistant Tang, please wait for me outside. Okay, President Lu. Tang Meng nodded and then left the private room, finding a spot outside to scroll through Douyin. Miss Lin, can we talk now? Lu Chen looked at Lin Ji. I'm just speculating, Lin Ji said as she sat beside Lu Chen, slowly continuing. Now that President Lu's Tiangong has successfully bid for the urban village project, once the urban village is demolished, the next step will be the construction of the theme park. But Tiangong, which is under President Lu, is a newly established company and does not have the capability to build a theme park. So I boldly speculate that President Lu intends to collaborate with my father and hand over the theme park construction project to him. My father has been wanting to enter the real estate industry for years but has faced repeated failures. However, with your support, President Lu, I believe my father will successfully enter the real estate market. At that time, Hongda's market value will see a significant increase, and since you hold 40% of Hongda's shares, you will naturally reap huge benefits. Lu Chen listened quietly to Lin Ji, occasionally taking a sip of hot tea. Lin Ji's speculation was entirely correct. He indeed planned to hand over the theme park construction to Hongda. Firstly, he held 40% of Hongda's shares, and if Hongda successfully entered the real estate industry, its market value would soar, greatly increasing the value of his shares. Secondly, having Hongda build the theme park would save construction costs. For example, building a theme park would require 100 billion. Currently, Tiangong is just a shell company and does not have the capability to build a theme park. Therefore, he must collaborate with domestic construction companies. Thus, that 100 billion would go to those construction companies he partnered with. If he cooperates with Hongda, it would be different. 100 billion given to Hongda would become Hongda's profit. He owns 40% of Hongda's shares and can enjoy the profit dividends, which is equivalent to indirectly saving the cost of building the theme park. But Hongda is not his only option. He could also choose to cooperate with Jin Yun Group. Yes, it is indeed the Jin Yun Group under Qin Guanghong. Now that Qin Guanghong is dead, the shares of Jin Yun Group in his hands will be inherited by his spouse and children. However, Qin Guanghong's legally recognized spouse has long passed away, and his only son, Qin Feng, is also dead. But the outside world does not know that Qin Feng is dead. They believe that Qin Feng killed Qin Guanghong and Qin Long and is now on the run. Lu Chen could easily have Qin Ying take on Qin Feng's appearance to inherit the shares and then transfer the shares to his name. This way, he would own a real estate company capable of building a theme park. But the problem is that doing so could easily raise suspicions from the relevant departments. Therefore, after careful consideration, he decided to play it safe and choose to cooperate with Hongda. President Lu, what I said is just my speculation. If I said anything wrong, please forgive me. President Lin, I really envy you for having such a smart daughter like Miss Lin. Lu Chen put down his teacup and smiled. If only I had a daughter as smart as her. Lin Nantian? Lin Shi. Miss Lin, how about you recognize me as your godfather? Lu Chen said seriously, as long as you recognize me as your godfather, I will hand over the theme park construction project to your father. President Lu, you're making a big joke. Lin Nanshan's mouth twitched as he said, you and Xiuji are not far apart in age. I think it would be better for Xiuji to recognize you as an older brother. Lin Nantian took a sip of tea to calm himself. He was genuinely startled by Lu Chen's idea. Asking Lin Ji to recognize Lu Chen, who is still in college, as her godfather, it's surprising that Lu Chen even thought of that. Well, an older brother is fine too. Lu Chen looked at Lin Ji with a smile. Xiuji, come on, call me brother. President Lu, please stop joking. Lin Ji frowned slightly. She could clearly feel that Lu Chen was intentionally teasing her. Ha, Xiaoji is shy. After Lu Chen's words, he fell silent. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the private room became awkward. President Lu, let's talk about serious matters. Lin Nantian couldn't hold back and spoke first. I wonder why you called me over this time? However, Lu Chen still did not speak. Seeing this scene, Lin Nantian frowned. He found it hard to grasp Lu Chen's thoughts. Since President Lu thinks highly of me, I will shamelessly call you brother. Lin Ji took a deep breath, poured Lu Chen another cup of hot tea, and handed it to him with both hands, saying, brother, please have some tea. Not bad, truly my good sister. Lu Chen took the teacup, and only then did a smile appear on his face. He did not actually want to recognize Lin Ji as his sister. He wanted to give her a little warning. Lin Ji is very smart, but she is also very dangerous. Moreover, since Lin Ji knows the ruler of Fenghua and is close to Yan Bingyun, he cannot guarantee whether Lin Ji is friend or foe. The reason he suddenly fell silent was to tell Lin Ji that if she did something he was not satisfied with, he did not necessarily have to cooperate with Hongda. The project of building a cultural theme park is extremely important to Hongda, determining whether Hongda can successfully enter the real estate industry. Lin Ji is also well aware of this, which is why she presented hot tea to Lu Chen with both hands. President Lin, I won't beat around the bush. Lu Chen took a sip of hot tea and said, as Shirji guessed, the reason I asked you to come over this time is that I want to cooperate with Hongda and contract the subsequent construction of the cultural theme park in the urban village to Hongda. I wonder what President Lin thinks about this. Thank you, General Lu, for trusting Hongda. Hongda will definitely not let you down. Lin Nantian stood up, excited. He had been waiting for Lu Chen to say this. General Lu, please accept this small token of appreciation. Lin Nantian picked up the briefcase on the table, took out a document, and handed it to Lu Chen. Lu Chen glanced at it and was immediately taken aback. The document Lin Nantian gave him was actually a share transfer agreement. Lin Nantian was preparing to transfer 9% of his shares to Lu Chen. With Hongda's market value, 9% of the shares was worth over 10 billion. As Hongda successfully entered the real estate industry, the value of these 9% shares could conservatively double. With this 9% stake, Lu Chen would own 49% of Hongda, while Lin Nantian would retain only 51%. However, Lin Nantian would still hold significant influence over Hongda. General Lin, what do you mean by this? Lu Chen put down the contract, looking at Lin Nantian in confusion. Lin Nantian's gesture was indeed quite substantial, exceeding his expectations. General Lu, now Hongda only has you and me as shareholders. For Hongda to achieve better development, we will face many challenges. Lin Nantian's words were not very clear, but Lu Chen understood the implication. It was simply that Hongda's entry into the real estate industry would face attacks from companies like Longteng. After all, the real estate market is limited, and Hongda's entry meant one more company competing for a share of the pie. This was also the main reason for Hongda's previous failure in the real estate sector. By giving Lu Chen 9% of the shares, Lin Nantian hoped Lu Chen would safeguard Hongda's entry into the real estate market, especially since Lu Chen had the courage to confront Longteng and other real estate companies, even snatching urban village demolition and reconstruction projects from them. General Lin, you can rest assured. With such a smart daughter as Shirji, Hongda's rise will be unstoppable. Lu Chen picked up the contract again and smiled. Do you have a pen? Yes, it's already prepared. Lin Nantian took a pen from his bag and handed it to Lu Chen. Lu Chen took the pen and signed his name directly on the contract. A stake worth over 10 billion was too good to pass up. As for safeguarding Hongda, even if Lin Nantian hadn't mentioned it, he would have done so anyway. Hongda was not just Lin Nantian's company. As the second largest shareholder, nearly half of Hongda belonged to him. He certainly had to protect his own interests. Moreover, Longteng Group belonged to the Yin family, and he had already offended Yin Bingyun, a member of that family, so what was there to fear? General Lu, Xiaoji and I will take our leave now. Lin Nantian took back the pen, his face beaming with a smile. Although he had lost 9% of his shares, once Hongda successfully entered the real estate industry, its market value would surely rise significantly, making his remaining 51% worth much more than the previous 60%. Dad, you go ahead and get busy. I still have some matters to discuss with General Lu. Lin Ji looked at Lin Nantian. Alright, I won't disturb you then. Lin Nantian nodded and left the private room. As Lin Nantian closed the door and prepared to go downstairs, he suddenly saw Tang Meng sitting at the door, scrolling through Douyin. Tang Meng had somehow found a chair and was sitting there, completely absorbed in her phone. Lin Nantian looked at Tang Meng in confusion and walked past her. At that moment, Tang Meng noticed Lin Nantian, looked up at him with a simple smile, and then went back to her phone. Seeing this scene, Lin Nantian was taken aback. He then turned back 3 times, slowly making his way downstairs. He seriously doubted whether Tang Meng was really Lu Chen's assistant. How could an assistant sit at the door playing on her phone, not even acknowledging her boss's business partner as he left? He turned back 3 times, and Tang Meng didn't even glance at him, as if she didn't recognize him at all. What he didn't know was that Tang Meng, a college student lacking social experience and a single-celled organism, had no understanding of workplace hierarchy. In Tang Meng's perception, he was Lu Chen's assistant and only needed to do what Lu Chen asked of him. What do you want to talk to me about? In the private room, Lu Chen looked at Lin Ji with great interest. Dressed in a sleeveless floor-length patterned dress, her entire demeanor exuded an ethereal quality. Her long black hair was tied with a white ribbon, and around her slender swan-like neck hung a red string necklace with a pure and flawless jade bead pendant. With delicate features as if sculpted by Nuwa herself, she possessed a graceful and enchanting figure. Lin Ji was like a fairy from a painting, too beautiful to be of this world. Name, Lin Ji. Age, 23. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 60 kilograms. Overall attractiveness score, 98. 0. Favorability, 20. Ordinary friend. Mr. Lu, you must be careful these days. Lin Ji gazed at Lu Chen, her eyes deep. There will be significant changes within the Yin family in the coming days, and this change may very well affect you. Are you concerned about me? Lu Chen said expressionlessly. Isn't it normal for a younger sister to care about her older brother? Lin Ji smiled at Lu Chen, her gaze particularly sincere. Ha! Lu Chen let out a cold laugh. If it weren't for seeing Lin Ji's favorability towards him, he might have almost believed her. With a favorability of 20, Lin Ji could not possibly care about him. Does Mr. Lu think I'm lying? Lin Ji's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Lu Chen's reaction was completely beyond her expectations. In her view, Lu Chen should have been immensely grateful upon hearing her news. Even if Lu Chen had already known this information in advance, he shouldn't have reacted this way. I don't know whether you're lying, but I need to warn you. Lu Chen stood up from his seat, looking down at Lin Ji. If you want to please both sides, then you must be prepared for both sides to not end well. Mr. Lu, I think you may have misunderstood. Lin Ji met Lu Chen's indifferent gaze, her expression calm. I have no ties to the Yin family. I only know Sister Yun. Moreover, Hongda's entry into the real estate industry means that Longteng Group, as a real estate giant, will be Hongda's biggest competitor. If anything, the Yin family should be my enemy. So how do you know that significant changes are about to happen within the Yin family? Lu Chen did not believe a word of what Lin Ji said. After all, Lin Ji and Yan Bingyun were of the same kind. Both had deep schemes and disguised themselves well. In fact, Lu Chen thought Lin Ji was even more dangerous than Yan Bingyun. At least he was clear about Yan Bingyun's goal, to use him to eliminate internal competitors within the Yin family. But what Lin Ji's purpose was, Lu Chen had yet to figure out. The only thing he could think of was the Fenghua Lin Ji mentioned. Perhaps her purpose was related to Fenghua. Mr. Lu, do you still remember the USB drive I gave you last time, which contained evidence of numerous illegal activities under the Yin family's various enterprises? My memory isn't that bad. Lu Chen had kept the USB drive Lin Ji gave him at home. He hadn't submitted it to the relevant authorities. Firstly, he hadn't decided who to hand it to, and secondly, if he submitted the USB drive, it would be equivalent to helping Yin Bingyun resolve her internal competitors within the Yin family. He wouldn't do something thankless that could easily land him in trouble. The evidence recorded on that USB drive has been sent to the cabinet, and by tonight at the latest, the cabinet will seal off many of the Yin family's illegal enterprises. At that time, many people from the Yin family will be taken away for investigation, and the Yin family will thus suffer significant changes. Lu Chen remained silent upon hearing this, but his gaze towards Lin Ji was icy cold. President Lu, I'm sorry, Lin Ji said, her face pale. I handed that USB drive to you with good intentions, but I overlooked that after the Yin family's incident, they would stop at nothing to find the person who reported them. By then, President Lu, you will also be implicated. Wasn't the evidence submitted by me? Why would I be implicated? Lu Chen's voice was deep. Or are you saying that that woman Yan Bingyun submitted the evidence to frame me? Under Lu Chen's gaze, Lin Ji's face grew even paler. She felt as if Lu Chen were a bloodthirsty beast staring at her, which stirred an uncontrollable fear within her. You'd better pray that the Yin family doesn't provoke me, or I won't spare you. Along with that woman Yan Bingyun, Lu Chen suddenly grabbed Lin Ji by the neck. Instantly, her breathing became difficult, her beautiful face filled with anxiety and fear. Just as Lin Ji was about to suffocate and lose consciousness, Lu Chen finally released his grip and left the private room with a blank expression. Lin Ji slumped in her chair, watching Lu Chen's departing figure, her body trembling in fear. After Lu Chen left, Lin Ji sat in the chair for nearly 10 minutes before she regained her composure from the terror Lu Chen had instilled in her. She immediately made a phone call and told the other party about what had happened in the private room. On the other end of the line, a cold voice responded. If what you say is true, Qin Guanghong and the others must have been killed by someone he sent. What should we do now? He is too dangerous, and he is an unpredictable person. One moment he was asking me to call him brother, and the next he almost killed me. Lin Ji's voice was hoarse. I even suspect that the Yin family can't compete with him. Let's wait and see how things unfold, to see if he can survive the storm brought by the Yin family's upheaval. Yan Bingyun wants to become the head of the Yin family, and she will undoubtedly step over many corpses to get there. I just don't know if he is among those corpses. President Lu, what's wrong? Are you in a bad mood? The phantom car drove along the road. In the passenger seat, Tang Mang looked at Lu Chen's dark expression and cautiously asked, Did I do something wrong to upset you? It's none of your business. Lu Chen took a deep breath. He wasn't worried about what the Yin family would do to him. With his current strength, the Yin family could only suppress his businesses, but he could wipe out the entire Yin family. Yan Bingyun. Lu Chen's eyes were icy. Regardless of whether the Yin family troubled him, he had no intention of letting Yan Bingyun go. As for Lin Ji, He still hadn't figured out her true intentions. A temporary warning would suffice. However, his intuition told him that both he and Yin Bingyun were being plotted against, and the one plotting against them was also the person behind Lin Ji. President Lu, please don't be unhappy. I'll treat you to some candy. Tang Meng pulled out a lollipop from her pocket, unwrapped it, and held it up to Lu Chen's mouth. When I'm unhappy, eating a lollipop makes me feel much better. You also have times when you're unhappy? Lu Chen took the lollipop she offered and joked, "You're so silly, do you even know what sadness is?" "Of course I do." In response to Lu Chen's teasing, Tang Meng wasn't angry at all. Instead, she pulled out another lollipop from her pocket and popped it into her mouth. "Even though I'm silly, I'm still human. As long as you're human, there will be times when you're sad." Tang Meng gazed out the window. "For example, when I was little and someone called me stupid, I would feel very sad and would hide away to cry. But now that I'm grown up, if someone calls me stupid, I won't feel sad at all because I've gotten used to it." Lu Chen, I'm sorry. Lu Chen suddenly felt that the lollipop in his mouth was no longer sweet. Tang Meng's nonchalant demeanor made him feel a twinge of guilt. Yes, Tang Meng was simply innocent. How could he call her foolish? She was just smart in a way that wasn't obvious. Hee, it's fine. Tang Meng turned to Lu Chen, her eyes smiling like crescent moons. "Boss Lu, you're my boss. As long as you don't fire me, you can say whatever you want about me." Tang Meng murmured softly, "If you're going to fire me, at least wait until I've earned a month's salary first, otherwise, I won't have money to buy snacks. Don't worry, as long as you don't make a mistake that touches my principles, I guarantee I won't fire you." A smile appeared on Lu Chen's face. Compared to Lin Ji, Tang Meng might not be as outstanding or as beautiful, but being with someone as innocent as Tang Meng made him feel genuinely relaxed and happy. Just for the sake of the lollipop she gave him, he wouldn't easily fire her. Having such a little thing around could even help him calm down when his emotions were running high. In the Huajiang Ingyue parking garage, Lu Chen looked at Tang Meng, who was sitting in the passenger seat, and suddenly remembered that she couldn't drive at all. "Where do you live?" Lu Chen asked. "I live at my uncle's house," Tang Meng replied, unbuckling her seatbelt and smiling. "Boss Lu, I can just take a taxi back." "Wait." Lu Chen pondered for a moment and said, "You're staying at my place tonight." "Ha?" Tang Meng crossed her arms, looking at Lu Chen with suspicion. "I have work for you to do. I've been putting it off for several days. Tonight, you'll stay at my house. Tomorrow, I'll have my driver book you a room at a nearby hotel, and you can stay there from now on. It'll be more convenient for me to call you. After a while, I'll buy you a place to use as employee housing. Also, take some time to practice your driving skills. I'll help you arrange a car then. And don't look at me like that. I'm not interested in kids." Lu Chen shot Tang Meng a glance. Although Tang Meng had some looks, none of the women around him were less beautiful or lacked femininity. Especially with Tang Meng's not-so-smart appearance, if something were to happen between them, he would feel like he was committing a crime. "Boss Lu, what kind of work is it?" Tang Meng asked cautiously. "Are there snacks?" "Don't worry, you won't starve." Lu Chen picked up his phone and directly transferred 100,000 to Tang Meng. "I've transferred it to you. Buy whatever you want to eat, and if you run out, just ask me for more." After saying that, he got out of the car. Seeing this, Tang Meng hurriedly got out and followed Lu Chen. "Aren't you going to see how much I transferred to you?" Lu Chen suddenly stopped, and Tang Meng bumped right into him. Hee, with Boss Lu's generosity, it can't be less than 100, right? Tang Meng covered her forehead and grinned at Lu Chen. "What a fool." Lu Chen shook his head with a smile and then entered the elevator. By 9 o'clock in the evening, Lu Chen had finished washing up and was sitting on the living room sofa replying to WeChat messages. Meanwhile, in the study, Tang Meng was sitting in front of the computer, working diligently. Her job was quite simple: log into Lu Chen's Douyin account, select some videos that tagged Lu Chen with high likes, and then contact the bloggers who posted those videos to ask for their contact information and addresses. Then, she would arrange for a courier to send ancient coins to these video bloggers the next day. Although the work was simple, after a long time, her hands would get sore. Tang Meng paused her work to stretch her fingers. Just then, her phone on the desk suddenly rang. The caller was Tang Hai. Tang Meng answered the phone and said softly, "Uncle, what's up?" "Xiao Meng, I just saw the WeChat you sent me. If you're not going home tonight, where are you staying?" "I'm staying at Boss Lu's house." "What?" On the other end of the phone, Tang Hai exclaimed in surprise. "What did you say? Staying at President Lu's house?" "Uncle, keep your voice down, don't disturb President Lu." Tang Meng quickly covered the phone with her hand and glanced at the door. When she saw Lu Chen sitting on the sofa in the living room looking at his phone, she whispered, "I'm working overtime at President Lu's house, staying here for the night. By the way, Uncle, I think I might have done something wrong." "What did you do wrong?" Tang Hai lowered his voice. "President Lu asked me to work overtime, and then I casually asked if there were any snacks. I swear, I didn't really want to eat snacks, and then President Liu transferred me some money, and it was quite a lot. How much is quite a lot? 1,000? 100,000. What? Tang Hai was shocked again, his voice trembling. You mean President Liu transferred you 100,000 to buy snacks? Yeah. President Liu also said he would buy a house for me as an employee dormitory, so I won't have to trouble you and Aunt anymore. Uncle, are you listening? Tang Meng glanced at her phone. They were still on the call, but why was it suddenly silent? Uncle, I'm listening. Tang Hai said earnestly, Xiao Meng, you must work hard to repay President Liu. Also, you're grown up now. Before making any major decisions, you must think carefully about the consequences, understand? Got it. Tang Meng continued, Uncle, when you have time, can you accompany me to practice driving? President Liu is going to buy me a vehicle. Tang Hai. Xiao Meng, ask President Liu if he still needs an assistant. I also want to be his assistant. Oh, okay, I'll help you ask. No, Uncle was joking. Alright then, I won't disturb your work anymore. Remember to call me if you run into any problems. In a regular neighborhood in the mountain city, Tang Hai looked at his phone, feeling very complicated. Beside him sat a stylishly dressed middle-aged woman. Honey, do you think Xiao Meng will be okay? The middle-aged woman said with a worried expression, It's late at night, how can she, a girl, go to her boss's house to work overtime, especially since her boss is a man? Will anything happen? What could happen? Tang Hai put down his phone, shook his head, and smiled. It's all fate. Those old folks were right. Fools have their blessings. You all say Xiao Meng is foolish, but her luck is something none of you can compare to. What do you mean? The middle-aged woman looked confused. Xiao Meng, she's flying up the branches and turning into a phoenix, Tang Hai said with a smile. In his view, Lu Chen and Tang Meng were not far apart in age. Two young people being together could only lead to certain things, although it might sound a bit inappropriate if it got out. But if Tang Meng really had a relationship with Lu Chen, it would be like changing her fate. At 2 years old, you have a strong ability to imitate, and the baby growth task is triggered again. Task content, imitate adults walking. Task reward, toy gun gift pack ×1, a pack of cartoon stickers. Note, if you exceed the task, you can trigger a reward crit. Lu Chen was replying to a WeChat message. Suddenly, the system prompt rang out. Instantly, Lu Chen's eyes lit up. How to trigger a reward crit? Lu Chen fell into thought. Got it. Lu Chen thought of something and quickly opened Douyin, searching for Yangqi Fist. Soon, he found a teaching video for Yangqi Fist. It's worth mentioning that Yangqi Fist is a particularly famous health-preserving martial art in Blue Star and has been popularized in universities. Lu Chen learned Yangqi Fist in his freshman year, but after not practicing for a long time, he became a bit rusty. Now, he just needed to watch the teaching video once to recall it and could proficiently perform a complete set of Yangqi Fist. After finishing the video, Lu Chen got into position and started practicing Yangqi Fist in the living room. After completing a set of Yangqi Fist, Lu Chen felt it wasn't enough and also practiced the Tai Chi from his past life. Task completed. At 2 years old, your imitation skills are exceptional, successfully learning a set of martial arts, a true prodigy in martial arts. Task difficulty has significantly increased, triggering a 100 million times critical hit. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 100% shares of the Black Crow Security Company. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a puppet chip ×1. Reward-related items have been issued to the system space and can be extracted at any time. Lu Chen immediately checked the reward introduction. Black Crow Security Company, located in the Eagle Nation, one of the top 10 mercenary organizations on Blue Star, a private military and security consulting company. Its logo is a black crow. Looking at the introduction of the Black Crow Security Company, Lu Chen was stunned, his eyes wide open. He had actually acquired a mercenary organization. For those who do not pay attention to the military, the name Black Crow might be unfamiliar, but any military enthusiast would know about the Black Crow Mercenaries. It is known as one of the most dangerous mercenary organizations on Blue Star. Its members are active in the war zones of Blue Star year-round, true killing machines, and the members of Black Crow are equipped with the most advanced weapons and facilities currently available on Blue Star. It is not an exaggeration to say that if the entire Black Crow mercenary group were to mobilize, they could easily wipe out small countries like the Scam Nation. Coming back to his senses, Lu Chen began to check the introduction of the puppet chip. Puppet chip, implanted into the target's body, it can turn them into a puppet. If the puppet betrays, they will explode and die. What a good item! Lu Chen's eyes lit up. After reading the introduction of the puppet chip, a figure suddenly appeared in his mind, Yan Bingyun. If the puppet chip were implanted into Yan Bingyun's body, then Yan Bingyun would become his puppet, obeying his commands. At that time, he would be able to control the entire Yan family's wealth through Yan Bingyun, which is far more valuable than directly killing Yen Bingyun. But that is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that once Yen Bingyun becomes his puppet, he can join forces with Yen Bingyun to investigate Lin Ji's true intentions and who is behind her. Lin Ji wants to scheme against him and Yen Bingyun, trying to play both sides. All he needs to do is unite with Yen Bingyun, and he can turn the situation around. Lin Ji will go from being the schemer to the one being schemed against. It seems it's time to take a trip to Kyoto. The next day, Lu Chen got up early. Today he needed to go to Yepa village to attend a demolition ceremony, and after the ceremony, he would head to Kyoto. After getting up, Lu Chen immediately called Nyo Dali to come and drive him. When Lu Chen walked out of his room, he suddenly noticed that the light in the study was still on. Walking over, he saw that Tang Mang was actually asleep at the computer desk. This woman, could she have worked all night? Lu Chen was taken aback for a moment, then walked over to Tang Meng's side. When he saw the densely packed address information on the computer and the makeup still on Tang Meng's face, he was sure that she must have worked late and then fallen asleep from exhaustion. Looks a bit silly, but she works quite seriously. Lu Chen joked to the sleeping Tang Meng, then picked her up and carried her to the guest room next door. After placing Tang Meng on the guest room bed, Lu Chen went to wash up, then sat on the living room sofa to book a flight. This time to Kyoto, for safety's sake, he decided to bring Nyo Dali and Qingying along. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about the Yen family causing him trouble. After booking the flight, Lu Chen started scrolling through Douyin. The videos he came across were almost all official news reports. Deputy Director of the Entertainment Bureau Yen Wei under investigation. Real estate giant Longtong Group in crisis. Projects nationwide left unfinished. Elephant Financial's listing halted. Owner Yen Changkon taken away for investigation. Polar Bear Games exposed for plagiarism and monopoly. Owner Yen Fei taken away for investigation. Yupin Puji suspected of material fraud. Owner Yen Meng taken away for investigation. Looking at these news reports, Lu Chen, although already aware in advance, was still incredibly shocked. The Yen family, as a prestigious family with a history of hundreds of years, had industries that truly spanned various sectors, and many family members held leadership positions in official departments, wielding immense power. The companies reported were merely those with significant legal issues, not all the enterprises under the Yen family. This shows that, were it not for internal strife, ordinary people would absolutely be unable to shake such a colossal entity as the Yen family. Entering the comments section of these news articles, netizens were not only shocked but also filled with confusion. What's going on? Do all the bosses of these companies have the surname Yen? Upstairs, don't you understand? Family business. Damn, what kind of family is this? So impressive. Longting is a trillion-dollar group, and Beijixiang, Yupanpuzi, these are all companies worth hundreds of billions. Elephant Financial's Elephant Loan and Elephant Payment can even rival Alipay and WeChat Pay. Besides these, there are a dozen other well-known companies, and they all belong to one family. This is terrifying. I thought only the Koreans had Samsung. I didn't expect we have our own Samsung here. Damn Longting, the house I bought has been left unfinished. Compensate me for my house money. Looking at these comments, Lu Chen felt quite complicated. If it weren't for the system, he would probably feel as powerless and fearful as many netizens regarding a family that possessed such immense wealth. But at that moment, Nyo Dali called. At the village committee square of Yepai village, a dense crowd had gathered. These people, besides the villagers of Yepai, were mostly tenants living in the village. Upon learning that Yepai village would be demolished, these tenants were quite envious. I really envy the people in this village. They are going to be relocated. I wish my hometown could be demolished too. Cut it out. In this day and age, demolition compensation isn't much. Sometimes it's better not to demolish. Exactly, Shanchang isn't like Yangcheng. The compensation standards for house demolition in Shanchang are very low. I've been renting here for almost 10 years. I think the landlord should give me half of the money after the demolition. Bro, you go tell your landlord that and see if he doesn't beat you up. It's his house. Why should he give you half the money? Amidst the discussions, Song Lijun and other officials walked to the center of the square and began to speak in turn. Behind Song Lijun and the others, Lu Chen was conversing with Han Fei. Minister Han, you're here too. Lu Chen said with a smile, I wonder how Minister Han feels at this moment. Mr. Lu wants to ask if I got slapped in the face, right? Han Fei looked deeply at Lu Chen and said, I admit I underestimated you before. I thought Longting Group would win the bid for the Yepai village demolition and reconstruction project, but I didn't expect the winning bid to be from your company. What surprised me even more is that Mr. Lu, you actually offered a demolition compensation price of 15,000 per square meter. I must say, Mr. Lu, you are truly accomplished at a young age. Just in terms of cash, your strength could rank in the top 10 nationwide. Minister Han misunderstood. What I meant was, how have you been resting lately? Last time in your office, you said you were under a lot of mental pressure, so I was just checking in. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Liu. Han Fei was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. After a few days of rest, I'm feeling much better. That's good to hear. Please take good care of Ling Shuang. Now that Ling Shuang had become the tourism ambassador for Shanchang, she had been running around various scenic spots with the cultural bureau staff, filming promotional videos. They say a mother worries when her child travels 1,000 miles. Although Ling Shuang is not his child, he is not her mother either. But the two had grown up together since childhood, their relationship stronger than that of family. He couldn't help but worry about Ling Shuang being wronged outside. Moreover, Ling Shuang was inherently a strong-willed person. Even if she suffered injustice, she would only hide it alone, not even telling him. That's why he wanted Han Fei to take good care of Ling Shuang. Director Liu, you can rest assured, everyone in my department is very kind, and they all like Ling Shuang. They won't bully her, Han Fei added. They also know that Ling Shuang was recommended by me to become the tourism ambassador for our city. With a gentle and kind person like Minister Han, the employees she trains must be excellent, Lu Chen said with a smile. Speaking of which, I haven't properly thanked you for recommending Ling Shuang. How about I treat you to a meal when you have time? Han Fei nodded, not refusing Lu Chen. As the head of the tourism department of the Cultural Bureau in Shanchang, although she wasn't responsible for investment promotion, befriending an outstanding entrepreneur like Lu Chen could only bring her benefits. Moreover, Song Qingwan was her niece, and Lu Chen was likely to become her nephew-in-law in the future. Given this relationship, she couldn't treat Lu Chen as an ordinary person. Next, please welcome Minister Han of the Cultural Bureau's Tourism Department and Chairman Lu of Tiangong Real Estate Company to the stage to give a speech. The host's voice rang out at the demolition ceremony. Hearing this, Lu Chen prepared to go on stage. Wait, Han Fei called Lu Chen back, and in response to his puzzled look, she adjusted the collar of his shirt. All set. Han Fei nodded in satisfaction, and then she walked onto the stage with Lu Chen. In the crowd at the square, Xiaoling's family became excited upon seeing Lu Chen. It's Director Liu, everyone quiet down, Director Liu is going to speak, Xia Jun shouted into a megaphone. The previously noisy crowd instantly fell silent. This made Song Lijun, who had just stepped down from the stage, twitch his mouth. When he was speaking, the audience was incredibly noisy, and he had asked for silence several times without success. Yet when Lu Chen took the stage, someone helped maintain order. Moreover, Xia Jun's single command was enough to quiet the crowd, indicating that he held significant weight among them. Hello everyone, I feel very honored to be invited to this demolition ceremony, and I know that what everyone is most concerned about is the compensation amount for the demolition. So, let me tell you the specific compensation plan our company has for the demolition of Yupayakan. As Lu Chen's words fell, everyone became tense. Before this, they only knew that Yupayakan was going to be demolished, but they were unaware of the specific compensation standards. The only ones in the know, Xia Jun's family and the village chief's family, had not dared to disclose anything. First, the compensation amount our company offers is calculated based on the area of the residents' property certificates, with a compensation amount of 15,000 per square meter. What? 15,000? As the compensation amount for the demolition came from Lu Chen's mouth, the previously quiet crowd erupted. My God, am I dreaming? 15,000 per square meter. I'm going to get rich. I have 3 houses with a total area of 200 square meters, so that means I could get 3 million. God bless, I never expected such good fortune to fall upon me one day. How is that possible? The compensation amount for old house demolitions in Shancheng can't be this high. I'm so envious. For the people of Laopai village, this demolition is a direct change of fate. I know everyone is very excited, but please calm down first and let me finish explaining the compensation plan. Lu Chen smiled as he looked at the densely packed crowd below. He could fully understand everyone's feelings. If it were any ordinary person facing difficulties in life, upon learning that their home was about to be demolished and that they would receive a substantial compensation, it would be impossible for them to remain indifferent. Strangely, everyone actually managed to suppress their excitement and quiet it down. This made Song Lijun's mouth twitch again. It seemed that as the president of the financial association, his words were not as effective as those of Lu Chen, a business owner. In addition to the compensation amount, our company plans to build a large themed cultural park here. When the park is constructed, the jobs required will be prioritized for all of you. Furthermore, after the theme park is built, the villagers of Yebai village can enjoy a 50% discount on tickets with their ID cards. As Lu Chen announced one compensation after another, the villagers of Yebai, who had been holding back their excitement, could no longer contain themselves. The scene erupted once more. Even when Han Fei spoke about how to promote the cultural theme park in the future, she kept looking to Lu Chen for help. But this time, even if Lu Chen spoke, it wouldn't help. Han Fei, helpless, could only hastily conclude her speech. On the entrance road to Yabai village, Lu Chen had intended to chat with Song Lijun for a few moments. However, the residents of Yabai village were too enthusiastic, surrounding him tightly. Mr. Lu, thank you for taking on our village. If it weren't for you, many people in our village would be struggling to get by. Mr. Lu, have some fruit. Mr. Lu, come sit at my house. I've already sent my wife back to make lunch. Young man, do you want a wife? I can introduce my granddaughter to you. I appreciate everyone's kindness, but I have things to attend to, so I won't trouble you all. Looking at the overly enthusiastic crowd, Lu Chen felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Mr. Lu, I have something to give you. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a dejected expression rushed out from the crowd. As he approached Lu Chen, he pulled a dagger from his pocket and lunged at Lu Chen's chest. The sudden scene caused everyone present to change their expressions drastically. Just as the dagger was about to stab Lu Chen, a large hand reached out from the side, gripping the middle-aged man's wrist like a vice. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed. The middle-aged man's expression turned pained, and the dagger fell from his hand. Bang! With a powerful kick, Nyo Dali rendered the middle-aged man completely defenseless, causing him to collapse to the ground, motionless. Are you okay? The crowd was held back by the police maintaining order, and Song Lijun, along with a uniformed middle-aged man, quickly approached Lu Chen. Song Lijun carefully scanned Lu Chen to confirm he was unharmed, then said to the middle-aged man beside him, Director Gua, take him away for a thorough interrogation. We must find out his identity and why he attempted to assassinate our city's outstanding entrepreneur. Yes, Wei Jun's expression was extremely grim. As the chief of the Shanqing police station, he was personally responsible for maintaining order during the demolition ceremony to prevent any accidents. But now, someone had attempted to assassinate Lu Chen right in front of him, which was a severe blow to his authority. He had witnessed Lu Chen donate the imperial seal of the nation. If anything happened to Lu Chen, it would surely alarm the cabinet, and at that point, his position as chief would be untenable. The more he thought about it, the worse Gua Jun's expression became. Were you scared? The crowd was dispersed by the police. Song Lijun and Lu Chen stood by the roadside talking. The demolition of Yabai village is a good thing for the residents, but for the tenants of this village, it is not. They live in hardship, have no housing in the city, and cannot afford the expensive rent. The rent for a house in Yabai village is only 200 to 300 yuan a month. So the existence of Yabai village provides a place to live for many lower-class people struggling in the city. President Song, do you mean that the person just now was a tenant of Yabai village? Lu Chen furrowed his brows. What Song Lijun said was not without reason. The tenants in Yapayakan were mostly from the lower strata of society, and after a long period of dissatisfaction, coupled with the demolition of the urban village, these tenants would lose an affordable place to live. It was not impossible for some extreme individuals to act impulsively. We will only know the specific identity of that person after the police investigation. Song Lijun glanced at Nyo Dali, who was standing behind Lu Chen, and nodded. Your bodyguard is quite good, his reaction is fast. If it weren't for him, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Dali, President Song is praising you. Lu Chen turned to look at Nyo Dali. Thank you. Nyo Dali scratched his head, wearing a simple and honest expression. In any case, it's good that you're fine. Song Lijun glanced at the time and continued. Now that the demolition of Yapayakan is nearing its end, the subsequent construction of the cultural theme park will be handled by your company. I have a meeting up there in the next few days and specifically fought for some demolition subsidies for your company. In the end, the higher-ups decided that for the demolition of Yapayakan, they would compensate your company at 2,000 per square meter. What? Is there such good news? Lu Chen's expression changed in surprise. The higher-ups providing subsidies to his company was something he had not anticipated. His company had offered a demolition compensation of 15,000 per square meter, and with the higher-ups giving him 2,000 per square meter in subsidies, it meant that the actual compensation his company would provide was 13,000 per square meter. One should not underestimate this 2,000. Based on the area of Yapayakan, the total demolition would require the higher-ups to subsidize him at least over 100 billion long coins. Don't be too happy too soon, Song Lijun said. The subsidies for your company come with conditions. The subsidy amount will only be transferred to your company's account after the cultural theme park is completed. This is also to prevent your company from ending up with a half-finished project. President Song, you and the higher-ups can rest assured about this, Lu Chen said seriously. My company is investing so much money to take over Yapayakan. If the subsequent project ends up unfinished, wouldn't that mean all this money is wasted? Therefore, the cultural theme park will not only not be unfinished but it will also meet the people of the nation in the shortest time possible. The conditions mentioned by the higher-ups were not really conditions at all. As Lu Chen said, he could not allow the cultural theme park to be unfinished, and projects typically end up unfinished only when the investors go bankrupt or run out of money. He was not short on money, and such a situation would never happen with his company. The higher-ups trust you quite a bit, Song Lijun said with a smile. If your company encounters any funding issues while building the cultural theme park, you can come to the Financial Association building to apply for an interest-free corporate loan. Don't feel shy about it. Hee, I'm thick-skinned, Lu Chen replied with a smile. Although he was not short on money, he would not pass up an interest-free loan. President Song, I have something to do today and need to head to Kyoto. It's about time for me to leave for the airport. I will visit you next time when I have the chance. Lu Chen glanced at the time. It was almost noon. He had booked a flight for 2 in the afternoon. It would take nearly an hour to drive from Yapayakon to the airport. Go ahead and be busy, Song Lijun pondered for a moment and said, from now on, when there are no others around, just call me uncle. Okay, Uncle Song, Lu Chen smiled. Song Lijun's words clearly indicated his approval of him. The Phantom drove along the road. In the back seat, Lu Chen received a phone call, and his expression instantly darkened. The caller was none other than the director of the Shancheng police station, Gui Jun. After Gui Jun's personal investigation and interrogation, the identity of the middle-aged man who attempted to assassinate Lu Chen was quickly uncovered. The middle-aged man named Hu Peng, 45 years old, was indeed a tenant of Yipai village. He had just been released from prison less than a year ago, having been incarcerated several times for fighting and gambling. When the police first questioned Hu Peng about why he attempted to assassinate Lu Chen, his explanation was not much different from what Song Lijun had said. Lu Chen's company had contracted the urban village, leaving him with no place to live, which led him to impulsively stab Lu Chen. However, Hu Peng's nervous demeanor and panicked expression were noticed by the experienced Gui Jun, who detected inconsistencies in his story. Ultimately, under the police's memory recovery techniques, Hu Peng revealed the true reason behind his assassination attempt on Lu Chen. Last night, someone approached Hu Peng and offered him 1 million yuan, instructing him to find an opportunity to kill Lu Chen today. If he succeeded, he would receive another million and assistance to escape from Long Country to Scam Country. The police are now searching for the person who hired Hu Peng to kill Lu Chen based on the clues he provided. Lu Chen, without needing to guess, already knew who the true mastermind was. The Yen family. Lu Chen's eyes were icy. He wanted to see just how powerful this family, which had been passed down for hundreds of years, truly was. At 6 in the afternoon, Phoenix Mountain, located on the outskirts of Kyoto. This mountain is named for its resemblance to a phoenix. At the top of Phoenix Mountain is the estate where the members of the Yen family reside. The estate covers a vast area, resembling an ancient palace. The entire Phoenix Mountain is contracted by the Yen family, and outsiders are not allowed to enter without permission. In the estate's conference hall, dozens of people sat at the conference table, with a frail old man in a Zhongshan suit occupying the main seat. The old man's name was Yen Changhua, the current patriarch of the Yen family. Cough, cough. Yen Changhua suddenly coughed violently, quickly covering his mouth with a handkerchief. Father, grandfather. Exclamations of concern arose from the attendees, all descendants of Yen Changhua, who looked at him with worry etched on their faces. My days are numbered. Yen Changhua's gaze fell on the handkerchief, where a smear of blood was glaringly visible. He tightened his grip on the handkerchief, scanning the faces of those in the conference room, his voice weak. I have gathered you here today because I want to pass down the position of patriarch while I still have breath left. Father, please don't say that. We have hired the world's top medical team. They will surely be able to cure you. A stern-looking middle-aged man on Yen Changhua's left spoke up. This man was Yen Run, Yen Changhua's eldest son. Brother is right, you will get better, father. Another voice chimed in. On Yen Changhua's right sat a portly middle-aged man named Yenda, his second son. Yen Changhua had 3 sons and 2 daughters in total. No medical team can help. Ultimately, every human must face death, and money cannot change that. Yen Changhua said with a sense of resignation, I have lived for 90 years. I am already content. The only thing that worries me is you all. Over the years, I have not chosen a successor because none of you have satisfied me. As soon as Yen Changhua finished speaking, the conference hall fell into an eerie silence. What? Now you all feel ashamed? Yen Changhua's gaze swept over everyone as he continued. Now, the cabinet has sealed many of the family's businesses, and Yen Wei, Zhang Kong, Xiaofei, Xiaomeng, and others are facing prison time. A once fine family has been turned into a mess by you. Father, all of this is because of that person named Lu Chen. Yen Rin said coldly, he reported us to the cabinet. Humph, if you had no issues, would you fear being reported? Yan Changwa said expressionlessly, I have warned you more than once that in Long Country, you must be careful in everything you do. Did any of you listen to my words? Knowing that the cabinet is dissatisfied with us aristocratic families, you still keep rushing into the line of fire. It's simply the height of foolishness. Cough, cough. Yan Changwa coughed violently again, his voice weakened a bit more as he said, let this be a lesson. The companies that got into trouble should cooperate well with the cabinet's rectification and see if they can survive. If they can't, then let it go. Also, that guy named Lu Chen, don't provoke him. He is very likely a pawn specifically used by the cabinet to deal with us aristocratic families. The more you provoke him, the easier it is to fall into the cabinet's trap, ultimately bringing greater trouble to the family. Dad, I'm sorry. Yan Ren suddenly stood up, his face pale. Seeing Yan Ren's expression, Yan Changwa's voice turned cold. You laid hands on him. I'm sorry, Dad. Yan Ren knelt before Yan Changwa, taking a deep breath. Dad, Xiao Fei and Xiao Meng are my children. Because of the other party's report, they will both be sent to prison. I can't swallow this. You reckless fool. Yan Changwa immediately exploded in anger. Do you know why? As my eldest son, I won't pass the position of clan leader to you? It's because you act without considering the consequences, only seeking momentary satisfaction. If I were to pass the position to you, the Yin family would surely head towards destruction under your leadership. Dad, I admit I can be impulsive at times, but the other party has caused us such huge losses. Are we just supposed to endure it silently? Yan Ren's expression twisted with rage. This time, they have caused us such great losses and sent Xiao Fei and Xiao Meng to prison. If you can swallow this, Dad, I cannot. No matter what, I will make him pay the price. What price? Kill him? Have you succeeded? Yan Changwa said expressionlessly, if you had succeeded, I might have looked at you differently. Do you think the other party would be without bodyguards given his identity? The person you had hired has already been taken away by the police in Shanchang. Dad, you already know. Yan Ren was momentarily stunned, then sneered. This time he escaped a disaster, but what about next time? I have already spent a fortune hiring the Black Crow mercenaries from Eagle Country. No matter how strong his bodyguards are, can they be stronger than the Black Crow mercenaries? Do you know the consequences of what you are doing once it is exposed? Yan Changwa's chest heaved. What do you take human life for? I only know that as a member of the Yin family, I have the responsibility and obligation to eliminate obstacles for the family. And that guy named Lu Chen is currently the biggest obstacle for the family, so he must die. Even if the matter is ultimately exposed, at worst, I will pay with my life, and it will never implicate the family. Yan Ren's gaze met Yan Changwa's, his eyes filled with fury and killing intent. Seeing this scene, Yan Changwa was completely disappointed in Yan Ren. Everyone, leave. Yan Changwa waved his hand, closed his eyes, and stopped speaking. Dad, don't be angry with my brother. He is also doing this for the good of the family. Yan Di spoke up to plead for Yan Ren. However, Yan Changwa ignored him. Dad, get out. Yan Di wanted to say something else, but Yan Changwa suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze incredibly sharp. Instantly, Yan Di was frightened and took a step back. Yes, I will leave now. Yan Di's face turned pale as he dragged his plump body and fled the meeting room. Bingyun, stay. Yan Changwa's gaze turned to the corner of the meeting room. There sat Yan Bingyun. Yes, Grandpa. Yan Bingyun nodded, then stood up and walked towards Yan Changwa. The others in the Yin family frowned, their gazes towards Yan Bingyun filled with hostility. Once only Yan Changwa and Yan Bingyun remained in the meeting room, a smile finally appeared on Yan Changwa's face. Is your father feeling better? Much better now. Yan Bingyun stood beside Yan Changwa. Yan Bingyun's father was Yan Changwa's youngest son, Yan Yong. Bingyun, if you were to become the clan leader, do you have the confidence to maintain the family's current prosperity? Grandfather, please don't joke about your granddaughter. Yan Bingyun exclaimed in shock, I lack the ability. I can't even manage the family business entrusted to me, let alone lead the entire clan. Bingyun, it's just the two of us here. Yan Changwa stood up, looking at Yan Bingyun with a complex gaze. Grandfather doesn't have much time left. Aren't you going to tell me the truth? The one who reported to the cabinet isn't that boy named Lu Chen, but you, right? Grandfather, did I do something wrong to make you angry? Yan Bingyun's face turned pale, and she hurriedly knelt before Yan Changwa. You know I have no say in the family. Those industries that got into trouble are all managed by my uncles. I hardly have any contact with those industries, let alone possess evidence of their illegal activities. And even if I had evidence of those industries' illegal activities, as a member of the Yin family, I could never report them to the cabinet. Is that so? Yan Changwa's gaze was deep. But according to the information I have, you bribed Xiao Guang, Xiao Meng, and their trusted aides, obtaining evidence of the illegal activities of the industries they were responsible for. Moreover, Xiao Guang and Xiao Meng are your uncle's children. Chang Kong is your second uncle's child, Yan Wei is your uncle by marriage, and the others are all closely related to your 2 uncles and 2 aunts. Now, almost all of these people are in trouble, and in the entire Yan family, the direct descendants left are just you. Do you remember how I used to teach you? Yan Changhua said slowly, when you feel confused about something, focus on the biggest beneficiary behind it. And this time, with the family industries being reported, you are undoubtedly the biggest beneficiary. At least until Xiao Fei and the others are released from prison, many of the family's industries will have to be managed by you. Yan Bingyun remained silent upon hearing this. She knew that saying anything now would be useless, but she wasn't worried about Yan Changhua blaming her. After all, some of the things she was doing now were learned from Yan Changhua. In fact, Yan Changhua was even more ruthless. He climbed to the position of clan leader by stepping over the bodies of his siblings. Moreover, if Yan Changhua were truly angry about this matter, he wouldn't have kept her alone to calmly explain these things. He would have directly expelled her from the Yan family. Bingyun, I have only one request. Yan Changhua sat back down, his whole being like a candle that was about to extinguish. When you become the clan leader, treat your fellow clansmen well, and don't be like your grandfather. Grandfather. Yan Bingyun looked up at Yan Changhua, only to see that his eyes had closed at some point. Instantly, Yan Bingyun's heart tightened. Bingyun, you are smarter than your grandfather. Yan Changhua struggled to open his eyes, a smile appearing on his face. Do you know why grandfather didn't stop you from reporting to the cabinet? Because the Yan family needs your report. Aristocratic families hold a vast amount of resources and wealth in society, which has always been a thorn in the cabinet's side. Now, your report will serve as a letter of allegiance from the Yan family to the cabinet. When you become the clan leader, remember one principle: the wealth owned by the family should be enough for future generations to live without worry. If the family wants to remain prosperous, it must learn to share with the country, to share with the people. Otherwise, no matter how much money you make, you won't be able to keep it. Grandfather, I'm sorry. Yan Bingyun lowered her head, her hands tightly clenched. At this moment, her feelings were very complex. Silly child. Yan Changhua raised his hand and placed it on Yan Bingyun's head, a flash of pain crossing his eyes as he said, the one who should say sorry is Grandpa. If it weren't for Grandpa indulging your uncle, your father wouldn't. Sigh. Yan Changhua sighed, leaving the rest of his words unspoken. I've already made the will, it's in the safe in my bedroom, and the password is your birthday. After struggling to finish the last sentence, Yan Changhua breathed his last. Instantly, tears fell from Yan Bingyun's eyes. At the foot of Phoenix Mountain, an Audi A8 was driving towards the top of Phoenix Mountain. Inside the car, Lu Chen and Cheng Ying sat in the back seat, while Niu Dali was driving. After arriving in the capital, Lu Chen did not go to the Yan family right away. Instead, he first went to the Starry headquarters to meet Zhao Aaron. The Audi A8 driven by Niu Dali belonged to Li Feng, the head of Starry. It's really interesting, hiring my company's employees to assassinate me, Lu Chen said, crossing his arms with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Not long ago, he received a call from the head of the Black Crow Security Company, saying they had received an assassination task in the country. The target was none other than him, the owner of the Black Crow Security Company. Bingyun, what did your grandfather say to you? As Yan Bingyun walked out of the conference room, Yan Ren hurriedly approached to ask. Behind him, the members of the Yan family had various expressions, each calculating in their hearts. Grandpa is gone, Yan Bingyun said, tears in her eyes. Although she was not favored in the Yan family, Yan Changhua was still her biological grandfather. Now, as Yan Changhua was leaving, he passed the position of clan leader to her, which made her feel a bit sad about his departure. What? As soon as Yan Bingyun finished speaking, Yan Ren's expression changed in shock, but a glimmer of joy flashed in his eyes. The other members of the Yan family reacted similarly. Immediately, Yan Ren and the others hurriedly squeezed into the conference room. Seeing the expressions of everyone, Yan Bingyun couldn't help but feel sorrow for Yan Changhua. His most beloved descendants were also the ones who most wanted to see him dead. Coming back to her senses, Yan Bingyun walked towards Yan Changhua's bedroom. Now, all she needed was to obtain Yan Changhua's will, and she could become the new clan leader of the Yan family, controlling the wealth accumulated over hundreds of years. By then, she would no longer have to look at the faces of the Yan family members and could proceed with her next plan. At the entrance of the Yan family estate, the Audi A8 was stopped by 2 burly security guards. Private residence, no outsiders allowed. One of the guards knocked on the driver's window. As the window rolled down, the guard was momentarily stunned, then exclaimed in shock, "I'm sorry, second miss, I didn't recognize you." "Open the door," Yan Bingyun said expressionlessly from the driver's seat. This Yan Bingyun was actually an illusion created by Qing Ying. "Second miss, please come in." The guard opened the gate, watching as the Audi A8 drove into the estate. Once the Audi A8 disappeared from sight, the guard muttered to himself, "Strange, When did the second miss leave the estate? In Yen Changhwa's bedroom. Yen Bingyun stood in front of a wall, which housed a large safe. Miss Bingyun, the old master's will is inside here, said an elderly man with a goatee standing behind her. His name was Husan, who had been Yen Changhwa's driver and bodyguard in his youth, and had become the butler of the Yen family estate in his old age, one of Yen Changhwa's trusted confidants. Grandpa Hu, what will you do if my uncle and the others cause trouble later? Yen Bingyun did not rush to open the safe. She was very clear that even if Yen Changhwa passed the position of clan leader to her, without Husan's support, it would be difficult for her to safely leave the Yin family estate with the will today. I will do my utmost to protect Miss Bingyun, Husan said, looking at Yen Bingyun with utmost respect. Although he did not understand why Yen Changhwa passed the position of clan leader to Yen Bingyun, a marginal figure in the Yin family, he believed that Yen Changhwa must have his reasons for doing so, and all he had to do was follow Yen Changhwa's arrangements. With your word, Uncle Hu, I can rest assured. After receiving the answer he wanted, Yen Bingyun finally felt relieved. Just as Yen Bingyun was about to input the password to open the safe, a sudden sound of hurried footsteps came from outside the bedroom. Instantly, Yen Bingyun furrowed her brows and stopped her movements. Bang! The bedroom door was kicked open. Yen Ren rushed into the bedroom with the members of the Yen family. When they saw Yen Bingyun standing in front of the safe, their expressions turned icy. Bingyun, what are you doing in your grandfather's bedroom? Yen Ren stared at Yen Bingyun expressionlessly and asked, what did your grandfather say to you in the conference room just now? Uncle Hu, why don't you tell everyone? Yen Bingyun replied calmly, her hand tightly gripping her phone. At the same time, as Yen Ren and the others burst into the bedroom, she sent out a message. Eldest young master, Miss Bingyun is the heir chosen by the old master before his death. Husan spoke slowly. As soon as Husan's words fell, the air in the entire bedroom seemed to freeze. Yen Ren and the others looked even more displeased. Uncle Hu, it seems you really are getting old. Yen Ren sneered, are you saying that my father did not choose us, his children, as heirs, but instead chose a grandchild? And the most useless grandchild at that? Humph, I think Uncle Hu, you are getting confused. Yen Dis said in a low voice, don't say that she, Yen Bingyun, is unqualified to be the clan leader, even her father is equally unqualified. If you two young masters do not believe it, you can take a look at the will set by the old master. What nonsense will? Yen Ren glared at Husan. Husan, we call you Uncle Hu out of respect for my father. Don't lose sight of your own position. You are an outsider. Do you have the right to speak here? Now that my father is dead, as the eldest son, I should inherit the position of clan leader. Eldest brother, that might not be appropriate. Yen Di frowned, as the father's son, why should the position of clan leader be inherited by you? Yen De, what do you mean? Yen Ren's voice turned cold. Do you think I am unworthy? Are you worthy? Yen De replied expressionlessly, father said in the conference room that you act recklessly, seeking momentary pleasure. Under your leadership, the Yen family will only head towards destruction. Since you know I act recklessly, then you should be clear about the consequences of opposing me. A murderous glint flashed in Yen Ren's eyes. Don't forget how my father's position as clan leader came about. Compared to my father, I have been merciful. It is precisely because I know what kind of person you are that I have long been prepared. A smile crept onto Yen Di's lips as he took out his phone and dialed a number. Immediately, a group of fierce-looking men burst into the bedroom, surrounding everyone. Mad Dog Society. Yen Ren's gaze fell on the backs of the hands of the group of men, noticing that they all had a tattoo of a ferocious mad dog. Yen De, you actually colluded with an underground organization like the Mad Dog Society. Yen Ren frowned. The Mad Dog Society was a recently emerged underground force in the neighboring city of Jincheng. The number of its members was not large, but their methods were extremely brutal, like mad dogs. Yen Ren knew about the Mad Dog Society because it specifically targeted the wealthy. Several billionaires had been targeted by the Mad Dog Society and ultimately met with tragic ends. Strangely, none of these wealthy individuals reported to the police. Collusion? My good big brother, you really underestimate me. Yen Dis sneered, the Mad Dog Society was created by me. How can you say I colluded with them? What? Yen Ren's expression changed in shock, but he quickly calmed down. Yen De, you really know how to hide. A cruel smile crept onto Yen Ren's lips as he said, but unfortunately, with just these people under you, you can't change anything. On the contrary, today none of them will leave alive. Bang! As soon as Yen Ren finished speaking, a shadow suddenly crashed through the bedroom window. Before anyone could react, the shadow appeared behind a member of the Mad Dog Society, and with a flash of cold light, that member became a corpse. Ah! Miserable screams rang out one after another. Several shadows rushed out from various corners of the bedroom, moving extremely quickly, and within a few breaths, they had killed all the members of the Mad Dog Society. Done. A dark-skinned foreign man spoke in broken dragon country language. He held a sharp dagger in his hand. Boss Yen, the mission is complete. The black man walked up to Yenrun, the dagger still dripping with blood. Behind the black man were 4 other foreign men, each holding a sharp dagger. They exuded a chilling aura of slaughter. Thud. Yenda was so frightened that he knelt on the ground, his face pale. Black Crow mercenaries. Yenda's gaze fell on the arm of a foreign man in a short-sleeved shirt, where a black crow was tattooed, the emblem of the Black Crow Mercenary Corps. Yenren had actually hired the Black Crow mercenaries to ambush the manor early on. As expected of the Black Crow mercenaries, Yenda looked at the black man and smiled. The remaining money will be transferred to your company's account. Pleasure doing business. The black man grinned at Yenda, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Pleasure doing business. Yenda nodded with a smile, then turned to Yendi and the stunned Yen family members, saying, "Now, who still thinks I am unworthy of inheriting the position of clan leader? Young master, please follow the old master's will." Husan spoke up. The old master had arranged everything before his death. Even if you become the clan leader through this method, it will be just a name. The trust institution will not recognize you as the clan leader. Old fool, shut your mouth. Yenren turned around, his gaze towards Husan filled with murderous intent. If you say another word, the next to die will be you. And you shameless woman. Yenren looked at Yen Bingyun. Although I don't know what kind of drug you gave father to make him choose you as the heir, as long as you die, the heir can only be me. If that's not enough, then I'll kill all of you. Since the young master insists on being stubborn, the old man can only offend you. Husan's expression darkened, and he suddenly lunged at Yenren like a cheetah, moving so fast it was hard to believe he was an old man. Oh, Dragon Country Kung Fu. The black man's eyes lit up, making a jest. Immediately after, the black man swept a kick towards Husan. However, Husan sidestepped the black man's attack and quickly appeared behind Yenren, his right hand clawing at Yenren's neck like an eagle's talon. Seeing this, the black man dared not act rashly. "Miss Bingyun, you go first." Husan gave Yen Bingyun a look. Seeing this, Yen Bingyun nodded and quickly walked out of the bedroom. Husan dragged Yen Ren behind Yen Bingyun. "Boss, they are coming out." The Audi A8 stopped in the open space of the Yen family manor. Inside the car, Nyo Dali watched as Yen Bingyun and the others came out of the villa and immediately reported to Lu Chen. "Qingying, you take on the appearance of Qin Feng. When it comes to killing, it's best left to you," Lu Chen said to Qingying beside him. This time coming to the Yen family, it was inevitable that some traces would be left behind. Although as long as he implanted the puppet chip into Yen Bingyun's body, even if a few people from the Yen family died, no one would report it. But to ensure everything went smoothly, killing was still something that had to be entrusted to Qingying. After all, Qingying had already killed in the guise of Qin Feng, so there was no fear of adding a few more lives to the count. "Yes." Qingying nodded, and then her face and body twisted for a moment, transforming into Qin Feng's appearance. "Save me." Yenren was held hostage by Husan, struggling in vain, finding that his strength was no match for the old man. "Old man, I advise you to let him go." 5 Black Crow mercenaries surrounded Husan and Yen Bingyun. A black man spoke in broken dragon language. "I know your dragon country martial arts are impressive, but you are definitely no match for the 5 of us. Our mission is to protect Boss Yen. Just let him go, and we won't make things difficult for you and this young lady. You can let me go, but first, you need to let Miss Bingyun leave," Husan said, watching the black man and his companions warily. He had practiced martial arts since childhood and was valued by Yin Changwei in his youth for his skills, becoming a trusted confidant. It could be said that Yin Changwei's rise to become the head of the Yin family was partly due to his efforts, and as a result, he had blood on his hands. But everyone ages eventually. Now at 79, his physical abilities had long since declined. In a direct confrontation, he was no match for 5 Black Crow mercenaries, let alone the black man alone. Even at his peak, he could not have faced 5 mercenaries armed with sharp daggers barehanded. The fact that he could hold Yenren hostage was largely because the black man and his companions had let their guard down. Just as Husan finished speaking, 2 beams of light suddenly shone on everyone. At the same time, the Audi car door opened, and Nyo Dali was the first to get out, opening the door for Lu Chen. "Boss Yen, long time no see." Lu Chen walked slowly towards Yen Bingyun. "It's you." Yen Bingyun's pupils contracted, looking at Lu Chen approaching her in disbelief. When she saw Qin Feng following Lu Chen, her expression instantly turned grave. "Mr. Bag, it's this brat. Quickly, kill him for me." The moment Yenren saw Lu Chen, a fierce anger ignited in his eyes. "You little bastard, you caused my son and daughter to go to prison, and you dare come here to die. Bag, did you hear that? He wants you to kill me." Lu Chen stopped, looking at the black man with a playful expression. The black man's full name was Bag Pierce, the captain of the Black Crow's 10th team. "Boss." Bag finally recognized Lu Chen's appearance, and his face changed dramatically. As the captain of the 10th team, he had received a message from the Black Crow's higher-ups shortly after Lu Chen became the boss, which mentioned the change of company ownership and included Lu Chen's photo. Mr. Bag, what are you talking about? This little bastard is from Dragon Country, how could he possibly be your boss? Yen Ren's expression twisted with rage. Kill him for me, and the reward will be doubled. Shut up, you. Bag glared fiercely at Yen Ren, then began speaking in English with the other 4 foreign men. Instantly, the expressions of the 4 foreign men turned to shock, and they looked at Lu Chen with fear. Yen Bingyun and the others also wore expressions of terror. As members of the Yen family, they were all proficient in English and naturally understood what Bag and the 4 foreign men were saying. No, it's impossible. How could this little bastard be the boss of Black Crow? This is absolutely impossible. Fear and despair filled Yen Ren's eyes. The Black Crow Security Company has countless connections with the Eagle Nation's government. How could Lu Chen, a Dragon Nation person, possibly be the owner of Black Crow? President Yen really knows how to play the game. Even I have become your pawn. Lu Chen stepped in front of Yen Bingyun, looking at her pale face, frightened out of her wits, and said coldly, Yen Bingyun, are you afraid of death? As soon as Lu Chen's words fell, Husan suddenly clawed at his throat. However, Lu Chen couldn't even be bothered to turn and look at Husan. Bang! A loud crash echoed. Nyo Dali stood like an iron wall in front of Lu Chen and threw a punch, sending Husan flying several meters away. If he hadn't been hiding his strength, that punch from Nyo Dali would have been enough to pierce through Husan's body. Put! Husan fell to the ground, spitting out a large amount of blood. His entire body seemed to fall apart, unable to move. At the same time, a shadow flashed by. Before Husan could react, a line of blood appeared on his neck, and he ultimately died with his eyes wide open. Beside Husan's corpse, Qin Feng, transformed from the green shadow, stood motionless with a blood-dripping dagger in hand. The aura he emitted made even Beige and the others feel their scalps tingle. A demon, this is a true demon, Beige said, his face filled with fear.